mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who is guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invite you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story, The Doctor's Wife.
The Boston firm of Beneke and Woodruff, dealers in antiques, art objects, and rare books, has welcomed scholars and collectors into its long, narrow, and dimly lit showrooms for over 100 years. And since 1850, the same motto in neat gold letters on the plate glass window reads, "A firm of integrity." But Charles Beneke, one of the present owners of Beneke and Woodruff, is too restless a man to follow in the traditional footsteps of his forebears. Even now, though his policies have brought the firm to the brink of disaster, Charles remains self-assured and unruffled as he enters the showrooms late in the afternoon and walks back to the office of his partner, Paul Woodruff.
Oh, there you are, Paul.
Yes, here I am. Well,
I did some good.
did you forge another letter by Keats, or was it Shakespeare this time?
Lower your voice.
What for?
Because if I have to spend the next 10 years in jail, I assure you, you will be in an adjoining cell.
Thanks. Okay, what happened?
They proved the Keats letter was a forgery. But they couldn't prove we, or should I say, I did it. But inasmuch as we guaranteed the letter in the bill of sale...
Never mind the fine print. How much?
Well, the judge awarded them $100,000.
$100,000? You know what that means? We're through. Now, look, I told you 5 years ago when you started working in this dirty racket that I didn't want any part of it.
But you never objected to sharing the profit.
That's a lie. I objected then, I object now. I never wanted to get rich quick.
Forget it. We've got to get busy.
Oh? Doing what? Putting the stock up for auction and filing the bankruptcy papers?
Not quite. I still have the genuine Tupou first edition of Bonelli's Fables locked away. Huntington Library offered $200,000 for it.
That was last month.
They'll go even higher this month.
I have a very unpleasant surprise for you. Another copy has turned up.
Somebody was pulling your leg. Ours is the only copy in existence.
Was. As you very well know, there were several copies turned out in the original printing. Another one has reared its ugly little head.
It's a forgery.
Yeah, sure. That's the first thing you'd think of. Well, it's not. They did an infrared check on the watermark, and Huntington says it's an exact duplicate of ours. Unmarked, perfect in every respect. Original Italian version, Bonelli's Fables, F. Tupou Press, first known printing, issued February 13th, 1485, complete with the woodcut borders. Do you want any more?
Who has it?
Elkin Arthur, London, is the agent for the book, but is still in possession of the guy who discovered it, Dr. Roger Brookhurst, who lives in some London suburb.
What do they want for it?
Elkin Arthur figures they can swing the deal for around $50,000.
It's ridiculously low. We have to get hold of that book.
How? Even if we had $50,000, which we don't, thanks to you, Huntington already has an option on it.
You seem rather pleased about the whole thing.
As a matter of fact, I am. Even if I have to lose my shirt, at least I'll be through with you and your shady deals.
Not just yet. I'm leaving town for a month, possibly longer. You'll remain in charge of the shop until I get back.
Oh? Who says I will?
I needn't remind you that in the eyes of the law, you're quite as involved in the so-called shady deals as I am. I would strongly urge you to remain at your post until I return.
Where are you going?
London, of course. And I'm not coming back until I get that other copy of Bonelli's Fables.
days later, you're aboard a World Airline Clipper, completing your trip across the Atlantic, aren't you, Charles? You lose no time sightseeing in London, do you? And after finding yourself in a quiet, fashionable apartment, you immediately put through a call to Dr. Roger Brookhurst.
Hello?
Dr. Brookhurst's office?
It's Dr. Brookhurst's residence.
I'd like to make an appointment to see him.
The doctor's no longer receiving patients.
Oh, well, I'm not sick. I wish to see the doctor on a business matter of extreme urgency.
I'm afraid Dr. Brookhurst will be unable
Please. I've come all the way from America to see him.
I'll do my best. I can't promise anything, but you may call at the house tomorrow at 4. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me. This is Gerald Kimberley, Dr. Brookhurst's secretary, and...
Charles Beneke.
Please, I'm sure. Forgive me, Yvonne. My head is splitting. I must be going. I'm sorry
I'll take care of it, Gerald. Don't worry.
Well, then, goodbye, Yvonne. And good day to you, sir.
Good day. Are you the doctor's daughter?
I'm his wife, but that is a compliment.
Oh, the truth.
Are all Americans like you?
In the presence of a beautiful woman.
In that case, I had better take you upstairs to see Roger immediately.
Well, if you insist.
I want to warn you. He's been an invalid for some time. Stomach disorder. It makes him very short-tempered.
I understand.
Oh, Roger, the gentleman who phoned is here.
Oh, yes, the American. Show him in.
How do you do, Doctor?
Not very well.
Sorry.
Well, sir, what is this urgent business that brings you to my door?
Your copy of Bonelli's Fables. You see...
No, I don't. Now, look here, sir. I don't care if you came all the way from the North Pole. I have had quite enough of book buyers, book sellers, and book traders. My agent is Elkins Arthur, 84 Charing Cross Road. Consult him if you care to, but kindly leave me and my household alone.
Well, I did tell you.
Oh, it's no fault of yours.
I try not to judge him, but cooped up with him day in and day out, well, it's just...
Can't you ever get away?
Oh, I can occasionally, but it's no fun by yourself.
Well, why don't you let me...
Oh, no. I didn't mean to hint. After all, you're a complete stranger.
All the more reason. Someone has to show me around London.
I couldn't.
Oh, nonsense. You can and you will. Let me take you out dancing somewhere after dinner tomorrow night. You can get away, can't you?
Easily. But do you really want to?
Oh, very much.
Well, all right, I'll do it.
Thank you. And I'm certain that neither of us will regret your decision. Yvonne.
You know, the sound effects they use for radio are mighty interesting. For instance, supposing I were to broadcast that message you see on Signal's cartoon billboards. Next time, go farther with Signal. Well, if I said that same thing over a filler microphone, here's how it would sound. Next time, go farther with Signal. On the other hand, through the echo chamber, it sounds like this. Next time, go farther with Signal. But really, friends, the important thing is not how you say something, but what you say. And the important thing to you drivers is that from Canada to Mexico, Signal has become famous as the Go Farther gasoline. After all, in order to give you such good mileage, today's Signal has to help your engine run more efficiently. And when your engine runs more efficiently, naturally you also enjoy quicker starting, peppier pickup, smoother power, more of the things that make driving more fun. So to be sure of both driving economy and driving pleasure, just be sure to fill up next time at a Signal station. And next time, go farther with Signal.
Well, Charles, It looked very bad when you first arrived in London. With Dr. Roger Brookhurst, the owner of the only other first edition of Bonelli's Fables, in very ill health and equally ill nature, it seemed as if you'd be completely unable to talk him out of his copy of the book, which you must have to ensure the value of the one which you and your partner in America now possess. But the doctor's wife is going to make a difference, isn't she? You two get along beautifully the first night that you take her out, don't you? Dining in a secluded restaurant, dancing afterwards, and then a romantic stroll along the Thames. You don't even mention the precious book until you're riding home together in a cab.
I don't know when I've enjoyed myself so much.
Oh, it has been a splendid evening. You know, I can't see how a woman of your beauty endures
don't say it. I am married to Roger, and it's not his fault.
Well, all the same,
I don't want to think about it.
Very well.
This evening has been very strange. I feel as though I'd known you for years.
And I've missed you for years.
Charles, I...
What are you trying to say?
Nothing. Let's keep it light and gay.
All right. Let's discuss the subject you've avoided all evening.
I can't think of any.
Remember I came to London to get my hands on a rare book?
Oh, that.
Yeah? How do you know I haven't taken you out for a purpose?
I have had fun just the same.
Oh, you little idiot. Tell me, has your husband told you anything about the value of his Bonelli's Fables?
No, he never discusses business affairs with me.
It's worth quite a lot of money, you know.
Really?
Yes. As much as 10,000 American dollars.
That much? Honestly?
That's right.
You see Yvonne the next Friday, and then the weekend after that. You're sure she's in love with you, Charles, and you're sure she loathes her husband. But you have to find a way of bringing it out into the open, of taking advantage of it to get that book. Luck is with you there, isn't it, Charles? Or on Wednesday evening, as you walk hand in hand down a quiet lane, Yvonne turns to you.
You won't think I'm vicious, Charles, if I...
I know you're not.
It's about Roger. I can't stand it another minute. Day in and day out, jailed in that old house with that nagging invalid. I'm sorry. It's not his fault.
But you can't help what you feel.
It's true, I can't. I'm young, and I want to taste life.
Of course you do.
Do you care anything about me at all, Charles? Don't lie or pretend, please.
I love you, Yvonne.
You're not just saying that to get hold of that old book, are you, Charles?
Yvonne, the book is important to me. I'm short of cash at the moment, and the client I represent will give me a handsome bonus for getting it, but, well, it has nothing to do with my love for you.
You don't have to explain. Oh, darling, what can we do?
Why don't you take the confounded book and run off with me? The devil take it all.
I want to. I wish I could.
Well, why can't you?
The scandal would kill my family.
Well, sometimes, Yvonne, we have
No, Charles, it won't work. There must be some other way. If I could get a divorce, I'd...
Oh, well, that's impossible, isn't it?
Under the circumstances, yes. But you've got to help me, Charles.
There is another way.
What do you mean?
It could be done quickly and safely. No one would be the wiser.
No, Charles.
Your husband is in a great deal of pain, Yvonne.
No, not murder.
Don't forget I mentioned it. Perhaps we'd better say goodbye.
No. Wait. How would we do it if we decided to do it?
I assume Roger uses sleeping pills.
Yes.
A few extra in his glass of milk or tea. And
it would be all over.
Yes. Roger could leave a short note behind, explaining why he did it.
Oh, but his handwriting.
I've spent a good part of my life studying original manuscripts and letters. I'm something of an expert on handwriting.
I see. Oh, but I'm afraid, Charles. I'm very afraid.
Come here, darling.
Please hold me close, Charles. Hold me tight.
A few days later, Charles, as you sit in your lounging jacket reading a French novel, The phone rings.
Hello?
Charles,
Yes.
can you come tonight?
What time?
8.
All right.
Don't have the cab stop in front of the house.
No, of course not.
Be sure no one sees you.
I'll take every precaution.
8, then.
8.
I was afraid you wouldn't come.
You know I wouldn't let you down. Did you get everything?
Yes, in here.
These are his letters.
Yes, and they're recent, too.
Good.
Here's his pen.
Is this his usual stationery?
Yes.
Let me do a little practicing on this scratch pad, huh?
Yvonne? Yvonne?
Yes? Yes, Roger?
Is there anyone down there in the sitting room with you?
Not really, Roger.
Not really. Now, what does that mean? Is there anyone down there or not? I heard voices.
Only a neighbor.
Well, what does he want?
Just to borrow a copy of the Times.
Oh, very well. But you might tell your neighbor that subscriptions are available at the Strand.
Yes, Roger.
And bring up my tea, please.
In a moment.
Now,
Maybe we shouldn't go through with it.
slip the sleeping tablets into the tea.
What about the note? Are you sure?
It'll be perfect.
All right, then.
Yvonne! Yvonne!
Coming, Roger.
Well?
He's drinking the tea now. The note?
How's this? I've been a burden on my wife long enough. Forgive me. Roger Brookhurst, M.D.
Good. Charles, perhaps you'd better keep away until after the funeral and the inquest.
Yes, of course. I'll miss you, darling.
I'll miss you too, Charles.
I hate to bring this up at a time like this, but we must be practical.
Yes?
Perhaps I ought to sell the book for you immediately. You'll need ready cash for the funeral expenses.
Oh, no, Charles. They might ask about it at the inquest. Give me a week.
Certainly, darling. Shall we arrange for a place to meet?
What about our pub off Piccadilly Circus?
Just the place. A week from today. 4 o'clock be all right?
Yes.
Anything else?
No. I only hope I can stand the ordeal.
When it gets bad, think of us in America, married, happy, together.
I will. And now, upstairs. Do you suppose he's...
Yes. We'd better have a look.
The days that follow seem endless, don't they, Charles? You scan every edition of the newspaper, but all you find are short paragraphs in the back pages stating the simple facts of Roger's death. You fight to keep from phoning Yvonne, and the week finally passes. You find yourself at last in the pub off Piccadilly Circus for the 4 o'clock appointment with her. You wait for her nervously, and suddenly she's there, sitting down beside you in a black gown.
Charles, I don't dare stay very long, but it is good to see you.
Yes. Everything go all right, Yvonne?
Yes.
Nothing suspicious at the inquest?
Nothing.
Good. Did you bring the book?
No.
Well, why didn't you? I got a sharp cablegram from my client, and I'll need his bonus to book passage for the both of us.
Well, I couldn't help it. There were a million details. Tomorrow, Charles, I promise.
Well, I'll meet you in the morning.
Better make it afternoon.
Why?
Well, because, silly, the book is in the Bank of London, and I have to get all sorts of papers signed and sealed proving I'm me and that Roger was my husband and that I have a right to his bank vault.
Yeah, all right.
At 3, the Bank of London.
I'm sorry. I'll see you tomorrow.
You're not cross with me.
No.
You still love me?
Oh, you know I do. 3, Bank of London.
You feel much better, don't you, Charles? You're certain that tomorrow afternoon you'll have your hands on the only other original printing of Bonelli's Fables. You feel a little sad about poor Yvonne, but you don't let it bother you too much. You leave the pub and walk to the World Airlines office.
Can I be of service, sir?
I wish to book passage back to America. Boston.
Oh, yes, sir. We have a flight leaving tomorrow night at 9.
I'll take it.
How many in your party?
One.
As you're
Just
about
a
to
moment,
get your
sir.
ticket, you
Yes,
suddenly
that's
hear
right.
a familiar voice from another ticket window close by.
2 for Paris. Yes, they'll do. I'm in a hurry. Here.
You can only catch a glimpse of her back, but you're sure it's Yvonne.
Your ticket, sir?
Hold it for me.
But, sir,
I'll be back.
You rush out after her, but she disappears into a waiting car and drives off. Desperately, you look up and down the street.
Cabby! Cabby!
Off in, Yank.
Bromley suburb. And step on it.
Number and street, if you don't mind.
I'll
sir.
show you. Get going.
You have the driver let you off a block before Yvonne's house and walk the rest of the way. As you approach, you see Gerald Kimberly, the late Dr. Brookhurst's secretary, drive off in a roadster loaded with suitcases. You're afraid you're too late, aren't you, Charles, as you rush inside the Brookhurst residence.
Gerald, darling, is that you? I'm in here. The rest of the bags are packed. I'm getting the book out of the safe.
Hello, Yvonne.
Charles.
Surprised?
Yes.
I didn't think you could do a thing like this after all we went through.
Didn't you know?
I thought the lady loved me.
No crocodile tears, Charles. I was on to your game from the first.
What do you mean, game?
Oh, come off it, Charles. Imagine trying to tell me the book was worth $10,000 when poor Roger was giving it away at $50,000.
You knew. All the time, you knew.
What did you take me for anyway, an innocent little fool? Well, now you know much better.
I'll take that book.
Oh, no, you won't. You'll get out of here. Gerald and I are going away together. And if I have any more difficulties from you, I shall call the police.
You wouldn't dare.
Why not? As I remember it, you forged a suicide note.
Listen, Yvonne. This is wrong. I love you, Yvonne.
Don't lie. Besides, if it were true, it would do you little good. Gerald and I have been in love for years, but he couldn't bring himself to do away with Roger.
So that's why you let me. You used me.
That's right.
I'll take that book, Yvonne.
No, you won't. Let go of me. Oh.
Too bad, Yvonne. You could at least have had your life. And Gerald.
Cats, which are said to have 9 lives, were once used as a basis of comparison for things which are supposed to last a long while. But today, Pussy is a piker compared with the new Lee Super Deluxe tires. Here's what I mean. For extra long mileage, Lee toughens long-wearing cold rubber still further with patented high abrasive Fill Black O. And for extra safety, extra protection against blowouts or road hazards, Lee reinforces the carcass with double-life rayon cord. No wonder Lee of Conshohocken, for half a century maker of first-line tires, dares to back these famous nationally advertised new Lees with a double guarantee. Guaranteed for life against defective workmanship and materials. Guaranteed 15 months against all road hazards. When you consider that Lee charges nothing extra for all this extra quality, and dealers are now giving generous trade-in allowances on old tires, you can see why more and more drivers who want to be prepared for what's ahead are going to signal stations and Lee tire dealers for the tire with 9 lives. Lee tires.
It was over quickly, wasn't it, Charles? With Yvonne dead, you were able to take the book, dispose of your gun, and leave the house without being seen. Then you hurry to the transatlantic telephone, talk to your partner in Boston, give him some hurried instructions. You're certain you can expect a visit from the police, probably soon. And after talking with your partner, you're sure you're prepared for them, aren't you? Yes. You own an identical copy of the book. It's a matter of public record in book catalogs throughout the world. You're sure all you have to do is say that this is your copy of Bonelli's Fables. Both volumes are identical, aren't they? Even the printing errors, the flaws in lithography. And no one can know that your copy of Benelli's Fables is locked in the safe of your office in America. It's a risk, but only a slight one which you will have to take. You jump at the sound of a knock on the door. You wonder if it can be the police so soon. Quickly, you slip the stolen book from your briefcase and put it in a desk drawer and lock it.
Coming. Yes? Who are you?
I'm Inspector Kramer of Scotland Yard. May we come in?
Oh, please do. Sorry for the delay.
It's quite all right. Well, sir, I am here about a murder.
Murder?
Yvonne Brookhurst was found shot to death 2 hours ago.
This is a shock.
Rare volume was stolen by the murderer.
Bonelli's Fables?
Yes. We understand from Mr. Gerald Kimberly that you were most anxious to get the book.
I certainly was. It's an original edition. I have the only other copy. I have it with me, as a matter of fact. Our ownership is a matter of official record, if you care to investigate.
How do you happen to bring your copy with you, as valuable as it is?
Oh, with both copies in my possession, I could ask and get any price for either. Or both. I'd hope to sell them, either here or at home.
Yes, and it still seems strange.
You're more than welcome to communicate with my partner in the States, Inspector. He'll verify everything I've told you. The fact that this is our copy, the reasons why I brought it with me.
Yes, we may get around to that. Meantime, may I see your copy?
Yes, of course. Here you are, Inspector.
Yeah, thank you. It's interesting. Tell me, are you familiar with the book at all?
Oh, certainly. Mm-hmm. I read it twice a year. It gives me a chance to brush up on my Italian.
Good. Are there any identifying marks in the book?
Let's see. Yes, turn to page 32, last line. A capital letter is missing on the first word.
Any others?
Mm-hmm. The donkey, beautiful woodcut on the margin of page 50.
Yes?
The donkey's eye is missing.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Beneke, I shall have to arrest you for the murder of Yvonne Brookhurst. This is not your copy of the book. It's the Brookhurst copy.
What do you mean, Inspector?
What I said. You've never read this book, nor has anyone else. The 2 pages you mentioned are still uncut.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Meantime, Signal Oil Company and the friendly independent dealers who help you go farther with Signal gasoline hope you'll remember. Regardless of what gasoline you use, you'll enjoy more miles of happy driving if you drive at sensible speeds, obey traffic regulations, and avoid taking chances. You may even save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman as the Whistler, Les Tremaine, Alice Reinhardt, John Daner, Herb Rawlinson, and Donald Morrison. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen with story by Meyer Dolinsky, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler was entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at this same time next Sunday when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by the Whistler entitled Man on the Run, in which a killer takes dangerous and breathtaking chances in an attempt to elude pursuit. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is the CBS Radio Network. And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who is guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invite you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. 3 minus 1 equals murder.
It was on the outskirts of Los Angeles. The girl stood in the glare of the oncoming headlights, waving her arms, not knowing for certain if the young man at the wheel could see her through the rain and the 3 a.m. darkness. She wondered if he was going to go on past, and she shouted out to him,
Stop! Please stop!
Hey, what's the matter? I almost ran over you.
Oh, I was afraid you wouldn't stop. I got a flat.
Look, if you expect me to change a tire in this rain...
No, of course not. I can pick up the car tomorrow. How about a lift, huh?
Okay, get in.
Thanks. Well, something wrong?
No. Nothing's wrong.
Oh, I didn't think I looked that bad.
No. You look good. You're just a little wet. We better get going.
I thought that was the idea.
Yeah. Well, where to?
It's not far. Turn left down here and then take the road up to the hills. What's so funny?
Well, it sounds like you're taking me to Lover's Lane.
I see you've been there before.
Only to look at the view.
And did you like it?
The view?
Mm-hmm.
Left me breathless. Oh, here, take my handkerchief.
Oh, thanks. Oh, you're wonderful. Sure glad you came along.
You been to a party?
No, I was just coming home from work.
Work? In those clothes?
I'm a singer, Sylvia Starr. My real name is Sylvia Sanford.
Oh, where?
Mario's.
Oh, it's quite a spot.
Now my interview. Name?
Yeah, Matt Blake.
Matt Blake. Nice. Profession?
Airplane mechanic at Glenview Airport.
Sounds very exciting.
As a matter of fact, it's pretty dull, especially the late shift. Just came off duty.
Lucky for me.
Hey, if we don't hurry and get you home, you won't be able to sing.
Oh, just around a couple of more curves. Who was it that said, let's get out of these wet clothes into a dry martini?
Oh, Robert Benchley.
Oh, he knew what he was talking about. Say, wouldn't you like to come in for a drink? Maybe by that time the rain will stop.
Well, that's the best idea I've heard all evening.
Here, turn in this driveway. Watch it, it's pretty sharp.
You mean you live here?
Mm-hmm. Big, isn't it?
Singers must be doing all right these days.
Oh, I'm not that good. I married money.
Well, you're married. Well, look, I'd better be getting out.
Don't be silly. He's out of town.
Oh.
Well, after all, you've driven me clear up here. The least you deserve is a drink.
Okay. You twisted my arm.
Oh, here's the light. Oh, it's good to be inside. Give me a coat. Make yourself at home.
Home? I feel more like I was in a hotel.
The den straight down the hall here.
Wow. This is very cozy. Very cozy.
I'm having brandy and soda. What would you like?
Oh, that's good. Hold the soda on the side. You're sure your husband isn't here?
Positive. He won't be home for 2 days.
Well, good for him.
Here you are.
Home, sweet home.
I'll open the curtain so we can look at the light. You know, when I'm alone, I like to sit here at night and look at the world down there.
Are you Alone, often?
Yes. Dutch, my husband's gone quite a lot. With him, business comes first.
Yeah, well, somehow I find that hard to believe.
Oh, he's not at all like me. We live in two different worlds.
What does he do in his world? Rob banks for a living?
No, he's got timberlands. He owns half the trees in Oregon.
Lady, you are in clover.
Am I?
What does that mean?
Lots of girls think diamonds are a girl's best friend till they have them. Then they find out they want something more.
Yeah, you women are all alike. You've got to complicate your lives.
You got something against romance?
I'm beginning to think more of it every minute. But with me, it might get in the way. You see, I'm a firm believer in the old school of marrying rich widows. They can't afford to be sentimental. It's either money or love, not both.
No.
By the way, how's your husband's health?
Better than mine.
Lucky fellow. Perfect health, imported brandy, and a beautiful wife.
In that order?
Not if you were mine. I'd put you right at the top of the list. You and your blonde hair.
Here, give me a glass.
I wish I could say, let me take you away from all this, but somehow it doesn't fit.
No, it doesn't, does it? You'd better just finish your drink before we change our minds.
Yes, Sylvia, you send him away. And you're a little sorry it has to be this way, aren't you? Matt is handsome, with the charm of frankness you like so much. But you know what you're doing. And you wait just long enough before managing a second meeting out at the airport.
Hey, Matt.
Yeah, Joe?
Somebody here to see you.
See me? Who is it?
Standing over there. Tell me how you do it sometime.
Sylvia.
Hello, Matt. I just wanted to thank you for the lift the other night.
Oh, any time, baby. I didn't expect to see you here at the airport.
See that civilian plane that just took off? Dutch is in it. Another trip.
How long's he gone this time?
Oh, a couple of days. Look, if I'm interrupting
Hey,
your work...
hold it, sweetheart. You can't come and go this easy. How's the brandy holding on?
Oh, there's plenty left.
Oh, that's more like it. How about tonight? After I'm through here.
All right, why not? Tonight, Matt.
Things are going fine, aren't they, Sylvia? And after that, you see Matt again and again. And finally, on one of your husband's many trips out of town, you and Matt are together in your cozy den. And you're sure now is the time to get on with your plan. Now that you're finally in his arms.
Oh, baby.
Just hold me, Matt.
Sylvia, what is it with us?
Oh, Matt, don't you know? We're in love, you and me.
But it's impossible. It's crazy.
That's what love is.
Look, Doll, use your head. It won't work.
It can work. We can make it work. Listen, darling. This is the chance you've been waiting for. You want a rich widow to take care of you.
Rich widow?
I want the job, Matt.
You're going a little too fast for me.
Do I have to make it any plainer? We could get rid of Dutch.
Wait a minute, Sylvia. You're talking about murder.
We could have his money and each other. Oh, Matt, I'm desperate. Say you'll help me, please.
Wait a minute. You know, Sylvia, you missed your calling. You should be an actress.
What do you mean?
That little speech was very touching.
Matt, I don't...
Do I look that dumb? If you want to get rid of your husband, you'll have to get another sucker. I'm not going to be the fall guy for any dame.
Doesn't my loving you make any difference?
You expect me to believe that? I'm almost wondering if you didn't set this up from the beginning.
Oh, you're a fool, Matt. I love you.
Oh, stop it, Sylvia. When you get right down to it, you're just a woman, and every corner comes equipped with one.
Not like me.
No. Not like you. But an awful lot safer.
Matt, don't leave me.
I'm getting out of here. So long, Sylvia.
All right, go on. But somehow, I think you'll be back.
Go farther. Go Just mention those two words, go farther, to motorists anywhere around these Pacific Coast states, and what do they think of? Why, Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, of course. Now, it goes without saying, in order to be known as the Go Farther gasoline, Signal has to give mighty good mileage. But sometimes a product becomes so celebrated for one feature, people forget it has other advantages, too. I'm referring to the satisfying performance, which naturally goes hand in hand with Signal's good mileage. As you've heard me explain before, you get that good Signal mileage because today's Signal gas helps your engine run so efficiently. And when your engine runs efficiently, naturally you also enjoy quicker starting, peppier pickup, smoother power. That's why Signal hopes you'll remember. The best yardstick of a gasoline's performance is its mileage, which also explains why more and more motorists who insist on the tops in driving pleasure are switching to Signal, the famous gasoline that helps you go farther. Go farther. Go farther.
Well, Sylvia, you finally told Matt what's been on your mind so long. The murder of your husband. And you don't give up when Matt storms angrily out, refusing to have any part of it, do you? No. Because you're certain that here in this house is the answer to all of Matt's dreams. You, Sylvia. And the easy money he'll share with you once Dutch is dead. Matt stays away from you for a whole week. And then...
Matt. Oh, I knew it was you. I knew it.
Why did I come back?
Don't you know?
I want you to tell me.
Because you love me. And I love you.
Say it again. And mean it, Sylvia.
Close the door.
That tells me everything I want to know.
What now, Matt?
I'll do whatever you want, Sylvia. Anything. But it's got to be quick.
But carefully. It takes planning.
I've seen your husband at the airport, Sylvia, and I've been noticing things. He's the kind who takes chances, likes his night flying.
Everyone knows the chances Dutch takes. Part of his nature.
The way he drives his car. Don't you ever pick him up at the airport?
No, he leaves his car there.
When does he come home next, Sylvia?
Friday night. Why?
Well, that long stretch of road below here before it hits the hills, it's deserted late at night. Now, supposing he goes off the road at high speed, crashes. People would say he took one chance too many.
Matt, it's awful risky. Whatever you do, be careful.
I'll see that his car goes off the road. So long, baby.
Goodbye, darling.
Well, Sylvia, it's going to happen even sooner than you had dared hoped, isn't it? The days ahead seem like years, but you check your impatience, knowing that it's all up to Matt. And whatever happens is on his shoulders. Friday night, you stay within the safety of your house in the hills. But it's not hard to imagine the scene on that lonely stretch of road when the hour comes. Your husband, driving at his usual breakneck speed. Now another car coming up behind. Then alongside, crowding Dutch over relentlessly. Dutch's angry shout till his tires hit the shoulder. And then the wild crash as his car careens down the embankment.
Hello?
Relax, baby.
Oh, Matt. Matt, are you all right?
I couldn't be better, but I can't say as much for your late husband.
Then it worked. You're sure?
I said relax, Sylvia. It went just like I said it would. He was doing 70 when he went off the road.
Oh, Matt, when'll I see you?
I better sit tight tonight. When I see you again, it's for keeps. Right, baby?
Yes, Matt, yes. For keeps.
It looks like the house and everything Dutch has is yours now, Sylvia. And when the doorbell rings an hour later, you're sure it's the police, coming to tell you of your husband's untimely death.
Dutch.
So surprised to see your husband, Sylvia?
Why, Why, no,
It's almost as though you didn't expect me. Or did you?
Well, of course I did. It's just that you look so strange. What happened, Dutch?
I'm not quite sure.
Then something did happen.
A car deliberately ran me off the road. I'm wondering why.
Oh, darling, how awful. The driver must have been drunk.
Maybe. Only he drove away safely enough. I'm not a bad driver myself, Sylvia, or I'd have turned over for sure.
Oh, thank heavens you're all right, honey. Look, why don't I get you a drink and then you can get some rest?
Not now. Come into the den, Sylvia. I want to talk with you.
Tonight? Why?
I've been thinking about you these last few weeks, Sylvia. And what happened in the past hour.
Surely you're not accusing me of...
Is there any reason why I should?
No, of course not. Oh, Dutch, you're not yourself.
Sit down, Sylvia. Now listen to me.
Very well.
I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. You're still my wife. I've made up my mind about a lot of things. To begin with, you're giving up your crazy idea of being a singer again.
I see. In spite of what you think, other people like my voice. They pay to hear me.
They pay money to see you wiggle in those dresses you wear. You haven't changed, Sylvia. You're still the same girl I took out of the carnival 5 years ago, the snake dancer. Come one, come all, only a dime.
Can't you ever forget you found me in a carnival?
I can't forget, Sylvia, because you won't let me.
Oh, why did you marry me? I don't think you ever loved me.
You're wrong, Sylvia. I did love you. And besides, you're beautiful. And I like beautiful things. You know that. Yes, I still take pride in having you here, Sylvia. It soothes a man's ego to have a beautiful young wife.
But you never let me do anything I like. You're always criticizing, always complaining.
Perhaps it's because I see something in you that should be developed, some innate sense of refinement.
Oh, really? You're supposed to marry people for love, not to develop them.
I'm touched deeply, my dear. This is the first time I knew you ever married me for love.
Oh, what makes you this way? Don't you have any feelings?
Stop it, Sylvia. No, I'm going to say this once more, and this time I want it to sink in. I'm not a man who can live alone with disappointment, nor uncertainty about my wife. If you want to go on accepting the comforts I give you, enjoy my money, inherit it if anything happens to me, you're going to have to live the way I want you to.
It's that or else. Is that what you mean, Dutch?
As of this moment, everything is changing. I intend for us to go abroad this winter, and I expect you to conduct yourself like a lady. Is that clear? Is it?
Yes. It's perfectly clear.
Good. And in the meantime, Sylvia, just to remind you, a lady always remains loyal to her husband.
More days go by, Sylvia. But now that Dutch has delivered his ultimatum, you're more than ever determined to do away with him once and for all. But as long as Dutch is home, you don't dare see Matt. Because you're not quite sure how much Dutch might know, are you? But at last you call Matt from the beach house, and he rushes to meet you.
Matt, he's been watching me like a hawk.
Baby, is it safe here?
Yes, he went to Bakersfield, but just for today. Besides, he hardly ever comes to the beach house. Oh, darling, I can't live with him any longer.
I know, baby. It's got to be us, straight down the line.
Soon. It's got to be soon. Every day I'm away from you,
But you were right. It's got to be planned. The next time we've got to be sure.
It shouldn't be so difficult, should it, Matt?
No, it's still the getting away with it.
We could still make it look like an accident. He could fall in the pool, or his gun could go off while he was cleaning it.
No, that's no good. At least no better than the last try.
Oh.
Baby, tell me some more about Dutch.
Well, what? What do you want to know?
Everything. Anything you know. Just talk.
Well, I guess Dutch is what you'd call a proud man. He's always telling how he started with nothing and worked his way up. How he had to fight for everything.
You sit there, Sylvia, talking, as the ice in your drink melts down to water, and the sunlight filling the room gradually turns to shadows. You talk on, oblivious to everything else, waiting for the perfect plan.
Dutch feels he was kicked around. Guess that's why he's never trusted anyone. That's why he learned to fly his own plane, so he wouldn't have to depend on anyone.
His own plane. Why didn't we think of that?
Oh, Matt, would it be possible?
At the Glenview Airport, where I'm a mechanic. Why not? You say he'll be back tonight, Sylvia?
Late, yes.
All right. I better not do anything to draw suspicion. See, you go out to Glenview and be there at the airport waiting for him when he comes in. Find out exactly where he keeps the plane, who his mechanic is, and when he gets the plane ready for the next flight. Now, you understand?
Yes. You mean something could happen to his plane?
I can fix it. Leave that to me.
But what if somebody suspects? Dutch is a good flyer, Matt. He knows planes.
Not like I do. See, a crash at the airport wouldn't be so good. Let him take off, that's it. He gets in the air, things will be going fine till something snaps.
You're sure it's possible?
I tell you, I know a way, Sylvia. And once Dutch crashes and the plane burns, no investigation in the world will turn up anything.
At 11 o'clock that night, Sylvia, you're standing inside the terminal gate waiting for Dutch. You watch the planes land and take off, almost forgetting to breathe. They're the symbol of your freedom now, and then suddenly...
Sylvia!
Oh, Dutch.
I thought I saw you standing at the gate, but I couldn't believe my eyes. Why, I thought you weren't interested in planes.
Well, you're looking at a new woman, honey. I decided that since you spend so much time in the air, I want to know everything about it.
Well, come on over with me, and I'll show you the plane, then. Oh, I'm glad you came on, dear. Now, before long, you'll be as crazy about flying as I am.
You're probably right, Dutch. When are you taking your next flight?
Huh? Oh, next Wednesday.
Oh.
Do I detect a note of sadness?
Well, I was just thinking how long away that was. I mean, how long you'll be away.
Sylvia, I've been thinking ever since I got back from my last trip and we quarreled. I've been thinking...
Oh, please, don't start in again, Dutch.
No, let me finish. I've been blaming you for all our difficulties, and I've been very harsh, but it's been my fault, too. Maybe more than yours. After all, you're young, full of life, and it's not much fun being tied to a man who's away so much.
Dutch, you don't hear me complaining?
No, wait, Sylvia. I've tried to change you and mold you to my pattern of thinking. That was stupid. You were right. You can't marry people in hopes of changing them. You marry them because you love them. Well, what I'm trying to say, and I'm afraid I'm saying it very badly, is I do love you, Sylvia. Can't we make a new start?
A new start?
I'm going to give up all the business trips unless we can go together like the trip abroad I've planned. I'm going to stay home with you and spend all of my time making you happy. That would make you happy, wouldn't it?
Why, yes.
And on this next trip, I'm going to get everything in order, wind up the loose ends, and then I promise you, dear, it'll be the last trip I'll take.
Your last trip?
Yes, Sylvia. And we'll make it an occasion you'll never forget.
That night after dinner, you make an excuse to go out, phone Matt. And later, you meet him at an all-night market and start setting the plans for next Wednesday. Lay the groundwork for murder. And then comes the hardest part of all, Sylvia. More waiting. There are 5 days left. 5 days of staring at the clock. 5 days of looking at the calendar. And Dutch never leaves you alone. He's very gay and attentive, trying hard to make you smile. You look up into his face and smile back at him when he kisses you. Every nerve in your body is twisted, but you smile back at him because you know you won't have to smile at him much longer. Of course, you don't go with Dutch to the airport Wednesday morning. When he leaves, you kiss him at the door and wave a fond goodbye. You know that Matt is waiting halfway down the hill, his work done, waiting only long enough to see Dutch drive away. It's only a few minutes until Matt arrives and you're in each other's arms.
Oh, you're sure, Matt? You're sure he'll crash?
I'm positive. He won't be in the air more than a few minutes before he loses control.
Oh, what if he notices something wrong before he takes off?
Oh, look, baby, I've taken enough planes apart and put them back together to know what I'm doing. He'll get off the ground, but not too much further. Our worries are over, Sylvia.
Oh, darling. Matt, darling.
Oh, don't cry, baby. We'll have everything now. We can really start to live.
you hear people say, you don't get anything for nothing these days. Well, if I may borrow a phrase from Gershwin, it ain't necessarily so. At least you certainly get a lot of extras without paying extra for them when you buy Lee tires. For instance, like most modern tire makers, Lee uses cold rubber. But Lee gives its cold rubber extra toughness by adding patented high abrasive Fill Black O. All tires have to have some kind of carcass, but Lee gives its carcass extra reinforcement against blowouts and damage with double life rayon cord. And while numerous tires are guaranteed, Lee Super Deluxe passenger tires give you extra protection with a double guarantee. Guaranteed 15 months against all road hazards, guaranteed for life against defective materials and workmanship. Yet you pay nothing extra for all these extras in Lee tires. In fact, right now, signal stations and Lee tire dealers are even giving generous trade-in allowances for old tires. So any way you look at it, for value, for mileage, for safety, your best tire buy is a nationally advertised Lee tire, proudly featured and guaranteed by more than 19,000 dealers throughout America, including all signal service stations.
The blast of the crashing plane was heard all over the valley, sending residents rushing from their homes to see the flames and smoke of the wreckage. Firefighters quickly blocked the area, but the newsmen got through, got the story, and called their papers.
City desk.
Hello, Scotty. This is Clary. Here's the story on that plane crash.
Dutch Sanford, the Lumber King?
That's the one.
What about his house?
Nothing left of it. Looks like an atom bomb hit it. According to neighbors, he flew low and buzzed it a couple of times, apparently signaling goodbye to his wife. On the last dive, he couldn't pull out of it. Piled right into his own house.
How did they identify Sanford?
Dutch Sanford wasn't killed. The crash threw him free of the plane, and they pulled him out of some bushes. He'll be as good as new in a few weeks.
Anybody in the house?
They recovered 2 bodies, Dutch's wife, Sylvia, and some guy who was with her. We don't know who he was. Chances are we never will.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you, the USO, which serves as a home away from home for our boys in uniform, is one of the many worthy services you'll be helping this year when you contribute to the current Community Chest campaign. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman as the Whistler, Doris Singleton, Hy Averback, Bill Conrad, and Bob Bruce. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Jolene Hinman, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at this same time next Sunday when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler, entitled Love Match, in which a terrible mistrust between a pair of conspirators leads to grimly exciting mystery and murder. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network. And now stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. You can't trust a stranger.
As you walk down the crowded corridor from the district attorney's office, you can feel the stares and hear the whispers. There's Frank Malloy. He's getting out, but not for long. It's costing you $10,000 to walk out that front door, but it's worth it, isn't it, Frank? Because you have a plan, at least part of one. Yes. You reach the front entrance, push open the heavy door, and go out into the street. There at the curb, you recognize the long yellow convertible and the attractive blonde sitting inside. She slides over as you slip in behind the wheel.
In again, out again.
Yeah.
How was jail this time?
Lay off, Vivian.
From what I read in the papers, they're going to put you away for a long, long time after the small formality of a trial.
Well, don't believe everything you read. I'm not going on trial.
You are?
No. Not going to be around long enough to give him a chance.
You're going to jump bail.
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
You'll lose your $10,000 bond.
Doesn't matter. I've got plenty, and it's put away where I can get at it in a hurry.
Where will you go?
We're going together, baby.
I'm ready, Frank.
I don't know how or where we're going, but we're getting out of the States. We can beat it to Havana and then maybe South America. I'll get a divorce and we're all set. We've got enough money to last us the rest of our lives.
That sounds wonderful, but how do you expect to get away? The moment they miss you, they'll be watching for you everywhere.
Yeah, I know. DA wants to see me in a couple of days. So whatever we're going to do, we're going to have to move fast.
Well, we can't just take a plane or a train. Before we start running, Frank, we have to think of something, some kind of plan.
Yeah, I know.
What about a private plane and pilot? Let's find out about it right away.
No. There's something else I've got to find out first.
What do you mean?
I'm going out to the ranch. I'm going to see my wife.
You're going out to see Martha?
That's right.
Why?
Vivian, didn't you ever wonder how the district attorney got hold of all my records and books that I kept? You think I sent them to him? You think I wanted the smoothest gambling syndicate in the state to come crashing down around my neck? No, but somebody else did. It had to be somebody I trusted, somebody close to me. I want to be sure it wasn't Martha.
But, Frank, don't you...
And they have enough on me to put me away for 20 years. I want to know where they got it.
Oh, Frank, what difference does it make now? All that matters now is getting away.
We'll get away, baby. Don't worry. But first I want to see Martha. I just want to know.
As you drive through the city and across the Bay Bridge, your thoughts dwell upon your wife, Martha, don't they, Frank? You begin to think back, wondering just how much Martha knew about you and your organization. Wondering if she knew about Vivian or any of the others. Wondering if it could have been Martha who brought everything crashing down, sending you to jail. And there are other things to be thought of. How will you manage to get out of the country before the district attorney knows you're gone? Chartered plane and a private pilot might work. And you do have friends in Florida who would help you and Vivian get out of the country. After an hour of driving and thinking, you're suddenly startled as Vivian pulls violently at your arm.
Frank, look out!
Did I hit him?
I don't know. He's lying by the side of the highway.
I didn't see him in time. What was he doing out in the middle of the highway?
Look, he's getting up.
Come on, we better have a look at him. Come on.
He is getting up.
Yeah. Doesn't look like he's hurt too badly. Hey, you all right?
I don't know. I think so.
What were you doing out in the middle of the highway?
I was trying to catch a ride.
Does anything feel broken?
No. No, I don't think so. I saw you coming right at me, and I dove for the side of the road. You didn't hit me.
Oh, it's a relief.
Looks like my trousers are finished.
You're sure you're all right?
Yeah. Forget it. It's my own fault for standing in the middle of the highway.
What's your name?
My name?
Yeah.
Chuck. Why?
Well, Chuck, I feel kind of bad about this. I think the least I can do is offer you a ride. Do something about those trousers, too.
Forget it. It was my fault.
Well, we can't leave you standing here. We're going another 10 miles.
Okay. Let me get my hat out of the ditch.
Frank, do you have to give him a lift? He admits it was his fault. Let's get out of here.
Didn't you notice something, Vivian? Something real interesting about that fella?
What are you talking about?
Look, he's just turned around. Look at him. Now look at me. Notice anything?
Frank.
See it? Looks a lot like me, huh?
Yeah.
Same size, build, even his features. Yeah, if I worked it out right, I could get away with it.
Get away with what?
Just think, Vivian, how much easier it would be for us to get away if everybody thought that I was dead.
If you really want to protect the money invested in your car, then the motor oil for you is Signal's amazing new heavy-duty oil that reduces engine wear 50%. Signal Premium, heavy-duty Signal Premium. Now, there's the oil that really protects your car. This proved and improved heavy-duty Signal oil does more, much more than just lubricate. In addition, Signal Premium motor oil cools, cleans, cushions, seals, and protects. Result? Tests under all types of driving conditions prove. New Signal Premium motor oil reduces engine wear 50%. Your engine keeps its like-new pep and power twice as long. So if you're still using lazy, old-fashioned oil that merely lubricates, it's high time to make a change for the better. Change oil next time at a Signal service station. Change to new, harder-working Signal Premium motor oil that reduces engine wear 50%.
Signal gasoline. Your car will go far. We'll go for the gasoline.
Almost every piece of the plan seems to fit together, doesn't it, Frank? If the police thought you were dead, you and Vivian could take your time about getting out of the country. You could go knowing they weren't watching for you. You study the man whom you almost hit on the highway, and already you're planning the last few hours of his life.
I'll be real nice to him, Vivian, and get him to talk about himself. We have to find out as much about him as we can.
You just leave it to me, Frank.
Okay. All set, Chuck?
Yeah.
Let's go then, huh?
Some buggy.
Yeah.
Always promised myself I'd have one of these someday. Look at me. I don't even have bus fare. My clothes are dirty and wrinkled, and I need a shave. I look like a tramp. I don't blame people for passing me by.
Where were you headed, Chuck?
Los Angeles, I guess. They tell me the nights are balmy down there. It makes a difference when you sleep in parked cars.
Well, don't you have any friends in Los Angeles?
I don't have any friends anywhere.
Well, that's a pretty broad statement, Chuck. Must have friends somewhere. Maybe back home, huh?
I wouldn't know. I haven't been home in a long time. Been everywhere else. Australia, Africa, Brazil. Been working on freighters. Just got back to the States last week.
Just last week, huh?
Right. Been gone nearly 5 years.
Oh? Where is your home?
I come from a place called Hyannis. Ever hear it? It's in Massachusetts, Cape Cod.
No, never heard of it.
It's a fishing village.
Oh.
Still, it doesn't seem possible that a man doesn't have any friends.
Oh, you must have a girlfriend.
Yeah. Had a girl once in Hyannis. Her name was Mamie.
Mamie?
was a long time ago when I was young and foolish.
Whatever happened to Mamie?
I wouldn't know. I wrote her for a while, but when I didn't get any answer to my letters, I just forgot about Mamie.
Say, Chuck, tell me, what kind of work do you do?
I'm one of those guys who can do anything until you pin me down, and then it turns out I can't do much of anything.
Well, I'm sure you'll fit in somewhere, someday. Just haven't run into it yet.
Maybe. In the meantime, I like drifting around the world. I'm not talking too much. I don't get the chance to talk to people very often, especially about myself. Everybody likes to talk about themselves.
What are you going to do when you get back to L.A.?
Look for work, I guess. I'm broke.
Well, if you really want a job, Chuck, maybe I can do something for you.
What do you mean?
Well, did you ever tend bar?
No.
Well, I own a string of bars throughout the valley. If you're willing to learn, maybe I can put you to work as a bartender.
Me, a bartender? A guy's on his feet a lot in that kind of work.
You can make good money.
Yeah, I can believe that. But, tell me something. Why all the interest in me?
Well, we might have run over you, maybe killed you. I think the least Frank can do is try and help you out a little.
Do you think I could learn to tend bar?
Oh, I'm sure you could, Chuck.
It's an interesting proposition, Mr.
Malloy. Just call me Frank.
I'm Vivian, Chuck.
Hi. How do you like that? Yesterday I was bumming around. Today I'm going to be a bartender. Who knows what'll happen tomorrow?
You know, don't you, Frank? You know exactly what's in store for Chuck tomorrow. As a matter of fact, you wonder if he'll even be alive tomorrow. Because now you're certain that he will do fine as a part of your plan. No one knows about him. No one even knows where he is. No one would miss him if he disappeared. He assured you of that. As you turn off the main highway toward your small ranch, you already have the first stages of the plan ready. You stop the car at the gate.
I have to take care of some business here, Chuck. You go with Vivian. She'll put you up for the afternoon.
Whatever you say, boss.
Take him to my apartment, huh? Here's his key. I'll call you.
When?
As soon as I've made the arrangements we were talking about.
Will they take long?
No. Everything will be taken care of by tonight.
Tonight?
Yeah. And take good care of Chuck, huh? Make him feel at home.
Now, well, we'll be at your place. You call me.
I'll call you. Well, I'll see you later tonight, Chuck.
Sure thing, Mr. Malloy.
Bye, baby.
Bye.
You watch them disappear down the road, Frank, and then you turn toward the house. Everything seems peaceful and undisturbed, and you realize how long it has been since you've come out to the ranch. As you reach the steps and put your hand to the door knocker, you wonder if Martha will be surprised to see you.
Hello, Frank.
Hello, Martha. I've come to see you.
Come in.
You don't seem surprised to see me.
I'm not.
You were expecting me?
Yes.
Then you knew I was out of jail.
Sit down, Frank. Would you like a cup of coffee?
No, nothing, except... Martha, I think you know who turned me into the district attorney. Who was it?
Why, I did. I did what I thought was right. You must have known, Frank.
I always trusted you. You were the one person I thought I didn't have to worry about.
That's it exactly, Frank. You never worried about me. I don't think you even thought about me. There was a time when I was the most important thing in the world to you.
So you fix it, they'll send me to prison.
You belong in prison. You become nothing more than a gangster, a hoodlum. You're not the man I married 15 years ago. Little by little, I watched you change. You began to make money, lots of money. And along with your money, you gained power. The more you got, the more you wanted. And anything you couldn't have, you destroyed. What did you expect to do? Own everything and everyone someday?
But to turn me in like that,
I had to stop you for your own sake, and I did it the only way I knew how. I cried for months because I knew the only way to stop you was to call the district attorney. I did what I thought was right.
Now you know, Frank. You know who betrayed you and why it was done. You begin to pace around the room, walking faster and faster, bumping into things and knocking them over. And suddenly you stop in front of the mantel. You see the clock and the feeling of rage subsides. You realize that by 9 o'clock tonight, things will be all right. And Martha, conscientious Martha, will have a strange punishment, won't she, Frank? She'll always believe she sent you to your death. After a long silence, Martha throws a shawl over her shoulders and walks outside.
Hello?
Frank, Vivian. Everything all right?
Yes, I've been listening to the story of Chuck's life. Seems his girlfriend, Mamie, was quite a gal. Now our bartender's in the other room practicing with your liquor.
Good. Now listen, Vivian. Get one of my suits out of the closet and give it to Chuck. Have him shower and shave and put the suit on. We're going to a party.
I understand.
Tell him you're meeting me at one of my places up at the lake. Leave my apartment by 8:30 and drive up on Skyline Drive to Mountain View Club. Now don't stop anywhere. When you get there, wait in the parking lot and back. Be there by 9 o'clock. Clear?
Clear and simple. What exactly are you planning, Frank?
Like I said, a party.
I see.
Good. Are you sure you've got it all?
We'll see you at the party at 9.
At 9. What are you doing out here, Martha?
Listening to the crickets. It's a nice night.
Yeah. I used to go riding on nights like this.
You remember that?
Of course.
I'm surprised, Frank.
Are you? Well, here's another surprise for you, Martha. I'm not going to do anything about the fact that you turned against me.
Oh?
Matter of fact, when I leave here, I'm going for a little ride. One we often used to take together. Along Skyline Drive.
Frank, what have you got on your mind?
Just you, Martha. I'll be thinking of you.
I'll get my coat, Frank.
Oh, no, Martha. Wouldn't be right for you to go anywhere with a hoodlum, a criminal.
Frank.
Goodbye, Martha. Remember, I'll be thinking of you.
The expression on her face, in her eyes, delights you, doesn't it, Frank? Martha is still in love with you after all this time. And later, when your plan goes through, she'll have something to think about, won't she? Something that will be her punishment. Yes, Martha, conscientious as she is, will feel deeply when Chuck's body is finally found in your car, wearing your clothes at the bottom of the lake. Martha will always believe you killed yourself because she turned you in to the district attorney. And above all, she'll testify that you were heading for the Skyline Drive. That part will help eliminate the identification problem. High up on Skyline Drive, you pull into the parking lot of the darkened club, where you agreed to meet Vivian. A few minutes later, the headlights of her car come into view.
Right on time.
What? Oh, hi, Mr. Malloy. Didn't know you were here yet. Say, thanks for the suit. How do I look?
Just fine, Chuck.
Are we on time for the party, Frank?
Oh, right on time. Oh, say, Chuck, would you give me a hand with some stuff in my car? It's right over here.
Sure. Vivian said we were going to a party. Is it in that place up there?
No, not there.
I didn't think so. Joint looks closed down. It's sure dark out here. What are we going to tell...
Chuck, this! Yeah. Party's almost over for you, Chuck.
Well,
What happened?
I hit him. He'll be easier to handle this way. Pull that door open so I can put him in the car.
Right. What are we going to do now?
You stay here about 5 minutes and then drive up the highway about 1 mile. The road makes that sharp bend around the lake.
Yeah, I know where it
I'll
is.
be waiting. I'll be waiting there, off the highway. Blink your lights as you approach, and I'll come out and wave you down. Yeah, there.
I thought you were going to bring Martha with you.
No. I've taken care of Martha. Another way.
You drive out of the parking lot, and in a few minutes you reach the sharp curve in the highway. Pull over and stop where the edge drops off into the deep end of the lake. And it only takes seconds to drag Chuck's body to the front seat behind the wheel. Carefully, you go through his pockets and remove everything. Then plant your belongings in his pockets. You put your ring and watch on him. Then everything is ready. You push the clutch in, put the car in gear. As you jump back away from the car, it jerks forward and over the ledge. To disappear in the deep black water of the lake.
Is it all over?
See for yourself. By the time they pull the car out of the water, it'll look like Frank Malloy was drowned when his car skidded off the road and crashed into the lake.
Let's hope so.
It'll be weeks before they find the body, and the water will make positive identification pretty difficult. But they'll find enough there to think it's me. And Martha will help, too. Yeah, all we have to do is hide out until he's found. We'll be free, Viv.
Where do we go now?
Well, first we have to stop at a couple of places down the valley and pick up the money I put away.
Well, that's a must.
And we'll drive on to Los Angeles where we can hide out. Then we'll see.
Whatever you say, Frank.
Now, let's get out of here. You know, it's funny how Martha tried to send me to jail. When she recognizes my clothes, her story, more than anything, will help to set me free.
Throughout the western states, from Canada to Mexico, one gasoline is famous as the Go Farther gasoline. It's Signal gasoline. Now, naturally, we're mighty proud of Signal's good mileage, which has built that reputation. But equally important to you as a motorist is the way Signal gives you such good mileage. You see, today's Signal helps your engine run so efficiently, you save gasoline 3 ways. 1, you save gasoline with Signal's quick starting. 2, you save gasoline with Signal's smooth, obedient pickup, free from balking and hesitation. 3, you save gasoline with Signal's lively power that gets you into high gear fast, helps you stay there with a minimum of shifting on hills or in traffic. So you see, considering the number of times a day you start your car, accelerate, and shift gears, even a little gasoline saved each time soon adds up to a big saving. So there, in a nutshell, friends, is why motorists call Signal the Go Farther gasoline. Why not treat your car to a tank full tomorrow and go farther with Signal?
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far with Go Farther gasoline.
One morning, 2 months later, you open your eyes in a hotel just outside the city of Los Angeles, don't you, Frank? Yes, you've been here 2 months, waiting for someone to find the body of Chuck and identify him as you, the missing Frank Malloy. And last night's paper carried the story you've been waiting for, the story of your death. Now it'll be safe to change your name and leave the country with Vivian. Everything has gone perfectly, hasn't it, Frank? You stretch out on the bed and your hand drops down to touch the small handbag you've kept beside you. The bag containing over $100,000. Suddenly you sit up, realizing the bag is gone. You get up and search the room frantically, but the money isn't there.
Operator. Operator! Oh.
Yes, sir?
Would you connect me with room 303, Miss Vivian Smith, and hurry?
Yes, sir. Well, I'm sorry, sir, but Miss Smith checked out of the hotel about an hour ago.
What? Did she leave a message?
Nothing, sir. Anything else, sir?
No. Nothing. Who's there?
Vivian.
Vivian. Vivian, the bag with the money.
That's what you looking for?
Who are you?
He's from the police department, Dar.
The police?
Yes, he picked me up at the airport. After reading the story in the paper last night, I thought it was safe enough now to leave, only it wasn't.
She was taking your money and running out on you, Malloy.
And why not? It would only be a matter of time before I meant no more to him than Martha.
Shut up, Vivian.
It doesn't matter now, Frank.
Sure doesn't. You see, the newspaper story was just to get you out in the open. Some fishermen did find a body in the lake, but after all this time, it was a little hard to identify. He was wearing your clothes, Malloy, and was in your car. Your wife thought it was you.
But I don't see how that could...
I'll tell you something, though. At the morgue, we found out different. You see, Malloy, it wasn't hard to figure out what you'd done when we found a tattoo on the drowned man's chest. Yeah, a tattoo of a heart with the words Chuck and Mamie.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Meantime, Signal Oil Company and the friendly independent dealers who help you go farther with Signal gasoline hope you'll remember, regardless of what gasoline you use, you'll enjoy more miles of happy driving if you drive at sensible speeds, obey traffic regulations, and avoid taking chances. When you take a chance to save a moment, you take a chance on that moment's being your last. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman as the Whistler, Gerald Moore, Betty Lou Gerson, Shepard Menken, and Charlotte Lawrence. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Gus Bays, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler was entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at this same time next Sunday, when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company.
Signal gasoline.
Stay tuned now for Horatio Hornblower, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
And now for the radio program that has rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program. The mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. And I'll tell you why. It's because you know who's guilty. You see his every move. You know his complete plans, even his innermost thoughts. Yet the final curtain always brings a startling surprise. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's the Whistler for the tops in entertainment. And for the tops in gasoline quality, it's Signal. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly independent signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. A question of murder.
The terrible truth underlying it all didn't come to Carol Randolph as a bolt out of the blue. Rather, it came slowly, like the gathering of a summer storm. In the beginning, there was only a gentle rustling, like the movement of the leaves before a wind, more to be sensed than actually seen. Later, there were other signs more threatening, more violent, and at last the storm broke in all its fury. But that was later. It began that first day after the honeymoon when they came back to the old house that held so many memories for Ted. Carol paused, smiling at the threshold, wondering if he would observe the sentimental custom of carrying her across. And he did.
Oh, darling.
But when he'd set her down again, somehow she realized that it had been a mistake.
Ted, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up memories.
No. Forget it, Carol.
Well, we can't entirely, Ted. But she'll never stand in our way, darling. I promise.
I said forget it. I mean, she's dead and gone. And if anything about this house makes you unhappy, I'll tear it down brick by brick.
Yes, in the beginning it was only something to be sensed. And Carol did try to forget it. But there was no denying that the house seemed to change Ted somehow. The house and the people in it. Even old Mrs. Carter, who had been with Ted's family for so many years, seemed to have a strange reserve about her, a veil something behind the surface of cordiality.
It's a pleasure to welcome you here, Carol. I'm sure Ted will be happier now.
Thank you. He's told me so much about you, Mrs. Carter.
I practically raised him. Then, after his father died and he and Francis came here... Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right, Mrs. Carter. I don't mind talking about Francis, if you want to.
Oh, but I don't. It would be best if...
Mrs. Carter.
Oh, hello, Ted. We were just getting acquainted.
Hello, darling.
I thought maybe you might want to look around the grounds, Carol.
I'd love to. You'll excuse us, Mrs. Carter?
Of course. I've got my work to do. Oh, did Gillis unpack your things?
Gillis? But I told...
Oh, I meant to talk to you about that, Ted. Later?
Yes, of course, Carol. Come along, please, Carol. Now, how about the rose garden first, huh?
Fine. Ted.
Yes, darling?
What was that about Gillis?
Oh, why, nothing, Carol. Nothing for you to worry about. Now, let's look at the ground, shall we?
Oh. Yes, darling, of course.
Good evening, madame.
Oh, hello. You must be Gillis.
Yes.
I didn't get a chance to thank you for putting everything away for me. I appreciate it, Gillis.
It's what I'm supposed to do, madame. Do you want both windows open, madame?
Just that one is fine. Gillis. That's an unusual name.
My name is really Marie, madame. She always called me Gillis. Said it sounded more continental-like.
The first Mrs. Randolph?
That's right. Oh, I'm sorry, madame. I didn't
Gillis,
mean...
let's understand each other. I'm not sensitive about Ted's having been married before. You don't have to feel strange around me. I'm sure we're going to get along just fine.
Oh, Then you've spoken to Mr. Randolph about me?
Spoken to him?
Yes. You see, he said that I should be let go.
Oh?
Mrs. Carter says it's because I talk too much. I don't mean to. Words don't come too easy for me, madame. The right ones, I mean. And when they asked me all those questions at the inquest, Mr. Randolph didn't like...
Inquest? Gillis, you don't mean inquest. They only hold an inquest when there's something strange about a death.
I know, madame. And there certainly was something strange about...
Gillis.
Yes, madame.
You may go now. I won't need anything further.
Yes, madame.
Yes, Carol, it all began slowly. But as you watch Gillis shuffle off down the hall, you're conscious of a chill in the air. And in spite of yourself, you shudder slightly before you're able to push it out of your mind and go downstairs to join Ted. But by the following evening, the whole incident is forgotten as you and Ted entertain Dave Arnold, one of his oldest
I'll never
friends.
forget that one.
Oh, you two must really have had good times together.
Good and bad, eh, Ted? Oh, that's right. So I must say you've always managed to get the things you wanted from life. That's a compliment, Carol, from an envious, dyed-in-the-wool bachelor.
Oh, you shouldn't complain, Dave. There's certainly something you can do about that.
No. Too busy with my career.
Oh? Well, Ted's in the district attorney's office, and he found time for marriage.
That's just it. Then mine wants to get in. And you know, when these political machines get entrenched, they can get away with murder.
You make it sound horrible. No defense, darling?
Oh, we don't need one. We put our case up to the voters, remember? I certainly do. What we need is a Ted Randolph to run our campaign. I couldn't swing you over to our side, could I, Ted? We can promise big things, too.
No, I'm afraid not, Dave. Oh, I'll admit your candidate's all right, but I think our man's a little better.
Well, nothing to do then but dig up some dirt in your past and smear you.
Dave.
No, I'm joking, Carol. Deadly business politics. Oh, say, I've got to run. Big day for me tomorrow.
Well, nice to have you again, Dave.
Yes, and make it more often in the future,
You've got a great deal. The dinner was wonderful. Good night, Ted. Carol.
Good night.
Thanks again.
Good night.
Anytime, Dave. Good night. Was everything all right?
Oh, yes, sure. It's perfect.
You know, I like him.
Dave? Oh, he's all right.
All right. I think he's charming. And he likes you. The way he hangs on every word when you're talking.
Oh, yes. Just waiting for me to make a slip.
A slip? Oh, Ted.
Why, does that surprise you?
Surprise? Well, it shocks me. You're not serious.
Look, darling, I love you, but sometimes you're a little naive. Why, Dave's an old friend, yes, but he's in the opposite political camp. Don't forget that. Why, he'd use anything to get us out of office. And he wasn't kidding when he said he'd smear me if he could.
Ted, you must be exaggerating. Besides, what could he possibly find out about you?
Carol, I've got some work to do. Would you excuse me for a while?
Ted, wait.
Yes?
I've been wanting to talk to you. Tell me, how did you and Francis get along?
Why, we quarreled.
Is that all?
No. Once upon a New Year's, there was a girl I met on a trip to St. Louis. Girl I'd known for a long time. After Francis died, I married her. And I love her very much. That's all that's important.
Oh, Ted. Ted, you didn't ever quarrel with Francis about me.
Is that what's worrying you? Why, of course not, darling. Now, forget it, please.
After that, you do try to forget, don't you, Carol? But it isn't that easy. When you go upstairs to your room, Gillis is there. You discover that she's not only talkative, but inquisitive, too. Worst of all, she asks a question that you can't answer. A startling question.
Excuse me, madame. Will Mr. Ben ever come back?
Who's Mr. Ben?
Why, Mr. Randolph's brother. Madame, you've never met him?
Oh, yes, Ted's brother.
I wondered if they had ever patched things up. It was a terrible argument they had, you know, the day Mrs. Randolph died. I'll never forget that shocking way to start a new year. And New Year? Yeah, it was just a few days after. I remember Mr. Randolph had just come back from a trip from St. Louis. Oh, it was terrible, Madame. They had a regular knockdown and drag-out. She came screaming for a divorce. Divorce? That's what they quarreled about. Mrs. Randolph said she should rather be dead than go on things being like they were. Poor woman. Little did she know that in less than 12 hours from then, she would be dead.
What did you say, Gillis? When did she die?
The very next morning. Early. Didn't you know, Madame? It was an accident. She started to fix her bath and slipped somehow. Tried to grab something to keep from falling and caught a loose wire from the electric heater.
Oh, no.
Yes. And I never have been able to understand how a bare wire could have come loose that way. Oh, it was terrible, Madame. She was electrocuted on the spot.
With the prologue of A Question of Murder, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. Did you know that contract bridge has become such a popular game it's now played by almost half of the adults in America? Well, that's why Signal Oil Company decided that something should be done for this important group of our listeners. So they had a series of 6 lessons prepared by none other than that famous bridge expert, Robert Lee Johnson, of whom Ely Culbertson says, "No one is better qualified to prepare a course of bridge lessons than Robert Lee Johnson. I recommend these Signal bridge lessons to all who are interested in learning bridge or improving their game." After hearing such praise from Ely Culbertson, you've no doubt like to know where you can get copies of these Signal bridge lessons. The answer is right down at your neighborhood Signal dealers. Each week, a new lesson in this series of 6 is yours for the asking. So be sure to drop by your Signal dealers at least once each week so you won't miss a single one in Signal's series of Contract Bridge in 6 easy lessons. And now back to the Whistler.
The gathering storm is closing in, isn't it, Carol? Like dark, warning clouds before the storm. You're sure now that Ted lied about the argument with Frances, his first wife. He told you it was nothing serious, didn't concern you. But from what Gillis has told you, you're certain the quarrel was over you, and that shortly afterwards, Frances was dead. It's a terrible knowledge you possess, isn't it? Because you don't know what to do about it. The next morning you spend walking around the grounds, going over the whole nightmare in your mind. And then as you start back across the terrace to the house...
Well, hello.
Oh.
You must be the new Mrs. Randolph, huh?
I'm sorry, I don't believe we...
No, my dear, we haven't met. We're going to be real friends. I'm Ben, Ted's brother. Oh, I'm sure he's told you all about Brother Ben.
Oh, yes, certainly. Ted's spoken of you so often, I did wonder when I was going to have the pleasure.
Nice work, Mrs. Randolph. Shall we go in the house? Carol?
Oh, you have talked to Ted about me.
Oh, frankly, no. I simply read the papers. I was going to run down here sooner, but I allowed time for you two to get back from the honeymoon. A few days to get settled. Well, after you, Carol. That's it. My. Place has been all redone, huh? Your ideas?
Why, no. It was like this when I...
Mrs. Carter, I'll bet. Thinks of everything, that woman. Ted's always been a favorite.
Yes, I know. Well, I'm sure you'll want to say hello to Mrs. Carter. She's in the hall. Oh, Mrs.
Don't
Carter.
bother if she's busy. I really don't.
Yes, Carol.
I really wanted a few moments to talk to you. Yes, it's me. The prodigal, the black sheep.
I'm sorry, Mr. Randolph. You can't stay.
Mrs. Carter.
I have my orders.
But why? I'm the...
Oh, so you haven't told her about me, Mrs. Carter. What a rascal I am, a stealer.
Please, Mr. Randolph. Don't make it unpleasant for me. I'm hired to do exactly...
No, old girl. Don't get the blood temperature up. I'm not staying. I have a perfectly satisfactory place to stay in town. The Marlborough. Nothing but the best. However, Mrs. Carter.
Yes?
Tell Ted I'll be dropping in, huh? Have to see him. Perhaps tomorrow night?
I'll tell him.
I intend to speak to Ted, too, Ben. You may come tonight if you wish.
Oh, no. Always like to forewarn my brother. He's a planner, you know, Carol. He likes to know just what's going on, exactly where he's going, dates, times, places. You gotta let him think he's in the driver's seat. Haven't you found so?
I'm discovering things that I didn't know.
Oh, and your discoveries will be endless. I got to admire the boy, though. You'd think he was the senior, huh? He's a regular little Napoleon Teddy boy. The way he makes circumstances. Brilliant.
Makes the circumstance?
Yeah, you know. Plans. Fixes things. Even covers things up. Eh, Mrs. Carter?
I'll show you out.
No, wait. Just a minute, Ben. Did Ted cover something up?
Oh. He hasn't told you about the unusual circumstances of Francis's accident, huh? I guess he wouldn't. Well, tomorrow night. Get me in his date book, Mrs. Carter.
I'll show you to the door.
Don't bother. Good afternoon, all.
Oh, the nerve.
Just a minute, Mrs. Carter.
Yes, Carol?
Mrs. Carter, I found you very kind, very considerate since I came here. But I think I have a right to...
I'm sorry, Carol. Really. What about Ben? Well, Ben isn't a nice person. He upsets Ted, all of us. Please, why not forget what happened? Enjoy your husband, Carol, your beautiful home. Just don't puzzle and fret over things that are dead and gone.
I wish it were that simple, Mrs. Carter.
Marlborough Hotel.
Mr. Ben Randolph, please.
Thank you.
Yes?
Ben, this is Carol.
Oh, yes. How sweet of you, Carol, to call me.
Ben, I can't talk very long. I want to see you. Right away.
Oh, I'm sorry, Carol. I have an appointment.
But it's important, Ben. It's terribly important. There's something I have to know about Francis' accident.
Oh. So that's it, huh? All right, Carol. I have a delightful cocktail bar here. I'll meet you in, say, half an hour. That is, if you're sure you want to come.
I am sure, Ben. Thank you.
You are sure, aren't you, Carol? The time has passed when you can push your doubts away in a corner of your mind. You must know all the facts, and Ted's brother Ben seems to be the only one you can turn to. 20 minutes later, you start across the lobby to the cocktail lounge.
Carol, wait.
Ted!
Yes. Mrs. Carter called me. I'm sorry, Carol, but you mustn't meet him.
She told you. She was spying on me. She heard me ask about Francis.
No, you're wrong. She just happened to hear you mention Ben's name, that's all. I guessed the rest. Carol, I don't want you to see him.
And is there some reason why I shouldn't?
No, Carol, only that it won't do you any good. I'll have to ask you to go home. I'll deal with my brother, Ben.
You turn and hurry away from Ted. Driving home, your hands tremble holding the wheel. By the time you reach the house and start inside, a terrible sick feeling sweeps over you. Your brain seems to pound miserably. And as you start up the stairs, your legs grow weaker and weaker until they give way beneath you. When you awake, you find yourself in bed. Mrs. Carter is looking down at you, smiling her quiet, assured smile.
Feeling better, Carol?
Better? Why... Oh, I feel fine. Why did you put me to bed? I
You
want to...
fainted going up the stairs. I told Ted when he came home. He agrees with me that you should stay in bed for a while. Is there anything you want me to bring you?
No. Oh, nothing. Just leave me alone.
It's a breathless moment now, isn't it, Carol? The quiet before the storm. You fight against the feeling that perhaps you're to be held prisoner. But as you hear Mrs. Carter's footsteps going down the stairs, you know you have to find out. You cross to the door, find it unlocked, and then tiptoe to the head of the stairs. And then you stop, frozen in your tracks, as Ted's voice drifts up from the study.
Dave Arnold, huh? Well, we expected him to do some snooping. Yeah, that's right. He was here to dinner, but I know I didn't let anything slip. Well, Chief, if anything I've done should prevent you from being reelected... Carol? No. All she knows is that Frances's death was an accident. I'm sure of it. I haven't told her anything else, and I don't intend to. And besides, Chief, she won't be leaving the house for some time. She isn't feeling very well.
Yes, the storm is broken now, hasn't it, Carol? And the meaning of everything that's happened is clear to you. The man Ted was talking to was the district attorney. He knows the truth about Frances's death and is helping to cover it up. And then you remember what Dave Arnold said about entrenched political machines, that they can get away with murder. And from what Ted said on the phone, you know you're being held prisoner. But it's more than just you now, Carol, more than your happiness or your safety. There's a principle involved, a principle that affects thousands of people. And suddenly you realize only one man you know can do anything about it. Your husband's political enemy, Dave Arnold. You go back to your room, take a piece of paper from the desk and scrawl a hurried note. Then a few minutes later...
You rang for me, madame? Yes, Gillis, here. I've written a letter. I want you to take it and mail it. A letter? Yes, madame. And, Gillis, it must be done right away. Don't let anything stop you. I won't, madame. Hide it, Gillis. Hide the letter.
Oh, Gillis. I didn't know you were in here.
She was just leaving, Mrs. Carter. Thanks for looking in, Gillis, but I don't need anything. You may go. Yes, madame.
Is there anything I can do for you, Carol?
No, Mrs. Carter. There's nothing anyone can do for me. Right now.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. But first, a message, especially for you drivers who have new cars or expect to be getting one. Just any motor oil won't do, you know, for today's high-efficiency motors. No, sir. They need special protection against corrosion, wear, and carbon if they're to give you the long, trouble-free service you have a right to expect. That's why Signal Oil Company brought out Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, a new type lubricant especially created to give modern motors this extra protection. Of course, Signal Premium has 100% pure paraffin base. But in addition, scientific new compounds have been added. As a result, tests prove that this new type Signal oil actually keeps motors 6 times cleaner and reduces cylinder wear 1/3. Now get that. Motors actually stay 6 times cleaner, and cylinder wear is reduced 1/3 with Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. So if you want to keep the performance of your car young, make your next oil change a change for the better. Switch to the new type Signal oil. That's your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. And now back to the Whistler.
You can't fight the storm anymore, Carol. You're weary of it, of thinking about Ted and the way Frances, his first wife, died. It was shortly after he saw you in St. Louis that she refused him a divorce. And it's all too clear to you what happened to her. It's an hour now since you gave Gillis the note for Dave, explaining everything. Suddenly you realize that you can't face Ted when it's over. You want to get away, take a train for another city and try somehow to forget. Put this terrible nightmare behind you. You dress quickly, slip out into the hall, and tiptoe down the stairs. You wait until you can hear Mrs. Carter in another part of the house, and then run for the door. You're hurrying down the drive to the garage where your car is parked when...
Well, we meet again, Carol. And just where I ran into you before.
Ben.
Oh, don't let me alarm you. Ted's furious enough with me as it is. I came to apologize.
Talk to you about me?
Oh, he certainly did. Poor old Ted. His women give him a lot of trouble. Francis certainly led him a merry chase. In another direction, of course.
Francis?
Yeah. First she tried spending his money, and when that got boring, she started spending some of it on me. Well, that was pleasant for a while.
You mean Francis was interested in you?
Interested? Well, that's one way of putting it, yes.
Tell me about her, Ben.
All right. Well, she wanted to marry me. It scared me silly when I found out. Oh, we had our laughs together, sure, but marriage? Well, that's a little bit more than stealing your brother's slingshot, huh?
You and Francis. That's why Ted asked her for a divorce. It wasn't me at all.
What? Oh, he didn't ask her for a divorce, Carol. She asked him. Oh, they had a terrible row about it. But you know, Ted, he clings to that for better or worse idea. And then, too, there's his position, the election and all. They decided it wasn't the sort of thing to let that Dave Arnold crowd find out about and twist all out of shape.
Her accident, Ben. What did happen?
Well, don't say you got this from me now. But it's simple enough. Frances tried to kill Ted, Carol. She smeared the bathtub with soap, ran the electric heater wire along in the back of the towel rack.
What?
Yeah. She had it all set up for Ted. She hadn't planned on slipping, and instead of Ted grabbing it, she got it herself. Really an accident, huh?
Oh, and Ted protected her, kept it quiet.
Well, it was as much for his boss as for her. The district attorney couldn't get any place with rumors floating around that one of his boys was...
Carol! Carol! Ted's voice calling from the house seems to bring your heart up into your throat. You move slowly along the drive, almost stumbling, the tears starting as you realize what you've done. That note you sent to Dave, it will ruin Ted, the district attorney, everything. You reach the terrace, stop, unable to go any farther.
Carol? Mrs. Carter.
You're feeling better, aren't you, dear?
Mrs. Carter, I can't see Ted now.
Yes, you can. Here. Please forgive a meddling old lady, Carol, but I took this letter from Gillis. You didn't really want it mailed, did you?
The letter? Oh, Mrs. Carter.
Carol! Where are you, Carol?
Your husband is calling, Mrs. Randolph. I think you should go to him. I have my work to do.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at the same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Lorette Philbrandt, Joseph Kearns, and Gerald Moore. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Beth Barnes and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Remember, at this same time next Wednesday, another strange tale by The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invite you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, the Whistler's strange story. Trademark.
The car, speeding up the rain-swept mountain road, rounded a final curve, then swung in sharply until its headlights pierced through the night to pick up the cabin set well back from the road. As the car skidded to a stop in front of the cabin, the woman at the wheel leaped out and ran for the shelter of the veranda. There, she paused only a moment to catch her breath before pounding heavily on the door.
Open up! Cecile! Open up! Cecile, I'm not going away. You're going to talk to me. Cecile! Oh, Cecile.
Hello, Martha.
You've got to talk to me. You've got to listen.
Oh? I don't have to, but I suppose I shall. All right, come inside. Sit down if you wish.
No, I'd rather stand. Cecile, you've got to understand about that money from the firm.
I believe I understand only too well, Martha. You've embezzled us.
Cecile, I've been very important to your organization up until now.
Up until now, you certainly have. Your ideas for merchandising and promoting cosmetics by Cecile have been superb, Martha. Simply superb.
Then
your inventiveness, development of perfumes, lipsticks, excellent. I'm sure this new lipstick you've worked out will prove a smashing success, a real innovation. However, you've also been stealing us blind.
Please, Cecile.
Sorry. I'm going to discuss the whole thing with Jason in the morning.
But if you do that,
If I do that, you're through. Yes. He's the backer. The money bags. Why, I'd be a confederate, a fellow conspirator if I failed to tell him of your indiscretion with company funds.
You've always hated me, haven't you? Because you've always hated being just a figurehead, a name Cosmetics by Cecile. My ideas have put you on top, and now it's crowded there.
A little. Yes. They can probably accommodate you at the inn in the village, Martha. I can't permit you to stay here.
So that's the way it's going to be.
I'm being kind. You could go to prison. I'll try to talk Jason out of that. Good night, Martha.
Walking out of the cabin, you want to whirl and tear her to bits, don't you, Martha? Yes, but you don't. You know when you've been defeated. And you know, too, as you drive back toward the inn at the village, that you might as well forget it. Might as well drive on back to Los Angeles in your apartment. But somehow you want to think it through, and you decide to stay on the scene. Besides, there's the storm, the rain, and the inn looks warm and inviting as you run your car into the shed garage, pick up your overnight bag, and go inside. The desk clerk is friendly, and they do have a room.
207, Miss Collins. Just sign here.
Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry, the room is at the back of the building, overlooks the alleyway, but
That's
then...
all right. It's all right. The trip was unexpected. See, you have a bar.
Oh, yes, and still open.
Well, I'm cold from the drive. I think I'll have a nightcap.
Go right in, Miss Collins. I'll have the boy take your bags up to the room. You just take your time.
Thank you.
Boy! Oh, boy!
Your mood is far from the cheerful one of the desk clerk, isn't it, Martha? But as you enter the bar, you catch sight of someone you know. Yes, old Sam, the caretaker of Cecile's cabin. As you move across the bar and come closer to Sam, you realize that he's had more than enough drinks, and he's saying some very interesting things.
No, I'm telling you, Mac, I mean it. I mean every word. Now, if I had the chance, I'd kill that Cecile woman. I'd wring her scrawny neck.
All right, Sam, all right. You better hit the road now. Get home, sleep it off, huh?
No, I want another drink.
No, sorry, Sam. The bar's closed as far as you're concerned.
Okay, Mac. Last time I'll show my face in here.
Yeah. oh, I'm sorry, lady. Sorry. What'll you have?
What? Oh, never mind. I guess I don't want a drink after all.
No, Martha, you don't want a drink after all. Because you want your head clear, perfectly clear. Because of the plan that's half formed in your mind. The inspired idea that suddenly places the key to everything right in your hands. Yes, you may still not have to be counted out after all. First step, Marta. The clerk again.
Sorry to bother you, but my room, is it ready now?
Why, yes, Miss Collins, but I thought you were going to have a nightcap. You said...
I know, but I don't feel very well. Must have been the drive. I don't feel well at all.
Oh, yeah, let me help you, Miss Collins. Well, I'll help you upstairs.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
He helps you to your room, doesn't he, Marta? Very concerned. And then he calls the maid, has her stay with you as you get ready to go to bed. And then, to make it all just right...
Maid.
Yes, sir?
Could you tell me, would it be too much trouble for them to bring me some hot broth or toddy or something?
Oh, not at all, miss. I'll tend to it myself right away. Mr. Hensel's very worried about you.
You watch her go, Marta. Smile to yourself. And then ask the obliging woman to sit with you as you drink the warm broth she brings. Then you're ready for the next step.
Oh, it's so much better. I think I can sleep comfortably now.
Of course you can, and you won't be disturbed, ma'am. Mr. Hensel was so sorry he had to give you a back room, but I think they're much quieter.
Oh, I don't mind, but you will remind him I don't want to be disturbed, won't you?
No, you just leave it to me, ma'am. And if there's a thing you want, just anything at all, will you just call the desk?
I will, yes. Thank you.
Good night, ma'am. Sleep comfortable.
You've arranged your alibi, haven't you, Marta? You watch the maid go, then throw back the covers, quickly put on your clothes, and move quietly out into the hall. You slip down the stairs, set the lock in the back door so you can re-enter, then hurry to your car and drive quickly through the storm to Cecile's cabin. Only this time, you go first to the little shack where the caretaker lives. You find the door open, and old Sam lying across his rumpled bed, still fully dressed, but quite sound asleep, snoring loudly. It's the deep stupor-like sleep of the intoxicated. And then you congratulate yourself on a real stroke of fortune. A rifle, Marta, mounted on pegs on the wall. Quickly, you take a pair of gloves from your coat pocket, put them on, and you take the gun down, slip a cartridge into the chamber, step past old Sam, and hurry to the cabin 100 yards away. It's a long chance, Marta, but luck has been with you so far. You hesitate, summoning your nerve for what's ahead. You light a cigarette, move onto the veranda.
Yes.
You
Yes,
freeze
it's
at the
very
sound of
important
Cecile's
that I
voice.
see you.
Stand terror-stricken as you realize who she is talking to.
All right, Jason. I'll be expecting you. 10 o'clock sharp.
You breathe a sigh of relief, realizing that Jason Weatherby is not with Cecile, but only talking to her on the telephone. You find yourself praying that she doesn't say anything about you. Then...
I have something to tell you, Jason, about Martha Collins. Something surprising. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Goodbye.
You lift the rifle, lay it on the sill of the open French window. At the slight sound, Cecile turns quickly.
Who's there?
Goodbye, Cecile.
Martha.
I suppose we could say you counted me out too soon.
The silence tells you that old Sam slept through the sound of the shot just as you expected. You climb through the French window, enter the room. An electric clock gives you another idea, and you unplug the cord and put the clock into Cecile's limp hand. That's all for her, isn't it? And you've completed all but the very final steps, haven't you, Martha? Yes. Hurrying back to old Sam's shack, you're thankful for the rain which washes out your footprints almost as they're made. It'll do the same for your car, won't it? And as you place the rifle near old Sam, you're certain that you've built a perfect case against him. Just one more step now, Martha. Back at the inn, and luck is still with you. You're certain no one saw you leave or return. You're sure your alibi is perfect. And a few minutes after you're again in your room, you clinch it with a phone call to the desk clerk.
The desk clerk?
Hello, Mr. Hensel?
Yes, Miss Collins.
I'm sorry to bother you people again, but my room, it's so cold. I'd been sleeping soundly. I woke up just freezing.
Oh, we can send up an electric blanket for you, Miss Connie.
Oh, that would be fine, if it's not too much trouble.
No trouble at all, miss. We want everything to be just right for you.
I'm sure you do. And, well, you've all helped me much more than you know.
When you hear a fanfare, you expect an announcement, something new, something important. Well, tonight, Signal announces something excitingly new, something of major importance to every car owner. A new motor oil, so completely different, so vastly improved, it actually reduces by 50% engine wear due to lubrication. New Signal Premium Motor Oil. It's true. New Signal Premium Motor Oil is the result of years of research involving new scientific techniques never before available to the petroleum industry. Scientific techniques which are actually able to measure, at the very instant it happens, exactly how much wear takes place under every different driving condition and at all rates of speed. Then engineers set out to develop new compounds, new lubricating qualities, to reduce wear under not just one, not just two, but under all driving conditions and speeds. Now this amazing new product is ready for you at Signal service stations. The new Signal Motor Oil that reduces by 50% engine wear due to lubrication. New Signal Premium Motor Oil.
Well, Marta, it's all fallen into place, hasn't it? From the moment when Cecile Dumas thought that she would ruin you by reporting your thefts to the head of the cosmetics firm, until now, when Cecile lies dead in her cabin, a victim of a shot from her caretaker's hunting rifle. You've managed it all with a perfect alibi setup, every sort of proof that you weren't out of your hotel room. And old Sam, Cecile's caretaker, was overheard making threatening reports to the hotel barkeeper. It's going to be a perfect case against him, isn't it? And now all you must do is complete the bluff, Marta. The next day is sunny, and you begin the morning by hurrying down to the village train depot, waiting for Jason Weatherby's train to come chugging into view.
Jace! Oh, Jace, over here!
Well, Marta, my girl, how are you?
I'm just fine, Jace. And you?
Oh, not too lively. Train always tires me out, you know. Nice of you to come down and meet me. You needn't have bothered.
Well, it's a long way to Cecile's cabin. Come along. My car's right over there.
Right. Marta.
Uh-huh?
Tell me, what's this all about? Do you know? I mean, Cecile, what's on her mind?
You don't know?
Haven't been able to pry a thing out of her. I was talking to her last night.
Oh?
Well, she said it was something important. We had to get together right away. You know, don't you, Marta?
Uh-huh. It's a secret.
How long have you known this secret?
Oh, for days and days.
Well, I've never known any woman who could keep a secret more than 12 hours.
Oh, you.
Come on, let's go straight up to Cecile's cabin.
Funny, she doesn't answer.
Suppose she's still asleep?
Yeah, could be. You know how Cecile loves to sleep late. Come on, let's go around to the patio. The French windows might be open. Oh, we're in luck. They are open.
Good. After you, Marta.
Thank you.
What you say we raid the kitchen, eh? I could use some breakfast.
Good idea. Come on, let's...
Marta, what's the matter? What? Oh, good Lord. Cecile. Cecile.
Jace, what happened to her?
Marta, she's dead.
Dead? Oh, Jace.
Now, easy, my girl, easy. Better sit down.
I I'll be all right. Jeez, how horrible.
She's been shot.
Shot? An accident?
I don't see the gun around anywhere.
You mean it was...
Well, she must have been standing right here when it happened. You see, when she fell, she knocked those things off the desk. The clock, too, pulled the cord out of the wall plug.
Yes. Stopped a few minutes after 10.
Wait a minute. Must have happened right after I got through talking to her on the phone. I called her at 10.
Oh, was she alone at the time?
I don't know.
Oh, what did she say? I mean, was she expecting anyone?
Oh, not that I know of. We just talked about my coming up here and about you and that surprise.
Oh, well, it's only a new lipstick I've perfected, that's all.
Oh, Cecile just went on to complain about things in general. You know, the plant and the place here, Sam, the caretaker,
Jace.
and... What?
Sam, where do you suppose he is? Strange he didn't hear the shot. Let's investigate.
Say, that's right. Come on, let's see if we can find him.
This way, Jace. His cabin's around back.
Uh-huh.
Of course, he might not have been around last night when it happened.
That's possible. According to Cecile, he spent a lot of time in the village, nearly every evening, visiting the bar.
Oh, Jace, look, his cabin door, it's wide open.
So it is. Sam! Oh, Sam! Sam, are you...
Jace, he's not.
No.
Oh.
No, just asleep.
Whew.
Sound asleep.
Look on the floor at the foot of the bed. A gun.
Yes. I wonder...
Jace, what are you going to do?
I got to wake him up. We'll get to the bottom of this.
Oh, no, wait a minute. He might be dangerous. I think we better call the sheriff.
Yeah, you're right, Martha. Yes, we'd better call the sheriff.
Your little plan is functioning smoothly, isn't it, Martha? Everything falling neatly into place. And with the arrival of the sheriff, the case against Sam begins to take shape. You listen to the questioning. Poor, bewildered Sam, so very vague about his movements last night, remembering very little, admitting he'd been drinking heavily. Finally, it's over, and the sheriff takes him away for further questioning. Late that afternoon, as you sit on the veranda of the inn with Jason, the sheriff joins you.
Were you at Cecile Dumar's cabin last night, Miss Collins?
No, I talked with her on the phone before I left town. When I got here, the weather was so bad I didn't go to the cabin.
Mm-hmm. You came straight to the inn?
Yes. I retired early, about 9 or so.
Yes, we found that out from the desk clerk and the maid. But you were in the bar around 8 o'clock?
Yes, I was.
Sam was there, too, wasn't he?
Yes, I believe he was.
The bartender tells me Sam was in a very ugly mood. Actually threatened to kill Cecile Dumar. In his own words, he was going to wring her neck one of these days.
He said that, Sheriff?
Yes. And the bartender remembered you being there at the bar, too, Miss Collins. Thought you might have overheard Sam make that statement.
Why, no.
Okay. You wouldn't be wanting to protect Sam, would you? Maybe you don't think he did it.
Well, I don't know. We're sending Sam to the gas chamber. It's not going to bring Cecile back. Poor, sweet, dear Cecile.
Now, Martha, easy, dear, easy.
Sorry, Jason, sorry.
Well, I guess the bartender's word will be good enough. Thank you, Miss Collins.
Sheriff, you really think Sam's your man? That he killed Cecile?
Well, Mr. Weatherby, there doesn't seem to be much doubt about it at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It was Sam's gun that killed her.
Yeah.
No other fingerprints were on the gun. No, sir, there's no doubt at all.
You spend the rest of the day in the quiet of your room, in seclusion, don't you, Martha? Grieving over the loss of your dear friend, Cecile Dumar. And you're confident that you're in the clear, that Sam, the old caretaker, will be convicted of the murder. Then that evening, shortly before you're to meet Jason for dinner, you stroll into the cocktail lounge, and you're sitting there sipping a martini when someone slides into the booth.
Hello.
Hello.
Mind if I join you? My name's Fuller. Ned Fuller.
Well, I don't seem to remember.
No, we've never met before. Miss Collins?
Oh, you know me.
Do I? Yes, I know you very well. Very, very well.
What does that mean?
Well, it so happens I'm a private detective.
How nice.
And I know a lot of things about you.
Such as?
Oh, you're 28. You've been married and divorced once. You've been with Cecile's Cosmetics for 5 years. Now a partner in the firm. And you've been dipping into the till. Oh, you spilled your drink.
See here, what do you mean
Don't
I've been
look
dipping
so
into the...
shocked. And don't try to deny it. You see, I'm the guy who found out you were copying the company dough.
You?
Uh-huh. Cecile Dumar hired me.
I see.
Don't you think we should continue this discussion elsewhere? In private?
All right. Let's go upstairs. So you see, Mr. Fuller, it was all arranged. I talked it over with Cecile before I left town. She wasn't going to say anything, and I was going to pay back the money. Every cent of it.
Well, that was nice of Cecile, wasn't it? Mind if I fix myself another drink?
Oh, no, let me.
No. You just sit right here. I'll manage.
All right, Mr. Fuller.
Make it Ned,
Ned?
That's better. You know, I'm glad we had this little chat.
So am I.
I really saved you a lot of trouble. After all, if I'd told the sheriff about all this, well, he'd been around with a lot of questions. Embarrassing questions.
Yes, I know.
The motive, you know. After all, she could have sent you to prison.
Of course, but as I told you...
Yes. You two girls had it all straightened out.
Yes. Sit down, Ned.
Thanks. You have a cigarette?
On the table right there at your elbow.
No, thanks. This is interesting.
What is?
It's the same brand.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I didn't tell you. You see, I found a cigarette stub on the porch of Cecile's cabin.
Oh?
The way I'd figured it, the killer must have smoked it while waiting there on the veranda by the French windows for Cecile to show up.
I see.
And the brand name on that cigarette is the same as this one.
Well, this happens to be Cecile's brand, too. It might have been her cigarette. She could have tossed it out the window, you know. It's a standard brand. Anyone might have smoked it.
Say, that's right, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that figures.
Besides, I wasn't near the cabin last night. I went to bed here about 9 o'clock. The desk clerk and the maid can tell you that.
You know, I'm glad I didn't go to the sheriff.
So am I, Ned. And I won't be unappreciative.
That...
Of course, it'll be a while yet before I'm able to get my hands on some cash.
Sure it will. Time will take care of that, huh? I was worried about money now.
You know, Ned, I think we're going to get along very well. The two of us.
I think you have something there.
Ned. No. Yes, I'm sure we're going to get along very well together.
When I told you that Signal's amazing new motor oil actually cuts in half engine wear due to lubrication, that was only half the story. Here's what half as much engine wear means to your car's performance, to your budget. By reducing engine wear 50%, new Signal Premium Motor Oil will keep that like-new pep and power in your motor twice as long. 50% reduction in engine wear means that if your car is not already an oil eater, new Signal Premium will double the period during which you'll continue to enjoy low oil consumption. 50% reduction in engine wear means that new Signal Premium will keep gasoline mileage up, maintenance costs down. Yet this wonderful new Signal lubricant gives you all these extra benefits at no increase in price. Good reason to get your next oil change at a Signal service station. Change to Signal's amazing new motor oil that reduces engine wear 50%. New Signal Premium Motor Oil.
The threat is gone now, isn't it, Marta? With a kiss. Yes, from the moment Ned Fuller, the private detective, took you in his arms. You were certain he wouldn't talk to the sheriff, tell him what he knew about the money you'd stolen from Cecile's cosmetics, or turn over the cigarette stub. Your cigarette, Marta, the one you so carelessly dropped on the porch of Cecile's cabin the night you killed her. You're sure you're in the clear now, aren't you? Yes, you're certain of that. And the following morning, as you pack your bags, there's a knock on the door of your room at the inn.
Good morning, Miss Collins.
Oh, Sheriff, morning.
Mind if I come in?
No, of course not. I'm just getting my things ready. I'm going back to the city this morning.
No, I'm afraid you're not, Miss Collins.
Oh, what?
You were lying when you said you weren't at the cabin the night your friend Cecile Dumar was murdered. You see, a new clue has turned up.
New clue?
Yes, a cigarette stub.
Well,
It was found on the porch of Miss Dumar's cabin.
Well, that means nothing. I smoked several when Jason and I discovered the body.
I know, we found those too. But the one I'm talking about was left before the murder. You see, it was rain-soaked. And it stopped raining at 12 o'clock that night. We believe it's yours.
Oh, now, really, Sheriff. Well, a lot of people smoke my brand of cigarettes. Cecile did, as a matter of fact.
We know that, Miss Collins.
Besides, what possible motive could I have had?
I don't think we'll have too much trouble establishing a motive. You see, we've already talked to a private detective named Fuller.
Ned Fuller? Mm-hmm. Oh, Sheriff, Ned's... Well, let's say that Ned's a friend of mine.
Perhaps, Miss Collins. But he was also in love with Cecile Dumar.
Ned was in love with Cecile?
Yes. They were planning on being married.
Married?
Yes.
But he...
Oh, that kiss, Miss Collins? That's why we're so sure that cigarette stub is yours. You see, we had the lipstick on it analyzed. According to your partner, Mr. Weatherby, you not only invented this lipstick, you're the only person in the world who has it.
Then Ned was...
That's right. The only reason Ned Fuller kissed you was to match up the rare lipstick in the cigarette stub with the lipstick you used. And that trademark of yours, Miss Collins, is going to put you in the gas chamber.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you this about the amazing new Signal Premium Motor Oil, which reduces by 50% engine wear due to lubrication. It's available only at independent Signal service stations from the same friendly dealers who help you go farther with Signal gasoline. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Betty Lou Gerson, Joe Gilbert, John Stevenson, Bruce Payne, and Bill Boucher. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who is guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invite you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, the Whistler's strange story. Design for Murder.
The trio in the big car, weaving its way through the evening traffic, seemed typical of almost any group on the way to a railroad station. Charles Gilbert at the wheel was responding patiently to the nervous admonitions of his wife, Edna. From the rear seat, his wife's close friend, Myrene Walker, chatted ceaselessly. Charles Gilbert, on the other hand, seemed lost in thought or patient resignation, all very typical as they pulled up at the railroad station and stepped out of the car.
Charles, let me run on ahead for you. Check Edna's ticket.
Would you, Myrene? I'll get someone to take the suitcases.
Oh, it's all such a bother. I wish I was staying home.
Well, you're not, so forget it. We'll meet you inside, Myrene, the cocktail bar.
Right.
You heard how she wished she were going?
She likes to travel. I don't, Charles. You know that.
Well, never mind now. It's all arranged. You need the rest. A red cap.
Yes, sir?
These 3 bags.
Oh, yes, sir.
The limited, car 79, space B. Here you are.
Thank you, sir.
Now, come along, Edna. We'll drop in here, have a drink while we're waiting. Now, let's just relax, huh? Wait for Martin.
I wish you weren't so anxious to have me out of town, Charles. At a time when the business needs me so.
Oh, nonsense. Over here, Myrene.
Here, darling. Everything's in order with your tickets.
That's too bad.
How do you like that, Myrene? She doesn't want to go. Thinks the jewelry business will go to pot. Thinks her husband plans a rendezvous with another woman.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Buy her a drink, Charles. You can buy me one, too. Waiter, if you don't mind, we're dying of thirst here.
2 scotch and sodas here. Myrene?
Fine, anything. Just bring it.
Yes, ma'am.
Now we'll all feel better.
I'd feel better if I knew why you can't go along, Charles.
I told you, Edna, I'll be busy. Also, I want you to go alone. You'll rest more. And you do need it. Look at her, Myrene. Not able to keep her hand still.
Doodling on the menu.
She's always doodling on something.
Give me that pencil, Edna.
Sorry. It's a design I was thinking of for a piece of costume jewelry.
Well, stop thinking of anything like that. And since it's going to bother you, I'll tell you exactly what I'm going to be doing, dear. It was to be a surprise.
A surprise?
We talked about a beach house, remember? On Little Rock Point?
I remember talking about it.
Mm-hmm. And I've bought one.
Oh.
A beautiful place. Completely surrounded by trees, a good half-mile from the main road and a quarter of a mile from the nearest neighbor.
Hidden away like that, I don't see how you find your way out there.
Oh, it's easy to get there. Here, I'll draw you a diagram to show you exactly where it is.
Mm-hmm.
Once you know where it is, you can find it blindfolded, if you follow these directions.
Yes, you can, can't you?
I'm having it remodeled inside, just for Edna.
Oh, Charles, you aren't.
I am. Well, don't be too grateful. It's mostly your money.
Oh, I don't care. It's the thought. Oh, Charles, I feel much better about the trip now.
You do? Then give me a handkerchief. Look at it, Myrene.
Torn to shreds. Edna.
When she's not doodling, she's tearing up a handkerchief. She's got to be doing something every minute. And she wonders why I want her to rest.
A drink, sir.
Oh, good. And get working on 3 more, please. My dear, you're going to relax, or I'll know the reason why.
I'll try. Now we'd better get to the train.
Well, Charles, Edna's gone, and after Myrene leaves you, you hurry back to the cocktail lounge. And inside, you go directly to a corner booth. Slip in beside someone who's been waiting for you, not too patiently.
I'm sorry, Helen.
Darling, I am too. Sorry that we have to practice this deception. Charles, kiss me.
That was nice, dear. But we ought to be more careful in public. We really shouldn't be here, you know.
Oh, stop worrying. Here, I ordered you a drink.
Oh, and I can use it. Well, at least we'll have some time together. uninterrupted.
You're sure Edna will be staying away for a while?
She's gone for a month.
It wasn't fun watching you kiss her goodbye.
I know. Someday.
Oh, I hope it's soon, Charles.
Look, I want you to see the new place I bought at Little Rock Point. I'll pick you up and drive you down there tomorrow. Or, maybe it would be better if you came in your car and met me there.
Little Rock Point. That sounds wonderful.
Oh, it is. You'll love it. I've been using quite a few of your ideas in redecorating the place. Can you make it by 2?
Yes, dear.
I'll tell you exactly how to get there.
Helen's an exciting girl, isn't she, Charles? And when you reach your apartment building, you have difficulty getting around to saying goodnight to her. And only the thought of seeing her again the next day at the beach house at Little Rock Point finally makes it possible. It's quite late when you finally arrive at your own home and let yourself into the house. You're scarcely inside when...
Oh, son. Who could that be? Irene.
Yes, little Myrene. I'd like to come in, Charles. I want to talk to you.
Well, of course.
We'll come straight to the point.
About what?
About you and Edna and that little number you met in the cocktail lounge. It wasn't a very pretty sight, Charles. Seeing you kiss her right after bidding Edna goodbye.
Oh, why,
Go on. Make it good.
That girl, Helen.
An old friend.
That's right.
Someone you knew before you ever met Edna.
Why, that's it exactly.
Uh-huh. And she just won't leave you alone.
Irene, you're positively...
I'm not psychic. You're not nearly as slick as you think you are, Charles. No wonder Edna's a bundle of nerves.
You're not going to say anything to Edna about this?
Depends on you. I don't suppose you made any dates for the future with this, Helen.
Oh, certainly not.
You know, Charles, you weren't kidding when you made that remark about Edna's money. You've had it pretty easy since becoming her business manager and now her husband.
Well, it's been a pleasant arrangement, if that's what you mean. Well, naturally, I love Edna.
I hope you mean that.
Oh, Irene, this girl means nothing, I swear it. I'll not see her again. Look, in a few days, you and Arthur drop down to the place at Little Rock Point. You'll see all that I'm doing for Edna. I'll take you around the place. We can relax, go for a swim.
I don't swim, Charles. And when my best friend's husband starts two-timing her, I don't feel like relaxing either.
Irene, I've told you...
I heard you, and I've told you, Charles. Stay away from that girl.
You know, friends, in addition to being summer, this is also the time of year when more and more drivers switch to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. Vacation-minded folks just naturally go for Signal's good mileage. But mileage, mind you, is only half of Signal's story. Just you talk with a few Signal customers, and you'll find they're equally enthusiastic about Signal's performance. After all, in order to give you such good mileage, today's Signal gasoline has to help your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally you also enjoy quick starting, proud pickup, and smooth purring power, the things that make driving a real pleasure. So to get the most out of your vacation travel dollars, make the friendly Signal stations you'll find throughout the Pacific Coast states your headquarters for happy mileage. And even if you're not planning a vacation trip, well, any time is a good time to power your car with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
It's going badly, isn't it, Charles? Myrene knows about your girlfriend, Helen. Knows that it was more than husbandly concern that prompted you to encourage your wife, Edna, to leave town on a vacation, a rest cure for her nervousness. Myrene has always been Edna's best friend, and she'll tell her the truth if you don't do something to reassure her that you don't intend to see Helen again. You wish you hadn't made the date with Helen for the following afternoon at the beach house at Little Rock Point. And after she arrives, you're very nervous all the time that she's there with you.
What is it, Charles? You haven't heard anything I've said.
Oh, yes, I have, Helen. It's just, well, I'm a little jumpy.
Well, I thought with your wife out of town.
Helen, we've got to talk about that. It isn't as perfect as it seems.
Oh?
A friend of Edna's, Myrene Walker. She knows about us.
Knows what about us?
Well, not everything, of course. She thinks it's a casual thing that we're old friends, happen to run into one another. And...
Oh. If she continues to see us together.
That's right. She'll go to Edna. Helen, we've got to forget about it for a while.
Forget about it?
Well, you know, I really don't mean that exactly.
I should hope not. You promised me you were going to talk to Edna, ask for a divorce.
I know, and I intend to, but it can't be right away, Helen. I have my reasons. Right now, it's important that you leave, that we're not seen together.
All right, Charles. I won't need a second invitation.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
I've waited long enough as it is. Quite long enough. Goodbye, Charles.
But, Helen,
Goodbye, Charles.
She's gone, isn't she, Charles? And only a few moments later, you hear her car start up, roar away, and you're alone. Alone in the house that you were supposed to be remodeling for your wife, Edna. And as the rest of the afternoon drags by, you find yourself hating the place. And you'll always hate it, unless somehow soon the house can be yours and Helen's. Just how you're going to bring that about isn't quite clear to you yet, is it? How you'll get rid of your wife, Edna. That evening, as you're sitting alone, wishing you returned to town, you're still thinking about it when suddenly you're aware of a noise outside.
Maureen. Well, this is a surprise.
Hello, Charles.
Snooping around, were you?
All right. Call it that if you want.
You're wasting your time, really. I'm quite alone.
Are you?
Of course. Come on in, Maureen. I'd like to show you around the place.
Like a child caught at the cookie jar, Myrene follows you inside. She's nervous, ill at ease, avoids your gaze as you show her about the house. And then finally, the two of you end up at the boat landing.
Well, what do you think of it?
It's very nice, Charles.
Think I do like it?
No, I don't. This isn't the sort of house Edna would like at all. It just doesn't suit her personality, let's say.
Really?
I'm sure there isn't a thing here that would interest her. Outside of that unusual painting in the living room.
Rather nice, isn't it? Impressionistic, I believe they call that sort of thing.
To me, it looked like a dragon about to devour something.
Well, it is a painting of a dragon. But Edna likes offbeat things like dragons. I bought it especially for her. A surprise.
Oh, really, Charles?
And just what does that mean?
May I be blunt?
Feel free.
You didn't buy this house for Edna. When does Helen move in?
Now, see here, Myrene.
You see here. It's a glamorous place, Charles. Exciting. Should just match her baby blue eyes.
Myrene,
You're not fooling me for 1 minute. And you won't fool Edna either. She's going to know all about this.
You're not going to tell her about Helen.
Edna's my best friend.
Myrene, I think I've had just about enough of your meddling.
Charles, wait.
Just about enough.
Stay away from me.
I ought to wring your neck, you little snoop.
Charles! Charles!
You reached out to grab Myrene as she tripped, but you're too late, and she plunged off the end of the boat landing.
Charles! Help me! Help me! I can't swim! Charles!
You stand there, staring down at her, struggling in the water. She can't swim, Charles. She'll drown if you don't help her. And you don't help her, do you, Charles? You're glad the house is isolated, aren't you, Charles? Yes. You're certain no one except the late Myrene Walker knows you've been here. But you decide to hurry back to your home in town, establish a reasonable alibi. 2 hours later, you're back in your house in town, where you nervously await the phone call you're certain you'll receive.
Hello?
Mr. Gilbert?
Yes?
This is Frank Stanley over on the East Shore? One of your neighbors at Little Rock Point.
Oh, yes. Yes, Mr. Stanley.
Would have called you sooner, except I had the devil's own time getting hold of your phone number up there in town.
What is it? Something wrong?
Well, yeah. A woman drowned off the island a few hours ago.
What's that?
Yep. Thought you probably know her. Police found her purse on your boat landing. Identified her as Myrene Walker.
Myrene, what? Good Lord.
Oh, you do know her?
Oh, yes. She's a very dear friend of my wife.
Gee, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Gilbert.
This probably wouldn't have happened if I'd been out there. I'd planned to, but business kept me here in town. Myrene must have come out to visit us, wandered around in the dark, and...
Yeah, that's sort of the way I figured it, too.
Well, thank you for calling, Mr. Stanley. I'll get in touch with my wife right away.
You smile, don't you, Charles, as you hang up the receiver. It's all over now. Myrene is dead. You could have saved her, but you didn't. And you couldn't have Myrene telling your wife about Helen, could you? Later that day, you send a wire to Edna at the resort. Inform her that you have some bad news. Ask her to return immediately. And that evening, you decide to go back to the house on Little Rock Point. Perhaps take a walk along the beach. See if you can learn news of the local reaction to Myrene's drowning. As you hurry up the path, you're startled to see a light burning in the living room. Helen, yes. She's probably paid you a surprise visit.
Good evening, Charles.
Edna.
Found the key under the mat, so I came on in. I've been waiting hours for you.
But I don't understand. I sent the telegram only a few hours ago.
Telegram? Well, it must have missed me. I left Yuma this morning.
But why?
Here. Perhaps this letter will explain. Myrene sent it to me.
Myrene?
Yes. Her letter told me all about your little friend, Helen. Read it. See for yourself.
Oh, now, Edna, surely you don't...
Myrene wouldn't lie.
But, Edna,
You needn't bother to deny it, Charles.
Well, you've got to let me explain.
Let's drop the matter here and now. You see, Charles, I've thought it over very carefully. I've decided to forgive you.
Forgive me?
Yes. I'm really much more to blame for Helen than you are.
I don't understand.
Well, perhaps I drove you to her. I haven't been a very good wife, Charles. More than a little neglectful. Thinking too much about business and not enough about us, our home, our marriage.
Well, we haven't been as close in the past few years as we used to be, Edna.
Yes, I know. I know, and it's all my fault. I'm willing to forget all this, Charles, but of course you must forget Helen.
Of course.
Fix me a drink, will you? I could use one.
All right. I could use one myself.
Charles.
Yes?
You said something about a telegram.
Oh, yes.
Well?
Bad news, I'm afraid. It's about Myrene.
What's happened?
Well, apparently she came out here last night while I was in town, and while she was wandering around outside in the dark, she fell off the boat landing.
She what?
Yes, she drowned, Edna. Police recovered her body this morning.
Myrene drowned?
Oh, easy now, darling. It's a terrible shock, I know. Here, this'll help.
Charles, the poor dear.
Well, if I'd been here, I don't suppose it would have happened. At least the lights on the boat landing would have been on.
Wait a moment. You said you were in town.
Yes, at the house all evening.
But you weren't.
What?
You weren't at the house in town. I know, because I called you from the resort half a dozen times. There was no answer.
But I tell you, Edna...
Where were you last night, Charles? Where were you when Myrene had her accident? Answer me.
Listen, Edna.
You were here when Myrene came. She knew about Helen. You were afraid she'd tell me. You didn't know she already sent me this letter, did you? Did you?
All right, so I was here.
And Myrene's death wasn't so accidental.
Wait a minute, where are you going?
To the sheriff's office.
Edna, now listen.
Let go of me.
I didn't have anything to do with Myrene's death. You've got to believe me, it was an accident.
We'll let the police decide. Now, you let go of me, I say.
No, Edna. You're not going to the police.
Charles, don't look at me like that. What are you...
Edna.
She's fainted, hasn't she, Charles? Fainted and crumpled to the floor at your feet. And you know as you stare down at her that you had murder in mind in your heart as you stared at her. And it isn't over, is it? No. You can't let her go to the police with her story, Charles. And looking down at Edna lying unconscious before you, a thought suddenly occurs to you. It's a way out, isn't it? A way out for you and Helen. Quickly, you pick up the folded sheet of paper, the letter Myrene wrote to Edna, stuff it into your pocket. Then you carry Edna outside, place her in the car she drove down, and drive it into the garage, and close the garage doors, leaving the motor running, and wait. An hour later, and it's all over. Later, you drive Edna's body back to town in her car, put the car in your garage, again leave the motor running as you close the garage doors. Now all you need to do is return to the beach house and wait for Edna's body to be found in the garage. Knowing Edna as you do, you're certain she told no one of her return from Yuma. And you're sure no one saw her at the house at Little Rock Point. But you know you must get back there before her body is discovered. You take a bus back to the beach house. The next morning, walk the half-mile to the home of your nearest neighbor, Mr. Stanley.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Gilbert.
Good morning, Mr. Stanley. I wonder if I might use your phone.
Sure.
Ours hasn't been installed yet.
Well, come on in. Sure was too bad about the little lady that drowned, wasn't it?
Yes, it's going to be a terrible shock for my wife. I'm almost afraid to tell her. They were very close.
Oh, you mean she doesn't know yet?
Well, my wife is vacationing at a desert resort. I sent her a wire yesterday after you called me asking her to come home, but I haven't heard a word from her. I'm rather worried.
Sure you are. There's the phone over there. Help yourself.
Thank you. Hello, operator. I'm calling the Shadow Hills Ranch, Yuma, Arizona. Yes, that's right. Thank you. I'm terribly sorry to barge in on you like this, Mr. Stanley.
Oh, it's all right. Quite all right.
It's just that I'm so concerned about my wife, Edna. I can't understand why she hasn't arrived or even answered my wire. It isn't like it. Hello? Yes? Oh,
Our number is 929.
Oh, I'm calling from Harbor 929, operator. Yes. Hello? The Shadow Hills Ranch? Is Mrs. Charles Gilbert there? This is Mr. Gilbert. What? Oh. Yes, I see. Thank you.
Is something wrong, Mr. Gilbert?
They said she left the ranch yesterday morning. She was on her way back to town. Can't understand it. Where is she?
No, Mr. Gilbert. No need to get all worried. She'll turn up.
Well, something is wrong. I know it. I'd better call the police.
Well, sure, if it make you feel any better.
If anything's happened to my wife, Mr. Stanley, I don't know what I'd do. I just don't know.
Here's some hot weather mathematics for motorists. Take the temperature of the day, add 2,800 degrees, the temperature inside the cylinder head of the average motor. That adds up to a lot of heat. Good reason why your motor needs the protection of Signal's wonderful new heavy-duty type oil that's engineered to stand up under heat. New Signal Premium Motor Oil. Because it controls harmful engine deposits such as carbon, gum, and varnish, new Signal Premium keeps your engine clean, keeps hydraulic valve lifters from sticking, keeps oil rings free to seal in power and prevent oil consumption. And in addition, new Signal Premium stops acid corrosion. So you can now stop worrying about all these causes of costly repair jobs. Best of all, you get all this extra protection at no increase in price at Signal service stations. So if you want to keep maintenance costs down and your car's performance up, make your next oil change a change to this remarkable Signal motor oil that reduces engine wear due to lubrication 50%. Change to new Signal Premium Motor Oil.
You've carried it off very well, haven't you, Charles? The role of the worried husband, concerned over his wife's whereabouts. And your phone call to the police brings quick results. An hour later, the sheriff calls on you at the house on Little Rock Point, quietly informs you of your wife's death, carbon monoxide, in the garage of your home in town. You continue to play the part now of the grief-stricken husband, and inwardly you're pleased, certain your performance has more than convinced the sheriff. Then, as he's about to leave you,
Oh, Mr. Gilbert, you said you were alone here last night?
Yes, that's right. I waited all night for my wife to show up.
You sure she didn't?
Of course not. She'd never set foot in this house. I bought it only a few days ago, shortly before she went on a vacation.
Oh, I see.
Why? Why do you ask?
I was just looking at the painting of that dragon. Impressionistic stuff, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
I understand your wife was always drawing. Quite a doodler.
Yes, she doodled constantly. That's just a nervous habit, though.
I was sort of wondering about that dragon picture. Looks very familiar.
It's an original. I had it sent out from New York.
Yeah? That sure is different.
It was a present from my wife. She never got to see it.
She wasn't with you when you bought it?
No. She didn't even know it existed.
Maybe you'd better look at this.
Letter?
An empty envelope. Addressed to your wife at Yuma. From Myrian Walker. Found it in your wife's purse. From the postmark, she must have gotten it the same day she left Yuma.
Well, what about it?
Turn it over.
All right, but...
You say your wife didn't even know of the existence of that dragon painting, Mr. Gilbert.
Yes,
You
but...
also said she wasn't here at Little Rock Point yesterday.
Yes, I did.
And you've got a lot of explaining to do, Mr. Gilbert. The doodling on this envelope your wife had is an excellent copy of that dragon painting. I think we can prove it's your wife's doodling, Mr. Gilbert.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. And before you start your vacation trip, be sure to ask your Signal dealer for a free copy of Lane's Guide, a booklet prepared by an independent travel organization to help you find good eating and lodging places. While no pocket-sized booklet can include all the good hotels, motels, and dining places, Lane's Guide covers a representative selection in hundreds of cities and towns. And a copy of this handy publication is yours free at Signal stations. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Bill Johnstone, Mary Lansing, Joe Gilbert, Michael Ann Barrett, Herbert Litton, and Charles Seal. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at this same time next Sunday, when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for the Horace Height Show, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network. And now, stay tuned for the program that has rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invite you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, the Whistler's strange story. The House on Hainsley Boulevard.
The old Hackett place on Hainsley Boulevard was a monument to the past, built by the very first of the Hacketts to arrive in California a good many years before. It clung now to its former grandeur with a sort of quiet, determined tenacity. But one evening shortly after midnight, the quiet of the neighborhood was suddenly shattered, the air torn with a startling cry. Fire! Fire! Yes, the cry of fire knifing through the stillness of tree-lined Hainsley Boulevard. The old house threatened as flames leaped to envelop it, and immediately the street was alive with activity. And miraculously, coming swiftly to the rescue, a fire engine, its crew working skillfully, fighting off the threat of destruction. And then out of the crowd, a man appeared.
Mr. Hackett, the house is safe.
Yeah, I see.
No one in there, is there, Mr. Hackett? Your Aunt Leona away?
Oh, she's away, thank heaven. Spending the night in Glendale. How did it happen, Lieutenant Mullen? How did it start?
I don't know. I went past about half an hour ago, going on duty.
I know. Aunt Leona will be grateful to you, Lieutenant.
No, forget it. The funny thing, though, Mr. Hackett, thought I saw somebody running away from the place.
What?
Yeah, that's right. Well, I'll see you later, Mr. Hackett.
Sure. And thanks, Mullen. I'd have been sick if anything had happened to the old place.
You are sick inside, aren't you, Frank? Because your plan failed so completely. And even as you thank Police Lieutenant Mullen for his swift action, you inwardly curse yourself, forgetting that he passes this way regularly, and that only a matter of a half an hour destroyed your timing. And you have to have money soon. $5,000 to clear your gambling debt with Dino DaCosta, or the payoff will be your life. Even with the damage very slight, the scene with Aunt Leona the next morning is an unpleasant one, as she surveys the scorched section at the rear of the old place.
Disgraceful.
Oh, there's very little damage, Aunt Leona.
It isn't the extent of the damage. It's your carelessness that disturbs me. I've left you everything I have in my will, and all I ask in return is that you assume some responsibility and make things easier for me while I'm still here.
Look, Aunt Leona, it could have been much worse. You worry yourself sick over this house.
It's my home, isn't it?
It's my home, too, Aunt Leona. Half mine, half yours, according to Cappy's will.
And it'll be all yours when I die, along with everything else I have. But I'm not dead yet, Frank.
Just the same, we ought to accept Mr. Fleming's offer to buy, if you ask me.
No one's asking you.
The old argument sounds even more hollow than usual, doesn't it, Frank? You're not getting anywhere with Aunt Leona, and you wish she were out of your way. You can't help thinking how pleasant your situation would be if something happened to her. You'd have everything you wanted. You could square yourself with Dino and have all you'd ever need besides. And there isn't much time, is there, Frank? Dino's given you 10 days. You can't stall much longer. Later that day, you seek out the only solace these last few months have offered. Adele Richards. Lovely. Beautiful. You could marry her if you could support her. Couldn't you, Frank?
She's a stubborn old woman. Fleming's outfit has bought up most of the other houses along the street, but she won't sell. She's going to put up an office building eventually.
Probably want to sell then.
Sure, when it's too late. Old Cappy had the right idea.
Cappy?
Captain Hackett, Aunt Leona's husband.
Oh.
He up and left about 8 years ago. Went out one night for some pipe tobacco. So he said. Never came back. I don't blame him. But then he had some money. He could afford to run. I can't.
You want to run, Frank?
From her and from that infernal old house, yes. From you, darling, never.
Oh, Frank.
Oh, great. Don't answer.
Oh, silly, I have to.
Hello? Oh, yes. Yes, he's here. I'll call him. It's for you, Frank. It's Dina DaCosta. He knows you're here.
Okay. Hello, Dino.
I thought I might catch you at your girlfriend's. I was reading the papers, Frank. That was a dumb thing to do.
What was?
Setting fire to your house. You're nuts.
No, Dino, you're wrong. I didn't do it.
Sure you did, and it didn't work. Just wanted you to know that's a bum angle, Frank. I don't like it.
What difference does it make to you what I do to settle with you?
I don't like strings on anything that's mine. That $5,000 you owe me. I want it on time, but I want it clean. Remember that, Frank.
Hello? Hello?
Frank, what is it?
Nothing.
Frank.
I'm sorry, honey. I've got a lot on my mind.
Oh, something to do with gambling and Dino DaCosta, that's obvious. What is it?
It's... Well, might as well know. I'm into Dino for $5,000.
Frank.
I've got to get hold of the money some way.
Oh, Frank, why don't you go to your aunt? Tell her everything. She'll
She'll
be able...
blow her stack. You don't know Aunt Leona, Adele. If I did that, she'd cut me out of her will, everything. No. I'll have to get the money for Dino some other way.
Yes, Frank, some other way. And the time is short, very short. It's ironic, isn't it? Old Hackett House isn't worth much to anybody except Aunt Leona and Mr. Fleming, who wants very much to buy it. You could settle your debt with Dino if she'd agree to take Mr. Fleming's offer. That night after Leona retires, you're groping for a solution when the phone rings.
Hello.
Mr. Hackett, John Fleming.
Oh, yes, Mr. Fleming.
Hope it's not too late to bother you, but about the house, have you talked it out with your aunt?
Why, no. That is, I have talked to her, Mr. Fleming, and, well, she's weakening, but...
Nothing definite yet, though. Nothing settled, eh?
Well, no. Well, you know how it is. Living there so long, she's pretty attached to the place.
I know, but we can't stall this thing indefinitely. I wish you'd get a decision soon.
Oh, I will, sir. Very soon. And it's going to be a favorable one, I'm sure. She is weakening.
Good. We'll talk again soon then, eh?
You wish it were true, don't you, Frank? That there was even a slight sign of Aunt Leona weakening in her stand against selling the house. The next morning, you decide to bring the subject up once more, when, as you step out into the yard, you hear voices raised angrily. Aunt Leona's voice, and the voice of old Bosun Pete, an old friend, former shipmate of Captain Hackett, who now does odd jobs about the place.
This mess, my rose bed, my favorite rose bed. And what do? Neglect it? Ignore it?
Oh, the soil's been worked to death there, Miss Hackett. Best thing to do is rip all them prickly old scrags out of there.
Don't you dare talk that way about my roses.
Your roses, your house. Did you ever think anything of anybody else's? Like my patience? It wears mighty thin around you, miss. I want to tell you right here.
Now, look here, Bosun. If you don't enjoy the way I do things, you don't have to stay around, you know.
All right. I will quit, and with pleasure. Goodbye to you, Miss Leone.
Old fool.
Aunt Leona.
Oh, Frank. Well, I suppose you heard.
Who didn't? Well, the neighbors must have heard you, too. Aunt Leona, you can't send that old gent away.
Can't I?
Cap Hackett said he was to have a place here as long as he wished it.
Captain Hackett's been gone over 7 years, Frank. I'd say that makes him legally dead. And dead people don't dictate to me. Nor live ones either.
Something in Aunt Leona's manner has suddenly set you to wondering if the rose bed might hold a grim secret of your aunt's, perhaps even the secret of her husband's strange disappearance, and you determine to find out. At dinner that night, you ask her an important question.
This weekend, Aunt Leona. Going to Glendale as usual? Cousin Ellie's?
Thought I might. Why?
Well, nothing. Just wondered.
Oh. If I do go, I hope I can trust you to remain in the premises and look after the place better than last time.
Oh, of course you can, Aunt Leona. I'll look after the place very well this time.
Tonight, I'm predicting again. This time, a sight you're going to see oftener and oftener as the days grow warmer. Overheated cars parked at the side of the road to let their steaming radiators cool off. To make sure this annoying occurrence doesn't mar your summer driving fun, Signal service stations are now ready to serve you with these useful little items to rejuvenate your cooling system. Radiator cleaner to remove clogging scale, sludge, and rust. Rust preventive to protect radiators of old cars or new ones from further corrosion. Radiator sealer that stops small leaks in a jiffy. Plus new fan belts and radiator hose in case yours need replacing. And these, mind you, are just 5 items from your Signal dealer's complete line of recognized quality motoring needs, which include Lee tires, nationally advertised brands of spark plugs and windshield wiper blades, plus many others. So when you drive into a Signal dealer's to fill up with the famous Go Farther gasoline, remember he's also headquarters for a complete line of fine accessories and services to help your car run better, look better, and last longer.
It's a hunch, isn't it, Frank? A growing belief. And quite possibly something that will help you considerably in your contest with Aunt Leona. It's far more than a test of individual wills, isn't it, Frank? The days are slipping by, and Dino DaCosta will collect your gambling debt with him one way or another. And now, with your aunt spending the weekend in Glendale, giving you some time alone on the premises, another more promising thought has entered your head. That's why you set to work as soon as she's gone. Set to work digging into the rose bed. Digging deep. But all your efforts avail you exactly nothing. Only a ruined flower bed. And at work the following Monday, you get the angry phone call you expected.
Frank? Frank, how could you? How could you allow that terrible man to take his revenge this way?
Terrible man?
Bosun Pete. He's dug up my rose bed, ruined it for good. And you let him do it, you, when you said you'd watch the place.
Well, I'm sorry, Aunt Leona. I only left for a short time. I had no idea the bosun would do such a thing.
I'm going to get the police on him. Lieutenant Mullen. I'll report him to Lieutenant Mullen.
That evening, as you sit on the front porch of Hackett House with Aunt Leona, you're a little hesitant to bring up the matter of Mr. Fleming's offer, aren't you, Frank? Yes, because you know she's still upset about the rose beds. You're sitting back, puffing on a cigarette, trying to think of some way you can ease into the subject when...
Someone's coming up the path, Frank.
Oh, yeah. Looks like Bosun.
Bosun? Well, I've got something to say to him.
Now, take it easy, Aunt Leona. I'd say from the looks of that walk, he's had a few beers.
Yeah, hello, Frank. Miss Leone.
Well, you have a nerve coming back, showing your face around here after what you've done.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about your tearing up my rose beds.
Me? I didn't have nothing to do with them rose beds. I just come for my money.
Your money? What money?
You know what money. Long before Cappy went away, he said I should have part of his money when he died.
Oh? Did he tell you that?
He told you, too, and you know it.
Really? Huh. I don't seem to recall.
Listen, Miss Leone, I'm warning you. I better get my money or you'll be sorry.
Are you threatening me?
Well, call it what you want. I'll get my money if I have to choke it out of you.
Come on, Bosun. Let's take a walk.
Now, let go, Frank. I ain't finished here yet.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Come on.
You lead him away, Frank, the bosun shouting threats. Walk him down the street for several blocks to calm him down. Then you leave him. You feel sorry for the bosun, don't you? But as you turn and start back for the house, he's quickly forgotten. You have other things in your mind. Dino, Aunt Leona, Adele. You haven't seen her in days, have you? Then as you reach the crest of the hill, sight Hackett House silhouetted against the sky, you stop. Suddenly an idea hits you.
Wait a minute. Sure. Why didn't I think of that before? Aunt Leona! Aunt Leona?
In the kitchen, Frank.
Oh.
I was fixing a cup of tea. Would you care for
No,
one?
no, thanks. Look, I just got an idea, Aunt Leona. Cappy left you several lots up in Glendale, didn't he? Not far from Cousin Ellie's place?
Yes, that's right.
Aunt Leona, why couldn't we have the house moved there? Just have it picked up, hauled away.
Move?
To the lots in Glendale. Why not, Aunt Leona? Why not?
Why not, indeed? It'd be nice being close to Ellie.
Sure it would.
But wait, wouldn't it cost a bit of money?
Oh, I don't know. Look, let me talk to Fleming.
Now, don't rush me into this, Frank. I want some time to think it over.
Okay, you think it over. But I've got another idea, and I'm going to see Fleming about it first thing in the morning. Aunt Leona, I talked to Mr. Fleming this morning, and he called me back a few minutes ago. His company is willing to move the house for us, stand all the expense.
Oh, really, Frank?
How about it? Do I tell him it's a deal?
Well, all right, Frank. All right.
Good. Now listen, they're anxious to get on this thing right away, so you'd better scout around, see if you can find us another place to live for the time being.
There's a cottage just round the corner from here and up the street. It's for rent. I saw it this morning.
Check on it right away. I'll see you tonight, Aunt Leona.
Hello?
Hello, darling.
Well, Frank, where on earth have you been?
Well, it's a long story, but I'll be...
You're through talking, Frank.
Well, go on, darling. But you'll what?
You hear me? Hang up.
I'll call you later, Adele.
But Frank!
Later, Adele. All right. What's the idea, Dino?
I came to call, that's the idea. Was in your neighborhood, as the saying goes, and decided to drop in.
You're not the social type, Dino.
No, I ain't. So we won't visit very long. 5 more days, Frank. Or are you keeping score, too?
I know. And it looks good, Dino.
I'm not so sure. 5 days, Frank. That's all the time you got. I need to do myself, bad. 5 days. It's gotta be.
I'll try, Dino, but I can't...
I'd do that, Frank, if I were you. Just as if your life depended on it.
Dino means business, doesn't he, Frank? 5 more days, and that's all. Somehow you manage to move yourself and Aunt Leona to the little cottage not far from Hackett House in 2 days' time. And then you go to Mr. Fleming's office to press for payment for your property.
So, any time your company wants to start moving the house is fine with us.
Good, my boy, good. I'll file for the moving permit right away. Sometimes there are little delays in getting it, and sometimes not. But we'll move the house as soon as we get the permit.
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Fleming, when you move the house is of no importance to me. I don't even want to hear about Hackett House until it's safely planted on those lots in Glendale. Well, about the money for the property. Since Aunt Leona and I own the property jointly, can we each receive a check for half the total amount?
Perfectly agreeable with us, and I should say, if there's some rush about it, our accounting department could get the checks out for you right away.
Oh, fine, Mr. Fleming, fine. There is some rush about it.
It's a relief, isn't it, Frank? You leave Fleming's office fortified with 2 checks. One made out to Aunt Leona for her half. The other to you for exactly the amount you must pay Dino da Costa. $5,000, your half. All for Dino. You're glad you have the money for Dino. But after you pay him, you'll be no better off than you were before. And now you know you'll never be. unless something happens to your Aunt Leona. As you walk along the busy downtown street, you suddenly see an old friend right in front of you.
Well, Bosun, how are you?
Oh, hello, Frank. Well, look, I've been wanting to get in touch with you. I wanted to, ask Miss Leone to forgive me for the other night.
Oh, forget it.
I didn't mean to say all those things, but, I kind of needed the money.
Oh? Things pretty tough?
Yeah, pretty tough.
Well, I'll see what I can do, Bosun.
Oh, would you, Frank? You know I didn't mean to harm her or nothing like that.
Where are you staying?
At Seaman's Hotel.
I'll get in touch.
You watch Bosun as he turns away, disappears into the noonday crowd. Now you know what you're going to do, don't you, Frank? The Bosun is your answer. Soon you'll have everything you want, including Adele. Yes, Bosun Pete has given the solution, hasn't he? That night, a little after midnight, you make it a point to run into another old friend, Lieutenant Mullen of the police department, on his way to work. And as the two of you stand and chat on the street corner, you manage to steer the conversation in the direction you want it to go.
Yeah, I was beginning to wonder about Bosun. Haven't seen him in the neighborhood for some time.
Well, he's living downtown now, I understand.
Heard he had a run-in with your aunt, is that right? About the rose beds?
Yeah. Quite a session it was. He'd been drinking. Well, I really don't think he meant what he said. Threatening her, you know.
Really?
Still, you can't be too sure. He's got quite a temper. And a gun.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
But I don't think you have to worry too much about the Bosun. Oh, here comes my streetcar. I'll see you later, Mr. Hackett. Good night.
Night, Lieutenant.
You're pleased, aren't you, Frank? Satisfied with your meeting with Lieutenant Mullen. The following afternoon, you phone the Seaman's Hotel. Ask Bosun to pick you up that night, drive you out to the cottage. You've made a decision, haven't you, Frank? Set your plan into motion. Your debt with Dino will be settled. And when it's all over, you won't have to share the money from the sale of Hackett House with anyone. And you'll have all your Aunt Leona's money besides. Late that night, you're waiting on a quiet side street for Bosun to pick you up. And finally, he rounds the corner and pulls up at the curb.
Hello, Frank.
Right on time, Bosun.
Yeah.
Shouldn't want to keep Leona waiting, you know.
Sure she'll be up this late? Seems like a funny time of night.
Oh, you're wrong, Bosun. The time's perfect. Just perfect for this.
10 minutes later, you're parked in front of the cottage, and you're wearing Bosun's pea jacket and cap. Bosun is out of sight, slumped down on the seat beside you, still unconscious. You glance at your watch, then slip out of the car and hurry quietly up to the porch of the cottage to wait. It'll all be over soon, won't it, Frank? Once you get away, you'll wreck the car. Bosun will be killed, and the murder weapon will be found in his pocket. You glance at your watch again, a little after 12, and down the street. And you see him approaching you right on schedule. It's Lieutenant Mullen.
Yes? Who is it?
It's Frank.
Well, Frank, did you forget your keys? What in the world are you doing in the bosun's cap? What?
As your Aunt Leona slumps to the floor, you whirl, run back to the car, jump inside. Through the rear-view mirror, you can see Lieutenant Mullen running towards you. And as you put the car in gear, you let the bosun's cap fall to the street.
Bye-bye, Lieutenant. And thanks. Thanks for being right on time.
Like a spare tire without air. That's just how much good an oil filter does your car when the filter cartridge inside is filled up with sludge and goo. It can no longer do the job it was put there to do. And what is that job? Well, for every 1 gallon of gasoline an engine uses, it sucks in up to 9,000 gallons of air. And air carries gritty dust which gets into the oil and has to be strained out by the oil filter. Also, tiny metal particles wearing off engine parts must be trapped by the oil filter, so they won't act as an abrasive on other costly parts. In recognition of the importance of oil filters, signal dealers are this month joining in the national program of the Purolator Company to check the condition of oil filters. If he finds your filter cartridge too clogged to give your motor proper protection, your signal dealer can replace it with a genuine Purolator filter cartridge. After all, the best two ways we know to prevent engine wear are 1, a good, clean oil filter, and 2, a change to new Signal Premium, the heavy-duty type oil that reduces engine wear due to lubrication 50%.
A crowd had gathered in the usually quiet side street on the fringe of downtown Los Angeles. Spoke in excited whispers, stared at the body on the sidewalk. A few feet away, Lieutenant Mullen stood by, puffing slowly on a cigarette, and his face wore a puzzled frown. Then another officer pushed his way through the crowd and joined him.
This one dead, Lieutenant?
Yeah. Name's Frank Hackett.
You killed the old lady back there at the cottage?
Uh-huh. Tried to make it look like Bosun did it.
Bosun?
The man over there in the Essex. How's he doing?
Oh, he's finally coming around. How'd you nail this Hackett fellow?
Saw him run out of the cottage his aunt had rented after I heard the shots. Thought at first it was Bosun the way he was dressed. I took off after him. I never caught him either, except that after he turned the corner, he had to abandon the car and go out on foot. That's when my bullet nailed him.
Something go wrong with his car?
No, the street was blocked.
Blocked?
Yeah. The movers were hauling a house away. It blocked the whole street. Hackett here couldn't drive the car around it. Funny thing, too. It was his home they were moving. Hackett House.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. And before you start your vacation trip, be sure to ask your Signal dealer for a free copy of Lane's Guide, a booklet prepared by an independent travel organization to help you find good eating and lodging places. While no pocket-sized booklet can include all the good hotels, motels, and dining places, Lane's Guide covers a representative selection in hundreds of cities and towns. And a copy of this handy publication is yours free at Signal stations. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, John Stevenson, Norma Varden, Gene Bates, Cliff Arquette, Herbert Rawlinson, Frank Richards, and Charles Seal. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Adrian John Doe, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at this same time next Sunday when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for our Miss Brooks starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who is guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invite you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things,
for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, the Whistler's strange story. A friendly case of blackmail.
In this world, there are two kinds of people. Those who do things and those who dream about doing them. That was the philosophy of Albert Goodman. At least, that's the way he explained it to his old friend George Wilson. It was the night George came over to Albert's apartment to ask for some money. Alone.
Yes, Al, a couple of $1,000.
A couple of thousand? What in the world do you need that much money for, George? You never had that much money in your life.
I know. Well, you see, I want to get married.
Married? Why, George, after all these years, I thought you were a confirmed bachelor like me.
Well, I've just never been able to afford to before.
No, I suppose not. Still, George, maybe having a wife will inspire you. Help you make something out of yourself. Start a new career, perhaps.
Why, I couldn't leave Shannon and Reed not after all these years.
Oh, why not? You're still on the same job you were when I left there 18 years ago, aren't you?
Oh, I've had some raises.
Well, that's something, of course, but you haven't advanced your position.
No, I'm still a bookkeeper.
Well, I understand many bookkeepers are married and quite happy. But some women want a lot, you know. A car, clothes, jewels.
Oh, no, Ethel's different.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm very glad to hear that. Anyway, it's your business. You do what you want to do. But the $2,000 you were asking me for, George, that's a lot of money. If you don't have it as a bachelor, I don't see how you expect to put away enough after you're married to repay me. I'm afraid I can't let you have it.
Al, I thought...
I know. We've been friends for a long time, and believe me, George, I'm refusing to lend you this money as your friend. Borrowing that much money to get married on is a big mistake.
But Ethel doesn't want to wait.
In that case, you'll just have to make the best of your present situation. Then start doing something to better yourself. It's time you did anyway.
I don't exactly know what you mean.
Well, I'll tell you, George. There are two kinds of people in this world. People who do things and people who only dream about doing them. Now, take us, for example.
Us?
Sure. 20 years ago, we were both in the same spot, bookkeeping for a second-rate investment company for $100 a month. We both had the same chance to get ahead. Today, I have most of the things I want. Money, position. I've earned them, George. And you?
Me. I have to come to you for money to get married on. Yeah, I think I see what you mean.
No, don't get me wrong. All I'm saying is that you've got to set your sights high and then work like the very devil to reach your goal.
Sure. Well, Al, I guess there's nothing more to say.
Believe me, George, I'm sorry, but honestly, I think you'll thank me someday for not lending you this money.
Maybe you're right, Al. I don't know. Maybe you're right.
Well, George, your old friend Al doesn't think you're a good financial risk, does he? And in the name of friendship, he's given a very unflattering description of yourself as a person. A dreamer, he called you, not a doer. And you know how right he is. You're afraid right now, afraid that Ethel won't wait. That all the dreams you've dreamed will fade into ashes just as they've always done. You have to do something, don't you, George? Especially after you talk to Ethel that evening.
Well, of course I love you, George, but we have to have money to live. We want a home at least.
I just talked with Al.
Al? Oh, he's your friend with lots of money, isn't he? Say, maybe he could help us out at the start.
That's what I talked to him about.
Oh, did he say he'd help you?
He said he'd do me the biggest favor a guy could do.
Well, then what are we worrying about, honey?
He didn't give me any money.
Huh? Oh, well, why not?
Oh, it doesn't matter. But he did do me a big favor. He gave me an idea. An idea about what to do.
Yeah, what?
Ethel, do you love me?
Oh, you know I do, honey.
And you don't care too much where our money comes from? I mean, as long as we have plenty?
Well...
Enough to buy you everything you want.
Oh, gee, honey, what you do is your own business. As long as you don't get into trouble.
Okay. Well, Al reminded me of something today. You see, Al left Shannon and Reed about 18 years ago, and no one heard of him for several years. Al doesn't know it, but I know where he spent those years.
Where was he?
In prison.
In prison?
Why? Embezzlement. Old Mr. Shannon told me before he died. Oh, the whole thing was handled very quietly. Al replaced the money he'd taken from the firm, served his time. And since he's been out, he's been a model citizen, made good in a big way.
Don't other people know about it?
I doubt if anyone does. Mr. Shannon kept it pretty quiet, kept it out of the papers. Nobody in the organization knew what happened. We all thought Al had gone east. And now he's sitting on top of the world.
That's a nice spot to be sitting in.
Yeah. Most of all, Al's proud of his solid position, his good standing in the community and all. You know, I wonder just how great a value Al does put on his position in life.
George, you don't mean...
I mean blackmail, Ethel. Oh, let's say a friendly case of blackmail.
Are you the kind of motorist who gets fun out of driving? Then just for the fun of it, here's an experiment I'd like for you to make. Try just one tankful of Signal Ethyl, the premium quality of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline, engineered to bring out the best in any car. Yes, if you like fun, you'll get sweet satisfaction out of the prompt obedience with which Signal Ethyl makes your motor respond to the starter. If it's fun you like, it's fun you'll have when the traffic light goes green and your Signal Ethyl pep makes other drivers turn green. And if it's fun you like, you'll still be having it, as Ethyl signals Ethyl's power whisks you effortlessly down highways and up hills, with the hushed purr of your motor echoing your own feelings of relaxed contentment. Yes, driving can be fun, and you'll be sure you're having all the fun your motor has to offer if you just fill up next time at a Signal service station. Fill up with Signal Ethyl.
Well, George, you're really taking Al's advice to do something, aren't you? The next day, you carefully print a note to Al on a plain piece of paper demanding $5,000. There'll be no telltale marks to identify you. Then you send Ethel down to Phoenix for the weekend with explicit instructions about how to mail it from there. Then you wait. Al will get it when he gets home Monday evening. Then the fireworks will start. After all, George, you're his best friend. If he talks to anyone, it'll be to you. So you sit around your drab little apartment and wait. Finally...
Why, Al! Well, this is a surprise.
I gotta talk to you, George.
Sure. Come in.
Thanks.
Sit down.
Thank you. George, do any of the old gang from Shannon and Reed live down around Phoenix?
Gosh, I don't know, Al. I haven't kept track of any of them, except you. Why, you going down there for a vacation or something?
No, I got something in the mail today. Here, take a look at this.
This is strange. It's printed.
Yes. Go on, read it.
Good one. Understand you're doing very well for an ex-convict. If you want to keep the past dead, you'll have to pay me $5,000. If I know you, you won't want your present friends and business associates to know that you served time for embezzlement. Why, Al, that's blackmail.
Yes, blackmail. Yes, blackmail.
Al, surely it's not true.
I'm afraid it is, George. Mr. Shannon was the right guy. He kept it very quiet. Even let me tell everyone I was going east for a few years the day the auditors caught up with me. But I really went to prison. George, if this gets out, it'll ruin me.
Oh, you paid for your mistake?
Yes, I know I have, but apparently I haven't paid enough. People are funny about ex-convicts. I just can't let this get out now, George. It would kill me. You're my best friend. Maybe you can help me. Huh?
Well, I'll do anything I can, Al.
Good. Now, I'm supposed to leave the money in small bills in the shoebox on the top of the mailbox on the corner of Franklin and Hudson tomorrow at 3 in the morning.
But you're not going to do it.
I tell you, George, I've got to. But I want you to be there, hiding somewhere, to see if you can see who picks it up.
You mean you're going to try to track down who this blackmailer is?
Of course. I'll pay this time, but I'm going to find out who's doing this. And when I do, well, that guy, whoever he is, will be in for plenty of trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, he sure will.
You're frightened, aren't you, George? Al was right about you, wasn't he? Inside, you're a weakling. Still, you're determined to go through with it. And Al's making it easier for you, isn't he? He wants you to watch the blackmailer's pickup. That will make everything much simpler. And the following morning at 2:45, you're standing in the shadows across the street from the mailbox. The street is deserted, silent. Soon Al walks past you, nodding silently. Then he crosses the street, places the shoebox on top of the mailbox, and goes on. A minute before 3, the lights of a car swing into the street. Ethel's right on time. As she pulls to a quick stop, rush across the street, pick up the shoebox and toss it into the open car window. Then Ethel steps on the gas. She's out of sight in 10 seconds. Everything's perfect. You slip out of the shadows and head for your rendezvous with Al. Halfway down the block, you pass an alley and...
George.
Al. Oh, I thought you'd be down the next corner.
I doubled back, hid here in the alley.
Did you see anything?
Just the car pulling away and turning up the side street. I couldn't see what kind it was. Could you?
Well, just it was a sedan, about I think a 46. But I did get part of the license. 6I42. That's something, Al. And you can check up on that tomorrow at the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Yes, I will. And the man, did you see him?
No. I guess that's why they wanted to put on top of the mailbox. They just slowed up and scooped it in.
They? There were more than one?
Well, I think so. I'm not sure. Gee, I'm sorry, Al. I guess I wasn't much help.
Oh, that's okay. We got part of a license number. I think you were more help than you realize.
What did Al mean by that, George? The pickup went all right, didn't it? He couldn't have seen you go over and toss Ethel the shoebox, could he? Well, it's done now. And you're sure that phony license number you told him about will take Al off on a wild goose chase for a while. He's checking it himself. And you're jittery the next day as you wait for him to get back from the license bureau with the news. And finally, when he comes...
Well, what'd you find out, Al?
One thing that you slipped up, George.
I slipped up?
Yes. You see, there are no licenses in this state that use the letter I. 6I42, you said, wasn't it? Well, it's a wrong number.
Oh, well, I
Oh, yeah, sure, I know. You just made a mistake. It was dark, the car was moving. Everybody can make a mistake like that.
Yeah.
It's too bad, though. That license number was our only clue.
Gee, I'm sorry, Al. Well, it looks like we're up a blind alley.
Oh, no. No, I've got a couple of ideas. I'm going to Phoenix for the weekend.
Phoenix, George. You wonder if Ethel could have left a clue behind her. If anyone saw her in Phoenix who could connect her with you. But all you can do is wait over the long weekend. On Monday, Al is back. But you don't hear from him all day. By nighttime, you're jittery. And when Ethel stops by and wants you to take her out, you tell her you have to wait for Al's phone call. Both of you wait nervously until it comes.
Uh-oh. I think this is it. Hello?
George?
Oh, yes, Al. Any luck?
Yes, a little. I checked all the hotels and tourist camps for people from Los Angeles who were in Phoenix the day the blackmail letter was mailed.
Yeah?
And I found one.
Oh?
A girl named Ethel Martin lives on Orange Drive. I'm just going over there now to look her up.
Oh, I see. Well, good luck.
Yeah, well, I'll let you know what I find. Goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye.
George, what's the matter?
He found out you were in Phoenix.
What? Oh, we got to get out of town.
I guess you're right. Well, with that $5,000 we got from Al...
That $5,000 won't go very far.
But that's all there is.
We can get more. The same way you got the $5,000. Only this time, we'll get a big stake and clear out.
Oh, no, honey, it's too risky. Al's too close already.
Not if he doesn't find me. Why, it's even riskier not to send another letter, especially since you asked him to lend you money.
He's got to get another letter, or he'll figure the blackmailer was just somebody that knew him and needed a few thousand. And that's you, George.
Golly, maybe you're right. I never thought about that. Yeah, this time we'll ask for $25,000. I don't know just how we'll do it, but I'll figure something out.
Well, George, you're finding out something that Al didn't know. That weakness can make people do things, too. You're frightened, but you can't turn back. Next day, you try to figure a smart way to send the next letter. And you get the idea when you go up to meet Ethel for lunch. She works in a big office. And just outside the door, you find the cleaning man has left the trash basket to be picked up. Right on top, George, staring you in the face, is an open envelope postmarked San Francisco. It's just what you need, isn't it, George? You reach down and pick it up.
Oh, pardon me. Oh, nearly knocked you over.
That's all right. I shouldn't have been standing in front of the door.
Looking for something?
No. I just wanted to write a note. I was just picking up a piece of waste paper.
I see. Well, I guess nobody will miss a piece of waste paper.
No, I guess not.
Still a weakling, aren't you, George? Frightened because a man sees you take that envelope out of the trash barrel. And he'll probably forget it in a matter of minutes. But everything frightens you now, doesn't it? That afternoon, you take some ink remover and carefully remove the address from the back of the envelope and the return address from the back. Then you print Al's name and address carefully, slip a new blackmail note into it, and place it securely in your pocket. You'll take no more chances with Ethel. This job you'll do yourself. Early that evening, you walk to Al's apartment, and after making sure there's no one in sight, you hastily slip it into his mailbox and return quickly to your apartment, certain you'll hear from Al as quickly as he finds the letter.
Al, what's up? Why all the noise?
George, it's another blackmail note. Look. Look.
Well, I'll be.
This time they want $25,000. Pick up in the same place Friday night. It gives me 3 days to raise the money.
Well, are you going to pay it?
Oh, I don't know. Also gives me 3 days to track down the blackmailer.
Yeah. Any ideas?
Yeah. This envelope's postmarked San Francisco, but that doesn't mean anything.
Oh, no. Why not?
Because this wasn't delivered by mail. I picked up all of my mail when I got home this evening. Then I went out to have dinner, and while I was gone, somebody slipped this in my box.
Oh, what makes you think so?
There's no special delivery stamp on it. This envelope's been used before.
Oh, no. How do you know that?
The original address was removed with ink remover. You can see the yellow stain, you see? Now watch while I hold it in front of the light. You see those pin scratches?
Yeah, but you can't tell what they are.
No, the new address written over has obscured them. But you can make out something of the name, you see? It's Rafferty. Yeah, that's it, you see? Rafferty. You can make out part of the return address, too. San Francisco 14.
Yeah, I think maybe you're right.
No, I've got something. Rafferty, San Francisco 14. I'll go up there tomorrow, and if I can find out who that letter was written to down here, then I may have the trail. And believe me, George, if I find this guy, he'll wish he'd never started this.
You already wish you hadn't started it, don't you, George? And all the time Albert is in San Francisco, you're jittery. Even though you tell yourself that no matter what he finds out, he can't connect his findings with you. But as one day passes and then another, your fears grow. Finally, the next day, you can stand it no longer. You decide to leave town immediately. Hurry to Ethel's office, and you walk in the door.
Oh, hello, darling. How nice. Just in time to take me to lunch.
Yeah, come on, hurry.
What? George, what's the matter?
That man in your office in the brown topcoat, that was Al.
Al? You mean...
Yes. What's he doing here?
I don't know. He came in a few minutes ago.
Thought he was still in San Francisco. Who was that other man, the one he was talking to?
The man he asked for? Or Jim Rafferty.
Jim Rafferty?
Yes. Oh, what's the matter, George?
That man Rafferty. He's the one who saw me pick up the envelope in the trash barrel, the one I put the blackmail letter in. It was his envelope. Come on, honey. We've got to get out of here fast.
Well, George, Al was a much better detective than you even suspected, wasn't he? It's all quite clear, isn't it? He's just returned from San Francisco, and while he was there, he found the Rafferty family. Then learned that the envelope you'd found in the trash barrel had been sent to Jim Rafferty, employed in the same office with Ethel. Now it's a race to get away. You're certain he's on your trail. You and Ethel, hurry out of the office. No time to wait for the elevator. Take the stairs, race down, but not fast enough. Just as you get to the bottom hall, the elevator door opens, and out steps Al.
Well, hello, George.
Oh, Al. Oh, hello. I didn't expect to see you here.
No, and I didn't expect to see you either. Shannon and Reed haven't moved to this building, have they?
Oh, no. I just came over. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't introduce you. This is my fiancée, Miss Smith.
Happy to know you, Miss Smith.
You remember Al, honey. I've talked so much about him.
Yes, of course. How do you do?
George, I want to talk to you. Suppose we could make it dinner tonight at my place, just like old times?
Gee, I'm sorry, Al.
This is important, George.
Well...
And I'm sure that Miss Smith won't mind one night.
Oh, no, of course not.
Good. Then 6 at my place, George. Just the two of us.
Well, George, you have to face him, don't you? Flight now would mean confession. And wherever you went, especially with Ethel, you'd be found. So at 6 o'clock, you're at Al's apartment. Al is jovial, friendly as you eat dinner. You just play along with him, watching for anything, waiting, afraid, just as he said you were. Then after dinner, he fixes 2 drinks and places them on the table. One at your place and one at his. This is it. Your drink is poisoned, you're sure of that. You can tell by the careful way he mixed them behind your back. The way he sets them down, carefully, not spilling anything. So you have to act fast.
Oh, say, Al, I forgot my cigarettes. Do you have any?
Sure, of course. I'll get you one.
Okay. He turns his back for a minute to get the cigarettes. With one quick movement, you switch the 2 drinks. Then he's back.
There you are.
Oh, thanks.
Now, how about a toast, George?
Sure.
To friendship. There's very little of it left these days.
Yeah, I'll drink to friendship.
Yes, there are very few friendships like ours, George. That's why I wanted you here tonight. You see, George, one of those drinks we just had was poisoned.
Yes, I know that, Al.
You know?
I'm not as stupid as you think. I know that you found out I was blackmailing you, and I knew you'd planned to kill me. It was the only way you could keep your past covered up. If you'd had me arrested, everything would have come out. But I fooled you, Al. I fooled you, because while you got the cigarettes, I switched the drinks.
No. No, George.
Yes, Al. That's right. Turn white. Now it's your turn to be afraid. Go on, Al. You said you were different. A strong man, a doer. All right, now let's see how strong you are.
To be sure that the automobile battery you buy today will last a long while, you want to be sure you're choosing a good one. And you can be sure if you choose a Signal Deluxe, the battery which embodies what has been called the greatest battery improvement in 20 years. I'm talking about Signal's microporous all-rubber separators. Because they hold twice as much acid solution between the plates, Signal Deluxe batteries deliver up to 35% more power. Plenty for extra quick starting, plus the many electrical gadgets on today's cars. As a result, these super-powered batteries stand up so well, Signal guarantees them a full 30 months on a service basis. That's up to 2.5 times as long as many ordinary batteries, which means that all the while you're enjoying its dependable trouble-free performance, a Signal Deluxe battery is actually costing less per month. Less than you think, because your Signal dealer will not only trade in your old battery, but has liberal credit terms available. So when you need a new battery, play safe. Get a good one. Get a Signal Deluxe battery at a Signal service station.
So, George, you've outwitted Al at last. You didn't get the 25,000, but you're certain you'll be free, and no one will ever know about your blackmailing your friend. Al is pale, trembling. You're sure he'll be dead in a very few minutes. He can't even phone a doctor, can he, George? Not while you're there to prevent it. You smile at his first words.
George, you don't know what you've done.
I think I do. I've simply outsmarted you. You told me how you were the kind who did things, that I was the kind who just dreamed. Well, this time I've switched things on you, literally.
On yourself, George.
What do you mean?
I mean, you'll be dead in a few minutes.
I?
Yes, I didn't intend to kill you. It was my drink that was poisoned.
Your drink?
Yes. I told you I was the kind who did things. Well, I simply followed out my own philosophy. I've spent too many years building myself to lose everything, so I decided to end things deliberately, rather than have my life ruined by a blackmailer I couldn't trace.
You couldn't trace?
That's right. That man Rafferty was my last chance, and when he told me how the trash barrel was accessible to anyone, that he'd seen a man pick an envelope out of it but didn't remember what he looked like, I figured my situation was hopeless. There wasn't any use going on.
You mean you didn't know about me?
I didn't even suspect you. But you've settled the score for me. You've brought on your own punishment.
Al, look, do something.
No, it's too late, George. Much too late. No one in the world could help you. And the funny part of it is I was doing everything for you. You were getting the big favor you asked.
I don't get it.
I knew you were a weakling, George, that you'd never do anything on your own, but I liked you in spite of your weakness. So when I decided to take my life, I wrote out a will. A will leaving everything I have to you.
Let that whistle be your signal for the signal oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. This month, throughout America, churchmen of all faiths are calling special attention to the part religion plays in building and preserving our American way of life. Religion is one of the freedoms our forefathers fought for, one which today, more than ever, needs not only our protection, but our active support. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Joseph Kearns, Joe Gilbert, and William Conrad. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by John Everett, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wait a minute. Have you heard The Whistler lately?
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now, The Whistler's strange story, Last Request.
The group around Dr. Rourke's bed moved away as he beckoned with his last remaining strength, indicating that he wanted to be alone with his son. It was all right, the nurse decided, because his boy, James Rourke, was a doctor himself. He directed the others out, moved silently after them, and closed the door. James sat on the edge of the bed, listened at what his father had to say. It was an amazing story, something a dying man had to clear up. It wasn't really his own story, but that of one Tony Delgado, former public enemy number one. It was late, the steamer dock almost deserted, when the big car pulled up near the gangplank. And Tony Delgado stepped out and turned to the driver.
Salidi. Yeah, Tony? Not Tony, you fool. I'll be picked up before this tub even sails.
Okay, not Tony. What you got on your passport?
Tony Delgado is no more. Now, David Delmas.
Delmas? Kind of close, ain't it?
It's got to be close so I don't slip. Now, you see that you don't. You do any singing, Salidi. Even one little bit.
Why you always think I'm going to be the opera star? I don't sing to nobody.
You see that you don't.
Hey, you better go aboard, huh? And nice trip, Mr. Delmas.
Yeah, sure.
You got everything?
Everything. I'll make it. If you behave.
I always have. Well, so long, Chief. Don't take any lead slugs.
So long. And you be careful.
You watch from the rail as the lights from the Golden Gate fade into the distance. And you feel safe, secure, don't you, Tony? It's like the beginning of a new life. One that's free of the police. A new life under another name. David Delmas. You enjoy it even more only a few hours later at a cocktail party on board. When you manage a meeting with a very exciting girl, Sharon Phillips. You feel a sense of amusement inside as you introduce yourself in the ship's lounge.
Delmas. David Delmas.
It's a pleasure, Mr. Delmas.
Oh, thank you. You know, they say shipboard friendships sometimes lead to all kinds of things, so may I get you another cocktail?
If you like. A Manhattan, please.
Sure.
Oh, just a minute. I want you to meet someone, an old friend.
Oh?
Doctor? Oh, Dr. Rourke.
Dr. Rourke?
Over here, Doctor.
Oh, hello, Sharon. So you decided to take the trip after all.
Dr. Rourke, Mr. Delmas.
Happy to
How
know
do
you.
you do?
I'll get the drink for you, Sharon.
Oh, hurry back, won't you?
Yeah, sure.
It's a shock, isn't it, Tony, seeing Dr. Rourke? And you know that it surprised him, too. It's been a long time, hasn't it? And you know that you must talk to him alone and soon. He's gone when you return with Sharon Phillips' drink. But later, out on the deck, you see him standing by the aft rail, quietly smoking his pipe. You saunter over.
Well, we meet again, Dr. Rourke.
Oh, yes. I wondered when you'd be cornering me alone, Mr. Delgado.
Delmas. David Delmas.
I don't suppose I have to ask you why you're traveling under an assumed name. The police again.
The police again. But, Doc.
Yes?
You're going to keep my secret. Not say anything.
Am I?
Haven't said anything yet, have you?
No. No, I haven't.
Yeah, you're wise, Doc. You're very wise. I could mess up your life, too, you know.
In what way?
In what? Come on now, Doc. Where's your memory? The time you fixed up my shoulder after that hunting accident.
I remember.
Oh, sure. And you remember that it wasn't a hunting accident at all.
I learned that later, Tony.
Make that day, will you?
Don't tell me what to make it. I'll say what I please, when and to whom. You can't threaten me, Delgado.
No, Doc, of course not. Your son, he's a doctor, too, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Yeah. Wonder how his associates would feel if they heard that his old man, Dr. Rourke Sr., that once helped a criminal, never said anything about it.
My son. You wouldn't?
I wouldn't? I would. You just forget about Tony Delgado. Or your son, young Dr. Rourke, would have his life messed up because of something his father did.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
You're running away, I suppose.
Yeah, you suppose good, Doc. And what are you doing here? One of your own prescriptions, huh? Little sea voyage?
I'm doing a favor for a friend.
Oh? He on board?
Yes.
Well, don't go getting any ideas you can tell him about me. I don't want anyone to know, Doc, till I'm free and clear. Then, of course, doesn't make any difference.
I understand.
You just skip mentioning anything to your friend. You understand that, too?
It would scarcely matter if I did.
Huh?
My friend is making a last voyage.
Oh?
His body is in a casket in the hold.
Oh.
I'm escorting him to his final resting place. His last request.
Well, okay, Doc. I guess you won't do any talking. So, I'll see you around.
Not if I can avoid it.
Oh, did I hurt your feelings, old man, huh? You forget about that, see? I'll call on you any time for anything. And you'll do whatever Tony Delgado says. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot my new name, Delmas, David Delmas. He speaks a little differently from Delgado. Delmas is going to be a real gent. But he's the same guy, Doc. The same guy.
Before continuing with Whistler's strange tale, here's a word from the people who are bringing it to you.
All of us are proud of our hometowns, and rightly so. In this brief moment before we continue with our program, we'd like to offer a salute to one of our hometowns in America, Cleveland, Ohio. The 7th largest city in the United States. Cleveland was founded in 1796 by General Moses Cleveland, chief surveyor for a land company. His employers bought 3 million acres in what is now northern Ohio, paying 40 cents an acre. Just by way of comparison, an acre in downtown Cleveland today would bring some $2 million. It is an important Great Lakes shipping point and the site of iron and steel manufacturing. Other Cleveland products include paints, varnishes, electrical appliances, chemicals, and automobile and airplane parts. It is well known for its cultural developments also. The city owns and operates its own dramatic theater, and the Cleveland Symphony Orchestra is widely acclaimed. In the Cleveland Cultural Gardens, a mile-long strip of park area, more than 30 nationality groups represented in Cleveland's population are creating gardens as memorials to peace. 120 years is a short time in the world's history, but during that time, Cleveland has taken its honored place in the building of America.
Now, back to the Whistler.
It's clear sailing again, isn't it, Tony? As David Delmas, you're safe on the ship. Not a worry. Dr. Rourke will say nothing, because he's afraid that his son, a young doctor with a bright future, will be hurt by the knowledge that his father once helped a criminal. He took a bullet out of your shoulder, didn't he, Tony, after a bank job. He said nothing then, and it's the same now after all these years. He'd be safe. You think very little about it the next few days. You're too busy with that girl, Sharon Phillips. She's exciting, isn't she, Tony? And seemingly very interested in you.
There it is.
Oh, you've won again, David. I'm afraid I'm no shuffleboard player.
David, I like you to call me that, Sharon.
Do you?
I'm no shuffleboard player either. Let's get away from here, huh? That's better.
David.
Hmm?
What do? You work, I mean.
Why do you ask?
No reason, except that, well, we have been seeing a good deal of one another. I asked Dr. Rourke if he knew anything
What
about...
did he say?
Nothing.
Hmm.
Nothing at all. That's why I asked you.
Uh-huh. Well, Sharon, I'm just a guy moving around. Seeking.
Seeking?
Yeah. Something. Someone like you.
David, the steward's coming. I don't think...
Oh, that fool. Yeah, what is it, steward?
Mr. Delmas, might I see you alone, sir?
Sure, we'll dance, huh? Twice around the main floor. What do you want?
Later then, sir. Alone.
Look, what is this?
Oh, I don't mind, David. I'll join you later. In the salon.
Oh, not much later. About 10 minutes, Sheriff. All right, now, boy.
Easy, Tony. I might not like that.
Tony, where'd you get
I've
that?
seen your picture.
So?
This, Delgado, this radiogram for Mr. David Delmas from San Francisco.
Give it here. Salidi's singing received well here. Anticipate big reception for you in Australia. Double-crossing little squealer.
Tipped off the police, eh?
If ever I get my hands...
Save your breath, Mr. Delgado. You could still lick him from here. You've got a Sunday punch.
I have?
Yes, your friend, Dr. Rourke.
What about Rourke?
He's escorting us stiff, ain't he?
So?
Lord love a duck, what's to prevent us from disposing of his quiet friend? You take his place in the casket, go ashore as nice as you please, and nobody's the wiser.
Huh. You're a bright boy. What's your end of it?
Just give me a bit of help, that's all.
Give you a bit of help?
Yes, sir. Maybe you could get a little package ashore for me.
What's in the package?
$1 million in diamonds, Mr. Delgado. You just take it with you. I'll pick it up after you're safely ashore. What do you say?
I'll think it over. I'll get in touch with you.
All right, sir. But remember, it's your only chance.
It's a way out, isn't it, Tony? But you're not certain you want to take it. You tell yourself there must be another way you can escape the police, who will be waiting for you when your boat docks at Sydney. In the days that follow, you search for the answer. Find yourself thinking more and more of the steward's plan. And then one evening, as you stroll along the half-deserted deck...
Good evening, Mr. Delmas. Beautiful night, isn't it?
Yes, it is, steward. Oh, do you happen to have a light?
Righto. Here you are, sir.
Oh, thank you.
It's been a pleasant voyage, wouldn't you say, sir? Too bad it'll all be over soon. Dock the day after tomorrow, you know.
Yeah, I know.
By the way, Mr. Delmas, Miss Phillips has been inquiring about you.
What?
Asked if I'd seen you. She's in the lounge.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Nice young lady, that Miss Phillips. Seems quite taken by you, if I may say so, sir.
Is that so?
Oh, yeah, eyes, you know. Yes, very attractive woman. Lots of money, too, I hear. Too bad if anything happened to spoil your beautiful friendship, like the police. Eh, Mr. Delmas?
Yeah. Yeah, it would be too bad.
You been thinking any more about my proposition?
I'm sure I've been thinking about it.
It's a deal?
Yeah, it's a deal. Bring the package to my stateroom in 10 minutes.
Here's the package, sir. All wrapped up nice and proper like.
Yeah. Not a very big one, is it?
Not very. It's worth $1 million.
Hey, what's your cut of this?
20,000 on delivery.
All right, beat it. I'll take care of things from now on.
Is Dr. Rourke in on it?
Not yet, but I can handle him.
You understand, sir. That pot's between you and the doc.
Yeah, sure.
Well, gotta get topside.
Hey, just a minute. Come here.
Yes.
How am I supposed to get this package to you after I'm ashore?
Don't worry, Tony. I'll be close by. All the time.
After he's left your cabin, your gaze wanders back to the small package lying on the desk. You stare at it for a moment, then quickly you walk over to it, rip it open. You're examining the contents of the package when quickly you close the box, slip it into the desk drawer.
All right, come in. Oh.
I was beginning to wonder where you disappeared to.
Oh, I was just on my way up to the lounge.
The Fenways have asked a few people to their stateroom. Want to go along?
Have I been invited?
Have you? Mrs. Fenway won't take no for an answer.
Oh? Why, what's the occasion?
Nothing special. Just some drinks. And cards, I suppose. Mrs. Fenway has suddenly discovered the game of blackjack. She's crazy about it.
Oh. Well, she starts losing.
Come on, David. Fenways are waiting.
Yeah, so am I. Look, I've got to go up on deck for a minute, Sharon, so why don't you run along and I'll join you later, huh?
All right, but...
Yeah, you go on. It's important I take care of this matter right away. Very important. Steward.
Huh? Oh, Mr. Delmos, I didn't see you. It's rather dark here.
Yeah, it's nice and dark.
For a bit of a stroll?
Yeah, I am. Join me.
Well,
Come on. It's business. You'd like to make 10 grand easily, wouldn't you, Steward?
10 grand, sir?
10 grand. When I left the States, there was a reward out on me. 10 grand.
Is that so, sir?
Yeah, that's so. Of course, you knew about that, didn't you?
Why, no. No, I didn't, sir.
Figured you'd kind of like to collect that, didn't you?
I don't know what you're talking
You
about.
wanted to hide me out where the cops couldn't find me, and then you would lead them to me, huh? How am I doing so far?
Well, that's crazy, sir. Why will I turn you in for 10 grand when you're holding a package for me that's worth 20?
I opened it, Buster.
You open it?
Yes. All I found was a handful of glass.
No, how about
that?
Now, hold on, wait a minute. You got me all wrong,
I don't think so.
No, what are you going to do, sir?
You're a smart little punk.
No, sir, no, sir.
Let's see if you ever learned how to swim.
The steward won't bother you anymore. Sharon and the rest of the passengers will think he's fallen overboard. When you retire for the night, you're confident you're in the clear, that your plan can't fail. Then the following morning, there's a knock on your stateroom door.
Come in.
Your breakfast in.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Oh, you can set it down over there if you want.
Yes, sir.
Hey, aren't you new here? Where's the regular steward I had?
Well, it's rather odd, sir. He's disappeared.
What?
Ship's been searched. He isn't aboard.
You sure?
Yes, sir. One of the passengers on the deck last night thought he heard a splash.
You mean the steward might have fallen overboard?
That's exactly what might have happened, Mr. Delmas.
Morning, Dr. Rourke.
Good morning.
That'll be all, Steward.
I guess so. Thank you very much, sir.
Too bad about the steward falling overboard, wasn't it?
Yeah, tough. But then accidents will happen.
I don't think it was an accident.
Yeah. Oh, join me, Doctor?
Thanks. I've already had breakfast.
Eggs sure look good. You sure you won't?
No.
Rather just pace up and down, huh? Okay.
You were saying, Doctor?
It wasn't an accident, was it?
Accident? Oh, you mean the steward?
How did it feel to be a murderer? I've often wondered.
Have some coffee, Doctor.
He knew too much about you, didn't he? I noticed from the first day. When he saw us talking together, he was rather inquisitive in a guarded sort of way. Probably recognized you.
Well, he was a smart little operator, Doc. But not smart enough. I tell you, I kind of hated to do it. Especially after he'd given me that bright idea.
What bright idea?
Yeah, how to keep the toast warm all the way to the cabin.
What idea?
Oh, a way of getting off the boat. See, Doctor, police are going to be waiting for me when the boat docks in Sydney.
What?
Yeah. Doc, will you sit down? You're making me nervous. That's better. Now, it's going to be tough, you know, for both of us if they grab me. And kind of tough on your son, too.
What are you going to do?
Well, there's a way I can slip past him. If you'll help. And I'm pretty certain that you will, Doc.
How can I help?
Well, you told me you're accompanying an old friend to his final resting place. Huh?
Yes, that's right.
And that's how I'm going to slip off of this boat. They'd never think of looking there for me.
Oh, you're not suggesting
You're
that...
right again, Doc. We're going to make a switch.
No, I can't do that. I won't.
I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. You know something more? You're going to keep your mouth shut. Or you know what happens to your son, Now beat it, will you, while
Listen
I eat?
to me.
We're going to be docking tomorrow night. I'll let you know in plenty of time.
You watch Dr. Rourke as he backs out of your stateroom. A stunned, horrified look on his face. You're not worried, are you, Tony? You know he'll go through with it, for his son's sake. You spend the rest of the day with Sharon, enjoying the deck game, chatting pleasantly with the other passengers. And then early that evening, when you've finished dressing for dinner, you pour yourself a drink. A knock on your stateroom door interrupts your first sip. One of the ship's officers steps into the room.
Yeah, what is it?
I shall have to ask you to come with me, sir.
Oh?
Captain wants to see you.
Well, what about?
Look, if you'll come quietly, Mr. Delgado.
Delgado?
Yes. We've just received a radiogram from the San Francisco police.
Oh, yeah, I see. You don't mind if I finish my drink, do you? Oh, would you care for one?
If you'll just come with me, sir.
Oh, come on. Have a drink.
An instant after you throw the drink in his face, your fist connects with his chin, and he slumps to the floor. Quickly, you close the door, stand for a moment with your back to it, your mind spinning wildly. They've discovered you now, haven't they, Tony? You've got to move fast. Leaving the unconscious officer sprawled out on the floor, you hurry to Dr. Rourke's stateroom.
That's what I said now. It's got to be now.
But we don't dock until tomorrow.
But as soon as that officer wakes up, they're going to be tearing this boat inside out looking for me.
Please, Delgado, don't ask me to.
I haven't got
do
time
this.
to argue. Get going. I'm going to wait right here for you.
The minutes drag by, and you wait for Dr. Rourke to return, pace his stateroom floor, stopping occasionally to pour yourself a drink from the decanter on the nightstand. An hour goes by, and then finally...
Oh, hey, look, where you been?
I had to be careful.
All right, is everything all set?
Yes, I just had a talk with the captain.
Well, you double nonsense.
No, wait. I told him I thought I saw you trying to hide in one of the lifeboats. Saw you lose your footing.
Oh, I see.
The ship is circling the area now.
Well, that's smart of you, Doc. That's pretty smart. Hey, that calls for a drink.
I could use one.
Yes, sir.
I see you helped yourself.
Oh, sure, I had a few. Make me feel better while I'm resting in that box down below.
Tony, there's something I've got to tell you.
I know all I need to know. Now, come on, you finish your drink, see? Then we're going to go down to the hold, and you can make me nice and comfortable.
But, Tony,
I said, come on, I don't want to talk about it no more.
Very well. You seem to be giving the orders.
Before continuing with the Whistler's strange story, here's something everybody's for.
We're for the UN, we're for the United Nations. We want war to cease. We're for the UN, cause the UN stands for permanent peace.
And now for the Whistler's ending to his story for tonight.
In stunned silence, young Dr. Rourke sat on the edge of his father's bed, listening to the dying man as he told his story in a voice that had now faded to a bare whisper. The end was near for old Dr. Rourke, and as his son James leaned forward to catch the last few remaining words, an expression of pain crossed his face.
Dad, you let Tony Delgado get away? No, son. He didn't get away.
But you let him take another man's place in the casket. Your friend.
Yes, he took my friend's place in the casket. The body I was accompanying to its final resting place. But, you see, there was something Tony Delgado didn't know.
What's that, Dad?
That my friend had chosen as his final resting place a burial at sea.
Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman as the Whistler, with Lawrence Dobkin, Herb Butterfield, Gene Tatum, Jack Moyles, and Paul Dubois. The Whistler, directed by Sterling Tracy, with music by Wilbur Hatch, is produced by Joel Malone and transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This evening's story was by Brian Thorne. The Whistler was entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarities of names or resemblances to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The Whistler, whose strange story you have just heard, will be back next week with another tale from his never-ending file. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
And now, stay tuned for the program that has rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, the Whistler's strange story. Attorney for the defense.
The trial had captured the headlines and commanded the bulk of Page One news since its very first day. Randolph Abbott made news because he was dead, murdered, and his only daughter, lovely Ruth Abbott, was standing trial for his murder. Defending her was her father's own attorney, Joseph Herman. Now the court stood recessed, and Joseph Herman walked confidently from the crowded courtroom.
Think you've got the DA on the run, Mr. Herman?
Well, the district attorney has his job to do, and I have mine. But you may quote me as saying that Ruth Abbott is innocent, entirely innocent of her father's murder. And I propose to prove her innocence.
Let's get to the point.
A splendid statement, Joseph. Clear cut to the point. Your words will look good in print. But then, your words are most important in this murder trial, aren't they, Joseph? More important than anyone else's. Because you're the only one who knows exactly what happened the night Randolph Abbott was murdered. Yes, Joseph, you remember that night well. You called on Randolph Abbott for a very special reason.
Oh, it's you, Joseph. Come in, come in.
Good evening, Randolph. I hardly expected you to answer the door.
Come on into the study. Medford's out this evening. All the servants are. Ruth's gone up to her room. Probably didn't hear the bell. Well, sit down, Joseph. Sit down.
Well, this won't take long, Randolph. This is a business call.
Business? Oh, yes, the payment on your note, I imagine.
The last payment on my note, Randolph. 10 years. That's a long time, Randolph.
I'm glad it's over, Joseph. I should think you would be.
Glad? That's a small word for 10 years of effort. 10 years of crawling to you with the payment, Randolph.
I don't understand you, Joseph. You act as if I've done a villainous thing, saving you from prison, disbarment. The courts don't look kindly on embezzlement, Joseph. You should know that. You're a lawyer.
Randolph Abbott's attorney, if you please.
All right, Joseph. I've never asked for your gratitude. I don't expect it now. I'll get the note, and we can complete this unpleasantness.
Fine. Get the note. Oh, and shall I hide my eyes, Randolph, while you work the combination to the wall safe?
That won't be necessary, Joseph. The safe's merely closed. It's not locked. I was putting some things in when you rang. Here we are. Now, if you'll give me the money, Joseph, the note is yours.
Okay. Here's the money.
Thank you. And here's your note.
Okay. Well, I guess I should thank you, too.
That won't be necessary, Joseph.
Oh, you don't want my thanks. You just want my money, is that it?
No, Joseph, that's not it. If that's the way you feel toward me, I'm releasing you. You're at liberty to find employment elsewhere. You don't owe me a thing, Joseph.
Oh, so this is the payoff. You kept me crawling to you for 10 years for this?
I've kept your career safe for you, Joseph. And by keeping you employed, helped you pay back the money that you stole. You seem to forget all that. I've given you another chance.
Another chance.
And then there's young Douglas, Drake Douglas, Ruth's fiancé. He's showing promise as assistant district attorney. In all probability, after their marriage, I'll turn my legal representations over to him.
Oh, no, you won't, Randolph.
I think you'd better leave now, Joseph.
I'm not leaving, Randolph, not yet. You said I didn't owe you anything. But you're wrong.
Now, don't start threatening me, Joseph.
You'll do nothing. You've done the last thing that you'll ever do.
No, Joseph, stop!
Here's what I owe you, Randolph. The final payment.
This!
Since this is vacation time, I'd like to say a word tonight about an item that will have a lot to do with your driving pleasure: gasoline. As you travel throughout the Pacific Coast states, you can continue to power your car with the famous Go Farther gasoline. Signal, that is. Yes, from Canada to Mexico, you'll see the familiar Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly, independent signal dealers. And when you gas up at a signal station, remember, mileage is only one of the benefits you enjoy. After all, the reason today's Signal gasoline gives you such good mileage is that it helps your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally you also notice quicker starting, proud pickup, and smooth, responsive power. That's why we say mileage and performance are like birds of a feather. They go together. So on your vacation trip or any time, remember you get all the things that make driving more fun when you get Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
Randolph Abbott lies dead at your feet, Joseph. Instinctively, you wipe your fingerprints from the heavy bookend, from everything that you've touched. You move for the safe. You're certain Randolph kept the record of your payments there. Yes, you find them, neatly kept in a small record book. But there's something else in the safe, Joseph. You flip open the large leather case, and the light catches the brilliance of Randolph Abbott's collection of historical gems. You make a split-second decision. Robbery, Joseph. Yes, you'll make it look like robbery. Half an hour later, you carry your heavy, bulging briefcase into your own home. Your wife, Helen, sensing your urgency, follows you to your room.
What's the matter with you, Joe? You paid Mr. Abbott, didn't you? You got the note all right.
Yeah. Yes, I got the note. Helen, he's dead. Abbott's dead. I killed him.
You killed him?
I paid him. See, I got the note, and then he fired me. Just like that, he fired me. I couldn't help it. I must have hit him with a bookend. And all of a sudden, there he was. He's dead.
Joe, did anyone see you? Does anyone know you were there?
No. The servants were gone. He said that Ruth was upstairs, but there wasn't a sound in the place after it happened.
Oh, your fingerprints are probably all over the place.
Oh, no, I wiped everything off. Oh, and just to be sure, I took these. I made it look like robbery, see? Opened a window in the study where we were.
Well, what on earth are these?
Jewels. Abbott's been collecting a few historical jewels. Oh, nothing much, but it was all I could think of to take.
What do you mean, nothing much? They look genuine to me.
Oh, maybe they are. He said that they were a hobby with him. You don't think he'd tell me about his jewel collection, do you?
Wait a minute. What's in the separate case?
Oh, how would I know? I never saw it before.
Oh, look at that, Joe. Huh? You think that necklace isn't worth a fortune?
I don't know. That's stunning.
Well, I'll say it's stunning. See, it's funny, too. I don't know why it should, but it looks familiar to me somehow.
Say, what are you doing?
Looking through these magazines. One of them ran some color pictures of old jewels. I know that's where I saw that necklace.
Oh, look, Helen, this is crazy. This necklace isn't important. We've got...
Now, wait a minute. Here it is.
Huh?
Oh, I knew I'd seen it. Look, Joe, a life-size color print. Here, I bet this necklace of Abbott's fits perfectly. There.
Oh, I'll be... Hey, what does it say? There, below the picture.
Well, it says the Anne Boleyn necklace, said to be the final gift of Henry VIII to Anne Boleyn before she was beheaded. It has in it all kinds of... Here, diamonds, sapphires, and emeralds. Oh, let's see. Good heavens.
Well, what is it?
Appraised by present-day gem experts at a value of $150,000. But think of it, Joe. It's worth $150,000. And we've got it.
Well, Joseph, the brilliance and value of the Anne Boleyn necklace blinds both you and Helen for the moment. Until you remember that Randolph Abbott is dead, that you murdered him, Joseph. Still, you feel secure in the knowledge that no one knows you were with him tonight. And your wife, Helen, assures you that there's no reason for anyone to suspect you. That thought comforts you as you lock the Abbott jewels in your files and prepare to retire for the night when...
Hello.
This is Ruth Abbott, Mr. Herman.
Oh, yes, Ruth.
My father's been murdered.
Murdered? Oh, no, Ruth.
Please, Mr. Herman. The police are here. I'm very tired. Can you come right away?
Why, of course I can, Ruth. Of course.
It looks as if I'll need an attorney, Mr. Herman. The police think that I killed him.
They think you...
I'll be waiting for you, Mr. Herman. Please, come quickly.
Ruth Abbott?
Yeah, the police are there. They think she killed her father. She wants me to defend her.
You've got to do it.
Do I? Why, Helen? Why not let Ruth take the rap? Don't you see, Helen? They don't suspect me. They suspect Ruth. I think it's wonderful.
Now, think a minute, Joe. You're Randolph Abbott's attorney. You've got to defend his daughter. You'll make a brilliant defense for her, Joe, because she's innocent, you know. No one knows that better than you do.
Sure, she's innocent, but I've got to think of myself.
This is thinking of yourself, Joe. After your devoted, brilliant defense of an innocent girl, no one will ever be looking for you. And later, when it's all forgotten, we can sell the Anne Boleyn necklace and go anywhere and live comfortably.
Yeah, maybe you're right, Helen. Yes, I think you are. Okay. I'll do it. I'll be the attorney for the defense.
As you reach the Abbott home, you manage an expression of grave concern as Medford, the Abbott butler, ushers you into the study where Ruth Abbott and Police Lieutenant Simpson are waiting for you. Ruth stoically accepts your expressions of sympathy, and the lieutenant begins to fill you in on the details of Randolph Abbott's murder.
There aren't too many facts, Mr. Herman. I can give them to you quickly. Then you can talk with Miss Abbott here.
Very well, Lieutenant.
Mr. Abbott was killed earlier tonight at approximately 8:30, between 8:30 and 9 o'clock. There was no one at home at the time except Miss Abbott.
The servants?
The servants had been dismissed for the evening immediately after dinner. Before they left, the butler, Medford, and a maid overheard a violent quarrel which took place at dinner between Miss Abbott, her father, and Miss Abbott's fiancé, Drake Douglas.
It was not a violent quarrel. It was merely a misunderstanding.
Miss Abbott and the servants don't seem to agree on that, Mr. Herman. At any rate, at the height of the quarrel or misunderstanding, Mr. Douglas left. In anger, I understand.
He was upset, that's all. Father disagreed with us about the date of our wedding, Drake's and mine. He wanted us to wait and have a large wedding. We wanted to get married right away, a small family wedding. That's all we were discussing.
Mr. Douglas went directly home. There are witnesses to testify he was there the rest of the evening. When the servants left at 8 o'clock, Miss Abbott was alone here. She claims she went to her room where she stayed until 11 o'clock. When she came down here, found her father.
That's the truth.
Oh, please, Ruth.
Her fingerprints are on the bookend, Mr. Herman. That's the murder weapon. We also found the safe open, and her prints are on that, too.
How many times do I have to tell you, Lieutenant? The bookend was lying beside Father. I don't know why, but I picked it up. The safe was open. I just closed it, that's all.
The safe, Lieutenant. Was anything taken from the safe?
Miss Abbott says her father kept a jewel collection there. Historical jewels. They're missing, but that's all.
Why, then, don't you think the motive could have been robbery and murder from the outside?
The doors were all locked, Mr. Herman. One window in the study here was open. But there were no footprints outside the window. Now, Mr. Herman, this was an inside job. And we're holding Miss Abbott for the murder of her father.
When the lieutenant leaves you alone with Ruth, you assure her you're convinced of her innocence. That even though the web of circumstantial evidence encircles her, you're sure that you'll find the weak link in the chain. The next morning, you go to your office to plan your defense for her. Late that afternoon, you receive a caller at your office.
Well, Mr. Douglas, I'm happy to see you.
Thank you.
Sit down.
Mr. Herman, I'll come right to the point. I don't have very much respect for you as an attorney.
So?
I happen to know that you handled only small, routine things for Mr. Abbott for the past few years. Just why he apparently lost faith in you, I'm not sure.
Mr. Douglas, do you think that perhaps your own desire to handle legal matters for Randolph Abbott has anything to do with your appraisal of me as an attorney?
I'm sure it hasn't, Mr. Herman. And if I'm wrong about you, as I hope I am, I'll be the first to admit it. You see, if I were anything but assistant district attorney, I'd defend Ruth myself. Obviously, I'm not assisting the prosecution in any way. I've disqualified myself. Ruth wants you to defend her. She insists on it.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Mr. Herman, I'm very much in love with Ruth Abbott. She's innocent. That's a pretty good defense right there. And you had better build a good defense for her, or you'll answer to me.
Drake Douglas's words echo through the next few days as you prepare Ruth Abbott's defense. There can be no slip-ups now, Joseph. Douglas is always around, isn't he? When you and the district attorney select the jury, through all the preliminaries to the trial, he's there watching you, weighing every word you say. Then finally the trial begins, and the district attorney is completing the opening statement of the prosecution.
In summary, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the prosecution will prove that the defendant, Ruth Abbott, had both a primary and secondary motive for murdering her father. The primary consideration was money, the vast Abbott wealth she was impatient to acquire. The defendant's secondary motive took hold after a violent quarrel when her father voiced disapproval of her approaching marriage. I have no doubt, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that much will be made by the defense of the fact that Randolph Abbott's collection of historical jewels were taken the night of his murder. But I say to you that these jewels represent a paltry sum in comparison with the wealth the defendant would inherit at her father's death. That these jewels were, in fact, expendable in the defendant's plan to make the murder of her father appear to be the work of a common thief, a housebreaker.
You watch the jury for reaction, Joseph. Sense the temper of the crowded courtroom. Yes, the district attorney has made his points well. And he continues to build his case against Ruth with the testimony of the Abbott maid and Medford the butler.
I distinctly heard them quarreling. Miss Ruth, Drake Douglas, and Mr. Abbott during dinner. They were shouting at one another. And finally, I heard Miss Ruth say, "I won't have it. I won't have it. You're not going to interfere with my wedding."
Yes, sir, I would say it was an angry quarrel. Mr. Douglas left quite suddenly, and Miss Ruth saw him to the door. They seemed quite upset, emotional.
Will you say they were angry with one another?
Oh, no, sir. They were angry, extremely angry. With Mr. Abbott, sir.
Well, Joseph, you need only see the expression on Helen's face when you go home that night to confirm what you already know. Things are not going well for Ruth Abbott, and that means they're not going well for you. But as you remind Helen...
The DA's having his day, that's all. I'll get my crack at them tomorrow. Now, don't you worry about it.
Well, I am worried, Joe. Have you forgotten what's at stake in this thing? Your own guilt and those jewels you got locked in the file and that necklace, Joe.
Well, of course I haven't forgotten. Now what? Hello.
Drake Douglas, Mr. Herman.
Oh, yes, Douglas.
I'll be blunt about it. I want to know what your plans are for Ruth's defense. Ruth is innocent. She's also the woman I love. And I warn you, whatever you do tomorrow, it had better be good.
Yeah, well, for your information, Douglas, it will be good. I have an ace in the hole that'll blast the DA's theories to pieces.
The next morning in court, you set the stage for playing your ace in the hole. You dwell on the close, happy association of Ruth Abbott and her father, on Randolph Abbott's sincere affection for Drake Douglas, his faith in him. Yes, Joseph, your defense of Ruth Abbott is building nicely.
The angry quarrel of which the prosecution and its witnesses have made so much, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defense shall prove to be merely a family squabble concerning the date and size of the defendant's wedding. Spirited, perhaps, but nonetheless the kind of lively discussion in which all families indulge. I dare say even my esteemed colleague, the district attorney, has raised his voice in such a minor disagreement with his own family. But far more important and far more conclusively shall the defense rip through the single flimsy thread on which the prosecution hangs its full and highly vulnerable case against Ruth Abbott. They refer to the Abbott jewel collection as paltry in value and dismiss it with that. Why? Because it is far from paltry in value, and that is the one big flaw in their case, and they know it. Therefore, I shall call but one witness, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. One witness. The defendant, Miss Ruth Abbott.
It's a dramatic moment, Joseph, and you play its drama to the hilt. Quietly, compassionately, you ask the first routine questions of Ruth, each one a strategic step toward your main line of questioning, your ace in the hole. And finally, you begin to frame the all-important questions.
Miss Abbott, are you familiar with your father's collection of historical jewels?
Why, yes, of course I am.
Did you have free access to these jewels?
Why, yes. Father frequently discussed them with me. In fact, at his insistence, I wore them many times.
I see. Now, Miss Abbott, according to the transcript, the prosecution refers to these jewels as paltry in value. Do you know their actual worth?
Well, I know that a diamond brooch, which once belonged to the royal house of the $90,000, a ring of emeralds and diamonds from an ancient Oriental dynasty was appraised at $10,000. A 15th century ruby pendant was valued at $15,000.
And the Anne Boleyn necklace, Miss Abbott, what value did it have?
Why, I don't know its value.
Would you say the entire collection would be worth enough that not only a common thief, but a big-time, highly expert jewel thief might consider it more than paltry?
I object.
Objection sustained. All right. I'll reframe the question. Would you say the entire collection was worth $200,000?
Well, yes, I would think that's the approximate value.
You let the full impact of Ruth's words sink in. Then you turn and face the prosecution, quickly huddled together. The value of the jewels, the real possibility of theft by a jewel expert has dealt their case a telling blow, Joseph. You're certain of that. You're even more certain when the district attorney arises and addresses the court.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests a recess of 2 hours for purposes of reviewing the recent testimony.
Unless the defense has objections, the court is recessed until 2 o'clock.
The defense has no objections, Your Honor. No objections at all.
Now, I'm going to predict a sight you're going to see oftener and oftener as the days grow warmer. Overheated cars parked at the side of the road to let their steaming radiators cool off. To make sure this annoying occurrence doesn't mar your summer driving fun, Signal service stations have 3 little items to rejuvenate your cooling system. The first is Radiator Cleaner, to remove clogging scales, sludge, and rust. The second is Rust Preventive, to protect radiators of old cars or new ones from further corrosion. And the third is Radiator Sealer, that stops small leaks in a jiffy. These, incidentally, are just 3 items from your Signal dealer's complete line of recognized quality accessories that include Lee tires, Champion spark plugs, Rainmaster windshield wiper blades, and Purolator oil filters. So when you see the familiar Signal circle sign in yellow and black, remember, there you'll find not only the famous Go Farther gasoline and Signal Premium compounded motor oil, but also a complete line of fine accessories and services to help your car run better, look better, and last longer.
Yes, the trial had captured the headlines and commanded the bulk of page 1 news since its very first day. Randolph Abbott was dead, murdered, and his only daughter Ruth was standing trial for his murder. Defending her was her father's own attorney, Joseph Herman. And now, after spending the 2-hour recess lunching with his wife at a nearby restaurant, Joseph Herman has returned, and the judge has declared the court to be in session again.
Are the attorneys ready to resume the case?
We are, Your Honor.
And will the defense resume questioning, please?
The defense has no further questions, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Mr. District Attorney?
Your Honor, in view of the evidence which has quite recently come to the prosecution's attention, I move for dismissal of the case against Ruth Abbott.
Order! Order in the court! On what grounds does the prosecution move for dismissal?
Your Honor, facts have come to my knowledge from the very record of the trial, based on testimony on record in these proceedings, which are sufficient to dismiss the case against the defendant. In light of this, I would like the Assistant District Attorney, Mr. Drake Douglas, to tell the court what he told me.
It's in regard to the Abbott jewel collection, Your Honor. Only 3 people could have known about one piece in particular. The defendant, Ruth Abbott, will swear that on the night her father was murdered, he showed her the historic jewel he had acquired only that afternoon. At that time, he requested that she tell no one about it. Ruth told no one until she told me a few moments ago during recess. The only other person who could possibly know about the jewel is the person who killed Mr. Abbott and stole the jewels. That person has revealed himself, Your Honor. Just before the court recessed, the attorney for the defense, Mr. Joseph Herman, specifically questioned Miss Abbott about the jewel, the Anne Boleyn necklace, during direct examination.
No! He told me about that necklace, Your Honor. Order in the court!
Your Honor, after Mr. Herman's question this morning, the prosecution obtained a search warrant. And during the recess, while Mr. Herman was lunching downtown, we went to his home and found the Abbott jewel collection in his files. We submit them now in evidence. Your Honor, the state requests that you order the arrest of the attorney for the defense, Mr. Joseph Herman, for the murder of Randolph Abbott.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Many drivers, when buying gasoline, forget what a big part of the price goes for tax. In fact, every time a driver in the average western city buys $1 worth of gasoline, tax adds 33 cents to his bill. In other words, the tax you pay on 3 would give you a 4th gallon free. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Ben Wright, Sarah Selby, Don Orick, and Gene Bates. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Stephen Abbey, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, the Whistler's strange story. Curiosity killed a cat.
Two people sit on an old wharf piled high with lobster traps, wooden buoys, and fish nets. But the dark, half-puzzled eyes of the young man are not on those things, nor on the distant masts of the fishing smacks and draggers scuttling into the harbor. No, John Hawley sees only the sun-bleached prettiness of the woman opposite him and the sturdy lines of the trawler approaching the wharf. Both the woman and the boat belong to Captain Daniel Bailey. Yes, John, that's what you're thinking about, isn't it? Ever since you came home from the merchant marine to find your childhood sweetheart married to a miserly old man, you've thought how easy it should be to get Captain Bailey's trawler, his gear, his house, his money, and his wife. And taking a job with the captain was only your first step. Favoring your bandaged finger, you pick up a brush and paint a red stripe around the lobster buoy, the mark that tells the world it's not wise to tamper with anything that belongs to Captain Daniel Bailey. Carrie glances nervously toward the trawler and back.
Guess it'd look kind of funny me going back to house now, where the Nautilus just landed.
Daniel sees you, Carrie. So does old Matt Tuttle. He just waved.
Daniel took Matt along to haul traps in your place. Can't figure why they came back so early.
Weather, probably. Oh, I counted on crushing my finger to give us the whole day together, Carrie.
You think Daniel guessed you did it on purpose?
So I could stay ashore with his wife? Are you crazy?
I'm not crazy. The body has to live with my husband and know how suspicious and mean he can be.
I don't know. I remember when we were kids, we used to holler at him in the streets, call him a miser. And later I joined the merchant marine, and while I'm gone, you up and marry the old coot.
We're not kids any longer, John.
I know, but... Why did you do it, Carrie?
I never had a house of my own. I never had anything. Money or clothes.
Oh, that's a good one. He hooked you and never even lost his bait. Captain Daniel never spent a dime on you.
No, he hasn't.
Yet everybody knows he's been salting it away for years. Carrie, don't you know where?
No. But I told you, he doesn't believe in banks.
If we knew where to lay our hands on that dough.
Well?
I've been going out to haul lobster pots with him ever since he sprained his back, haven't I? Accidents happen pretty easy at sea.
Daniel's a violent man, John. He won't sit by.
Listen, Carrie, the day we find out where his money is, you can get out your Sunday go to meeting dress. You always did look pretty in black.
Give your bar line to me, Matt. Here she comes, John. Okay. These are off now. Hi there, Captain Dan. Good haul today?
Fair. No thanks to you, John. Get that stern line out, Matt, and hop to it. Nice of you to come down to meet me, Carrie.
I was mending nets while John painted the buoy.
Kinda figured you would. Suppose you get back to the house now and see to supper. We got company. Figure I owe it to Matt for helping me out.
It's one way of getting out of paying him.
Matt's a friend of mine. Something you wouldn't understand, John. Think maybe we should invite John to supper, too, Carrie?
Whatever you say, Daniel.
Seems like he needs somebody to help him nurse that crushed finger back to health. Right now, if you don't mind, I got to borrow John to help us sort lobsters. Oh, I'll bring him home to supper. Well, you look right nice, Carrie. Quite a spell since you fixed yourself up like this.
Quite a spell since we had company. Where do you think you're off to now?
Want to go up to the attic for a minute?
The supper's ready, Dan. Matt and John are all ready to sit down. It seems to me every time I call you for supper, you decide to go to the attic.
Yeah, Daniel likes to look at that old sea chest he's got up there. Leastwise, what's in it. Maybe put a little more in it, eh, Daniel?
Seems like Matt's let the cat out of the bag about your private bank, Captain Dan.
All right, suppose I have got some money tucked away. Hard work's just as important as ever, John. And that's what you're afraid of.
Yeah, like all young people today, want to start at the top.
I don't see where scrimping and slaving have got you, Matt. Up at 4:30 in bed at 8 all your life. I'd like to have some fun before I die.
You never used to complain about your lot, Carrie. Anything special on your mind?
I get fed up sometimes. Well, I'll put the things on. You men sit down at the table.
Well, there's the horn starting. Guess I sniffed out the weather all right, eh, Matt?
Yeah, Daniel. Sure glad we aren't aboard the Nautilus now.
Why not? She's got a good compass. You know these waters as well as the rest of us, Matt.
Yeah, maybe so, John, but too many men have piled up on the inner reef just the same.
Not if you know where you're going and how to get there.
Never heard you sound so almighty sure of yourself, John.
Well, it's a question of knowing all there is to know about a subject, Captain Daniel. Navigation or anything else. Like maybe there's just one thing holding you up, and you find the answer to what you didn't know, and you're all set.
I don't know as I exactly get the drift of all that, John. You understand him, Carrie?
I think so, Daniel.
Daniel's mind is on putting all that folding money in his sea chest.
No, I'm thinking more of the fog closing in, Matt.
Can't very well forget it with that foghorn sounding like it was calling the body to his doom. Know what the foghorn always makes me think of?
Sure, Matt. Makes you think of death.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it does it that. How'd you know, John?
Oh. I guess you might say it makes me think of the same thing.
At this point in the Whistler, I usually bring you a message about Signal products. But tonight, at this season of goodwill toward men, I'd like to reserve these valuable seconds for a little later in the program, in order to have time to bring you a message about one of your neighbors, a message which I hope will serve to further strengthen the bond of understanding and friendship between you and him.
Well, John, it was quite a shock coming home from several years in the Merchant Marine to find your childhood sweetheart married to Captain Daniel Bailey, wasn't it? But you're certain Carrie still loves you, aren't you? And you tell yourself that things will soon be much different, especially now that you've made sure where the old miser keeps all his money. In an old iron sea chest in the attic. It's a cold and black Monday morning, 2 hours before dawn, as you walk into the cheerful beam of light coming from the Bailey kitchen window. Carrie's there getting her husband's breakfast. And you know she's thinking the same thing you are. How easy it is for accidents to happen at sea, especially when there's a reason and a will to help them along. Then, as you open the back door, you stumble over the sea chest.
Oh, I hope you didn't hurt your toe on that chest, John. Be too bad if it kept you on land, too, like that crushed finger did.
It's your fault for leaving it there, Daniel. I can't see why you brought it down in the first place.
I figure on stowing it aboard the boat. Get your mug up, John. Let's cast off.
You know, Captain, it's your wife's coffee, not your $25 a week that gets me up at this unholy hour to go out and haul traps with you.
You know, I guess there was something about Carrie that interested you. Her coffee, huh? Consider that a flattering remark, Carrie?
I'm considering the work I got ahead of me, Daniel. Sooner you two get yourselves and that chest out of my kitchen, the happier I'll be.
Well, that chest looks good and solid, Captain Daniel.
Yeah, they made things to last in my father's day. I always thought a lot of that chest.
Well, do you really think it'll be safe on the boat, Daniel?
Well, an old sea chest? Why not, Carrie? I got a feeling it's better stowed away in a locker where I can keep my eye on it.
Good sturdy lock there. Fine workmanship.
Hey, put that chest down.
It was only hefting it, Daniel.
Well, I was figuring on carrying it to the boat for you, Captain.
Will you keep your hands off things that don't belong to you? Now you swig down that coffee while I get a couple of lobster traps out of the shed if you're so anxious to carry something.
All right, Captain. You don't need to get sore.
You know, there's an old saying, John. Maybe you heard it. Curiosity killed a cat. Makes a lot of sense.
Know where he keeps the keys to that chest, Carrie?
On his keyring with the others in his jacket.
Hauling gets to be hot work. If he'd take his coat off before he went out in the door, he might have a chance.
Maybe he took the money out, hid it somewhere else.
Not from the way he's acting.
He suspects us, John. That's why he's moving the chest to the boat. Listen, the cabin's always locked except when he's on board. He keeps that key on his ring, too.
Don't you worry. When I'm ready, Carrie, Captain Daniel won't have things his way at all.
You wonder about Captain Daniel as he shoulders the chest and walks behind you down to the wharf where you board the Nautilus. It's interesting to see that he can't wait to get out of the harbor before locking the chest in the big locker on the starboard side, isn't it, John? Of course, it's probably coincidence that he suggests you both haul traps from the same dory when you reach the outer shoal, and that he never once takes his jacket off, even when pulling up the heavy crates. It makes you wonder if he knows you plan to kill him. But you've got to wait for the right moment, don't you? And 2 days later, you think that time has come, when Daniel's about to climb up over the side of the trawler from the dory riding below. As you stand over him on the deck...
Careful of your back, Captain. Let me give you a hand up.
No, not yet. Let me get the door a mite closer, John. Wouldn't want to fall between her and the Nautilus.
Well, come on, get a hold of my hand. I'll hang on to you.
Say, would you look who's coming into view? Ahoy there, Matt!
What's Matt's motorboat doing out here beyond the reef? I thought he stuck to shallower water.
He changed his lobster traps the day before yesterday.
That's funny. I wonder why.
Because I suggested it, John. Now you can give me a hand up.
That evening, when you explain to Carrie that you failed, there's something almost like contempt in her eyes, isn't there, John? So you make up your mind tomorrow will be the day, no matter what. And by noontime, it looks as though Matt Tuttle was a blessing in disguise at that. You finished your haul when Captain Daniel decides to give Matt a hand with his. You watch the captain set out alone in the dory. Then you go quickly below to the cabin, where you saw him throw his jacket on the bunk. When he comes back, you'll have the sea chest open and the money in your pocket. And there'll be no more hide and seek, no more waiting for the right setup. You'll kill him in the cabin, out of sight of Matthew's prying eyes. Later, there'll be ways of getting rid of the body. Eagerly, you pick up his jacket, and as your hand goes into the side pocket...
I'll take my jacket, sir, if you don't mind.
Captain Daniel, I noticed you forgot your jacket,
you
sir.
You think so? Toss it here. Then take the Nautilus and head back to port. I'll be going back with Matt. He's expecting me, so I wouldn't try anything if I was you.
Why, of course not, Captain.
By the way, I won't be needing you anymore, John. I worked out a deal with Matt. He's going to help me.
Oh? You intend to pay me for a full week?
Not if you don't work it. Tomorrow's Friday. You want to make it your last day?
You think of any reason why I shouldn't?
Maybe. Now I got my keys, John. I'll be going. Just you better remember what I said about curiosity killing a cat.
You've failed again, haven't you, John? You tell yourself Captain Daniel wouldn't be alive now if he hadn't caught you by surprise. If it hadn't been that Matt was expecting him. The next morning, you skip your mug of strong black coffee in Carrie's kitchen and go directly to the trawler to wait for Captain Daniel. This is your last chance, and you're afraid to let Carrie see the little fears and doubts crawling in your desperate mind. When the captain arrives, his mood is as cold and heavy and silent as the fog which hangs over land and sea. But just as you're about to cast off...
Daniel!
Carrie, what do you want?
I've decided to go out with you today, Daniel.
I'm coming aboard.
Well, I'm counting on stormy weather when the fog lifts, Carrie, but if you want, you're free to come aboard.
Breeze has sprung up, Dano.
Barometer's falling, too. Well, it's time to make our haul anyway. We may catch it on the way back.
Want me to take the wheel, Captain?
No. The less you have to do with this boat, the better.
Oh, look, Captain, I know it looked bad yesterday, but when I picked up your jacket, it was natural.
Oh, I forgot all about that. I got other things on my mind. I reckon we all have.
You mean the storm, Dano? There'll be danger, will there, coming back?
You know, you sound a mite worried, Carrie. Mind if I ask why?
No reason at all, Dano.
Well, as long as I'm at the wheel, Well, maybe she'd feel safer, Johnny, if you was to explain that you can navigate these waters as good as me.
Well, sure I can, Captain, but
Funny thing, you know, I don't remember your worrying about my getting home safe before, Carrie. I suppose it's different when you're along yourself. I guess that's it, eh?
Of course. I'm going on deck for a breath of air. Long as Dan'l insists on staying at the wheel, John, I don't see why you have to stay in the cabin. Why wait till we reach the lobster grounds, John? Why not now?
These are fishing waters, Carrie. Don't you see those other boats off there? You think they're blind?
Still trying to put it off, aren't you?
Another half hour and we'll be there, Carrie.
If the weather turns bad, can we get back without him?
I've done it 100 times. I know these waters like the palm of my hand. Look, Carrie. When we're almost there, I'll slip up behind him while he's still got his attention on the wheel.
I'll be watching to see you do. This time. No mistakes. It's got to be over before Matt Tuttle's boat gets there.
For a half hour, there's no sound but the steady chugging of the engine. And then suddenly it stops. Dead ahead is the first of Captain Daniel's lobster boards. Carrie hands you the piece of lead pipe you dropped. There's no turning back now, is there, John? Holding the weapon in back of you, you silently open the cabin door and step inside. Captain Dan'l isn't there. He's tied the wheel to a set course, and before you can turn...
You can drop that lead pipe, John. I wouldn't want to shoot a man in the back. Now, let's you and me step out on deck with Carrie.
Look, Captain, I don't know what you're thinking, but...
Thinking? For a whole week I've been trying to keep myself from being killed, and at the same time give you a chance to tip your hand. It would have been one or the other if you weren't so yellow.
That's why you let me come along today, Dan'l.
I wondered if you wouldn't take a hand sooner or later, Carrie. You came along to give this young feller some nerve.
What are you going to do?
Might kill you, John. Don't like that, eh? Well, I always been a law-abiding man. I figure the sheriff will know what to do about attempted murder.
And what about me, Dan'l?
You love this weak-kneed squirt, Carrie?
Yes, Dan'l, I always have.
Then, by thunder, you can stand right alongside him in court. There's Matt's boat coming in. We'll take him aboard.
What does Matt Tuttle know about this, Dan'l?
Nothing, up till now. I don't wash my dirty linen in public.
Not much you don't, you tight-fisted, penny-pinching old
miser, huh? Maybe, John. But it appears to me your craving to get your hands on money beats mine all hollow.
What do you mean?
All you know. The way both of you perked up when Matt mentioned my old sea chest that night. Why, it was a sight to see. Right then's when I knew. Right then's when I decided to move it here on board.
A man as mean and suspicious as you would be hard to fool.
My money was the bait I hooked you two on. That sea chest was like a bait bag bulging with herring, and it pulled you into my trap like a couple of greedy lobsters.
So all the time you were...
Giving you a rope to hang yourself. And now let's have no more talk. We'll anchor and wait for Matt. You get up forward, John. Be ready to drop that anchor over the side. And I'll come along, just in hopes you'll give me cause to shoot you the way I'd like.
And so, John, with Captain Dan'l's revolver pointed squarely at your back, you move carefully before him up onto the slippery bow. He keeps his distance. He's not giving you a chance to turn on him, is he, John? Balancing yourself, you squat over the heavy anchor and move the line toward the chop. Then you notice something. As old Daniel stops walking, watches for the right spot to drop anchor, he steps into a loop of the anchor rope. This gives you an opportunity you hadn't expected. With one move, you shove the anchor over. And the rope tightens around Daniel's leg, pulling him overboard and into the sea.
Now there, Carrie. John and me searched as long as we could. Daniel's gone. There's nothing more we can do.
Thank you, Matt. I just...
Don't try to say nothing now. And you, John, you better get out of those wet clothes. It was a mighty fine thing you did, going right over the side after him like that.
I couldn't reach him, Matt. I think he got untangled from the anchor line all right, but he must have been in bad shape. Probably hit his head as he went over.
Try not to think of it anymore. Lucky I happened along when I did, though.
Oh, you were a big help, Matt.
Ain't just what I mean, Carrie. There was something preying on Daniel's mind. Some said he was worried about you two.
Well, now look here, Matt.
I wasn't one of them, John. Jumping catfish, I've known you kid since you was knee-high to a grasshopper. But Daniel, rest his soul, he had one of them suspicious minds.
I don't think you should talk like that.
But there might have been, talk about his death, Carrie. Lucky my boat was close enough so as I can swear nobody was near him when he fell over. You got me to prove to folks it was an accident. Well, I gotta get back to my motorboat. She don't ride a storm like this boat, eh, John? Hey, here she comes. I'll close your cabin door tight.
By the time Matt gets through talking to folks, you'll be a hero, John.
What a break. Soon as he gets out of the way, we'll start back, eh? And then we'll get that sea chest out of the locker and have a look at it. He called it a bait bag, bulging with herring, Carrie.
To tempt a couple of greedy lobsters, John.
Only this time, baby. You and me are the ones that got away.
Now, friends, for that message I mentioned earlier. That message about one of your neighbors. This neighbor is someone who often doesn't get a chance to spend as much time as he'd like to getting acquainted with you, because he feels you'd rather have him concentrate on serving you promptly and efficiently, checking your tires, your radiator, your oil, your battery. He's your signal dealer, of course. But who is he, really? Well, as you know, signal dealers are independent dealers. That means each signal dealer has invested his own money in his own business. So naturally, being a small businessman, he knows what's made America great. He's a strong believer in America, the kind of citizen you can be proud to do business with. Secondly, before deciding to go into business for himself, he, like most signal dealers, probably had long experience servicing automobiles. Experience which can be valuable in making your car run better and last longer. Moreover, each signal dealer realizes that his income and success depend upon pleasing you so well you'll want to deal with him regularly. That's why your signal dealer tries to give such thorough, such conscientious service. If all this adds up to the kind of serviceman you'd like to have looking after your car, then here's a suggestion. Sometime soon, before Christmas, stop at the signal dealers nearest you and exchange some little friendly words, such as how you enjoy this radio program, or the chuckle you get out of the cartoons on signal billboards, or even the weather. You'll be making that dealer's Christmas a much, much merrier one. And you'll be getting even better acquainted with a good fellow American who is in business there to serve you.
It was easier than you had dared hope, wasn't it, John? Captain Daniel's foot caught in the anchor line that dragged him overboard to his death. And your diving in after him took care of the rest, didn't it? And you're perfectly safe because Matt Tuttle saw the accident. Will even swear you risked your life to rescue Captain Daniel. You head the Nautilus back toward port. Leave Carrie at the wheel. Get the captain's sea chest and rejoin Carrie. The storm is increasing in fury, so you place the chest on the chart stand by the compass and take the wheel. But soon your curiosity overcomes you. You turn the wheel over to Carrie again and start to open the chest.
Just a few twists of the blade and... Carrie,
What, John?
that bell buoy sounds to port. Should be to starboard.
Keeping the compass just like you said.
I see. Oh, well, when rain cuts your visibility, you get to imagining all sorts of things about direction.
Get on with the chest, why don't you?
Oh, a lot rope. Lid's kind of stiff, but I'm getting it. Carrie, give me that wheel.
What are you doing, John? You're turning us off our course.
You mean I'm trying to?
What are you talking about?
We're too close to that reef. The wind and current are against us. We're being pushed under the rocks. Any second,
But
Carrie.
you said our course was north.
It was. When I put that iron chest on the chart stand, it affected our compass. We're headed right onto the inner reef. If I hadn't been so excited about the money, I'd have remembered that chest was made of iron.
Look, the chest is empty.
Empty?
Yes, except for a few old charts. Look for yourself.
Oh, that's what that scheming Captain Daniel was up to. He knew we were dying of curiosity about that old sea chest, and he knew it was empty.
But where is his money, John?
I don't know. Now we'll never know.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you. During this busy pre-holiday season, it's especially important to drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations, so that some avoidable accident doesn't mar your Merry Christmas. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman as the Whistler, Lamont Johnson, Peggy Weber, Griff Barnett, and Charles Seal. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Jack Kelsey, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at this same time next Sunday when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler, entitled Christmas Gift, in which a nice girl pays a high price for a single mistake and then receives an unexpected Christmas gift. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network. And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who is guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
S-I-G-N-A-L. Signal. Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, the Whistler's strange story. A matter of odds.
It was a matter of odds from the beginning, because that was the way Danny Atkins lived, by the odds, a betting chance. But he played safe, carefully figured the odds in Danny's own favor. It was that way right now, in a dimly lit back street in Panama City. Danny was carefully following a sailor named Keller, with whom Danny had had several drinks, before Keller left the Seven Sinners bar with a little too much alcohol aboard. Then 2 blocks in an alley later it happens. Up ahead, a dark figure leaping forth, an exchange of blows, and then Danny running forward.
I'll get him, Keller!
Okay, mister, I had enough. Let me go.
Try to jump my pal, will you?
Let me go. All right, keep your going.
Get him, Danny. Oh, skip it.
But I thought that
You thought nothing. Here. Your wallet. Are you too tight to see?
Oh, now look, Danny.
Sure. Look, Keller, I suppose you didn't talk too much back there in the Seven Sinners, huh?
Well,
I suppose you didn't go big shot, flashing that wad.
Look, Danny, we just met. I'm not used
sure,
to...
we just met, and I just saved you 3 months' pay, sailor.
All right. So come on, I'll buy you a drink. You're my pal.
Yeah, sure. Okay, Keller, I'm your pal. You can just do that. You can buy me a drink.
Anywhere you say, pal. Any place in old Panama City.
Amusing, isn't it, Danny? The way you picked up with Sailor Keller and the Seven Sinners, became friendly with him. He showed you a picture he had taken in Tokyo, and you even showed him an old snapshot of yourself when you were a high school baseball star. And all the while you were figuring the odds, weighing how much bigger Keller was, how drunk, how much of a protest he'd put up verbally and physically. Someone else jumped in, and now you emerge as a hero instead of a villain. But as you enter another bar, the Blue Moon, you tell yourself that it isn't over. Not yet.
The Blue Moon here's as good a place as any. I even know somebody in here. Hiya, Francie.
Hey, take it easy, Keller. They'll toss us out of here.
Hey, who's your friend, Sailor?
Danny boy? He's just Danny boy, sweetheart. Don't you go getting too well acquainted.
Don't worry.
Well, ditto. Hey, I'm not so sure I want to sit at the same table with him.
Oh, come on. He's my pal. Just saved my neck.
Okay. Here we are.
Sure, my pal. Quite an athlete, too. Show Francie that baseball picture of you, Danny boy.
She isn't interested.
Go on. Hey, waiter, a round of drinks for my friends here, huh?
Joey! Hey, Joey, got a customer for you.
Huh?
Who's Joey?
Ticket vendor. You heard of the National Lottery. A lot of dough gonna be changed hands soon.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, really.
Hello, Francie. Want to buy some tickets?
Well, my friend does, Sailor Keller.
Oh, Mr. Keller. All right. How many, sir?
I'll take a fistful. Joey, a fistful.
A fistful?
Hey, look, Keller.
Relax, Danny. I feel lucky. Give me lots of threes, Joey. Three's lucky for me.
Sure, Mr. Keller, sure. How about 3303?
Okay.
Buy some for the lady, too?
Yeah.
Oh, gee,
That's for
thanks.
my pal, Danny boy.
Oh, no, never mind me. I'm no gambler.
I thought you were always figuring the odds, Danny. Didn't we talk about that?
Yeah, I said I figured the odds on people, Keller. People, situations. I don't make wild bets.
You wouldn't.
Okay. It's going to be your loss. Skip him, Joey. But me, give me a fistful of those threes. And waiter, another round for us here for Francie, Joey, and me, and my pal, my old pal, Danny boy.
Oh, you're a sport,
Oh,
sweetie.
look, Keller, you're a sucker. The odds are against you, 50,000 to 1.
Now, pay no attention to him,
Against
hon.
me? Okay, Danny boy, so what? So what?
So I'll see you in the morning. Over at your hotel.
Anything you say, pal. My room's 214. Right now, I'm going to stay anchored for a while. Me and little Francie.
That's right, hon.
Oh, I was wrong, Keller. 100,000 to 1 odds.
And all against you, all the way.
Just bitter. Little old Danny boy is just bitter. Night, pal.
It's infuriating, isn't it, Danny? Watching Sailor Keller spend his money so foolishly. Money you'd hoped for. Money that might have taken you back home to the States. But there's very little you can do about it, is there? And the next morning on your way to Keller's hotel, you look into the bar, wondering if he even made it home last night. And then something hits you. A number marked on the mirror in the back of the bar. Number 3303, Keller's number. The winning ticket in the week's lottery. Your mind spins, already starting to figure the odds in still another direction. In his hotel room, Keller is probably still sleeping off last night. A plus in your favor. Keller has a gun, and that's a definite minus. But you decide you must get that ticket, Danny. You weigh the odds and decide you'll chance it. You walk up the flight of stairs to the second floor, down the hall to 214, Keller's room. When you reach there, you're surprised to find his door half open. You enter cautiously.
Sailor. Sailor. Sleeping like a baby. It's great. Here are the tickets. Let's see. Wait a minute. 3303 is missing. Winning ticket's gone. Francie, she beat me here. That's why that door was open.
It has to be Francie, doesn't it, Danny? Yes, the girl in the bar last night. It's the middle of the afternoon before you finally find out where she stays and stop by her apartment.
Lottery tickets? I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, no, you wouldn't. You packing, Francie?
Huh?
Going somewhere?
Well, yeah, I got a new engagement. I'm being booked into San Francisco.
Oh, sure. It's funny, I'm heading that way myself.
Yeah?
Well, look here, Francie. Right on top of your pretty things. All this money.
Yeah, well, all right. So I cashed Keller's ticket. Look, we can split it. I took it from Keller, sold it to my boss for $30,000.
So I see. Thanks for cashing it for me, Francie.
What?
$30,000 will take me quite a distance.
Hey, but you...
Oh, poor old sailor. He wouldn't believe me about the odds, would he?
Never mind the sailor. He'll sleep all day. Well, look, Daddy, don't take it all. Leave me some of that money. After all, I was the... What? Yeah? Who is it?
Me, Francie. Sailor Keller. Open up. I want to talk to you.
Keller, what'll we do?
Come on, Francie. If you don't open this door, I'll blast the lock.
He's got a gun.
Francie, I'm giving you exactly 10 seconds. No more.
When Milady gets spring fever, out she goes and buys a new hat to perk up her spirits. Wouldn't you like to be able to perk up your car's spirits that easily in spring? You can, friend, you can. Simply by treating your car to a tank full of the famous Go Farther gasoline. Signal, that is. Ah, you say you thought mileage is the thing Signal gasoline is famous for. You're so right. But that's only half the story. The other half is what makes Signal deliver such good mileage. Namely, Signal helps your engine run so efficiently you save gasoline. Well, when your engine runs that efficiently, naturally you also notice quick starting, peppy pickup, smooth, obedient power, the very things that make driving more fun. That's why Signal says performance and mileage are like birds of a feather. They go together. No need to choose between driving pleasure and economy. Get both by powering your car with the famous Go Farther gasoline. Fill up next time at a Signal service station.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far with Go Farther gasoline.
Well, Danny, it was a frightening moment, wasn't it? Trapped in that Panama City hotel room with a furious armed man on the opposite side of the door. The odds were poor then, weren't they? But the window and the fire escape gave you a way out. Once you've given Keller the slip, you hurry to the airport, make airplane reservations for Mexico City under your own name of Dan Atkins to throw Sailor Keller off your trail. At midnight, you take passage on a slow freighter for San Francisco, where you arrive 3 days later. Once there, you relax, begin to enjoy yourself with Keller's money. You replenish your wardrobe, buy a new sports model car, and start driving north. The odds you always figure seem definitely in your favor, don't they? With little chance of Keller finding you in your old hometown of Trent City. When you arrive there, you pull in at a gas station.
Yes, sir. Fill her up.
Hello, Chuck.
Well, what do you know? Danny Atkins. Hey, welcome home. You here to stay?
Maybe.
Nothing like the old hometown, Danny.
Yeah, it's good to meet Chuck. Nothing changed much, has it?
The old gang's still around, too. Most of them married now, though. Freddie, Bert, Marilyn.
Yeah?
Just about all of them, I guess. Except Diane. Remember her?
Diane Johnson? Oh, she was just a kid out of high school.
But my, how she's grown. Why don't you look her up?
Yeah, maybe I will.
You notice that new ranch house on the left as you came into town, just past the bridge?
Yeah, I did. A lot of class. I was wondering.
Her old man built the place last summer. Some of that mining property he owned up there in the hills paid off.
You're kidding.
Nope. Looks like maybe it was a mistake for you to leave town, Danny. He always wanted you to go into business with him. Still playing the odds, Danny?
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
What are the odds in you staying on here?
Oh, right now, Chuck, they look pretty good.
After you leave Chuck, you register at the local hotel, then cruise about town. Your old friends are glad to see you, aren't they, Dan? Yes, and you can tell they're impressed. Your new car, the fine cut of your clothes. You spend 2 or 3 days enjoying yourself, renewing old acquaintances. And then one afternoon, you drive to the large ranch house near the bridge, the Johnson place.
Danny Atkins. How are you, son?
Hello, Mr. Johnson.
Well, I'm glad to see you. I heard you were in town. Come on in.
Thank you.
You're looking fine, Danny. Fine.
Thank you, sir.
From what I've heard from the folks around town, you seem to have done pretty well for yourself.
Oh, I've heard the same about you, Mr. Johnson.
Oh, I've been lucky, I guess.
I've been lucky, too.
Oh, I know better than that, Danny. It's more than luck with you. Good common horse sense, that's what it is. You figure things out. Your dad was like that. Oh, Diane.
Yes, sir.
Come here, honey. I haven't told her you were in town. Wanted to be a surprise. Wait till you see the look on her face.
What is it, Dad? Who's happened? Danny.
You stare at her, don't you, Danny? Unable to believe what you see. She has changed, hasn't she? Yes, you'd hardly recognize her from the gangling schoolgirl in the blue jeans and plaid shirt you knew years ago. She's really beautiful, isn't she? After you recover from the surprise, the three of you settle down in the den for a pleasant chat. You stay on for dinner. Through it all, you find you can't keep your eyes off of Diane, can you, Danny? And later, the two of you go for a walk along the quiet, tree-lined street.
It's wonderful having you back here, Danny.
Oh, it's good to be back. You know, I've missed all this, the old town, old friends.
We haven't had much time to talk about them, have we? With Dad monopolizing the conversation. I hope he didn't bore you at dinner.
Oh, of course not.
I suppose you know what's on his mind.
Do I?
He still wants you to join the firm. Danny, when he does ask you, think it over carefully before giving your answer. It would mean a lot to him.
And to you, Diane?
To me, too, Danny.
It becomes quite clear to you in the days that follow, the hours you spend with Diane, that your friend Chuck was right, Danny. Yes, the schoolgirl crush she had on you hasn't left her, has it? Only it's more than that now. She's very much in love with you, isn't she? And then early one evening, the two of you drive down to San Francisco and have dinner at a fashionable hotel.
Having a good time, Diane?
Of course. But you still haven't told me what this is all about. Are we celebrating something?
Yes. I am in your father's firm.
Danny, that's wonderful. Dad didn't say.
I wanted to be the one to tell you, darling.
Danny, I'm just so happy about this. I just don't know what to say.
Well, you could say yes when I asked you to marry me. Well?
Let's go out on the terrace, darling. I think little Diane is going to burst into tears.
It's all working out just the way you've planned it, isn't it, Danny? And you're looking ahead, aren't you? The day of Mr. Johnson's death, Diane will inherit his interest in the company. And she'll be your wife. You'll control it all. The following morning, you accompany your future father-in-law into the hills to look over his newest project, the abandoned Crofton mine. You catalog each item in your mind. Listen to Mr. Johnson's suggestions. And then you have some of your own to offer. Seems pleased.
Son, I go along with those ideas of yours 100%. A lot of angles there I hadn't figured on.
Oh, Mr. Johnson, one more thing. About that double cable running from the mine entrance here across the river to the road on the other side.
Yeah, they're pretty worn out and rusty, aren't they? Well, I've already taken care of that, Danny. Going to have the boys put in a couple of new cables.
Well, why?
Like I said, they're all rusty. They won't hold up.
I mean, why use the cables at all?
Well, how else are we going to haul the stuff we take out of the mine here to the tracks across the river?
We don't have to cross the river, Mr. Johnson. If we build a road from the main entrance to the new highway a few miles down, trucks could drive from the highway here to the mine on this side. We could load them on this side. Forget about the river.
Well, it'd cost a little money, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but be worth it in the long run, considering the time saved.
Yeah, maybe it's worth that. Doggone it, Danny, that's what I mean. Something as simple as this staring me right in the face and I don't see it.
Takes a little figuring, Mr. Johnson. That's all.
Plans for the reopening of the old Crofton mine run smoothly in the next few days, don't they, Danny? And you find more and more time to spend with Diane. And then one night, something happens that you hadn't counted on. You drop Diane off at her house after a date. You walk back toward your car.
Hello, Danny boy.
Keller!
Get in. Yeah, your sailor friend. What odds were you giving that I wouldn't find you?
Look, how did you find me?
That baseball picture you showed me in the bar. You forgot it showed your high school in the background. Trent City High. Or maybe you thought I was too high to notice it. Danny, I want my dough. All of it.
You don't think I carry it around with me, do you?
Then we'll trot on down to the bank in the morning and get it.
I don't have it. I've invested it.
You know, I was afraid of that, Danny boy. I heard around town that you'd gone into some business deal with a gent named Johnson. Okay, so get it back.
Get it back? That's impossible right now. A few months, maybe.
I can't wait that long. I'll give you a couple of days. The dough or else.
Unless you'll plug me with that rod. What good is that?
Oh, I wouldn't plug you, Danny. Unless I had to. No.
And then what?
The hometown folks might be surprised to learn how you got that dough. That little chick you've been running around with. Old man Johnson. All your pals.
Oh, it's your word against mine.
So if you didn't cop the dough, where and how did you get it? They might like to know.
Look, Keller, you'll get your money.
Sure I will. One way or another.
But how do I know you won't tell him anyway?
You're good at laying odds. Suppose you figure that one out.
There's little sleep for you that night, Danny, because of Keller and the threat he holds over you. He could ruin everything for you, couldn't he? And the odds are that he will unless you stop him, silence him. It's a dangerous step to take, isn't it? One you must think over carefully, weigh the facts, the odds. You've made up your mind what to do when he calls you 2 nights later. You arrange to meet him on a quiet road just outside of town. He's standing by his car waiting for you when you walk by.
Right on time, Danny boy. That's fine. What's in the shoebox?
You wanted cash, didn't you?
Yeah. Hold still. I want to make sure you...
I don't have a gun.
I'll decide that. No? No gun.
All right, now how about putting yours away? Makes me nervous.
Sure. Why not? Okay, let's have the dough. Open the box.
The moment he slips his gun into his pocket, you open the shoebox, and your hand closes over the .38 you've hidden inside. Kelly staggers forward as he's hit. It's a brief struggle. His hands close around your throat. You pull away. Then he falls back and slumps to the ground. You stare at him for a moment. Suddenly you're aware that a car is approaching. You dive into the ditch. A truck, Danny, loaded with townspeople coming home from the barn dance at Fondale. And you recognize the voice of your friend Chuck.
Hey, there's been an accident.
Yeah. Well, now, let's have a look, huh? Hey! This guy's been shot, Chuck. He's dead.
Yeah. You better go for the police, Jimmy. All right. Rest of us stay here. Wait. What's this in his hand? Part of somebody's shirt collar.
Your hand goes to your collar. You realize for the first time that in the struggle, Keller ripped a good part of your shirt collar away. And if you're caught, it will be easy to prove the torn collar in Keller's hand came from your shirt. The odds against you have mounted fast, haven't they, Danny? You decide you've got to make a run for it. There's nothing else you can do.
Hey, look! Look over there. Somebody running across the field. Hey, maybe that's the killer.
Let's get him, you guys. Come on.
They're not far behind as you approach the foothills, are they, Danny? And then as you reach the river, you know you're trapped. There's no way to get across. But then suddenly you remember. Yes, the mine cable stretching across the river, not far downstream. A few minutes later, you reach them. What are the odds now, Danny? The cables are eaten by rust, and it's a long way across, isn't it? A rushing river below. If you make it to the other side, you'll be safe. If you stay here, the chances are you'll be caught. You weigh the odds carefully, don't you, Danny? It's a matter of timing. And even if the cables do break and you fall into the river, you're a good swimmer. And you're certain you can make the other side. And then...
I tell you, I'm sure he came up this way.
Well, he isn't here. You get a good look at him?
No, it's too dark. He probably headed downstream toward the bridge, the only way across.
Yeah. Hey, but wait a minute. I just happened to think of something. What about those cable lines leading across the river? They're around here someplace, aren't they?
Well, yeah, sure. But a guy'd be a sap to try it. Hand over hand, more than 50 yards.
I guess you're right. He wouldn't try it. Come on. Yeah.
Wouldn't I try it, Chuck? Wouldn't I?
Time to change. Time to change. Time to change. Yes, it's time to change, says that sign outside signal stations. Time to drain tired out old winter motor oil. Time to refill with fresh, clean Signal Premium Motor Oil, the new heavy-duty Signal oil that reduces engine wear 50%. Think what a 50% reduction in engine wear means to your wallet and your car's performance. Engines not only keep that new car pep and power twice as long, they also run twice as far between overhauls, because new Signal Premium Heavy Duty does so much more than just lubricate. In addition, it cools, cleans, cushions, seals, and protects. No wonder so many motorists who want to protect their car are changing this spring to new Signal Premium Heavy-Duty Motor Oil. Changing at Signal stations, where you see that sign outside. Time to change. Time to change. Time to change.
A small group of townspeople, shocked by the news of the tragedy, had gathered at the river's edge just below the Crofton mine. High above them at the mine entrance stood Sheriff Delsing and Mr. Johnson, surveying the scene in stunned silence. Presently, the two men approached the edge of the cliff. The sheriff pointed toward the opposite shore.
Well, that's where Danny fell, right out there in the rocks.
I just don't understand this at all, Sheriff. I don't understand why he was on those cables.
Yeah, there's lots of things I don't understand about this either. One thing I'm pretty sure of, though.
What's that?
Well, according to where he fell, he must have been about a third of the way across when that first cable snapped. I guess he knew the other cable wouldn't hold his weight very long either.
It's too bad. That second cable had broken a few feet further in either direction. He'd have landed in the river instead of on those rocks. Probably be alive now.
Yeah. Yeah, I can just see Danny. Up there in that cable. He's got a quick decision to make. Keep going or turn back. You know how Danny was about decisions.
Yeah, the odds. Always thinking about the odds. I guess this time he took just a little too long to figure them out.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Meantime, Signal Oil Company and the friendly independent dealers who help you go farther with Signal gasoline hope you'll remember. Regardless of what gasoline you use, you'll enjoy more miles of happy driving if you drive at sensible speeds, obey traffic regulations, and avoid taking chances. You may even save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman as the Whistler, Lamont Johnson, G.G. Pearson, Tom Tully, Bob Bruce, Bill Boucher, and John Shea. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Adrian John Doe, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler was entirely fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at the same time next Sunday when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company.
S-I-G-N-A-L Signal gasoline.
Stay tuned now for Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network. And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
S-I-G-N-A-L Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, the Whistler's strange story. Last Message.
Only a few days before, Dave Leonard had told himself that there was no place quite like San Francisco. It was thrilling to be a part of it. The hills, the bay, the clanging cable cars. Only a few days before, Dave had been happy with his job, his surroundings, his home, and his wife. And now suddenly that was all changed, wiped away somehow. The city was a frightening place. His job, something that was threatened. His home, his wife, and things that he must give up, be put behind him as rapidly as possible, lest they be threatened too. And that was why Dave walked down Geary Street and across Powell to the airline's office. Inside, he approached the ticket window and asked for space on the very next plane for Los Angeles.
Here you are. 1346.
Thank you.
Is the flight on schedule? Will I be able to get away soon?
The limousine for the airport will be loading in 20 minutes, Mr. Leonard.
Oh.
You'll be on your way by, 4:30.
4:30. Good.
Hello, Dave. You going somewhere?
Yes.
No, I don't think that's such a good idea, do you? Would you mind refunding Mr. Leonard's money, please?
What?
He isn't going anywhere. He's changed his mind.
But...
right, Dave? Aren't you staying around so we can talk some more?
Yes. Yes, he's right. Forget the whole thing.
Whatever you say, sir.
You scoop up your ticket money, Dave. Hurry outside. It's even more foreboding now, the city. The walls of its tall buildings seem to close in around you, don't they? Because he's back again. Apparently not letting you out of his sight for the past 3 days since he first found you. And now he's falling into step behind you, isn't he? No chance to run away.
That's better, Dave. Much better. No use being in a hurry. I've been right with you for the last 3 days. Why don't we stop in here and have a drink, huh? Chat some more.
All right. You're calling it.
It's good bourbon, huh, Dave? Oh, you haven't touched yours.
Get to it, will you, Tommy? What do you want from me? Why have you chased me all the way across the country? Who sent you?
Easy, Dave, easy. None of the old bunch even knows you're alive. Honest, I ran onto you quite by accident.
I don't believe
It's true. Except for an accident, I'd have gone on like everybody else, believing exactly what it says on those New York police records. What the paper said at the time. Let's see, how did it go? Man leaps to death from River Bridge.
Stop it.
You didn't do it at all, did you? Just made it look that way. The note you left, pinned to your coat, a fake.
I couldn't get any place as Marvin Knowles, Tommy. A man with a record isn't always welcome.
You served your time.
It didn't seem to make any difference.
Okay, so you got away with it. Working out pretty nice here, I understand, huh? Good job, pretty wife.
It's all over.
Why?
Because of you. No matter how you found me, Tommy, you have. That's all that's important.
Nah, you don't have to change anything. I'll play ball.
I'm trying to live decently, Tommy. Can't you understand? I've managed to these past 6 years.
Almost 7, isn't it? Yeah, sure. Marvin Knowles will be legally dead soon. Nearly 7 years since you staged the big jump.
Tommy, I'm not going to take this. I don't have to.
Easy. Sit down. You know, you better think it over, Dave. They gang. They can play pretty rough. Maybe they think you talk too much.
I didn't. You know that.
Maybe not, but you know too much. Maybe they'd think you've already talked to your wife, that she knows too much. Well, if they could find Marv Knowles, they might like to silence him. Maybe his wife, too.
Stop it.
Yeah, of course you could go to the police, Dave. Cut your throat and mine and your wife's. I'm afraid it would cost you a lot more than your job. You see what I mean?
Yes. I see what you mean.
Then I think we understand one another. Well, I'll keep in touch, Dave. Let you know how and when you can help me, huh? Oh, and meanwhile, don't try to skip town anymore. You just might make me sore. And I wouldn't want to have to take care of you, Ma. Dave.
Yes, Dave, it's all changed. In the surprising arrival of one man, your old associate, Tommy Prentice. One man who can ruin your life, strike terror in your heart, cause the old familiar warmth and friendliness of the city you've come to love to turn into a chilled atmosphere of menace and despair. And back at home, you can't even bring yourself to talk about it to the one person who's brought you more comfort and understanding than you'd ever dream possible.
Sue, if you don't mind, I don't want to talk anymore.
Dave, there's something bothering you. I know it. Something's on your mind.
No, there isn't. I'm just tired, that's all.
This afternoon, you left the office early, didn't you?
You called the office?
At 3 o'clock. You hadn't come back from lunch, the girl said.
You shouldn't have called.
Where were you, Dave?
I was detained, a customer.
Talked to a customer from noon until after 3?
Maybe. What of it?
Dave, is that all you're going to say?
Please, Sue, I was out on business. Isn't that enough? You have to cross-examine me?
I'm sorry.
Oh, forget it, Sue. I didn't mean to... Look, I don't know what's wrong with me. What do you say we go out tonight, huh? For a walk or to a movie. Get our minds off it.
Off what, Dave?
Okay, so I'll go out alone. There must be some way to stop these questions. I'll be back when you see me.
Even as you hurl the words at Sue and rush from the house, you're sorry, aren't you, Dave? But your mind is spinning with confusion, question marks. The hours of walking the streets alone fail to provide an answer. Then as you start toward home again and the dismal sound of the foghorn moans in at you from the waters near Golden Gate Bridge, a thought does occur. A dread final thought, but something that could provide an answer. Another bridge gave you an answer almost 7 years ago, didn't it, Dave? And now, with everything you've ever wanted and worked for being threatened, you find yourself thinking of staging another such act. Only this time it would be for Tommy Prentice. And what would appear to everyone as a simple suicide would actually be murder. You're still thinking about it as you slip the key in the latch and let yourself into the house. And cross to the bedroom.
Dave?
Sue, I thought you were asleep.
I couldn't. Not with you away.
No, don't turn on the light. Sue, I'm sorry about this evening. I didn't mean any of those things I said.
I know.
Anyway, I'm not mixed up anymore. Everything's clear in my mind. I've been worrying unnecessarily. Everything's going to be all right again. And soon.
Summertime is vacation time, and long trips naturally make motorists think about gasoline mileage. That's why every year, particularly at this time, Signal gains lots of new customers, drivers who've heard about the Go Farther gasoline and decide to try Signal themselves. Naturally, they expect to get good mileage, but what sometimes comes as a pleasant surprise to them is the improved performance they enjoy with Signal. And that, my friends, is the point of my story tonight. You see, the reason Signal gives you such good mileage is because it helps your engine run so efficiently you save gasoline. You save gasoline with quick starting, save gasoline with smooth, thrilling pickup, save gasoline with full, responsive power. The kind of performance, in short, that makes driving more fun on vacations or any time. So if you haven't yet acquired the signal habit, just try a tankful or two. You'll find there's more pleasure, too, when you go farther with Signal.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go for the gasoline.
It changed everything, didn't it, Dave? Your plans with your wife, Sue, hopes for the future. Everything was changed when Tommy Prentice walked into your life from the past and recognized you as Marvin Knowles, a man he'd known in the East, a man who once served time in prison and was trying his best to live it down with a new life in San Francisco as David Leonard. Yes, it was all changed. Tommy is a threat. But you think you found the answer, the one way out. And while you hate the thought of murder, you find yourself trying to figure it out and plan a way to talk Tommy into the trap. And finally you're rewarded with a remarkable bit of luck as Tommy admits his reasons for coming to the West Coast in the first place.
I gotta tell you, Dave, there's no use hiding it. They're after me.
The police?
Yeah, them too, sure. But I'm not afraid of the police. It's the old gang. They think I double-crossed them.
Of course you didn't.
That's beside the point. Duke Watson and Frankie Dawson are here in town. I gotta get away from them, Dave. And you're gonna help me, see?
Sure. I figured there'd be something I'd have to do. I haven't much money, Tommy.
You have some and you have a car. I want you to drive me up north someplace. Seattle, maybe on into Canada.
But I can't do that.
You've got to. Or else I'll get word to Duke and Frankie that you and your wife are here. It's got to be this way. If you don't, it's my neck. I can't just drop out of sight like you did. And if I was to travel with a man and his wife, they'd have a rougher time tracing me.
Wait a minute, Tommy.
What?
You just said something about dropping out of sight. Tommy.
Yeah?
Tommy, I faded out of the picture almost 7 years ago, remember? I made everybody think I jumped off a bridge, committed suicide.
So you fooled everybody but me, so what?
So why can't you do the same thing? I'd help you, Tommy, tell you what to do. You could write a note, say you were tired of running from Frankie Dawson and Duke Watson, who were trying to get you.
Huh? Hey, wait a minute. You really think
Didn't I make it, Tommy, didn't I?
Yeah, sure you did. Yeah, but you had a different reason. You wanted to go straight and couldn't get a break.
What do reasons matter, Tommy? The main thing is you'll throw them off your track.
Yeah.
You can travel alone. Go anywhere as somebody else.
Yeah, sure I could. Hey, I think you've hit it, Dave. You've saved my life. All I gotta do is write a suicide note, leave it on a bridge with my coat, and disappear. Duke Watson and Frankie Dawson will think I killed myself on account of the gang, huh?
That's right, Tommy.
Yeah.
That's all you have to do. Leave a suicide note.
Yeah. You'll drive me north?
Yeah. I'll drive you.
He's fallen into your trap, hasn't he, Dave? Yes, and you're relieved. Yet far from pleased at the thought of what you've decided to do. You don't like to think about it, do you? What you plan to do out there in the fog. The way you'll silence Tommy Prentice. But you can't see any other way. You don't want to kill, but you decide you have to. That evening, you sit in the den, pretending to read the newspaper, struggling to conceal the panic and the terror mounting within you.
Dave.
Yes, Sue?
I've been thinking, why don't we run down to Carmel for a few days? It would do us good to get away.
I suppose so.
We could stay at the inn again. Remember? When was it? 3 years ago? Dave, you're not listening. What's the matter?
Matter? Nothing.
Something's been on your mind. Something rather serious, I'm afraid. Won't you tell me what it is?
Really, Sue, it's nothing at all.
We used to be able to talk over our little problems. Sort of iron things out together.
Yeah.
Dave, I suppose I'm going to sound awfully silly, but... Well, is there someone else?
Someone else?
A woman.
Oh, no, Sue, nothing like that. Darling, how could you ever think that?
I didn't really.
Sue, there'll never be anyone in my life but you. Never.
Dave, darling.
But you're right. There is something on my mind. And it is serious. I'm in trouble, Sue.
Dave, you haven't done anything again?
No, nothing like that. It's just... Well, it's the old routine again. The old gang won't leave me alone.
Someone's found out, the old crowd?
Yes, Tommy Prentice. I ran into him on the street one day. He found out I changed my name. He found out everything.
I see. What's he going to do?
He wants money.
Well, then give it to him. Give him all we have, and it'll be finished.
No, it's not as simple as that. He wouldn't stop there.
But if we didn't have any more money
He says he just wants me to help him get away, but he'll probably force me to work on a job with him before he gets through.
No, Dave, you can't do that.
I haven't any choice, Sue.
Yes, you have. We'll go away, Dave, far away. They'll never find us.
Tommy'd find us. So might somebody else from the old gang. Then we'd have to run again. No, Sue, I can't run anymore. I started to the other day. I was going to take a plane and send for you later. That's where I was when you called the office. But it's no use.
Please, Dave, we'll leave tonight, right now.
I tell you, it's no use.
You know what'll happen if we don't, Dave. One job with Tommy, and then there'll be another and another. Some night I'll be called down to the morgue to identify...
Sue, darling.
You mustn't ever go back, Dave. You can't go back.
But running away, it's just no good. It wouldn't work.
It's our best chance, darling. Going somewhere else. What else can we do?
What else?
Yes. How else can you be rid of this man?
There is a way. I've thought it all out. A very simple way.
What? Oh, no. No, Dave, you couldn't do anything like that. You couldn't.
No, I guess not. I guess I couldn't kill him. Even if I could get away with it. All right, sure. We'll run again.
She's right, isn't she, Dave? There is a chance, a slim chance, you can slip away from Tommy Prentice. Start life all over again in some small town. While you finish packing, Sue hurries down to the garage and drives your car around to the alley back of your apartment house. When she returns, you're ready. You pick up the suitcases and start for the door.
Oh, hiya, Sue, Dave. I was just going to knock. Come on over. We're having a little party.
Brad, hello.
Yeah.
We were just leaving. We're driving to Carmel.
Yeah.
We want to make it before midnight.
Well, Dave, oh, boy, you got lots of time. Now, come on, just one drink for the road.
Please, Brad, a rain check. It's terribly important that we leave right now.
We can't explain now, Brad. We'll be back in a few days. Come on, Sue. Get in the car, Sue. Up with the suitcase in the...
Hello, Dave.
Tommy.
Evening, Mrs. Leonard. I'm sure you are, Mrs. Leonard. You folks going someplace?
Yes, we,
Running out on an old pal?
Oh, no. You see, my boss called up, and he wants me to go upstate, business.
Is that so?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So you're going on a little trip, huh?
Well, only for a few days. I'll be back in the middle of the week.
You'll get in touch with me?
That's right. As soon as I get back.
I'm going with you, pal.
Well, but Tommy...
I said I'm going with you. Now get in, both of you. We'll drive by my place and pick up my stuff. Then we'll head north over the Gate Bridge, huh? That bridge stunt you thought of was a great idea.
It's no use, Dave. You'll never be able to run away from Tommy Prentice. You're certain of that now. As you drive across town, you glance over at Sue from time to time, sitting next to you, staring straight ahead, her face tense, and you know she's struggling to hold back a flood of tears. The anger, the hatred within you grows. Hatred for the man in the back seat of your car, and hatred toward yourself for what you've done to Sue. Finally, you bring the car to a stop in front of Tommy's boarding house.
Okay, folks, I'll get my stuff. Be right out. You'll wait, huh?
Yeah. We'll wait.
Just make sure you do. Hand over the car keys.
I said we'd wait.
I said the keys.
All right. Here.
Thanks, pal. Be right back, folks.
Look, Sue, why don't you go back to the apartment? I'll handle this alone.
No. No, Dave, I'm not going to leave you.
Sue, I don't want you to get mixed up in this. Now, forget it. Forget me. Go back to the apartment.
I won't, Dave. I can't leave you. Come on, darling, let's get away from here.
Sue.
I mean it, Dave. Right now. We can walk, talk it out, and decide what to do. Let him have the car, please, darling.
All right, Sue. Maybe a walk will help.
You wander along the streets. Sue clings tightly to your arm. And somehow the two of you talk it out, don't you, Dave? Yes, you walk for hours trying to make up your mind. And finally, quite late, you begin to come to a decision.
We'll go to the police, Dave. Have Tommy Prentice arrested. Let your past come out. It's the only right way out of this.
There's more to it than that, dear. Even if I went to the police and they got Tommy, he'd find a way to let Duke and Frankie know who I am, where I live, that I'm here. They think I know too much, and what's more important, they figured I told you too much. You realize what that means, don't you?
Yes. But I'd prefer to take a chance on anything than have you on the wrong side of the law.
You'd risk being killed?
Yes. Rather than have you risk everything we've built together.
You're wonderful, Sue.
Not wonderful. I just believe in you. Come on, darling. We'll go to the police. Tell them everything.
All right, Sue. All right, let's find a police station.
Before starting on any trip this summer, you'll want to have a new map. And naturally, you'll want one that's accurate, complete, and handy to use, which describes a signal map prepared expressly for signal by Rand McNally. It's a big map, jumbo size, for quick, easy reading, and it has the latest accordion fold, so it's easy to handle. In addition to Rand McNally accuracy, signal maps include a list of interesting places to visit, plus a Western States mileage chart, plus enlarged sections of metropolitan areas, plus a traveler's radio guide showing where to tune in for your favorite programs as you travel. This highway map is yours free at any signal station. And if you need a street map, when you're in any of the larger Pacific Coast cities, signal dealers have them too, free, of course. Start planning your vacation driving now with a good map. Stop in and get a free signal map at your signal service station. Better do it tomorrow.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go for the gasoline.
You've made your decision, haven't you, Dave? Yes, you can't run from the past, from Tommy Prentice. And you can't kill him either. So you're going to the police. You're going to tell them everything. Tell them about your fake suicide in New York 7 years ago, that you're not David Leonard, but an ex-convict named Marvin Knowles. You're certain it will mean the end of everything for you and your wife, Sue. But you've made up your mind there's nothing else you can do. And now, after hours of walking along the city streets and talking things out, the two of you step into a police station and approach the officer at the desk.
Sergeant?
Oh, what can I do for you, sir?
My name is David Leonard. Well, that is, since I arrived in San Francisco...
Leonard. Oh, yes, David Leonard. Yeah. Got the report right here. Stolen car. I hope you had that insured, Mr. Leonard.
What?
It's pretty badly smashed up, I'm afraid.
Well, I don't understand.
Well, it happens there was quite a gun battle over in the Mission District. A couple of strong-arm boys tried to kill a man by the name of Tommy Prentice, who was driving your car.
Dave.
I guess he must have stolen it. Anyway, he wrecked the car trying to get away from those strong-arm boys.
Did they get away?
No, we caught him. Block away from the shooting. A couple of hoods from back east, Frankie Dawson and Duke Watson.
What about the man that stole my car? Prentice.
Prentice? Died on the way to the emergency hospital.
Prentice is dead?
Yes, ma'am. And your husband's car is a wreck. I'm awful sorry.
Oh, it's all right. We don't mind the car.
No. No, we can always get another car.
The funny thing about those guys trying to kill Prentice, they didn't know he was going to commit suicide anyway. They'd have avoided a murder rap if they had.
Suicide?
Yeah. Had a note in his pocket. Figured on jumping off the bridge. Said he was tired of running from those hoods.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at the same time. Meantime, Signal Oil Company and the friendly independent dealers who help you go farther with Signal gasoline hope you'll remember. Regardless of what gasoline you use, you'll enjoy more miles of happy driving if you drive at sensible speeds, obey traffic regulations, and avoid taking chances. You may even save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman as the Whistler, David Ellis, Virginia Gregg, Bill Conrad, and Larry Dobkin. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler was entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at this same time next Sunday when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company.
SIGNAL. Signal gasoline.
Stay tuned now for our Miss Brooks starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network. And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. She never would be missed.
Mona had determined that her parting from her husband, Gerald Stanton, was to be gay, and, as she put it, civilized. There were to be no tears to mar Mona's beauty, no tiresome recriminations. Best of all, Gerald had understood her perfectly. He had seemed to realize at once why she preferred Vincent, why the divorce was so very necessary to her. And now there was nothing more for Mona to do other than wait for train time. Check on the few last-minute details with her maid.
Oh, Lucille, did the man come for my luggage?
He just left, madame.
You made it clear that I wanted to arrive in Reno the same time I do.
Yes, and I phoned for a cab. It will be right here.
Oh, you're an angel, Lucille. You've been so good through all this. You don't know what it means to find someone who's charming after so many years of...
So many years of what, my dear?
Gerald. Gerald, what are you doing here? I thought you'd gone to your club.
I came back because I have something to say to you.
I'll watch for your cab, madame.
Thank you, Lucille. Mona, I want you to give up this foolish idea.
Give it up? That's absurd. Everything's settled. You agree.
I didn't know until today just whom I was being divorced for.
You've always known it was Vincent. We've never made any secret of it.
But I knew nothing about him. He's no good, Mona.
I can understand your thinking so.
It isn't just me. Do you realize he's been thrown out of every decent club in San Francisco? Why, no respectable society will tolerate him. You think you'll be happy married to that?
I've never been able to understand your reverence for what you call respectability.
He's a bounder, Mona, a cheat. Everything that's rotten.
In short, a juicy topic for a club full of old men.
It always comes back to that, doesn't it? You're young and I'm old.
It's time we faced it, don't you think?
Mona, believe me, if it were anyone else, I'd let you go. No protest. But this Carter, for your own sake, I beg you not to give up everything for him.
I love Vincent, and he loves me. You can protest or not as you like.
I could make it very disagreeable, Mona, for both of you.
Of course you could. Get into all the papers, too. But I don't think you will. Where would your respectability be then?
I think I lost it, Mona, when I married you.
Your cab is here, Mrs. Stanton.
I'll be right down, Lucille. Goodbye, Gerald.
One thing more, Mona. I'm going to revise our little agreement. There will be no property settlement.
Ah. Now we come to the heart of the interview.
If you leave here, you'll get nothing more from me.
Vincent has enough for us both.
It had better be a lot. You're rather expensive.
I expect to be well fixed.
If he marries you.
Don't worry, Gerald. He will.
Well, that's fair enough. Fair enough, Mona. You deserve each other.
Car number 32, right here.
Thank you. Say goodbye to me now, Vincent. I can't bear these prolonged farewells.
Darling, here's something to remember me by.
What is it?
Open it and see.
Vincent, what a perfectly stunning ring.
You like it? It's been in the family for ages.
Oh, Vincent, I do love you so.
Wire me when it's over, and I'll meet you here at the station.
Oh, no, darling, not at the station. I want to look my very best when I see you. Can't we make
How about where we always meet? Pietro's for lunch. 1 o'clock the day you get back.
Wonderful.
And you'd better be wearing that ring.
You'll see me flashing blocks away. Oh, there it is, darling. I've got to run.
Goodbye, Angel.
I'll be living for our lunch at Pietro's, darling.
The goodbyes are over, aren't they, Mona? And you're on your way, alone on the train. Only the memory of Vincent's flashing smile to comfort you, to help you fight down any doubts, any misgivings that Gerald tried to plant in your mind. It's going to be all right, isn't it, Mona? Yes. You tell yourself that over and over again. But in the weeks you spend at Reno, you get few letters from Vincent, and then none at all. And then at last you return to San Francisco, hurry to Pietro's, where you wait again. Because Vincent isn't there. You're terribly alone until...
Pietro? Pietro?
What is it, madame? Oh, Mrs. Stanton, I didn't see you come in. Welcome back.
Pietro, for heaven's sakes, where is Vincent?
When did you get back?
Just this morning. Please, Pietro, where is he?
Mr. Carter? I haven't seen him.
He was to meet me here at 1 o'clock. I've called his apartment everywhere. I can't find him. What's happened?
I'm afraid I don't know.
Oh, that's nonsense. You know everything, Pietro. There's something you're not telling me.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Stanton. Now, if you excuse
No,
me.
I won't excuse you. Pietro, come back here. I want to talk to you.
You're getting a little shrill, darling. You better take it easy.
Oh, Blanche Fontaine, thank goodness for a friendly face. Maybe you'll tell me what this is all about.
Well, I won't pretend I don't know what you mean, because I do.
What is it? What's happened to Vincent?
Not here. Everybody's watching us. Come on.
Where are we going?
To my apartment. We can talk there.
Now, Blanche, please.
I said we'd talk in my apartment. Now, come on. I know how you feel, Mona, but a lot can happen in 6 weeks, and, well, it has.
Oh, I can't believe it, Blanche. Who is this other woman?
Alice Phillips.
Alice? Do you mean Vincent has thrown me over for that washed-out society bud?
I'll admit she is a pale one, but her family, my dear. Main line, old guard, and, oh, so respectable.
Respectable? Oh, this is too much.
Well, it shouldn't surprise you. Vincent's always been a perfect sucker for that sort of thing.
But he can't. He's going to marry me. I have his ring.
Darling, what's a ring when he can marry a Phillips? This is the top for him. Big stuff. He'll never let that go.
I think you're cruel to say things like that.
I face facts, Mona, and so must you. Now forget it. Go away for a while. Pull yourself together.
Exit gracefully, you mean?
You can go up to my lodge if you like. You'll be alone there, miles from everywhere. It'll give you time to get hold of yourself.
Vincent loves me. I've given up everything for him. Husband, money, everything. I'll find him and talk to him. He'll say it isn't true.
All right, darling. Have it your way.
I will. You'll see.
It can't be said that you didn't try, can it, Mona? Your efforts during the next few days to find Vincent may well become legendary in the lush circles you inhabit. You phone his apartment, his friends, all the possible nightclubs, but he's never there. You write him notes and long, pleading letters, but they remain unanswered. And still you refuse to accept the obvious. Finally, one afternoon at the cocktail hour, you catch him at Pietro's. He's as handsome as ever, but you're forced to see that things aren't the same now. Vincent has changed.
Yes, I heard you were trying to reach me, Mona, but I really wish you wouldn't. It's rather awkward under the circumstances.
Vincent, what are the circumstances?
Oh, we know each other too well to pretend ignorance.
Then it is true. Alice Phillips. Vincent, you can't do this to me.
Well, nobody's done anything, Mona. It simply happened.
And so I'm to be brushed off just like that.
We should be grateful we found out before it was too late.
Grateful. Do you realize what I've lost on your account?
Well, that was your doing, Mona, not mine.
Oh, you're contemptible.
Just honest.
Vincent, you don't love her. You couldn't. You love me. And it's all right, darling. I know these things happen sometimes, and I'm willing to forget it.
Perhaps you haven't understood me, Mona. This isn't just a temporary romance. I'm going to marry Alice.
Vincent!
Which reminds me, darling, I'd like to have my ring back if you don't mind. It's a rather good one, you know, sort of heirloom. And I think Alice...
Your ring, indeed. Oh, you just try and get it.
All right, Mona. But you can get out of my life and stay out.
Mrs. Stanton, please, I'll have to ask
you.
Oh,
get away, Pietro.
Would you like me to call you again?
Get away, I said. Take your hands off of me.
Mona, for heaven's sake, control yourself. You're making a spectacle.
Control yourself, he says. Oh, that's good. That's very good.
And quit hounding me, or you'll force me to do something unpleasant.
Come, Mrs. Stanton.
Let go of me.
This way, please.
You'll never marry her, Vincent Carter. Not while I live. I'll kill you. First, I swear it, I'll kill you.
Next weekend, before you start off on your Labor Day trip, wouldn't it add a lot to your peace of mind to know that no matter how hard you may drive, no matter how high the thermometer may soar, your motor is protected by an oil that won't break down under heat, an oil that won't let unnecessary wear rob your car of its pep and power and turn it into an oil eater? Then this week is the time to change to new Signal Premium, the wonderful new Signal motor oil that reduces engine wear due to lubrication 50%. In addition to providing the finest of lubrication, new Signal Premium protects your motor in 4 important extra ways. 1, controls harmful engine deposits such as carbon, gum, and varnish. 2, keeps oil rings clean and free. 3, keeps hydraulic valve lifters from sticking. 4, stops acid corrosion and rust. Yet all this extra protection of heavy-duty type Signal Premium is yours at no increase in price at Signal stations. So if you want to save money, and your car too, get your motor oil changed to new Signal Premium before your Labor Day trip. Get it changed at a Signal service station.
Well, Mona, you sensed it for weeks, that something was wrong. That Vincent Carter had changed his mind about you after you've divorced your husband to marry him. And now, meeting him face to face, you've heard from his own lips that he intended to marry someone else, Alice Phillips. And your own words, angry, excited words, run through your mind to mock and torture you. Your threat to kill him. Yet you've been able to do nothing at all, except run to your friend, Blanche Fontaine, and pour out your heart.
Oh, Blanche, it was so humiliating. And on top of that, to be thrown out. What am I going to do?
I've told you, Mona. Go away somewhere by yourself and get over it. Go up to my lodge, darling. I'm running over to London for a few weeks. I shan't be using it.
I've lost everything because of him. How could he do this to me?
Why not? He's done it to every woman he's ever known.
I wish I could hurt him as he's hurt me.
You can't. It doesn't work that way with Vincent. When he's through, he's through. And like the old song, they never would be missed.
They never would be missed.
Here now. In case you decide to be sensible, here are my keys to the lodge. You'll be alone there. It's miles from everywhere. Nobody has to know anything about it.
Oh, you're very kind, Blanche.
No phone, nothing. It'll be good for you. The larder's well stocked, you'll make out.
I'll make out better right here.
I'm leaving tomorrow, so if you decide to use the lodge, go on up. Just stay as long as you like.
Blanche, if you think I'm just going to leave town quietly and sneak up to your lodge and let Vincent Carter
That's the sensible thing to do, and you should begin to use your head.
I'll use my head, but I won't use your lodge.
Suit yourself. But in case you change your mind, I'll leave you the keys. Goodbye, darling. I'll call you as soon as I'm back.
Have a nice trip, Blanche. Oh, Vincent, you fool. Well, here's one who's going to be missed.
It's a vicious plan, isn't it, Mona? But you've decided, yes, to disappear suddenly and without explanation. You'll do it in such a way that Vincent Carter will be blamed for your disappearance. You're certain that the publicity, the suspicions in his direction will cause the ultra-respectable Alice Phillips to break off her engagement to him. And once that happens, you're certain you can win him back. And you're certain your plan will work, aren't you? Only Blanche knows that you know of the existence of the lodge, and you've told her you weren't going to use it. You're sure she'll be on the high seas bound for London and will learn nothing until her return. The next day, a phone call to Vincent is your first move in working him into your little scheme.
I don't know what possessed me, Vincent. I was dreadful, and I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, it's all right, Mona.
Alice is a lovely girl, and I think she ought to have the ring.
But you mean you'll give it back?
Of course. Come over and have a drink with me. Show me there are no hard feelings. I'll give it to you then.
Well, all right, Mona. I'll come by. Just for a minute.
Done and done, darling. See you. Lucille?
Yes, madame?
I'll be dining out, Lucille. Fetch me something to wear and hurry. Mr. Carter's coming right away.
Mr. Carter?
Yes, he just called, asked me to have dinner.
But you think you should?
Why not? If he wants me back, I'm quite willing.
But, Mrs. Stanton, how do you know that's what he wants? How do you know it isn't...
What do you mean, Lucille?
Well, he called here yesterday when you were out, and... Oh, he said dreadful things. He said that if you didn't quit bothering him, he would do something drastic. I didn't tell you that because
that was yesterday, Lucille. Oh, don't worry, I can handle him.
Oh, I hope so, madame.
But, Lucille, please don't tell anyone who I'm with. I promised Vincent. He doesn't want it known yet.
Oh, I don't like it, madame. I don't like it at all.
Nonsense. Come on, help me get ready. He'll be here.
You've been very decent, Mona. Thanks awfully.
Well, after all, darling, when I have a ring, I want a man to go with it. Have another drink?
No, thanks. I'd better run along.
Must you? I was rather hoping you'd let me take you to dinner, a sort of farewell.
Oh, I'm afraid...
There's a divine little place just out of town, very quiet. Nobody'd know.
You're very persuasive.
For old time's sake. We can take my car. What do you say?
All right, I'd rather like to.
It's all so easy, isn't it, Mona? You go downstairs with him. Make sure the doorman sees you drive off together in your car. The dinner at the obscure country inn goes pleasantly, with Vincent obviously relieved at your show of goodwill. By the time you drop him off at his apartment, he's forgotten the past unpleasantness between you.
Here you are, darling, right to your door. Go straight to bed now.
Oh, I will. I'm tired. Au revoir. It's been fun, Mona.
Fun's just beginning, darling, for both of us.
And now, Mona, the easy 4-hour drive to the lodge, where you run your car out of sight behind some trees. Then settle down amid the comforting simplicity of oil lamps and wood fires, certain that the mechanics of your scheme are going successfully. Yes, you were last seen with Vincent, and your disappearance is complete. The news breaks even sooner than you expected, and you walk down behind the clump of trees to listen to your car radio and the news reports.
San Francisco police were still continuing their questioning today concerning the sudden and unusual disappearance of Mrs. Mona Stanton. The maid stated emphatically that her employer had no intention of taking a trip and expressed the possibility of foul play. Police are dissatisfied with the explanations of one Vincent Carter, former fiancé of the missing woman.
It's perfect, isn't it, Mona? And the following day, the reports are even more exciting. Until finally, the one thing you most wanted to hear.
In the case of Mrs. Mona Stanton, missing for the past 5 days, socialite Alice Phillips flew to Santa Barbara tonight, accompanied by her mother. Sources close to Miss Phillips indicate that she has broken her engagement to Vincent Carter, material witness and principal suspect in the mysterious Stanton disappearance. And now for some other coast news.
So she wouldn't stick by you, Vincent, eh? Too respectable.
You've won, haven't you, Mona? You tell yourself over and over again you've won. Vincent has been humbled, Alice driven away. You can return to him now, take him back on your own terms. And then as you finish packing for the trip back to the city and close your suitcase, you hear a car approaching the lodge. Only one person knows you're here, Mona. Just one.
Blanche. It has to be Blanche. She's bringing the police. I've got to get out of here.
It's all clear to you, isn't it, Mona? Blanche must have heard of your disappearance before she embarked for London, changed her plans, and hurried back to San Francisco to investigate. You've got to hurry and get away. You race for the rear door to the cabin, and a lamp crashes to the floor. As you swing the door wide open, Mona. But you're not stopping for anything like that now. No. You race to the clump of trees in your car. Your only chance to get away without being seen is the old river road. You noticed it while walking one day. Now it's got to provide your escape. Your heart pounds as you release the brake. Let your car coast silently down this back road. A mile from the lodge, you risk starting the engine. It's all right, isn't it, Mona? You got away. Then exactly 4 hours later, you're walking in on Vincent at his apartment.
Mona.
Had enough, Vincent, darling. I could disappear again, you know.
Come in. Come in, Mona.
Ready to listen to reason, I take it. It's close in here, darling. Untidy, too. But you don't look too dapper yourself.
What do you mean, Mona?
What do I mean? You asked me up, didn't you?
You've had your fun. Why bother to come back at all?
I want a husband, darling, and security. I want you.
Security?
You don't have to lock the door. I shan't run away so long as you're reasonable.
That's right, Mona. You won't run away. Ever.
Vincent, what are you doing?
You had your little joke. Now I'll have mine.
Oh, come now, darling. Put it down.
You don't deserve to live.
I said put the gun down, Vincent.
Keep away.
Come on, give it to me.
Let go, Mona. Let go, I say. Boy, you little...
High heels can be rather painful, can't they, Vincent? Now our places are reversed. You're the one who doesn't deserve to live.
Well, I was only trying to scare you, Mona. I wouldn't have killed you.
Then you shouldn't have let go of the gun when I kicked you, because I am going to kill you.
No, please, Mona. Wait a minute.
Why should I? After wrecking my life and tossing me aside as if I were a casual pickup, you were going to kill me. I'm just turning the tables on you, that's all.
You stand there, Mona, terrified at what you've done. The revolver you wrested from Vincent still smoking in your hand. Then, as the paralysis of shock subsides, you begin to realize your own danger. You've killed a man, Mona, and your feelings about him are well known. It comes back to you in your own words, shouted publicly that day at Pietro's.
You'll never marry her, Vincent Carter. I'll kill you first.
And now you have killed him, haven't you, Mona? And who's going to believe that you didn't intend to? Suddenly you lean down, quickly press the gun into Vincent's hand, smooth over the evidence of the struggle, and slip out of the apartment. Within a half hour, you're at police headquarters, telling a plausible story to the lieutenant in charge.
You see, Lieutenant, I'd gone up to the lodge for a complete rest, so I hadn't even heard a radio until a few hours ago. I happened to turn on the 6 o'clock news, and when it appeared, well, naturally, I came back at once.
I see. I'm afraid it's been a pretty serious mistake all around.
Oh, it's dreadful. We'll have to let Vincent know immediately.
I'm afraid it's too late, Mrs. Stanton.
What?
The report just came in. Vincent Carter shot himself not more than half hour ago.
Oh, no.
Steady, Mrs.
No.
Steady.
It's all my fault. If I hadn't gone away...
Oh, I wouldn't say that. You didn't know.
Oh, what shall I do if only I hadn't
Best
left...
thing is to go home and try to get some rest.
Oh, I couldn't. Not now. Not when...
Try, though, will you? It's too bad, but you're not to blame.
All right, Lieutenant. I'll try.
Next weekend, when you start off on your Labor Day trip, it'll be mighty handy to have a good map in your car. And there's no map handier than the free ones you'll find at Signal service stations. No need to squint to find where you're going on a Signal map. They're jumbo size for quick, easy reading. And no need to wrestle with them, getting them open or folded again. Signal maps have the latest accordion fold for more convenient handling. But that's only the beginning. In addition, Signal maps contain a guide to interesting places to visit, plus a traveler's radio guide so you can follow your favorite programs as you travel, plus enlarged sections of metropolitan areas. And if you happen to need a street map to guide you in the larger cities of the Pacific Coast states, Signal stations have them free too. In fact, whether you need a free map, some helpful advice, or just a tank full of the famous Go Farther gasoline, you'll find that friendly, independently operated Signal stations have just about everything it takes to make your driving over Labor Day or any day more pleasant.
It's a shock, isn't it, Mona? Your disappearing act had unexpected results. Vincent is dead now. Dead, the police believe, by his own hand. It appears that you had nothing to do with it because of your story that you were in your car at the time, driving back from the lodge to save Vincent from the suspicion that he had done away with you. And they can only think of you as an innocent figure in a comedy of misinterpretation. The next day, the police lieutenant comes to your apartment. Confidently, you answer his questions with your usual inventiveness.
I told you all I can, Lieutenant. I left the lodge right after the 6 o'clock news broadcast. When I heard on the newscast that Vincent was being blamed for my disappearance, I went back to town. But what difference does it make now?
Because, Mrs. Stanton, Vincent Carter's death wasn't suicide.
Wasn't suicide? You mean Vincent was...
Murdered, Mrs. Stanton. The angle of the bullet proves the shot couldn't have been fired by Mr. Carter.
I see. But surely you don't suspect me.
Yes, I'm afraid I do. You had the strongest motive in the world. I've learned a great deal about you since I last saw you, Mrs. Stanton. Mr. Carter broke up your marriage, then tossed you aside for another woman.
But that was some time ago. Since then...
At least 2 different people heard you threaten to kill him.
But I told you that was...
We've got a pretty strong case against you, Mrs. Stanton. A woman answering your description was seen leaving Carter's apartment building about the time of the murder.
Possibly so, but it couldn't have been I. I was driving into town.
I see. Now, as I understand it, it's an easy 4-hour drive from the lodge into town, right?
Yes.
Now, you say you left there right after the 6 o'clock newscast. You didn't arrive at the precinct station until nearly 12. That's almost 6 hours. That leaves 2 hours to account for. That's plenty of time for you to kill Carter.
Oh, well, I can explain that. You see, I went to the village first, had a little lunch before driving in, and since I didn't realize there was any rush, I ate rather leisurely. Then I decided to phone or wire or something, but changed my mind and drove on in.
I see. Don't you have to pass the lodge?
Why, yes.
Then I'm afraid I'm going to have to arrest you on a charge of murder, Mrs. Stanton.
But that's absurd. Why me?
Because you're lying. You couldn't have passed that lodge. The road was blocked. The lodge was burning to the ground. Somebody was in a big hurry to get out of that lodge. In the rush, they knocked over an oil lamp.
Oh, if only Blanche Fontaine hadn't driven up.
Miss Fontaine's still in London. That car you heard was a couple of forest rangers. Lucky thing they were in that neighborhood. We might have had a bad forest fire. Come along, Mrs. Stanton. Let's go down to headquarters.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you that starting next Friday, heavy holiday-bound Labor Day traffic will make it even more important to drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Alice Reinhardt, Les Tremaine, Joe Gilbert, Ted Von Eltz, and Bill Boucher. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by William Engvik and Cleo Davis, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at this same time next Sunday when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for the Horace Height Show, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies independently operated Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. All damage covered.
As usual, the Swank Orchid Room was crowded. And the reason for the popularity of this small nightclub in downtown Los Angeles was obvious. At the moment, the tall, slender girl with the honey-colored hair stood before the microphone on the dance floor, swaying with the rhythm of her song.
just who can solve its mystery? Why should it make a fool of me?
Maxine had sung those words over and over, night after night. But suddenly she seemed to be singing them for the first time. Suddenly she was the woman the words were written for. The thought of killing him had occurred to her before, but never in the middle of a song had she known this cold-blooded, dispassionate desire to kill the man she'd married.
What is this thing called love?
Later, in her dressing room, Maxine had changed into her street clothes when she heard a knock on the door. And she didn't have to guess who it was. This wasn't just her boss. This was Jim McCoy, a guy as real as his name.
Hiya, Songbird.
Hello, Jim.
Oh, you were great tonight. Real great. Sounded like you meant every word of it, baby.
Maybe I did.
Well, keep it up. I can always add a few more chairs for the customers. Well, I got to get back to the lounge.
What's your hurry?
Hurry. And we usually say goodnight about this time?
That's what I mean. Do we have to?
Now, look, baby. We've been through all this before.
Observation. The tone of your voice goes well with the cold of your shoulder.
Maxine, things were different when you were a cute trick on the loose. You may be Miss Maxine to the customers, but to me, you're Mrs. Charlie Kendall.
I know. But after all, what's in a name?
Look, baby, maybe they don't show, but I still have a couple of old scruples lying around.
Don't kid yourself. They show something awful.
Charlie needs you, now more than ever. No fun not being able to walk, cooped up day in and day out. You're all he's got.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Jim. Forget it.
Yeah, I think we'd better. Well, good night, Songbird.
And so, Maxine, a half hour later, you're driving over the freeway, going home to Charlie, your husband. You can't help but admire Jim for turning you down, can you? Because of the way things stand. Because you're married to Charlie. You drive on through the night thinking about it. And by the time you reach the outskirts of Ellenville, you've decided that there must be a showdown with Charlie. As you start to plan the things you'll say.
Sorry, lady, roadblock.
Oh, but I live in Carpencita. I've got to get home.
There's been a landslide. Won't be able to get through for a couple hours yet.
Oh, I see.
Train coming through in about 10 minutes from L.A. Or if you'd rather, you can go back to the main road, take a 10-mile detour.
No, thanks. I'll take the train.
You turn your car around, and minutes later, park it on a quiet side street near the depot and hurry to catch the train. Shortly before 4 in the morning, you unlock the front door of your house in Carpencita. As you step into the living room, you see Charlie, stretched out on the couch, an empty bottle on the floor, the cane propped up against the end table, cigarette smoke curling up around the hand that dangles over the edge of the couch. It's a familiar sight to you, isn't it, Maxine? Charlie's been an invalid for 2 years now. His leg, injured again when he fell while getting off the suburban train a month ago, still hasn't mended. You hurry to Charlie's side. From his hand, you take the cigarette that's ready to fall to the floor.
Charlie. Come on, sweetheart. Come to the party. Charlie. Charlie, wake up.
Oh, Maxie. Hey, oh, baby.
Yeah, baby's home.
Must have dropped off. What time is it?
Oh, a few minutes to 4.
4? Well, what took you so long, Maxine?
There was a roadblock at Ellenville.
Oh, that's too bad.
I had to leave the car there and take the train.
Sure.
I had to wait 10 minutes for the train. It took 15 minutes to get to Carpencita, 20 minutes to get a cab to take me here, and I'm...
Okay, honey. I believe you.
Well, why shouldn't you? It's the truth.
Sure it is, baby. Sure.
You don't believe a word of it. You never do. And you want to know something? I don't care, Charlie. I don't care what you believe anymore.
Don't you think I know that, Maxie? Honey, don't rub it in, huh? I know you go out on dates when you're finished at the club.
I even know about the guy you work for, McCoy.
I was not on a date tonight with Jim or anybody else.
Sure, baby. Anything you say. I'll never ask any more questions. Just as long as you come home to me.
Maybe I'm sick of coming home. Maybe I'll never come home again.
Don't say that, Maxie.
Why shouldn't I? I mean it.
I've told you before. You'll never get rid of me. We're married and you can't change that.
Don't tempt me, Charlie.
You struggle to control the rage that's sweeping over you. Turn away from Charlie and hurry into the bedroom. You stand there in the darkness by the open window while the frost of night bites the anger in your cheeks. The train, Maxine. Yes. Why couldn't it have been late tonight? 10 minutes late. 10 minutes. The cigarette would have slipped out of Charlie's hand. The straw rug would have caught on fire. It would have solved all your problems. Suddenly an idea flickers through your mind. It could happen again. Charlie could fall asleep with a cigarette in his hand. There'd be a fire. But you'd be somewhere else when that happened, Maxine. An alibi. All you need is an alibi. And in an instant it becomes crystal clear to you how you can get one. Maxie. Maxie.
Huh? Oh, what is it, Charlie?
Oh. All by yourself in the dark, baby? What's on your mind?
The train, Charlie. I was just thinking about the train.
With the prologue of All Damage Covered, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. You've heard me talk about the more thorough, more conscientious service that cars get at signal stations because signal dealers are in business for themselves and have a personal interest in pleasing you. Well, typical of this are the extras you enjoy when you have your car lubricated at a signal service station. Instead of taking the chance of remembering the many vital points on each make of car, signal dealers follow a factory-recommended lubrication chart which plainly shows every lubrication point on your car. Also, signal dealers use 9 specialized signal oils and greases, so each part will have the exact type of protection it needs. But do they stop there? No, sir. Just to make doubly sure not a single part has been overlooked, they check each point again, which is why it's called Signal Double Check Lubrication. Now, that's the kind of lube service you want if your car is to give you the long, trouble-free service that was built into it. And that's the kind of lubrication you get from friendly, independent signal dealers. And now, back to the Whistler.
You've reached a decision, haven't you, Maxine? You're going to rid yourself of your husband, Charlie, once and for all. And you know exactly how you're going to do it. You can see it all now, the way it's going to happen. The official version of the accident. Charlie asleep on the couch. The empty bottle of liquor on the floor. A lighted cigarette dropping from his hand to the straw rug, and then the fire. And you weren't around to prevent it. It's late afternoon of the following day when you awaken. And as you recall your plan, your heart throbs with a sick, dizzy excitement. After a reassuring cup of coffee, you call the train depot. Check the schedule of the evening train to Los Angeles. Then you take your time dressing. Fight to remain calm. Shortly before 5:30. Maxie. Hey, Maxie, your cab's here.
Coming.
Well, what's in the suitcase, honey?
Oh, it's just a dress I'll need at the club. Bye now.
Bye. Maxie,
Yes?
try to make it home early tonight, will you? Gets kind of lonesome around here.
Don't worry, Charlie. I'll be back before you know it.
A quarter of an hour later, you reach the depot, buy your ticket, and start for the train. You're about to put your plan into operation, aren't you, Maxine? And you smile to yourself as you think of the first move. Charlie's accident on this very line put the idea into your head. As you reach the train, you start up the steps. One step and then another. And as you near the platform, you deliberately place your foot between the two steps and throw yourself forward.
Miss, are you hurt?
I don't know.
Here, wait. Let me help you. There. Well, you'd better sit down. The train's moving.
Thank you. I'll be all right. It's terribly clumsy of me.
Well, accidents do happen.
They seem to run in the family. A month ago, my husband had a similar fall. Oh,
Your ankle?
yes. It'll be all right now, I'm sure.
Well, is there anything I can do, miss?
No, thank you.
Well, I'm sorry. I'll have to have your name, miss. My report, you know. It's just routine.
Oh, of course. Mrs. Charles Kendall.
Mrs. Charles Kendall. Address, please.
752 Mapleton Drive.
You smile, lean forward, continue to rub your ankle as you watch the conductor fill in the report. Everything's there, isn't it, Maxine? Your name, the date, time of accident. Yes, everything working according to plan. You've established your presence on the train to Los Angeles. As soon as the conductor is out of sight, you pick up your suitcase, hurry into the ladies' room. A few minutes later, you emerge wearing a dull, faded coat, a drab hat pulled down over your eyes. All traces of your original makeup have been removed. And in your new makeup, you've suddenly become a different woman. A plain, older-looking, unattractive woman.
Ellenville. Next stop, Ellenville.
As the train stops, you get off without delay and hurry away from the depot. You find your car where you'd parked it the night before, on the quiet side street, and minutes later you're racing a good 70 miles an hour along the road back to Carpencita. Luckily, your train is a slow train, because you must make up a good 35 minutes before it arrives in Los Angeles. It's dark now, and no one sees you as you arrive in Carpencita. You quietly park in an alley and then walk quickly to the rear entrance at your home and slip inside. And then you're standing in the living room looking down on Charlie, sprawled out on the couch. The sleeping powder you slipped into his drink before you left has taken effect, hasn't it, Maxine?
Charlie? Charlie?
He doesn't stir. Quickly, you light a cigarette. Drop it on the straw rug. In a few seconds, it begins to smolder. In strange fascination, you watch the flames begin to creep along the floor. And then you turn and run from the house. It's over, isn't it, Maxine? The worst part of all. As you hurry back to the car, you know there's only one more thing that you have to do. You must overtake the train at one of the many stops it makes and somehow get back on board unnoticed. To be in the clear, perfectly safe, that conductor must see you get off at Union Station. Those are tense moments, aren't they, Maxine? Moments that seem like a lifetime. You take the short, straight highway into Los Angeles, hitting better than 70 miles an hour most of the way. Finally, you catch your train at one of its last stops and get back on just in time. Disappear quickly into the lounge room, where you can change back into your original outfit.
Oh, Mrs. Kendall. Ankle better, Mrs. Kendall?
Yes, thank you, conductor.
Oh, that's fine. Union Station.
Your plan has worked perfectly, hasn't it, Maxine? You keep telling yourself that over and over again. And then, as the train stops and you walk back to step off, you freeze suddenly and stare in terror at a man standing on the crowded station platform.
Oh, no.
You recognize him, don't you, Maxine? This man in the pinstriped suit. Instantly, your mind goes back to that night a few weeks ago when you came home late, just as this same man was leaving, and you heard him say to Charlie,
"Now, don't worry, Kendall. I'll take care of everything."
It's all clear to you now, isn't it, Maxine? Now you know why this man in the pinstriped suit was talking to Charlie a couple of weeks ago. Charlie was hiring him to follow you. Perhaps he was following you tonight. You step back into the train, hurry through the cars, and get off further down the platform. It isn't until you climb into a taxi and try to settle back that you realize you're trembling all over, shaking uncontrollably. Somehow you manage to compose yourself, regain your confidence by the time you reach the club and go inside to greet Jim at the bar.
Hiya, Songbird.
Hello, Jim.
Say, your feathers look a little ruffled. You're limping.
Oh, I fell and scraped my knee while I was getting on the train tonight.
Train? How come you took the train?
I was too tired to drive all the way home last night, so I left the car in town.
Well, you better take it easy. Sure you want to go tonight?
Oh, don't worry. I'll make it.
Okay. How's Charlie?
Charlie?
Don't tell me you've forgotten our little conversation last night.
Oh, no, Jim. I haven't forgotten. As a matter of fact, I'm very grateful to you. You made me see what my duty was.
Yeah. Glad to hear it, baby.
That night, you deliver the songs mechanically, don't you, Maxine? Because your mind is on something else. It's been 4 hours since the fire started, and you still haven't had any word. But as you approach your dressing room...
Maxine?
Oh, I didn't see you, Jim.
There's a call for you, baby. You can take it in my office.
Call?
Mm-hmm.
Who is it?
Long
you know?
distance, yeah. A cop and Sita. Probably Charlie.
Your mind is blank for the next few moments until you find yourself alone in Jim's office, your fingers tightly gripping the telephone receiver as you slowly raise it to your lips.
Hello?
Mrs. Kendall?
Yes, this is Mrs. Kendall.
This is Captain Craig, Carpenter City Fire Department.
Oh?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Kendall. I have some bad news about your husband.
It won't take long, Maxine. Coroner just wants to ask some questions.
I'll be as brief as possible, Mrs. Kendall.
Thank you.
Your husband was an invalid, was he not?
That's right.
Smoked quite a bit, is that correct?
Yes, he smoked quite a bit.
And he was a heavy drinker as well.
Well, drinking helped relieve his pain.
Oh, don't misunderstand me, Mrs. Kendall. I'm not trying to establish that your husband was a chronic alcoholic, just that he did drink at times to a point of...
Yes, he did.
Oh, then I think the conclusion we drew from the evidence is correct. Your husband fell asleep with a lighted cigarette while in a state of intoxication. The cigarette fell, and that was it.
I was afraid that would happen someday. I warned him so many times.
Easy, Maxine.
Mrs. Kendall, if you'll please sign this.
What? Yes.
Honey, you're trembling. Here, I'll hold it.
I...
What is it, Mrs. Kendall?
Oh, nothing. I'm just upset, that's all.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Kendall. Thank you for your cooperation.
And finally, it's over, Maxine. Really over. Without even the necessity for the alibi which you went to so much trouble establishing. The man from the coroner's office is gone, and you're alone with Jim, with no more barriers between you. It's all you can do to keep from blurting out how good you feel inside, how little you need the rest that Jim is trying to insist upon.
I still think you should take it easy, honey. Stay in bed for a while.
Oh, no, Jim. I'm not going to let myself brood about this. I want to work. It'll help, I know.
Okay, Songbird, you win.
Oh, thanks, Jim. I appreciate everything you've done, and I hope I sound sentimental.
You do. I can take it.
I'll see you later. What is this thing called love? This funny thing called love. Just
That night, your song is different. The nervousness is gone, isn't it, Maxine? Suddenly, you're gripped with terror, and the song dies in your throat.
a fool of...
Through the amber haze, sitting motionless at the bar, you see the man in the pinstripe suit. In that instant, you're certain he was hired by your husband to follow you. You don't know how long he's been following you, but in that moment of desperation, you suddenly turn, flee from your surprised audience toward the dressing rooms.
is it?
It's me. Now, look, Maxine, what's this all about?
What did that man say to you, Jim?
No, it's got you worried, hasn't it?
No, I'm not worried. It's just a nervous reaction.
Now, listen to me,
all.
baby. This isn't a relapse. This is something else. How about you kicking in with a few more details?
I'm unstrung. that's
Answer me
all.
one question.
What question?
What do you know about that fire?
Nothing, Jim. How could I know?
Answer me.
There's nothing to answer, Jim. What's wrong? Why do you keep looking at me that way?
Look, Maxine, I thought something was phony last night when you got that call from the fire department. When I told you I thought it was Charlie, you almost keeled over. And I think I know why, baby. You already knew about that fire.
No, Jim,
And if
no.
you knew about it, you started it.
I swear I didn't. Oh, Jim, please don't tell that to him. He knows too much already, Jim. And
I thought so. And to think I was in love with you.
Oh, please, Jim. Please, you're all I've got.
Take your hands off me.
Jim.
Go on and cry to that guy out front. He wants to see you.
Oh, don't go, Jim. Don't leave me alone. Not now. You gotta help me. You gotta help me figure this out. Jim, you mustn't leave me. Not now. Jim!
Frantically, you slip into your coat, hurry out the side door after him. But Jim's nowhere in sight, and you leap into a waiting cab.
Yeah, where to, lady?
Would you mind cruising around a bit? I'm looking for someone. A man.
Sure, lady. See me yet, lady?
No, I don't. But let's not stop.
Okay. You sure the guy you're looking for ain't looking for you?
What?
There's a black car been following us ever since we started.
No, that's not the man I want. Driver, turn the corner. Do anything but lose that car.
As you speed along the street, it suddenly occurs to you exactly what's happening. Yes, you ran out to find Jim, and now you're trying to escape the man in the pinstripe suit. Fear sweeps over you and crowds Jim from your mind. And you know you've got to get away from this man. The black car is only a block behind you as your cab races into the dark, deserted manufacturing district. Screeches around one corner, then another, and another, turning, twisting, and then suddenly...
Driver?
Yeah?
That station up ahead. Is that the electric train?
Yeah.
Here, this'll take care of the fare. Let me off. Quickly.
The black car is nowhere in sight as you leave the cab and hurry to the dimly lit, deserted station. You're praying wildly for a train when suddenly you're relieved to see the lights approaching in the distance. And then as you step out on the platform...
Hey there!
You see the man in the pinstripe suit hurrying toward you. Quickly, you run down the platform, dart behind a stack of packing cases.
Mrs. Kendall, wait a minute.
You hear his footsteps approaching along the platform. Your hands move up in front of you. You wait. And then as he steps into view, you lunge.
I'll kill you, too.
Hey.
I'll kill you.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a word about these chilly nights and mornings we've been having. To be sure your car will start pronto the instant you touch the starter, you naturally want to be sure you're choosing the gasoline that's tops in quality. But how can the average driver measure gasoline quality? Why, by mileage, of course, which explains why we're so proud of Signal's good mileage, which has made it known throughout the West, from Canada to Mexico, as the Go Farther gasoline. You see, in order to give you such good mileage, today's Signal has to help your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally you enjoy quicker starting, as well as faster pickup and smoother power. The kind of performance that makes driving more pleasure in cold weather or any weather. That's why Signal says, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
The small group of passengers had gathered on the station platform. Standing around in shocked silence, they'd waited until the ambulance arrived and the police.
Okay. Now, let's keep back a little here. Okay, here, get
I
back.
saw the whole thing, officer. I was sitting up front by the window. I could see just as plain as...
All right, lady, all right. You'll get your turn. I want to know what the motorman has to say first.
But I tell you...
If you don't mind. Go ahead, you.
Well, officer, when we got close to the station platform, I see this woman, and she tries to push this fella onto the tracks. Huh? And then the fella steps out of her way, and she goes over herself. I couldn't stop in time to keep from hitting her.
Oh, I see. Well, now, here. Where's the fella she was trying to push over? Where?
Right here, sir.
Oh, will you come up here? What's your name?
Henry Cooper.
Did you know that woman?
No, I never got a chance to meet her. I've just been trying to. Her name's Mrs. Kendall.
Well, how come she tried to push you in front of a train?
I don't know. You see, I work for the railroad, claims investigator.
Yeah?
Well, a month ago, her husband was in an accident.
Uh-huh.
Funny thing, a couple of days ago, she was in a similar accident. I only wanted her to sign a voucher so I could give her a check to cover all damages.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Doris Singleton, Gerald Moore, and Wilms Herbert. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen and directed by Sterling Tracy, with story by Robert Stephen Brody, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. All characters portrayed on the Whistler program are fictional. Any similarity of name or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember at the same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who is guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invite you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Hit and Run.
It was a quiet night for San Francisco, almost too quiet. The fog, drifting in from the Pacific, had hung lazily over the city's streets at first, then settled down heavily, thicker and thicker, blotting out everything. There was something ominous about it, even to an old San Franciscan like Hilary Gaines. And although he wouldn't admit it even to himself, he was wavering. Mildred's nervousness when he'd stopped by to pick her up made it worse. Here it was, he kept telling himself, the moment they'd both been waiting for, planning for, anticipating for so many months. The moment when she'd make the break with her husband once and for all, pack her bag and go away with Hilary. Yet something felt wrong somewhere. Maybe it was the fog, the stillness.
All right, Hillary. I guess we're ready.
Now, put your bags in the back, dear. Did you leave a note?
Yes, he ought to be home any minute.
No, probably in a bar somewhere. Come on, let's go. Well, what's the matter?
I don't know.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Mildred.
I have the strangest feeling. Somehow I'm afraid, Hillary.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. Afraid of what?
That's just it. I don't know.
Well, neither do I. Come on, get in. Darling, it's just nerves. You're excited.
I don't know. I keep feeling something's going to happen.
Well, something has happened. You've left that no-good husband of yours. You've played nursemaid for 6 years, and now it's over.
Yes, it's over. And what a way to end it. Sneaking off like this, leaving a note on the dining room table.
What's wrong with that?
I might have been more above board.
Oh, forget it, Mildred. You don't owe him a thing.
No, I guess I don't. But maybe I should have had it out with him. Told him I was leaving and wanted a divorce.
Oh.
Hillary, do you think we're doing the right thing?
Oh, for the love of Mike. Mildred, we've had this out a dozen times. Now, I don't want to go over it all again.
I'm sorry, dear. I'm sorry. I just didn't know I was going to feel like this.
You're still not sure, huh?
No.
Okay. If you're not sure you want to go through with it, if you want to go back to that no-good heel, I'll take you back.
No, Hillary, I don't want to.
Well, then what do you want?
Can't we do it some other way?
As long as you don't know what you want,
You're going back?
Yeah, I'm going to take you back. And if there ever is a next time, make sure you know what you want. Oh, this blasted fog. I can't see.
Slow down, Hillary.
What time is it?
5 to 7.
What time's your husband get home?
7, usually.
All right, we might make it. Now that you're going back, I just as soon he didn't see that note.
He's probably home by now. I know it. Oh, Hillary, look out, that man. You hit him.
Here he is, over here. Mildred. Mildred, it's your husband.
Tommy. Oh, Tommy. Tommy. We've got to get into a hospital.
Wait a minute. Oh, it's too late for that. He's dead.
I told you. There was something wrong. Oh, it's my fault, Hillary. It's my fault.
Mildred.
We should never have gotten... Ow! Hillary!
Now, quiet. Listen, Mildred, there's nothing we can do for him now. We've got to get out of here.
What?
People know about us, Mildred. They'll never believe it was an accident. They'll say we killed him on purpose. Come on, I'm going to take you home.
Last Monday, on New Year's Day, practically all cars aged a whole year. Yep, even those shiny 1950s are now last year's models. But the important thing is not a car's age, but how well it runs. Why, many of you who own vintage models are today enjoying better performance than you did a year or 5 years ago. You are if you're powering your cars with Signal Ethyl, the premium grade of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline. After all, Signal Ethyl is engineered to bring out the best in any car of any age. And when I say best, I mean best starting, trigger quick on cold mornings. I mean best pickup that apologizes to no one when the traffic signal says go. And I mean best power that rockets you over our king-size western hills in high without balking or pinging. Who worries what year a car was made when you're enjoying driving like that? And you can enjoy it if you just head for a Signal station. See if your car doesn't feel younger, much younger, when you treat it to a tank full of Signal Ethyl.
So you made a decision, didn't you, Hillary? You had a choice and you made it. You figure it's far safer to take a chance on getting caught on a hit-and-run charge than it would be to face the police and the prying neighbors and try to explain that it was pure coincidence that caused you to run down
Tommy Hardwick a few blocks from his home. Pure coincidence that you happened to be riding with his wife, Mildred, at the time. Yes, it flashes through your mind during the few seconds you and she stand there in the fog, looking down at him. And you think it over carefully as you drive her back to her home.
You better sit down a minute, Mildred.
Oh. Did it really happen, Hillary?
Huh?
Did we do it? Is he dead?
Now, take it easy, dear. It's going to be all right.
It doesn't seem real. The fog, the silence, looking down at him lying in the street. Oh, Hillary.
Mildred.
Hillary, I can't help it. What have we done?
Now, listen to me, Mildred. We've got to talk.
I can't. I can't think about it anymore.
I said listen to me.
Please, Hillary. Please don't.
Oh, I know. I'm sorry. But, darling, you may as well face it. There's only one way out.
Somebody may have seen
No one saw us. Now, listen. We've got to play it straight.
What?
Here's what you've got to do.
Hello? Robinson Finance Company, please. Hello? I'd like to speak to Mr. Hardwick, please. This is his wife. He's gone? When did he leave? But that's 2 hours ago. I don't understand. All right, thank you. But you see, I thought Mr. Hardwick might have stopped off at the club on his way home. He's over an hour late now, and he hasn't telephoned. When did you last see him, Ed? But he's never been this late before. I've had dinner ready for an hour. Well, maybe I better, Ed. I'm worried sick.
Mrs. Hardwick?
Yes?
Nolan, police headquarters.
Oh, is something wrong?
Mind if I come in?
No. Please, come in.
Thanks.
Sit down.
Thanks.
What is it, Mr. Nolan?
I've got a tough job, Mrs. Hardwick. Sometimes I think I ought to be in the haberdashery business or something.
Did you come here to tell me that?
No, I came to tell you that...
It's Tommy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Something's happened to him.
Can you take it?
Tell me.
He was killed tonight by a hit-and-run driver.
Killed?
Yeah, a man and a woman.
What?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Hardwick. Believe me, I'm not going to rest until we hook those two and throw the book at them.
Did you say a man and a woman?
Yeah, in a club coupe, we think. Happened about 8 blocks from here. They ran into him in the fog, stopped, got out and looked him over, and then got back in the car and drove away.
Someone saw them?
Yeah, 2 people saw them. A lady in the apartment on the corner heard the crash and saw them out of her window. Couldn't tell much in the fog, but she gave us something to go on anyway.
What about the other one?
That's what makes us think there's something haywire somewhere. The lady in the corner apartment saw the car that hit your husband pull up alongside a parked car. 2 people got out, ran back, checked the body, and then drove off. 10 seconds later, the lights in the parked car go on, and it drives off, too.
Oh.
Yeah, it surprised me, too. Our prize witness was still sitting in that parked car all the time, and he hasn't showed up yet. Now, but don't worry, Mrs. Hardwick. There isn't much we can do about your husband, but we're sure going to nail that guy and his girlfriend. Well, we'll make the inquest business as easy as possible for you. I'll call you tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan.
Okay, I know how you feel. If I were you, I'd call up a friend or something. It's a bum time to be alone.
Thanks.
Good night, Mrs. Hardwick.
Good night. Hillary. Hillary!
I heard it all.
What are we going to do?
The street was wet. They probably got tire tracks.
Sure, they know everything.
Now, wait a minute. That woman in the apartment, she couldn't have seen much in the fog.
What about
Yeah, I know. The guy in the parked car.
How will we ever find him?
Don't worry about that, baby. He's probably going to find us.
Yes, Hillary, the man in the parked car is a problem, isn't he? It's obvious he saw everything. He was close enough to even see your license number in the fog. Close enough to hear what you and Mildred said to each other before you drove off. For the next day or two, you can feel the sword hanging over you. But strangely enough, nothing happens. The inquest goes off without a hitch. The woman in the apartment offers nothing in addition to her original statement. You have the dent in your fender repaired, buy 4 second-hand tires, and dispose of the ones on your car. A few more days pass, and you begin to relax a little. Perhaps the man in the parked car has reasons for keeping out of it, being involved as a material witness. Yes, maybe that's it. Then a week later, you're sitting at your desk at the office when...
Yes?
There's a Mr. Baldwin to see you, Mr. Gaines.
Baldwin? I don't know anyone by that name. What does he want?
He says it's about insurance.
Oh, well, tell him I have plenty of insurance.
I did. He says it's extremely
Confound it, I just told... Wait a minute. What kind of insurance?
Just a moment. Accident insurance, Mr. Gaines.
I see. Send him in.
I apologize for intruding, Mr. Gaines. I realize you're a busy man.
Sit down.
Oh, thank you.
To set you straight, Mr. Baldwin, I'm already insured to the hilt. My lawyer advises me I'm covered for all possible contingencies,
Of course. My card, Mr. Gaines.
Oh?
I've been connected for some years with the Valley Indemnity, most reliable company.
I see.
And in addition to the coverage the company offers, I do a little underwriting on the side. You see, although the insurance business is one of our oldest and most venerable professions, we have yet to devise a policy which covers all risks.
What do you mean by that?
The human factor, Mr. Gaines, is one that no one has ever been able to reduce to statistics, and consequently is a risk no company can afford to underwrite.
Please, be specific.
Well, you are obviously a man under pressure, Mr. Gaines. I dare say you're in need of the type of coverage I'm offering at this very moment. You see, I'll protect you from loss resulting from, shall we say, hasty and unwise decisions.
See here, I've had
just a moment, Mr. Gaines. To be specific, the decision you and Mrs. Hardwick made the other night at 15th and Maple Streets. I happened to be there at the time, and I said to myself, now there is a man who needs insurance.
I see. And what about the premium?
I thought you'd understand. Of course, I'll write up our customary public liability policy. That doesn't amount to very much. But the premiums on the other coverage run rather high, Mr.
I expect they do.
Shall we say an even $500 for full coverage?
And how long does the coverage last?
I've been thinking for some time about changing my connections. They tell me there are lots of opportunities in South America.
When are you leaving?
Very soon, I hope.
So do I. All right, Mr. Baldwin, I'll buy you a policy. And I hope you're not kidding about South America. How much do you want this time?
$2,000.
I won't pay it.
You would pay it, however, if you had my assurance that this is the last time.
I expect I would.
Very well, you have my word. I'll drop by this afternoon for the cash. Now, an oil well is one of the most profitable of investments, Mr. Gaines, and I'm sure you'll find this venture a wise one. When you consider the future, of course. Oh, by the way, I expect to be leaving next week. $2,300. Congratulations, Mr. Gaines. You are part owner of the Narcissus mine. It's too bad in a way that I've had to postpone my trip to South America until Friday.
You dirty leech! Get out of my office!
Now, wait a moment, Mr. Gaines.
I'll kill you!
I knew you'd come to that eventually, so I've made provision for it. You see, I've written a complete account of your and Mildred Hardwick's unfortunate accident at 15th and Maple Streets, to be opened and read publicly in the event of my death.
You've thought of everything, haven't you?
I'm pleased to think so. Now, I think it would be rather unwise for you to make another unfortunate decision, don't you? Especially in view of my projected trip to South America.
You're helpless, aren't you, Hillary? There's no way out now. You change inwardly as things go on. What was anger and outrage have turned into fear. But Mr. Baldwin's periodic visits have made quite a dent in your assets, haven't they, Hillary? The day isn't far off when there'll be nothing left to pay him. If you could only get your hands on the account he's written about the hit-and-run accident, the protection he's provided for himself. Yes. You'd kill him if it weren't for that, wouldn't you, Hillary? Then at last you get a lucky break.
I know where it is, Mildred. I found out where it is.
What?
The account he's written. The thing that's going to be opened if he dies.
Where is it?
In a bank on Market Street. I saw him today and followed him. It's in a safe deposit box. I'm sure of it.
What good does that do us?
All right, now, wait a minute. He keeps the key on him. I was standing in the crowd when he took it from his pocket and went into the gate.
Hillary, you're not going...
Never mind, Mildred. Let me make that decision.
You've made that decision already, haven't you, Hillary? You've known for weeks that there was only one way out. And the moment you saw him walk into the safe deposit department in the bank on Market Street, you decided to take the chance. You follow him home a few days later. Note the garage where he keeps his car. Watch him as he walks the block and a half to his apartment on the other side of the street. That's important, isn't it, Hillary? He lives on the other side of the street from the garage. You were careful to notice he wasn't recognized at sight by the clerk at the bank, and gather that he hasn't been in the city long enough to be known. That fits, too, doesn't it? So it's all planned carefully when he called you a few days later.
First of all, Mr. Gaines, I want to impress on you that I have my reservations. I'm leaving Monday for South America.
Yes, of course.
There are a few matters I'd like to clear up before I leave. I must deliver your insurance policy, of course. And then there's the matter of the radium.
Oh, it's radium this time, huh?
Yes, an exploration company I'm incorporating.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure you'll want to invest $1,000 or so, Mr. Gaines. I'll call on you sometime tonight. You'll have the money.
Yeah, I'll have the money, but look, if you don't mind, I'd rather call on you. Will you be home tonight?
I expect to be home later in the evening.
What time?
Oh, about 10 or so. Is there some reason for this, Mr. Gaines?
Oh, yes. A very important one. I'll explain when I arrive.
I see. You will be alone, of course.
Of course I'll be alone. You don't think I want to advertise our little private transactions, do you?
No, I'm sure you don't. Very well, Mr. Gaines. I live at 2201 March Way, apartment 308.
That's fine, Baldwin. I'll be there. 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
Yes, Hillary, it's all planned, isn't it? At 9 o'clock, you're sitting in the coffee shop across the street from the garage in which Mr. Baldwin leaves his car. You thank your lucky stars for the weather. The fog is rolled in again, making it difficult to see clearly more than 100 feet. Promptly at 9:45, you see his car roll into the garage entrance. 2 minutes later, you're sitting at the wheel of your car, waiting for him to come out. Suddenly you recognize him as he comes out. The plump figure, the rolling walk. You wait until he gets halfway up the block, about to cross, and then...
There's your payment, Mr. Baldwin. Yeah, he's dead, all right. Now the keys. His wallet. There we are. Oh.
Hey, what's happened here?
Oh, officer, I'm afraid.
Yeah, let me see.
Yeah, well, it looks like...
Yeah, he's dead. Good thing you stopped. I'd hate to see you pull a hit and run when it was his fault. Those dumb pedestrians.
What's that?
I'll have to take your name, of course. You know who he is?
Why, no, I don't.
Yeah, we'll have to check.
Oh, will I be called?
No, don't worry about it, mister. Saw the whole thing. Guy stepped out from behind a parked car in the middle of the block. We won't have to hold you.
That was unexpected, wasn't it, Hillary? You can't help wondering about the unbelievable stroke of luck that night as you put Baldwin's driver's license before you and practice his signature over and over again. 10 times. 100. 1,000. Finally, you can forge his signature perfectly. You're ready now for your visit to the safe deposit box tomorrow.
I'm sorry. Pardon me. I'm very sorry. Excuse me, please.
Yes, sir?
George Baldwin, box 1438.
Yes, sir. Sign here, please. Do you have your key?
Oh, yes. There you are.
All right. Oh, Baldwin, 1438. Let me see. I have a note here.
What?
Just a moment, please.
Oh.
Yes, here it is. It's about the rental on the box. 3.5, due on the 15th of last month.
Oh, yes. Well, it must have slipped my mind. Here you are.
Thank you, sir. This way, please.
All right.
You can take it in one of those booths over there.
Thank you. Bonds. Cancel checks. Ring. It's a movement may concern to be opened in the event of my death. Let's see. This is to certify that on the night of May 10th, I witnessed a hit-and-run accident at the intersection of 15th and Maple Streets in which two men... Oh, thank heaven I've got it. I'm in the clear. They can't touch us now.
You card players have no doubt been hearing and reading about that exciting new version of canasta called Hollywood 3-Deck Canasta. Now, a 12-page booklet giving complete rules for this fun-filled new game is waiting for you free at any Signal service station. Naturally, these booklets will go fast when even such a card expert as Robert Lee Johnson, the only Pacific Coast member of the National Canasta Laws Commission, says of the game, "You'll never know how much fun cards can be until you've played Hollywood Canasta. This new 3-deck game has completely replaced 2-deck canasta with all my friends in Hollywood. No wonder leading department stores in 32 states are now selling this booklet. But you needn't pay a cent. If you'd like a copy for yourself or some card-playing friend, they're yours for the asking if you just stop by a Signal station soon. Tomorrow, sure, or even better, tonight. No purchase required, no obligation. Any Signal dealer will gladly give you free a copy of the 12-page booklet on Hollywood 3-Deck Canasta while his supply lasts.
So things are looking up, aren't they, Hillary? It isn't hard to find answers for the routine questions they asked you at headquarters later that day. You obeyed the law to the letter, didn't you? Stopped immediately, did everything you could for the victim, cooperated with the officer. You're sure now that they can't touch you, now that the letter marked "to whom it may concern" is gone, the wallet and the keys disposed of. Mr. Baldwin has been paid off, hasn't he, Hillary? In the only currency he understood. But a week later, when you drop by to see Mildred, you find her a little skeptical.
Hillary, dear, you shouldn't have come. You know we agreed it was best to stay apart until Mr. Baldwin...
Don't worry about Mr. Baldwin, Mildred. I told you he won't be back.
But how can you be sure? He's a chronic liar. Everything he's told you, everything he promised.
I told you he's through. I had it out with him once and for all.
I don't believe it. He'll be back. He won't stop until you've given him every penny you have.
Mildred, honey, will you please forget Mr. Baldwin?
How can I? He's ruined everything we've ever...
Who's that?
I don't know.
Answer it. I'll be in the bedroom.
Hello, Mrs. Hardwick.
Mr. Nolan.
I'd like to talk to Mr. Gaines, if you don't mind.
Mr. Gaines.
Oh, he's here. I saw him come in.
Hillary.
Tell him to take his time. I got all evening.
Hillary.
What's the matter?
Just checking further into the accidental death of Mr. Baldwin the other night.
Mr. Baldwin? What?
I thought you'd be surprised, Mrs. Hardwick. Gaines, we found something in Baldwin's pocket that might interest you. Here. The report said you claimed you didn't know him, Gaines. This policy is made out to you.
Why, I guess I didn't recognize him.
Sure.
Well?
Another funny thing. He puts his car in the public garage, locks it, walks out, gets knocked over half a block away, and his keys are gone. Somebody got to him and took him, huh? Somebody who wanted the key to his safe deposit box.
Now, wait a minute. You have no right to
We
come in
know
here.
it was there because there was a notice in his pocket saying payment on the box was overdue.
What's that got to do with me?
Oh. As a matter of fact, we checked the box and found that according to the timestamp on the bank slip, someone impersonating Baldwin visited the box, forged Baldwin's signature, 16 hours after Baldwin was killed.
Now, look, I still don't know why you think
He was
that I...
shaking you down, wasn't he? Well, wasn't he?
No. Of course not.
We know Baldwin, Mr. Gaines. Been checking on his record during the past few months. We got a good idea he hit you for the biggest bite of all on the night he got killed.
Hillary.
You can't. It's not true.
You better talk fast to a smart lawyer, because when you add a motive like blackmail to accidental death like Baldwin's, you get first-degree murder.
No.
You see, a blackmailer is like a hit-and-run artist. The big bite comes just before he skips, and Baldwin was skipping. He had a ticket in his pocket, Mr. Gaines, a ticket on the next ship to South America.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you again that if you want a free copy of that 12-page booklet on the exciting new 3-deck card game, Hollywood Canasta, you'd better stop by a Signal station soon so as not to be disappointed. No purchase required, no obligation. A copy is yours for the asking while the supply lasts. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Gerald Moore, Lurene Tuttle, Ed Begley, Marvin Miller, and Herb Litton. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joseph Cochran, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember at the same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the program that has rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
Signal. Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story, Night Flight.
It was early evening, but the man sitting in the corner booth with Kelly Owen had entered the hotel cocktail lounge in the early afternoon, and he was beginning to show it. He'd taken a liking to Kelly when he found out that he, too, was a flyer. As for Kelly, he wasn't in a mood for liking anyone. But his present situation of unemployment made him more than mildly interested in what the stranger had to say. You even find yourself willing to gamble a bit, don't you, Kelly? Spend part of the few dollars in your pocket on more drinks. in the hope that you'll pick up some profitable information.
Tokyo. If I ever made that hop. Pal, I've flown freight back and forth across the Pacific so many times I think I could swim a load over on my back.
Here you are, gentlemen. One straight
yeah.
bourbon and one scotch and soda.
That's swell.
It's $1.13.
I get this one, Sam.
Ooh, thank you, sir.
Hey, wait a minute. What'd you do that for? I told you old Sam had hit the jackpot.
All right, skip it. Ollie, you didn't finish telling me, Sam, something about a private deal.
I can't tell you everything, pal. It's too important.
Yeah?
Hush, understand? Important passenger. Big.
Oh, that's it, huh? Well, a big fare is nice, Sam, but not like what you were talking about. Not enough to retire on.
I think not, huh? Don't you think 25 G's go pretty far, don't you?
25,000?
Yeah.
Oh. Sam, who do you know that's taking a private trip around the world?
I don't know. And they don't know me. That's why you ain't gonna know them either. Nobody is. See?
All right, Sam.
Yes, talking too much. Ooh. I don't feel so good. Had a lot to drink.
Yeah, you sure have.
Hey, look, I gotta go upstairs, see, to my room, pal. Gotta sleep it off. I can't fly no plane like this.
Where you are, you can fly without a plane.
Yeah.
You want, Sam? Help you upstairs.
Sure, yeah. Thanks. Oh, hey, you tell the desk clerk for me, will you, huh? I'll go.
Tell him what?
Yeah, you call me about 10 o'clock. They're picking me up here in a car.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll tell him. Come on upstairs.
Yeah, that's it.
You don't look so good.
Pal.
It sounded interesting, didn't it, Kelly? $25,000, Sam said. And something about it being his payment for flying an important passenger somewhere. But all too vague to be of any use to a man in your position. By the time you help Sam upstairs to his room, lay him on the bed, he's fallen into a deep sleep. And instead of $25,000, you're thinking of the $1.30 you spent, aren't you? $1.30 that might have gone towards a better hotel room for the night. And then you think of something else. Yes. You're helping yourself to the contents of Sam's wallet as the phone near the bed rings. Sam stirs restlessly, and you lift the receiver quickly to prevent waking him.
Mr. Ledford? Hello? Mr. Ledford, there's someone here to see you. Mr. Ledford?
Someone here to see you. The words flash across your mind, don't they, Kelly? And you recall something that Sam said downstairs in the bar. I don't know him, he said. They don't know me. But it wasn't until 10 o'clock that the somebody was to meet Sam in the lobby. Was it, Kelly?
Mr. Ledford? Mr. Ledford? Why don't you answer?
Hello?
Oh, Mr. Ledford, there's someone waiting for you in the lobby. Should I tell the lady to come up?
No. Tell the lady that Sam Ledford will be right down.
Yes, sir.
It's a chance, isn't it, Kelly? A chance you've decided to take. And with Sam Ledford's wallet, identification, and pilot's license in your coat pocket, you let yourself out of his room and go downstairs. There's a girl in the lobby, a dark-haired, very attractive girl. She's alone, waiting impatiently.
Miss Martin?
Yes,
You wanted Sam Ledford?
and supposing I did.
Well, you don't have to look any further.
Oh, well, I didn't realize.
That's okay.
I suppose you're ready, Sam.
Oh, I didn't expect anybody until 10 o'clock.
Well, that's right. Well, quite frankly, when I talked to you on the telephone, you sounded like you just might be in a mood for too much celebrating, but...
Oh, that's all?
That's why I came earlier, Sam. I know $10,000 is something to celebrate, but...
You're, aren't you, Miss Martin? I understood I got $25,000 for this job.
All right, Sam, so we won't bargain anymore. Not at this late date.
Okay.
You won't mind leaving now, though.
Anything you say, Miss Martin. Now, later, you're running it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad we understand each other. All right, Sam, there's a cab outside. Wait for me. I've got one quick call to make.
Wait in the cab. Okay, Miss Martin. You won't be long, will you?
No, Sam, I won't be long.
You've a nervous, uncertain feeling inside, haven't you, Kelly? Miss Martin seems to have accepted you as Sam Ledford. But walking out to the taxicab parked in front of the hotel, you wonder about her reference to a quick call. Wonder if perhaps the call is in some sort of a checkup with whoever made the original arrangements with the real Sam Ledford. But there's nothing to do but sweat it out, is there, Kelly? Play it close and careful for the biggest payoff you've ever gambled on. 10 minutes later, Miss Martin comes out. Slips into the cab beside you.
Everything all right?
Yes, Sam, everything's fine. Know where we're heading now?
Like I said, you're running this.
Sam, I think we're going to get along perfectly. Driver, the airport, please. You understand everything now, Sam.
I think so.
Be sure you rent at least a 3-place ship and make certain of the fuel.
You haven't told me yet exactly how far we're...
Never mind. I'll tell you that part after we're in the air.
Check. You're not coming with me?
I'll wait here till you get the plane. Tell them you want it for a sightseeing hop over the city. Tell them I'm the girlfriend.
The girlfriend, huh? Okay.
It's going almost too well, isn't it, Kelly? Thela Martin is a warm, exciting girl, and the thought of $25,000 isn't exactly chilling. But you are nervous over what's just ahead, aren't you? The renting of the plane in Sam Ledford's name. It has to be done that way, just in case Thela should check at the last minute. You cross toward one of the rental hangars, hoping whoever's in charge doesn't know you or Sam Ledford. But nothing goes wrong. And 20 minutes later, you escort Thela from the cab to the warm-up apron, where a mechanic is readying a trim Fairchild job. You help Thela into the front seat and step back as the mechanic finishes the warm-up.
Nice clear night for sightseeing, hop, miss. Hope you enjoy it.
Thanks, I'm sure I will.
You're in good hands, all right. Understand Sam Ledford's taking you up.
Yes, that's
You
right.
freeze at the mechanic's words, leap back toward the tail of the ship, trying to avoid him. Thela can't see either of you, can she, Kelly? But the mechanic is waiting between you and the door to the ship. Then, in absolute desperation...
Hey!
Yeah?
Isn't there something wrong with this tail assembly?
Wrong? I don't think so, Mr. Ledford. We just... Hey, what is this? You're not Mr.
Sorry, pal, but I got a date with $25,000. And nobody's getting in my way.
I'm sure, friends, you're glad that although this is the season when so many popular shows go off the air for the summer, there'll be no vacation for the Whistler program. Thanks to your loyalty to the Whistler, which has made this the most popular West Coast program in radio history, plus your loyalty to Signal dealers, which made this last year the greatest year in Signal history. Signal Oil Company is keeping the Whistler on the air all summer without interruption. So each Sunday evening throughout the summer, when you turn to this spot on your radio dial, you can depend on finding your favorite mystery. Just as each time you turn into a Signal station, you can depend on finding a friendly, independent dealer to serve you with fine quality Signal products, including the famous Go Farther gasoline.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go farther gasoline.
You've managed every step, haven't you, Kelly? Every one since the telephone rang in the sleeping Sam Ledford's room. The moment when you decided to take his place with the unknown air passenger who would pay $25,000 for a single mysterious flight in a rented plane. The last step was a dangerous one, wasn't it? Knocking out the mechanic at the airport, a man who realized that you weren't Sam Ledford. But it's going to be all right, isn't it, Kelly? And as you level out high above the twinkling lights of the city, you glance over at Thela in the seat beside you.
Well, Thela, you said once we were in the air.
Yes, I know. All right, Sam, we fly almost due south to a spot near Rosarito Beach.
Across the border?
Yes, there's a landing strip there. We'll sit down, wait.
It's been a lot of waiting.
You're getting a lot of money.
Yes, I am. All right, Thela, settle back. Grab a few winks if you like. I'll wake you up at Rosarito Beach. Thela? I think they're here. Car just pulled off the highway.
All right. Get back to the plane. If it's them, they'll flash the headlights off and on. I'm to answer with a flashlight.
Check. Thela?
Yes?
You're sure you don't want to tell me who this guy is?
Use your head, Sam, if you want to keep it. We're across the border, aren't we? We're flying him back to the States in the dead of the night. Doesn't that say enough?
$25,000 says enough. And by the way, we're not taking him back to that airport, you know.
Of course not. We've got a spot all picked out on the desert. There's a car waiting, everything.
Yeah, everything. Even you.
Skip it, man. And remember, not a word to him during the flight. Just keep your mind on your flying.
Oh, sure. Oh, there go the car lights over there.
Yes. Go on, Sam. Back to the plane. I'll answer them.
Okay. End of the line.
Wait here, Mr. Ledford.
Wait. What for?
I'm flying back with you. We'll return the plane.
Yeah, but I got him into the States now. What about my money?
You'll get your money, Mr. Ledford. Just do as you're told.
But
I said do as you're told. What about this guy, Thela?
Look, Nick, this plane has to go back and be set down from where it took off, and 2 sightseers have to get out of it. You don't want to leave any trace.
Sure. All right, flyboy. You wait for the lady, huh?
Look, I'd like to go into town for a little while.
Why?
I didn't mention it, but I was having a little trouble. A fuel line. I'd feel safer if I could ride in and buy some stuff for it.
What do you think, Thela?
Is it necessary, Mr. Ledford?
Very necessary, Mrs. Martin. The plane won't be safe otherwise.
Well, Nick, I'll be flying back with him.
All right. So he goes into town. Come on.
You had to think fast, didn't you, Kelly? You know you can't take the plane back to the airport where you picked it up, posing as Sam Ledford. The mechanic you knocked out will have revived, reported the theft. And yet they've told you that you won't get your money until the plane is returned. You need time, don't you, Kelly? Time to think it out, decide what to do. And as you sit beside Thela and the big guy in the chauffeur-driven limousine that met you when you landed, a plan begins to take shape in your mind. In town, you go through the motions of buying what you need to repair the broken fuel line, and then wait as the big guy gets into the limousine and is driven off toward the highway.
You get everything you needed, Sam?
Oh, yeah, all set.
Well, then we might as well get back to the plane.
Oh, what's the hurry? We can take a cab back anytime we want.
Yes, only I thought you'd be sort of anxious to take off.
Oh, an hour or so won't make much difference. Yeah, I was going to suggest we have dinner.
Well, there's a spot down the street a few blocks. The Palm Inn.
Yeah, well, what are we waiting for?
Sam,
Yep.
I've been wondering.
If I was going to buy another brandy? Sure.
No, I was wondering about that 25,000. What are you going to do with it?
Oh, I don't know.
Got a girl?
Nope. Why?
Oh, I don't know. Don't you ever think of the cottage small, white picket fence, roses around the door?
Quit kidding, Thela. Anyway, I'm not in the market for real estate. Yeah, so, you're the big guy's girlfriend, huh?
That's right, meaning...
Nothing.
All right, so he buys me everything I need.
Oh. Have fun while you're young, I say.
You know something? I like you. I like you a lot, Eddie.
Eddie? You're a little mixed up, aren't you?
Eddie, Frank, Harry, Sam. What's the difference?
What are you driving at, sweetheart?
What is your name, really?
Sam Ledford.
You see, I closed this deal with Sam Ledford in person long before you showed up.
Okay. So where does that put us?
It's up to you.
You went along with the deal even though you knew I wasn't Ledford.
I was in the market for a new pilot. Sam was too talkative. Besides, I like you. I like your nerves. Something for a girl to fall back on. Well, you're pretty okay in my book.
Kelly.
First to last.
Kelly Owen.
Kelly Owen. I like that, too.
Yeah, so let's get down to business now. Let's start with my 25 grand. So I'm not Ledford, but I pull the job. I'm entitled to dough.
Of course you are. And more.
Oh?
How would you like to split $100,000, darling?
$100,000.
Sound interesting?
Very, very. Tell me more.
Let's get back to the plane. You have work to do.
Work?
The fuel line, remember?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Kelly.
Yeah.
Was that fuel line really giving trouble?
What do you think? All right, sweetheart. Suppose you fill me in.
The big guy was willing to spend 25 grand so long as he got back into the States.
Yes, I know.
So I said to myself, why shouldn't little Thela pick up that dough after the job was done?
Double cross. So you knock off the pilot, keep the dough yourself.
Why not?
Go on.
Well, when I saw you, another idea occurred to me. A way we could both get more than the 25,000, and I'll need your help.
My help, huh?
Definitely. I knew that as soon as you walked up to me in that hotel lobby.
What's the deal?
Nasty word. Blackmail.
Oh, real nasty? But keep talking.
The big guy's in the States now, and he plans to stay. Only how much do you think it would be worth to him to keep the information from the police?
You tell me.
Another 75,000 for a starter.
So, how do we set this up?
First, a little trip to South America for you.
I always wanted to go there, too.
I'll go on to join the big guy in New Orleans. He's rented a house there, 21 Rue Saint Germain. And in about a month, he gets a letter from South America.
Ah, the blackmail pitch. He pays off or else. I like blackmail by long distance. Much healthier.
Well, Kelly? Is it a deal?
Yep. One more thing. How do I get to South America?
Oh, that.
Yeah, that. My 25 grand.
I have it. You'll need, let's say, 5,000 to get settled. You'll want a few thousand to spend, so I'll give you half now. 12,500.
What about the other half?
I'll hold on to it for the time being, just to be sure you don't double-cross me in South America. After you've clipped the big guy, we'll meet down there, and then... Well, you think you could stand to have me around, partner?
Oh, give me time, sweetheart. I just might grow to love you.
Flying north along the coast, your mind is spinning, isn't it, Kelly? There's $25,000 in Thela's suitcase. And there will be another $75,000 once you reach South America and send the blackmail letter to the big guy. $100,000 in all, Kelly. That is, if Thela doesn't double-cross you. After all, she was willing to double-cross Sam, wasn't she? Yes. And you decide quietly not to take a chance on her, to follow through alone now, not share the money with anyone, not even Thela.
Darling, do me a favor.
Sure.
Do you have to fly over the water? It makes me nervous.
Oh, what's the diff? Fly in the water. If you fall hard.
Oh, please.
Relax, Thela. Say, how do we address the big guy in New Orleans again?
Nick Hughes, 21 Rue St. Germain. You won't forget it, will you, darling?
No, I won't. Nick Hughes, 21 Rue St. Germain. No, I won't. Forget it.
Your fist lashes out, catches Thela on the point of the chin, and she slumps down in the seat. You reach over, open the door beside her.
So long, sweetheart!
It's over quickly, and you're alone in the plane with a full $25,000. You swing the nose around, head inland, and soon ease into a landing in an empty pasture not far from the highway. A truck driver gives you a lift into Los Angeles, where you spend the rest of the night in a quiet hotel. The following morning, you're downtown. First stop, a fashionable men's store.
May I help you, sir?
Yeah, shoot the works.
I beg your pardon.
I tried out the best you got. Suits, sport outfits. I'm in the market for a complete wardrobe.
Oh, yes, sir. This way.
I'll need some luggage, too. That, light airplane stuff.
Of course. You are planning a trip?
Yeah, South America. By the way, where's the nearest airline office?
Down the street, 3 blocks. However, if we may be of assistance, that is to say, if you should care to use our telephone...
No, thanks. I'll walk down after I finish here.
Oh, Mr. Knowles, this way, please. Best man in the store. He'll take care of you.
Thanks.
I hope you have a pleasant trip and a most enjoyable stay in South America, sir.
Thanks again. I'm sure I'll have a great time. Yeah, a great time.
A friend of mine was telling me last night that when he's eating out, he always chooses a restaurant that's crowded. They must have something, he says, to be so popular. Well, by the same token, Signal gasoline must have something when you consider that last month, drivers bought more gallons of Signal gasoline than during any other month in Signal history. What is that something which accounts for such increasing popularity? Some users tell us it's good mileage, which has made Signal known throughout the West as the Go Farther gasoline. Others say it's the life and pep and smooth, easy response they get with the gasoline that's engineered to help your motor run more efficiently. But frankly, friends, just as sure as my name's Marvin Miller, you're never going to know all the good reasons why so many drivers are switching to Signal until you try a few tankfuls in your own car. Do it this week and see if you don't agree with me. You get a full measure of all the things that make driving more pleasure when you fill up with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far with Go Farther gasoline.
The future looks bright, doesn't it, Kelly? Very. And you're looking forward to your trip to South America. You're carrying close to $25,000 with you now, and this to be more. A great deal more. Once you reach Rio and set up your plan to blackmail the big guy who has entered the United States illegally. The following morning, the airline limousine picks you up at the hotel, takes you out to the airport, and then as you're checking your luggage...
Mr. Owen? Kelly Owen?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm Lieutenant Dawson, L.A. Homicide.
Homicide?
Yeah. You bought a new wardrobe downtown yesterday, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Discarded the old suit you were wearing, left it at the shop?
Sure. I told the clerk to give it to his favorite charity. So what?
Well, you dropped something out of your wallet as you were transferring it to your new clothes. The clerk tried to catch you, but couldn't. Then when he noticed a name he'd seen in the papers, he called us.
Hey, look, I don't follow this.
Here's what the clerk found. Identification cards, including a pilot's license made out to Sam Ledford.
Ledford?
Yeah. Better turn in your plane ticket, Mr. Owen. You ain't going anywhere.
Oh, wait a minute. What's this all about?
That's what we want to know. You see, Sam Ledford was found in a hotel room late last night. Dead. He'd been murdered.
Murdered? Sheila. Sheila must have got him when she went back to make that call.
You were carrying Sam Ledford's pilot's license around. I'm afraid that's one you'll never be able to explain, Mr. Owen.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Meantime, Signal Oil Company and the friendly independent dealers who help you go farther with Signal gasoline hope you'll remember, regardless of what gasoline you use, you'll enjoy more miles of happy driving if you drive at sensible speeds, obey traffic regulations, and avoid taking chances. You may even save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman as the Whistler, Lamont Johnson, Betty Lou Gerson, Bill Boucher, Byron Kane, and Jack Moyles. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen with story by Joel Malone, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler was entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at the same time next Sunday when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company.
SIGNAL. Signal gasoline.
Stay tuned now for Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network. The Signal Oil Program. Yes, the Signal Oil Program. The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal Circle sign in yellow and black that identifies independently operated signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, Grave Secret.
From the parlor window, Harriet Eldridge watched the postman wheel his bicycle down the tree-shaded street. Saw him turn into the driveway and approach the house. She stepped out into the hallway and stopped for a moment to rearrange a bowl of dahlias on the table, then hurried to the door, a faint smile on her lips. The letters had become very important to Harriet Eldridge. Yes, very important. And she was pleased that they were arriving with such regularity.
Morning, Miss Harriet.
Good morning, Henry.
Here's another one from Australia.
Oh, from Mr. Pettis. How nice.
Sure is having a big vacation for himself, ain't he? I wish I could retire, go gallivanting all over the world. Only I wouldn't go all visiting relatives.
Mr. Pettis has no living relatives, Henry. He's just visiting friends.
I got relatives back in Sioux City. If I never see 'em again, it's okay with me.
Hmm? But, I'm sorry, Henry. What did you say? I was reading Mr. Pettis' letter.
No, nothing. Are those photographs?
Oh, yes. You know Mr. Pettis and his camera. Here, let's see. Something written on the back of this one. View of Queen Street, main thoroughfare of Brisbane. Isn't that nice, Henry?
The old boy sure is getting round, ain't he? Must be having a great time. They say them Australian women are real pretty.
Now, Henry.
Don't see why Mr. Pettis has to go chasing off to Australia when he's got the best-looking housekeeper right here in Santa Rosa, USA.
Oh, thank you, Henry, but...
It looks like you got company. In a taxi, too. Say, that's your brother Melvin, ain't it?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Well, I'll be going along now, Miss Harriet. Bye.
What? Yes. Goodbye, Henry.
You smile at Henry, watch him for a moment as he turns and walks away. Then your eyes swing back to the man who has just stepped out of the taxi, and a frown crosses your face. Moments later, he steps into the hallway, closes the door, and sets his suitcase on the floor.
Hello, Harriet.
I wasn't expecting you back so soon, Melvin.
I know.
Did everything go well?
Yes, everything went well. I did exactly as you said.
How did you like Australia?
Well, it was all right, Harriet.
Have you had your lunch? There's some cold ham, potato salad from last night. Would you like that, Melvin?
Yes, I suppose so.
Did you get seasick at all?
Oh, no, I didn't. Harriet.
Yes?
Harriet, did everything go all right here? I mean...
Oh, yes.
When did you do it?
The day you left. He was dead before you stepped on the boat in San Francisco.
Harriet.
Yes?
What did you do with Mr. Pettis? I mean, where did you...
Do you want tea or coffee, Melvin?
A tea.
For a moment, he stares at you, then turns and looks out the window. His eyes blink nervously. His fingers fumble at his tie. You know what he's thinking about, don't you, Harriet? He wants to know what you've done with the body of Mr. Pettis. Exactly what happened on the night he left for San Francisco. Yes, he wants all the details. But you decided long ago, the less Melvin knows about the affair, the better it will be. He stays in his room the greater part of the day and evening. And then shortly after 8 o'clock that night, the front doorbell rings.
Good evening. You must be Miss Eldridge.
Why, yes.
Well, I'm Valerie Hinton, a friend of Mr. Pettis. Is he in?
No, Mr. Pettis is away. In Australia.
Oh, I see he hasn't notified you. He's back.
He's back?
Why, yes, his boat docked in San Francisco a week ago. Well, I know. I was on it, too. Strange he didn't let you know. Or is he usually that way about things?
No, he isn't.
Well, I'll be in town for several days. I'm staying at the inn. Would you tell him when he arrives?
Of course, Miss Hinton. I'll tell him.
Good night.
Melvin.
Oh, yes, come in, Harriet.
Melvin, why didn't you tell me you'd arrived in San Francisco a week ago?
Oh, well,
And who is this Valerie Hinton?
Valerie? How did you know?
She was here a moment ago asking for you.
Here?
Why did you have to tell her you were Albert Pettis?
Harriet, I was only doing what you said. You told me to use the name to establish his presence in Australia.
You met this woman in Australia?
Yes, I did.
I see. And this week you spent in San Francisco, was that devoted to Miss Hinton?
Well, at first I saw no harm in it, Harriet. She's a wonderful person.
Did you have to tell her you lived in Santa Rosa?
I didn't. Oh, she must have seen the Santa Rosa postmark on the letters you sent me in Australia. Oh, believe me, Harriet, when I ran out on her in San Francisco, I never thought I'd see her again.
You ran out on her?
Yes, I realized it would be dangerous. What with everything that's happened here.
So she followed you. Oh, Melvin, don't tell me she's in love with you.
Oh, I don't know.
Are you in love with her?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Melvin. You'll have to get rid of her.
Get rid of her?
First thing in the morning, you're going down to the inn to see her. Tell her this great love of yours is no more. Tell her you're already married, or tell her anything, but I want her to leave town. Do you understand?
Oh, I heard there must be some way.
Get rid of her. She's dangerous. She can upset our entire plan.
But Harriet, it's... What was that? Did you hear that?
Oh, yes, it's the shutters downstairs. The wind's come up.
But are you sure?
Well, what else could it be?
Well, I don't know.
Did you think it was Mr. Pettis back from the dead? Oh, really now, Melvin?
Harriet?
Yes?
Where is Mr. Pettis? What did you do with his body? Why won't you tell me?
You needn't concern yourself about that, Melvin. I've taken care of everything. Now, good night. And don't forget what I said. I don't want the Hinton woman hanging around town.
The following morning, you're alone in the big house. Melvin has gone down to the inn. He's promised to send Valerie Hinton away. But you wonder if he really has the courage to face her, to go through with it. The hours go by and Melvin doesn't return. And finally...
Good morning, Miss Eldridge.
Oh, good morning.
Has Mr. Pettis arrived yet?
Why, yes, I gave him your message. He left hours ago on his way to see you.
Well, that's strange. I just came from the inn. Well, I suppose he stopped somewhere on the way. May I come in?
Oh, yes, of course.
Ah, you've kept the place so attractive. It's charming. I suppose you've grown to care for this house as though it were your own.
Yes, Mr. Pettis has always made me feel at home here. Won't you sit down, Miss Hinton?
Thank you. You know, Miss Eldridge, I feel as though I'd known you for a long time. Mr. Pettis has spoken so much of you.
Oh?
Yes. I don't suppose he's told you about the way we met?
No, he hasn't.
It was in Melbourne. I happened to be glancing through the newspaper. I noticed a list in the shipping news, a list of new arrivals, and there it was. Mr. Albert Pettis.
Oh?
Well, of course, I dashed right over to his hotel. And imagine my surprise when I discovered that Mr. Albert Pettis wasn't Mr. Pettis at all.
What do you mean?
Not my Mr. Pettis, that is. My Uncle Albert. It was quite a shock. I suppose I should have realized there'd probably be more than one Albert Pettis in the whole world.
Oh, yes, of course.
So you see, it was just an accident. My meeting your Mr. Pettis. A lucky accident. Wouldn't you say, Miss Eldridge?
With the prologue of Grave Secret, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. If you like avocados, you'll probably be as surprised as I was to learn that in parts of Mexico, avocados were once used to lubricate the axles of wagons. Does that sound primitive and old-fashioned to you? Well, then just remember this. It's almost as old-fashioned today to lubricate automobile motors with plain motor oil. What I mean is, now scientific compounds have been developed which protect motors in many ways that oil alone cannot do. That's why Signal brought out Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, which combines 100% pure paraffin base with these scientific new compounds. And just what do these compounds do? Well, one compound in Signal Premium actually cleans your motor of harmful carbon, gum, and varnish. A second compound protects costly bearings from corrosion. And still other compounds in Signal Premium help in additional ways to keep wear down and performance up. So if you want a sweeter running motor, Make your next oil change a change from old-fashioned regular motor oil. Stop at a signal station for the improved type motor oil that does so much more than just lubricate. Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil.
It frightens you, doesn't it, Harriet? The knowledge that Valerie Hinton, the woman your brother Melvin met in Australia while he was posing as Albert Pettis, is actually the niece of the man you murdered. You wonder if their meeting was really accidental. Wonder if she suspects the truth. 1,000 confused thoughts race through your mind. You were so sure Albert Pettis had no living relatives, that there would be no one to spoil your little plan. Yet here she is, sitting in the parlor of the big house, chatting gaily about her meeting with your Mr. Pettis. And then suddenly something she says stirs a flicker of hope within you.
Oh, no, I haven't seen Uncle Albert in years. Lost track of him completely. Not his fault, of course. After all, I'm supposed to be dead.
Dead? I don't understand.
During the war, I was a writer living in Java. There were several bombing raids. In the confusion, I was reported missing and given up as dead. I suppose Uncle Albert was notified.
I see.
When I got out of the hospital a year ago, I tried to find some trace of Uncle Albert, but I wasn't successful. Well, I had to earn a living, you know, so I went on to Australia. Then one day I ran across his name in the shipping list, and, well, you know the rest. I met your Mr. Pettis instead.
And you have no idea where your uncle is?
None at all. Maybe dead, for all I know. I've about given up finding him. I'm devoting all my time to writing now. That's why I've come back to the States. To try my luck here.
Oh, Harriet, Albert.
Hello, Albert. Oh, Albert.
You watch Valerie rush across the room, throw her arms around Melvin. He stares back at you over her shoulder, a bewildered, hopeless look in his eyes. You turn, hurry away. Moments later, you're upstairs in Mr. Pettis' room, searching through the closet. Then you find what you want. You take the photo album, sit on the window seat, and start turning the pages. A half hour later, you hear the front door close, and then Melvin's footsteps approaching your door.
Harriet?
Yes? Is she gone?
Yes. She won't be back.
What'd you tell her?
What difference does it make what I told her? She won't be back. What are you doing?
Just looking through the old album. I found what I wanted.
What?
Never mind. Come along, Melvin. It's almost time for your lunch.
Yes. You found what you were looking for, haven't you, Harry? A faded photograph, a young girl, and you're certain it's Valerie Hinton. She's really his niece, isn't she? At least that much of her story is the truth. But you're still a little afraid. And you know that you'll be afraid until the girl herself has left town. Late that afternoon, you step out on the front porch and wait while Melvin drives the car out of the garage. Then a taxi pulls into the driveway. And then, despite the recent assurances of your weakling brother Melvin that she wouldn't be back, Valerie Hinton steps out. The shopping list drops from your hand and your eyes are fixed on the suitcase she carries.
Hello, Miss Eldridge.
Oh, Miss Hinton, you're leaving. You've come to say goodbye.
On the contrary, Harriet, I'm moving in.
Moving in? Here?
Why not? I've a perfect right to, you know. After all, it's my uncle's house, isn't it?
Harriet,
Yes, Melvin?
what are we going to do about Valerie?
There's only one thing to do. We're not going to stand by and let her ruin everything. Are we?
Send her away, she'll go to the police.
We're not going to send her away.
But, Harriet, Harriet, no. You can't do that again.
Have you another solution?
Well, I'll have to think about it, but you must forget what you're thinking, Harriet. I won't have it that way. Do you understand? I won't have it.
Watch the road, Melvin.
You hear me, Harriet? One murder is enough.
Still in love with her, aren't you? Well, perhaps you're right, Melvin. Perhaps the whole matter can be solved some other way.
Oh, yes. Yes, Harriet. We'll find a way.
I'm sure we will.
The whole plan is in danger, isn't it, Harriet? Melvin is still in love with her, and you know that he can be very weak. That you alone must provide the strength to carry things through. Late that evening, after Melvin has gone to bed, you and Valerie are left alone in the library.
I was looking through some things, Valerie. Papers and newspaper clippings that belonged to Mr. Pettis.
Oh?
I found this.
How interesting.
A full account of your death in Java during the war. Your name was Valerie Pettis then.
Yes, it was.
I was wondering if you'd taken any steps to rectify this impression that you're no longer among the living.
Of course not. You've read this article, haven't you?
Yes. Before her death, Valerie Pettis was wanted by the police.
That's right. So you see, we're in very much the same position, aren't we? Neither of us can go to the police, or anyone, about the little secrets we've both discovered.
You're quite confident?
No. Just very observant, Harriet. I know exactly what's going on here.
So?
So? That's sufficient reason why you'll keep your secret as long as I keep mine.
I see.
Now, there's something else, Harriet. Uncle Albert's money.
Money?
Yes, I know about that, too. Uncle Albert received a lot of money and jewels several years ago in inheritance. And if I know dear Uncle Albert, he's kept it right here in his house. I'm one who believes in sharing the wealth, Harriet. The money, the jewels, and this house.
You intend to remain here?
Yes. I like Santa Rosa. It's charming, quiet, and safe. Besides, I've grown very fond of Melvin. I know he's quite fond of me. So I wouldn't try anything, Harriet, dear. Melvin might not like it. Good night.
Well, Harriet, it's out in the open, isn't it? The contest between you and Valerie. And it's a contest you can't afford to lose. You must get Valerie out of your way. And you know how to begin, don't you? With Melvin. You must turn him against her. And the very next day you start working on him systematically, using his love for Valerie as a wedge. Each day you have something to drop in his ear. If Valerie goes for a long walk or to the public library, you manage to suggest to Melvin that she's keeping a rendezvous somewhere with another man. Slowly but surely he begins to break down, to draw away from the girl, sometimes even getting up from the dinner table and leaving her in the middle of a conversation.
What's the matter with him?
Melvin?
Yes, why did he walk out of the room like that?
Well, I'm sure I don't know. Perhaps he's tired.
Tired of me, you hope?
I didn't say that. As a matter of fact, Valerie, I've come to grow quite fond of you.
I'm not foolish enough to believe that.
On the contrary, you're foolish not to. Now, where are you going?
Out.
Isn't it rather late?
I don't care. I've got to get outside, walk somewhere, any place. Somewhere I can think.
I understand. I'll tell Melvin that you went for a walk.
And you do tell Melvin, don't you, Harriet? Only in your own way. The way you've told him many times before.
I don't believe you, Harriet. I don't believe you at all.
I'm sorry, Melvin. I know what it must do to your pride, but there isn't any doubt. She's admitted the whole thing to me.
She told you that there's someone else?
Yes. There's been another man all along. You know I wouldn't lie to you, dear.
She's made a fool of me. A fool!
Forget it, Melvin. You've got to.
Stop telling me to forget it. That's all you do. You don't want me to know anything. Or think about anything.
Oh, Melvin, where are you going?
Out!
You smile, congratulate yourself, don't you, Harriet? Because you know you've won. that Melvin will do anything you want him to, like a man who's been hypnotized. You're certain now he won't interfere with your little plan to get rid of Valerie. Yes, you're quite pleased with the way you've handled things, aren't you? Moments later, you turn out the lights in the library and go up to your room to bed. You lie awake for a long time, waiting for Melvin to come home. Finally, you hear the front door close. You hear his footsteps on the stairs. And then, just before you drop off to sleep, you wonder why Valerie hasn't returned home.
Yes?
Good morning, Miss Eldridge. This is Sheriff McQuaid. Sorry to be calling at this early hour.
Something wrong?
There's been a young woman staying at your house.
Miss Hinton, yes. Yes, what about her?
We found her in the woods beyond your place half-hour ago.
You found her?
She was dead, strangled to death, apparently with a rope.
Oh, no, the poor child. She'd gone out for a walk last night, Sheriff. You haven't any idea who...
No, sorry, we haven't. Could you come down to make the identification?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
There isn't any doubt, actually. It will only be routine, just routine.
I understand. We'll be right down, Sheriff. Oh, my slippers. Now, where did I... Oh, Melvin.
Hello. Who was it, Harry?
The sheriff. They found her, Valerie.
You won't be bothering us anymore. You're not angry with me, are you, Harry?
Did anyone see you?
No.
Are you certain? There was a bright moon last night.
No one saw me.
What about the rope or whatever you used?
No one will ever find it. I hid it.
All right.
Harriet,
No. I'm not angry with you. Now, we better get dressed and go downtown with me. And don't worry, Melvin. Everything will be all right.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a question. Have you ever had the experience of coming upon a lot of people who were all staring in the same direction? Well, let's face it, it's only human nature to want to stop and see what's attracting them. Well, by the same token, I should think that most anyone with a car would want to see what it is that has attracted so many drivers to Signal gasoline. In the beginning, you know, Signal gasoline was sold by only a handful of stations in Southern California. Today, however, you'll find Signal dealers throughout 6 western states, from Canada to Mexico. Such growth must mean that more and more drivers are finding they prefer Signal gasoline. And what is it they prefer about Signal? Well, for one thing, mileage that has made Signal famous as the Go Farther gasoline. And for another thing, performance, which puts more pleasure into driving. But for the complete story, you've got to let a full tankfuls of Signal speak for itself. I promise you the performance of your own car will tell you much better than any words of mine why more and more drivers are switching to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
At the coroner's office is just as the sheriff said. It's simply a matter of routine, isn't it, Harriet? The two of you, Melvin's stony-eyed silence easily mistaken for the shocked grief that he appears to feel, and your own nervousness in answering the question. It's something the sheriff seems to have witnessed many times before. Finally, the identification is over, and they lead you out to another room.
Oh, Sheriff, it's almost too much to believe.
I know. Best thing is try to forget it, Miss Eldridge.
Yes, just forget it. That's what we have to do, Harriet. Forget it.
Come along. I'll drive the two of you back to the house.
Well, thank you, Sheriff. That won't be necessary.
No. I insist. Bring my car around front.
Yes.
Tell me, Miss Eldridge, have you heard from Mr. Pettis lately? Still in Australia?
Oh, yes. Yes, he is. I get an occasional letter.
Mm-hmm. Fine man, that Mr. Pettis. We all miss him, you know.
Sheriff, you needn't bother driving us home. It's not far.
No trouble at all. I've got to go out there anyway. Something I have to check on. I've already sent some of my boys on ahead.
What?
Well, we got a call from one of your neighbors. Might give us a lead.
I don't understand.
Your neighbor, Mrs. Enfield, tried to call you this morning, but it was while you were on your way down here. When she couldn't get any answers, she thought we'd better investigate.
Investigate what?
It seems late last night she saw someone doing some digging out in back of your house.
Digging?
Yeah. It might not be anything. But then again, it might have been the killer burying the rope on his way back to the highway. Valerie Hinton was strangled, you know.
Burying the rope, but where, Sheriff?
Your neighbor says he was digging in the dahlia bed. We thought we might do a little digging there ourselves, if you don't mind.
The dahlia bed. Oh, no.
What is it, Miss Eldridge?
Harriet, you never told me. Is that where you...
Yes, Melvin. Now you know. Mr. Pettis was always so fond of dahlias, I thought it would be appropriate.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Sarah Selby, Howard McNair, and Betty Lou Gerson. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Steve Hampton and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. All characters portrayed in the Whistler program are fictional. Any similarity in names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. The Signal Oil Program. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, Death Walks a Tight Wire.
And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Presently I'll tell you of the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
But first, Signal Oil Company has an urgent message from your government. It's really a message from about 11 million friends of yours in uniform. If they could take time out tonight from the smoke and hell of battle, they'd say to you, it takes more than our hands alone to fight Japs and Nazis face to face. It takes guns and tanks and ships and planes, and it takes your bonds to buy them. Yes, we know how expensive war is. A lot of us in uniform are giving what we'll never get back. An arm, a leg, a life. But you'll get back the money you put into bonds with good interest. So back us up. Buy another bond, the biggest one you can. By keeping the weapons flowing to us on the fighting front, you're helping us get the war over the earliest possible minute. And in this bloody business, minutes mean lives. And now, The Whistler.
The corrosive emotion of hatred seeks its effect in strange places. For instance, you'd think there would be no place for it among the spangles, the gaiety of the big top, where heavily painted faces wear perpetual smiles, and the band is raucous in its 4/4 happiness. Here, laughter reigns supreme. But have you ever seen the circus as the late evening breeze whips up the dust of the old county fairground? As the last customers straggle across the track to the waiting cars, and the big top begins to come down. The air is thick with dust churned from the feet of straining men and animals. The air is blue with the shouts of sweating men working feverishly. The circus is moving on.
Come on, you roustabout. Hey, get those wagons rolling. We got a long jump to Mercersburg in the morning. Come on, get them rolling. Check the animals, Lefty.
Okay, boss.
Hello, Michael. Better hurry up. We're pulling out in a hurry.
Okay, Mr. Morgan. How was the show tonight?
Good audience. If we just keep this up, we got nothing to worry about. Oh, by the way, your act was good. Getting better all the time.
Thanks, Mr. Morgan. Well, wait till you see our new routine. Marie's going to be sensational.
Good. Will you have it ready for Dalton?
Gee, I don't know. Well, that's only 3 days away.
Yeah, I know, but that's our most important show. We always try to do our best there.
Okay, we'll try it. I'll get her up on the wire first thing in the morning.
Good. Hey, look at that sky. I hope this weather holds out for another 3 days. Well, hurry up, Michael. Get ready to roll.
Right, Mr. Morgan. Good night.
See you later.
Yes, another stand is played and the circus is starting to roll. Everything's going fine. There's a smile of satisfaction on the face of Mr. Morgan as he glances over the night's box office report in his little private wagon. Everything's going well. Maybe too well, Morgan. Maybe right at this moment, a shadow is creeping over the big top. A menacing shadow of hate.
Who's there? Well, who is it? Who is it? What do you want?
Hello, Morgan.
Who? Enrico! I didn't recognize you. The light. Come in, my friend.
Thank you, Morgan. I am happy that you remember me.
Remember you? My glory, man, how could I forget you? Enrico, the greatest typewire artist in the business.
That was long ago.
Yes, but, man, where have you been for the last 10 years? Why, I've looked for you. Ask everyone. Advertised in the billboard. Well, you disappeared right off the face of the earth.
Yes, I have been away. I have worked at many things, my friend, with my hands. Worked at any job I could find where I could grip hard with my hands.
Grip? Hard?
A complex, no doubt. A desire to hang on to something. Perhaps to steady myself in a world that has turned upside down for me.
You've had a bad time. Why did you disappear so none of us could find you? We wanted you to
I know, Morgan, I know. But perhaps you do not remember what happened 10 years ago.
You mean... Oh, yes. Tony, your son.
Yes, Tony, my only son. Tony was killed just 10 years ago last month.
Yes, of course. I remember now. He was working on the high trapeze with Savini.
Yes, with Savini. The great Savini.
An unfortunate accident. All at one time, the greatest trapeze artist of them all and the most promising youngster. It was a blow to the circus, and of course to you.
Yes.
But then, those things happen in our business, Enrico. You can't let them get you down. The show must go on, in spite of accidents.
Accidents. Everybody always says accident. But that was no accident.
Enrico, what do you mean?
My son's death was no accident. It was murder.
How can you say that, Enrico? I saw it myself. So did you. They were trying a very difficult trick. It missed. They both fell. How could it have been murder?
Because it was Savini's fault. His egotism. Always trying those impossible tricks. Tony worshipped Savini. Would do anything he asked. If Savini wanted to kill himself, that was all right. But he killed my only son, too.
But, Enrico...
If he hadn't died himself,
I would have killed him with my bare hands. That's why I've been gripping these last few years, working with my hands, gripping Savini's throat.
Enrico, get hold of yourself. You can't let such thoughts get you. It was unfortunate, but Tony's dead, and so is Savini. The whole thing is over, done with, closed. You've got to forget and go on.
Yes. I suppose you are right.
And if I can help, you know all you have to do is ask me.
Thank you, Morgan. And perhaps I will.
Just name it.
I want a job with the circus.
With the circus?
Oh, no. Not on the high wire, of course. I've lost that long ago. But any job. Just a helper, a roustabout, just to feel the circus in my blood again.
Well, of course, Enrico, if you really want it. You can sleep here in my wagon tonight, and tomorrow morning I'll introduce you to the foreman.
Thank you, Morgan. Thank you. Oh, you do not know what you have done for me.
I wonder if Mr. Morgan caught the look in Enrico's eye when he said that. I wonder if he felt the gnawing hatred in the tortured face. I wonder if he felt that menacing shadow grow larger and spread across the circus. No, I suppose he didn't. Nobody felt it yet, except Enrico. Next day, he took up his new duties, but once the big top was up and he had a chance to look around, he headed for the performer's tent. There was purpose in his walk, and his hands gripped tightly into a fist. Into the tent he went, his eyes darting at the familiar sight. Makeup tables, mirror, grease paint, the heavy chests in which performers kept their belongings, their names painted on the sides. He scanned each one anxiously, intently. There was a frown on his face until, suddenly, off in a corner, he saw it. Just another chest, but it was the one he was looking for. Yes, there it was. The name he'd thought he'd heard yesterday at the show. The name on the chest was Marie Savini.
Hey there. What are you doing in here? Don't you know it's against the rules?
I was just looking for someone.
Oh? Who?
Marie Savini.
Oh. Well, you'll find her out in the ring. She and her partner are rehearsing a new act.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Marie Savini, the child of the great Savini. That's what brought you back to the circus, isn't it, Enrico? The child of the man who killed your son. And now you're standing in the shadow and watching her. A beautiful young girl, graceful and agile, just like her father. And your hands are working convulsively. Marie Savini. Savini, even the name you hate.
All right. Try it again. Steady. Steady. Go. Steady. Careful.
Oh, darn. I don't know what's the matter with me, Michael.
If you just relax.
I can't. I don't know what it is, Michael, but I feel so funny. As if someone was staring at me. It's making me uncomfortable.
Nonsense. There's no one in the tent. That's funny.
What?
There is someone over there, standing in the shadow, watching. I didn't notice him before.
Who is it?
I don't know. Oh, yes, it's that new man, Enrico. The man the manager was telling us about this morning.
Oh.
He used to be a great wire walker himself. Remember?
Oh, yes. No wonder I was nervous with him looking on.
Oh, but he hasn't done anything for years. We don't have to be nervous about him. Come on.
Oh, but Michael, the way he was staring, Let's go for a walk and then come back. Perhaps he'll be gone.
Now, Marie, what's the matter? We have to keep practicing, especially if you expect to get this backward somersault perfected in time to do it in Dalton.
I can't help it, Mike. I don't want him staring at me. It may be my imagination, but there's something about him that scares me.
Yes, Marie, now you feel it too. The hatred reaching out like a shadow to engulf you. But it's only a shadow, and you can shake it off. You've almost forgotten the incident by that night. And now you're sitting in your compartment on the circus train, getting sleep when...
Who's there? Michael? Oh.
I hope I have not frightened you, Miss Salvini. I knew you were busy all day, and I thought it would be better to visit you here tonight.
What do you want?
I just want to talk to you. You must not be frightened of me. My name is Enrico. I was a tight wire walker once, and I was very impressed with your ability today.
Oh, thank you.
The backward somersault on the high wire was my specialty.
Oh?
And I was surprised to see such a young girl performing it, and so well.
Oh, thank you, sir. We're practicing so hard because we want to try it in Dalton. In only 2 more days.
I see. That is time enough, I'm sure.
Do you really think so?
Oh, I do. With the proper help. Oh, tell me, you have no people with you who could help you?
No, I'm alone.
Oh.
Except for my partner, of course. I have no family. I've had to learn for myself.
I see. Well, would you allow me to help you? It would give me great pleasure to see you perform such a difficult trick on the high wire. It would be a little like doing it myself once again.
Oh, it'd be wonderful to have your help.
Oh, good. Then we will begin tomorrow morning.
Yes, thank you. It's so funny.
What?
Well, I had the strangest feeling about you, but... Oh, it was nothing. And now you're very nice.
Oh, thank you, my dear.
I hope that I shall be a good pupil.
Oh, I'm sure you will, Marie. I'm sure that I will accomplish what I wish. Good night.
You are listening to The Whistler, brought to you by your friend, the Signal Oil Company, marketers of famous Signal gasoline, your best buy today. Remember to let every go signal remind you, you do go farther with Signal gasoline.
Well, it would seem that Marie Savini should choose her teachers more carefully, especially since the trick she's trying to learn is one of the most difficult of all on the high wire. The next morning, with everything ready, Enrico starts Marie on her lessons.
Good morning, Enrico.
Oh, there you are, Marie. I was afraid this would prove too early for you.
Oh, no.
I had the men rig up the high wire. I was hoping we could get started before anybody else was around.
But the high wire... Do you really think I'm ready for it, Enrico? Don't you think I should practice on the low one for a while yet?
You have only 2 days to perfect it. I'm sure you can do it now. You are not afraid, are you, Marie?
Oh, of course not, Enrico. If you think I'm ready, I'll try it. I'll probably fall into the net the first few times.
That is the only way you will learn.
Yes.
Now, come, let's hurry. I will give you a boost to the ladder.
But, I feel nervous, Enrico. Perhaps I shouldn't go up right now.
Nonsense. By the time you reach the wire, you will be over it, Marie. I will watch you from down here.
Oh, all right.
There she goes, Enrico. Up to that dizzy height from which your son fell. Marie Savini. As you watch her, the tent spins in your eyes. She's there now, limbering up, walking out on the wire, unsteadily, nervously.
You had better walk the wire a few times just to limber up. Hold yourself steady. That is fine. Now, come back once more, and we will try the somersault. Good, good. Are you ready now?
I guess so.
All right. Go to the middle of the wire. Relax yourself. All right? Now.
I can't, Enrico. I can't do it. I never realized how it'd be to do it from up here.
Go ahead, Marie. You cannot stop now. You want to be a great star, do you not? You must try it now. Jump!
Enrico!
Hello there. What are you doing, Marie?
Oh, hello, Michael. I'm sorry, Enrico. I'll try it again.
That is quite all right.
What's the matter, Marie?
Enrico's helping me with my backward somersault, but I'm afraid I'm not such a good pupil.
Marie, you've got to come down now.
What?
The manager wants to talk to you right away. He's at the ticket wagon.
All right.
Come on down. I will hold the rope.
Thank you. Here I come.
I've heard a lot about you, Enrico. Marie is fortunate to have you to help her.
Thank you.
Yes. Thanks, Enrico. I'll be right back. I promise not to fail again.
Do not worry about it. I will wait for you here.
Will you wait too, Michael?
Sure, Marie. Hurry.
Marie is going to be a great star someday, son.
I hope so, Enrico.
You are very fond of her, are you not, Michael?
Yes, I am. She and I grew up together in the circus. One of these days, we're going to be married.
Oh, I did not know that. Congratulations. I'm...
Enrico! Look!
What is it?
The net. Look at it. Every rope on that end is untied and hanging loosely. Good heavens! If Marie had fallen, she would have been killed instantly.
Oh, I should have checked it. Those stupid riggers. Oh, Michael, do not tell Marie about this. She might lose her nerve and never want to go up again.
Yes, you're right, Enrico. Hurry, we've got to fix it before she comes back. Oh, thank heaven she didn't try the somersault.
Yes. It is fortunate, is it not?
Yes, it is fortunate, is it not? There might have been a very regrettable accident, mightn't there, Enrico? Did I say accident? Well, who knows? Those things do happen in a circus, but it was avoided, thank goodness. And the next morning, Michael is there to see that it doesn't happen again. And so now Marie is ready for her debut as a star.
Enrico, I want to apologize for the way I almost failed you yesterday. I hope you'll forgive me.
Oh, of course I do, Marie. I understand just how you felt up there. The important thing is the fact that you came back again and did it perfectly.
Oh.
And this morning, you performed like a veteran. I admire your courage.
It was all because of you, Enrico. This means so much to me. I've always looked forward to the day when I'd be a featured star in the circus.
Oh, you will be the star of the show tomorrow, Marie. I can just see you on the high wire. The ringmaster will introduce you, and then you will climb to the platform confidently, knowing that you will be doing one of the greatest tricks on the high wire. I remember saying all this to my son.
Your son, Enrico?
Yes, my son, Tony. He was killed while working on the trapeze 10 years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, the trapeze, but I thought you said he worked the high wire.
Someone else persuaded him to give it up and become a trapeze performer. That's when he was killed.
How terrible, Enrico. Didn't he use a net?
A great artist does not use a net, Marie. It is a sign of utmost confidence in oneself to think that makes people admire a performer even more. Someday, you will work without a net, Marie. And then you will be truly a great performer.
After today, Enrico, I could never be afraid of anything. I know I could perform without a net tomorrow if you wanted me to.
No, my dear. You could not do that. It is extremely dangerous. But of course, it would give you great prestige if you performed without a net in Dalton. You would indeed be acclaimed as a great tight-wire artist.
I'm going to do it, Enrico.
No, but Marie, you cannot.
Enrico,
No.
I know you want to help me, but I can't help feeling that you still think I'm a coward.
Oh, no, Maria, do not.
Tomorrow, when I perform the backward somersault without a net, I'll prove to you that I'm not afraid.
You are very wrong, Marie. But I admire your spirit. If you are determined to do this, I know I cannot stop you. I shall be at your side when you go up. I know you will be successful.
And Now the shadow of hatred engulfs the circus. The day has come, and if you'd watched closely, you'd see Enrico's hands working convulsively, gripping hard on a dead throat. Marie Savini is going onto the high wire today to do a backward somersault without a net.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, you are about to witness a performance of great daring. Marie Savini is going to attempt a backward somersault down the high wire above. This will be the first time that this feat has ever been attempted by a woman. To add to the already present danger, Miss Savini is going to perform right before your eyes without the aid of a life-saving net. Presenting Marie Savini.
Now, Enrico. Now watch, Enrico. Stand there in the shadow you brought and watch.
Miss Savini is approaching the center of the wire. She's ready now. Her body is poised for the spring that will spell success or doom. She's about to jump. She does.
Good Lord, the wire broke!
Believe it, I can't. Marie, dead.
Buck up, son. These accidents happen sometime.
I'm afraid this was no accident, Mr. Morgan.
What do you mean?
I just examined the wire. It didn't just break, it was filed halfway through.
No.
You sure, Johnson?
Yeah, you can see for yourself.
Oh, no. Who would want to kill Marie Savini? Good heavens, I never thought of that.
What's the matter, Mr. Morgan?
Who checked this wire before Marie went up?
Well, I usually do, but Enrico said he'd do it.
That's what I thought.
Enrico! He's the one who persuaded her to go up without a net.
Yes, he is. And he checked the wire.
You mean... Wait. Yes. Something else happened, too. The other day, I discovered the net was untied while Marie was practicing. Enrico blamed it on the hands who put it up.
That's not true. I supervised that myself. It was all tied perfectly. But Enrico ordered us out. He said he'd check everything himself.
And then he untied the net. Mr. Morgan!
Come on. Let's find Enrico. Enrico, we want to... Enrico, what's the matter?
Nothing, my friend. Everything is all right now.
Enrico, you killed her.
When I was a little boy, Morgan, a priest once told me that revenge brought no satisfaction. But it does, Morgan. It does. That's why you find me smiling, laughing, yes. Yes, Morgan. I killed Marie Savini as I could not kill her father. And now my son's death is avenged.
The Whistler will be back with a strange ending of tonight's tale in just a moment. Meantime, here's a timely reminder about two important parts on your car, your transmission and differential. Because these gears need their lubricant changed only once every 5,000 miles, they're often forgotten. And then here's what happens. Tiny bits of metal are pulverized by the tremendous pressure of the gears, and the lubricant gradually becomes a gritty, grinding abrasive that can cause costly damage. That's why now, when you take your car to your Signal gasoline dealer to have him lubricated for winter protection, it's a good time to also have him change the transmission and differential lubricant. His famous safety signal chart shows the exact type of Signal lubricant the maker of your car prescribed to give your expensive gears maximum protection. Incidentally, If your old windshield wiper is leaving blurring streaks on your windshield, your Signal gasoline dealer has just received a fresh stock of the famous Rainmaster blades that will keep your vision clear through the rainy season. Helping you to go safely is just another way your Signal gasoline dealer is prepared to help you go farther. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Enrico had his revenge. He killed Marie Savini. At last, the hated name was wiped from the pages of the living. But wait, Enrico. What does this mean? The expression on the face of your friend Morgan.
Good Lord, Enrico, you don't know what you've done.
I've done what I had to do.
But you don't understand, Enrico. Savini never had a daughter.
What? What do you mean?
His child was a son. There never was a Marie Savini. I gave Marie that name.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Signal Oil program will bring you another strange tale by the Whistler. The Signal Oil program is broadcast for your entertainment by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil, and by your neighborhood Signal Oil dealer, who is at your service daily to keep your car running for the duration. The Signal Oil program, produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Hal Wexler and music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Bob Anderson speaking for your friend, the Signal Oil Company, and suggesting once again that you let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, stay tuned for the program that has rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Just like a man.
They presented a striking group, the three of them, chatting together in the airport waiting room. Sandra Haynes with her dark hair, her quiet, almost equally dark eyes. Her husband, Gordon Haynes, tall, handsomely groomed. And their friend of many years' standing, Peter Lacey. Peter had known Sandra first, and his attention to everything she said revealed an admiration that had grown stronger with the years. Sandra was flying east alone. Fact which seemed to concern Peter more than it did Gordon, her husband.
Flight 24, now boarding at gate 3. Flight 24, now boarding at gate 3.
Well, that's your plane. But I still can't understand it, Sandra, why you insist on dashing off alone this way and without your husband.
I didn't insist, Peter. Gordon was quite agreeable.
The dutiful husband. You reason with her, Peter. See how far you get. Or perhaps, Sandra, you'd prefer the company of a new and exciting escort.
I prefer exactly what I'm doing. And Peter scarcely fits the role of a new escort.
Neither new or exciting, huh?
I didn't say that, Peter. Oh, and by the way, Gordon, you will remember I'm staying at the St. Regis.
St. Regis, I'll remember. You see, Peter, she checks everything. The perfect wife.
And I've always said that.
Now, no more arguments. I have my ticket. I'm going alone. Besides, Gordon wants to look after some plans for selling the beach house. He has his week well mapped out.
Check.
And I'd have little time for either of you in New York.
Oh?
I have a date with that strange man.
Oh, Sandra.
Pierre, the beauty king. I'm going to have him do something about my hair.
You let him touch it, and I'll personally wring his neck.
Oh, hear that, Gordon. Seems not all gentlemen prefer blondes.
Sandra, you know perfectly well that I like you just as you are.
I know perfectly well that I'm changing from a brunette to a blonde. I'm having my hair bleached. Change is good for the soul. And for husbands.
Gordon, I'm ashamed of you.
It's her idea, not mine.
Passenger
No,
Haynes,
but
report at gate 3. Passenger Haynes, report at gate
Bye, Gordon.
3.
Kiss me. Take good care of my husband for me, Peter.
I will. And you take care of yourself. And stay away from Pierre.
Oh,
I'll
no.
make certain your bags have been checked aboard, dear.
What do you mean? They're already
Go
on the
ahead,
plane.
Peter. You check the bags.
Check the bag. Oh, of course, right away.
And you can kiss me goodbye again, Gordon. Kiss me. And tell me you're going to miss me very much.
Sure, Sandra. You know I am. I'm going to miss you very much.
Just like a husband. Can't say it himself. Has to be reminded.
After all, Sandra, the important thing...
I know, but you said it. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, Sandra. Happy landings.
You're a fortunate man, aren't you, Gordon? Sandra is very much in love with you, isn't she? The attractive and wealthy wife of Gordon Haynes. Yes, the marriage does have its compensations. But somehow they don't always seem quite enough, do they? No. And that's why in driving home with Peter, you suggest a nightcap. Excuse yourself for a moment and slip to the back of the cocktail lounge in the privacy of a telephone booth.
Hello?
Vicky, Gordon.
Oh, darling, I've been waiting. It seemed ages.
Yeah, for me, too. Look, I can't talk long now, but she's gone. Be out of town for about a week. We'll be able to get together.
Will you call me tomorrow? First thing?
No need. We'll make it the usual place, around 2 o'clock, all right?
Oh, I wish it could be sooner.
2 o'clock, Vicky. I'll see you then.
I'll be waiting. Bye.
Goodbye, darling. Sorry, Peter. You order for her?
Mm-hmm. Double scotch and soda. Thought you might need it when I tell you what's on my mind.
You look awfully serious, Pete.
I am serious. About Sandra. Oh, not as you might think. I'm just the same old friend. But at least my loyalty hasn't shifted.
What are you driving at?
How about you, Gordon? Better check your directions, don't you think? I mean, when you're heading for trouble. And Vicky Leiden.
Vicky? What do you know about her?
Only everything. I know something else, Gordon. You better stay away from her.
Now, wait a minute.
You wait a minute and listen. I know you married Sandra for her money.
Oh, I don't see where that...
It interests me because I don't happen to need her money, and you do.
So?
I also happen to be in love with her. I always have, though I'm sure she doesn't realize it. You don't love her.
You're jumping at conclusions.
Maybe. But whether you married her for just her money or not, I think enough of her to see that you give her her money's worth or step out of the picture. That all? I mean it, Gordon. Stop seeing Vicky or get out of Sandra's life. From now on, I'm making this my business.
During rehearsal this evening, I couldn't help thinking about an old schoolmate of mine. Tom was sort of a sluggish guy, never much pep or ambition, until he started going around with Mary. And then, what a change. Mary seemed to bring out the best in him. Soon Tom was going around with new spring in his stride, new sparkle in his glance. Incidentally, Tom and Mary have been married for years now, and you've never seen a happier couple. You're undoubtedly wondering what made me bring that up on Signal's program. Well, simply this. A wonderful change like that usually comes over the average car after it starts going around with Signal Ethyl, the premium quality gasoline engineered to bring out the best in any car. Motors that used to before starting get going like a covey of scared quail with Signal Ethyl. Cars that used to be sluggish as molasses display peppy pickup and power with Signal Ethyl. And cars that used to ping and balk on hills take them like the man on the flying trapeze with Signal Ethyl. Doesn't that sound like the kind of performance you'd enjoy? Then why not go around with Signal Ethyl, at least for a few tankfuls? See if the way this super fuel brings out the best in your car doesn't make you want to stay married to Signal Ethyl for always.
It came as a surprise, didn't it, Gordon? In a few quiet, direct words from Peter Lacey. He knows about Vicky Lyden and is certain to tell your wife, Sandra, everything unless you fall into line. And that's why you're nervous, on edge the next afternoon. Because you have to keep your rendezvous with Vicky and try to explain. You're thankful that you've made a habit of meeting her in an out-of-the-way place. A roadside inn some miles from Malibu Beach, in the summer home that you and Sandra recently purchased. But with the knowledge of Peter's watchdog tactics, you're not at all relaxed talking to Vicky.
I tell you, Vicky, we can't see one another anymore. It's all off. I shouldn't even be here now.
Only to tell me to get lost, is that it?
You know it isn't that. Look, Vicky, after a while...
After a while, or a month, or a year, it'll be the same. Hiding, secret meetings, wondering if every other person we see is watching us.
What can I do about it?
You could go to Sandra and tell her about us.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, all right, I know. You're not the guardian of the money bags.
That's a crude way of putting it.
Why bother putting it any other way? It's true. All right, Gordon.
What are you going to do?
Me? I don't know. I suppose I could run out and jump off a bridge. Instead, I'll just do the usual. I'll wait.
You're okay, Vicky.
You think so? Well, I don't. I think I'm all wrong. I think I might be lucky enough to get you out of my system someday. Think you're the heel that you are. But I don't think that yet. So I'll wait.
I'll call you, Vicky, soon.
Sure.
Right now, I'd better get back to town. Can't tell who might walk in here.
Yes, I know. Goodbye, Gordon.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
That car outside, just pulling away. Lacey. It's Lacey's car. He saw us together.
Well, so what? Isn't he the one who knows all about it?
You don't understand. He won't wait now.
Wait?
He'll tell Sandra. He'll tell her everything.
Oh, maybe not. Now, calm down, Gordon. And drive slow on your way back to town.
Yeah. Thanks, Vicky. I'll take care of myself. Don't worry.
Driving back to town, you watch the mirror constantly and scan the side roads. No sign of Peter Lacey, is there, Gordon? And yet as the miles hum past, you begin to sense the only answer to the situation. Whether Peter saw you or not, he's a threat, and he will eventually tell Sandra about Vicky. And when he does, Sandra will divorce you, and you will be penniless unless you stop him. And somehow the car you're driving provides the answer to that, doesn't it? Yes, it's simple, isn't it? You can see it happening very clearly. Peter, a restaurateur, always arrives home late and alone. He always walks from his restaurant to his apartment. All you have to do is wait, your car motor idling. Roar forward at the proper time. It'll be over fast, and his threat will be ended forever. You decide to do it soon, tonight.
Now.
Hey, look out for this!
You're glad that it's over, aren't you, Gordon? You tell yourself that Peter probably doesn't know what hit him. And you almost wish he could have gotten a look at your face at the wheel of the car. But there's only time to hurry home now, and one more thing before you put the car away. Yes, you run one fender against the corner of the garage as you swing. The paint from the garage marks the dented area badly, doesn't it? No question how the car was damaged, just in case. Entering the apartment, you're certain that you're completely in the clear. And then...
Hello?
Hello, Gordon. Peter Lacey.
Peter?
I'm calling from the restaurant. Had to stay quite late.
Why, yes, it's past 2.
Gordon, my boy, I'm not going to play ball with you any longer. You see, I went for a drive today down near Malibu.
I see.
I warned you, old man.
You're going to tell Sandra, is that what you're trying to say?
That's it, Gordon. She'll be back Friday, won't she?
Yes.
I thought I'd give you plenty of warning.
A real pal, aren't you? You're certainly not thinking of Sandra's feelings in
I
that...
think I am. Anyway, that's it. Do what you like. Oh, in case you do decide that you can't face her, well, I'll be at the airport to meet her. You don't have to bother.
The sound of his voice on the telephone hit you like an electric shock, didn't it, Gordon? And then the realization swept over you. You'd killed the wrong man. Yes, Peter Lacey is still very much alive. And now you're certain he'll tell Sandra the truth about you and Vicky. That will end everything, won't it? Sandra will divorce you, and you can't bear the thought of being penniless again. No, somehow you've got to prevent that divorce. Find a way to hold on to Sandra's wealth. It's on your mind all that evening and the next day. And by nightfall, you've decided what you must do.
Yes?
May I speak with Mrs. Haynes, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Haynes is away. This is Mr. Haynes. Help you?
Oh, yes. This is Ralph Jameson. I have a real estate office in Santa Monica. Your wife spoke to me a couple of weeks ago about the beach house in Malibu.
Oh, yes, I remember.
She said if I found a buyer and the price was right, you might sell.
That's right.
Well, I do have a buyer, a man and his wife from the East. I'd like to show them the place if you don't mind.
I see.
If you're going to be home for a while, I could drive over and pick up the key.
No, I was just going out, Mr. Jameson. But tell you what, I'd planned on going down to the cottage next day or so. Suppose I give you a call when I get there. You can bring the people over.
Why, that'll be fine, Mr. Haynes. Fine. Thank you.
The beach house, Gordon. You hadn't thought of it before. A perfect place, lonely, quiet. Just the thing for what you have in mind. As you think about it, a plan begins to take shape. Step by step, you know exactly what you're going to do. And with Sandra's death, her estate will go to you, won't it, Gordon? You'll never have to worry about money or Peter again. And you'll have Vicky, too. An hour later, you arrive at the Malibu beach house. Let yourself in. You stand for a moment in the outer hall. Look into the living room bathed in moonlight. The furniture covered with white sheets, just as you left it when you closed the house. It's a weird, ghostly sight, isn't it, Gordon? Then as you snap on the hall light.
Hello, Gordon.
Sandra.
I thought I heard a car pull up outside.
What are you doing here?
I wanted to do some thinking, Gordon. Alone, before talking to you.
But, Sandra, I wasn't expecting you. How did you get here?
Peter met me at the airport.
Peter? You let Peter know you were coming back early? Why?
You may as well know, Gordon. Peter called me in New York. Told me some things that made me want to cut my trip a little short.
He called you. Why?
He's a good friend, Gordon. He met me at the airport a few hours ago. Told me all about you and Vicky Leiden.
Oh, now look, Sandra.
Don't deny it, Gordon. I knew, without Peter ever saying a word, I knew I'd lost you to someone. All he supplied was the lady's name.
Sandra, you haven't lost me. It's ridiculous.
I'm the one who's ridiculous, Gordon. I took this trip because I thought it might help us. Well, absence, you know. I even got a full new beauty treatment for you. Had my hair bleached blonde. Thinking maybe a new Sandra might interest you. Or did you notice?
Well, of course I noticed. You look very nice as a blonde.
Thank you.
Sandra, has it occurred to you Peter might be lying? He's been in love with you for years, you know.
Has he?
Well, of course. He'd do anything to break us up so he could marry you, or maybe this is repetitious to you. Maybe Peter told you this himself when he drove you down here.
He didn't drive me out here. I borrowed his car, drove out myself, alone.
You have his car?
That's right. You know, Gordon, what you said about Peter's love for me interests me. I've always been very fond of him. And perhaps I shall marry him. After our divorce.
You watch Sandra as she turns away, hurries back up the stairs, and then a moment later you hear the bedroom door close. Her sudden appearance at the beach house has startled you, and for a moment her driving out in Peter's car poses a problem. But you quickly see a way to turn that problem to your advantage. Slowly you move to the hall table, pick up the small antique clock with the marble base, and start slowly up the stairs after her. Sandra is seated at the vanity table, brushing her newly bleached hair. For a moment, your eyes meet in the mirror, then she looks away. Holding the heavy base clock behind your back, you move up behind her.
I don't care to discuss this any further, Gordon. I'm turning the matter over to my attorney in the morning.
I don't think so, Sandra.
What's that? Gordon!
I don't think you're going to do anything. Sandra!
You step back as she slumps over the vanity table. Then slowly she crumbles to the floor, her arms sweeping the tabletop clean. You stare at the lifeless body at your feet, the overturned powder box, the hairpins lying beside her on the floor. You hadn't expected it to happen this quickly, had you, Gordon? But Sandra's early return from the east speeded up your timetable. Now you're thinking clearly again. You'll put Sandra's body in Peter's car, drive it down the beach highway, and push it over the cliff. An accident, Gordon, in Peter's car, and you'll be in the clear. As you hurry from the house and start toward the garage, you're suddenly aware of footsteps close by.
Hello? Hello, that you, Mr. Haynes?
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Morton.
Oh, just out for a walk. Saw the light. Thought I'd investigate.
Hello there, fella. How are you?
Folks gonna move back in, Mr. Haynes?
No, I just came down to open up the house for a real estate agent. We're thinking of selling.
Oh. How's Mrs. Haynes?
Fine, just fine. She's in the east. Or rather, I should say on her way back now. Been visiting relatives.
Oh, here now. That's enough of that. Stop it, Ranger. You hear? Confound it, what's gotten into that dog? Now, stop it, Ranger. Here, come here, boy. Come here. That's a boy. Come on, we better be getting back home. Mother'll be wondering what's happened to us. Well, good night, Mr. Haynes.
Good night. Oh, nice to have seen you again.
Yeah. Come on, Ranger, come on.
You watch Morton and his dog disappear into the darkness. Wonder whether the howls of his dog made him suspicious that something was wrong. Whether he saw Sandra when she arrived. Mr. Morton could ruin everything, couldn't he, Gordon? But after a few minutes, you decide you've nothing to fear. That Mr. Morton was quite sincere in his friendly questions. You've no choice anyway. You must carry out your plan for disposing of Sandra's body and making her death seem accidental. Quickly, you enter the house, stop at the hall closet, pick up the vacuum cleaner and some dust rags. You've got to go over the bedroom very carefully, Gordon, inch by inch. Make certain you don't leave any sign that would indicate Sandra was here at the beach house tonight. A half hour later, the bedroom is as neat as a pin. You carry Sandra's body to the garage, place it in Peter's car, then back out and drive down the highway. A few miles from the house, you turn off the road, drive to the edge of the cliff overlooking the sea, ease Sandra behind the wheel. And then, leaving the keys in, the switch on, the car in gear, you get out and release the brake. Standing at the edge of the road, you look down. Watch Peter's car sink slowly in the shallow water at the base of the cliff. Then you return to the beach and try to sleep.
Good morning. You Gordon Haynes?
Yes. What is it, officer?
Name's Slade, Sheriff's Office. May I come in?
Oh, of course. What's wrong?
Afraid I have some bad news, Mr. Haynes. It's about your wife.
My wife? What's happened?
There was an accident last night. The car she was driving went off the cliff a few miles down the road.
No.
She's dead, Mr. Haynes. Killed instantly.
Sandra? Dead?
Yes. When did you see her last, Mr. Haynes?
About a week ago at the airport. She went east for a visit.
You mean she wasn't here last night?
No, I didn't even know she was in town. I wasn't expecting her plane until this evening.
I see. Tell me, Mr. Haynes, how well do you know a man named Peter Lacey?
Fairly well. He's really a friend of Sandra's. Known her for years. Why do you ask?
She was driving his car when the accident happened.
Peter's car? I don't
According
understand.
to his story, he picked her up at the airport around 7 o'clock last night. They had a drink, and then she asked to borrow his car. Said she wanted to drive down here to the beach house.
Well, I wonder why.
Lacey didn't seem to know.
Well, that's strange. She had no way of knowing I'd be here.
You hadn't told anyone?
Well, no, I didn't decide to come down here until late last night after I got a phone call from the real estate agent in Santa Monica.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to show the house to a client.
I see. Mr. Haynes, how long does it generally take to drive out here from town?
Oh, an hour, I'd say.
Lacey says your wife left him a few minutes before 8. She said she was driving directly out here to the beach house. That means she should have arrived around 9 or so.
That's right.
Yet you say she didn't arrive at all, and the accident occurred sometime after 10.
Well, she could have stopped for a bite to eat somewhere along the way, I suppose. See here, what are you driving at?
Your wife's death, Mr. Haynes. We're calling it accidental for now.
I don't understand.
I mean the car might have been deliberately pushed off the cliff.
Pushed? You mean...
You said this Peter Lacey was a friend of your wife's. How, good a friend?
Well, as I told you, they'd known each other for years. Matter of fact, at one time, she was thinking of marrying Peter, and I came along and, well...
I see.
Good Lord, you're not suggesting that Peter had anything
I'm
to
not
do with...
suggesting anything, Mr. Haynes. But I certainly want to have another talk with Mr. Lacey. A nice, long talk.
The cheapest battery you can buy is the battery that costs the least per day. And when it comes to low cost per day, none can beat Signal Deluxe, the extra long life battery, guaranteed for a full 30 months on a service basis. Here's the reason Signal can guarantee these batteries for such an extraordinarily long time. Microporous all-rubber separators, considered the greatest battery improvement in 20 years, hold twice as much acid solution between the plates. As a result, Signal Deluxe batteries deliver up to 35% more power to take care of the many electrical gadgets on today's cars. Also, their new design all-rubber case means that your battery needs water less often. What more could a battery buyer ask? Unless it's a trade-in for your old battery, which Signal dealers give. Or liberal credit terms, which are available. So any way you look at it, if you need a new battery, it'll pay you to play safe. Buy the long, long life battery that guarantees you low, low cost per day. The Signal Deluxe battery.
It's turned out better than you expected, hasn't it, Gordon? Now that the police have turned their attention to Peter Lacey and suspect him of the murder of your wife, Sandra. Even if the police learn about Vicky Lyden, as they will after they talk with Peter, you can deny his accusations. It's your word against his now. And you're sure his accusations will sound like a desperate attempt to cover his own guilt. You return to your apartment, wait in town for some further word. Then finally that evening you have another visit from Slade of the sheriff's office.
Tell me, Slade, you had your talk with Peter Lacey?
Yes. Persistent fellow, that Lacey. He's been saying all along that your wife did show up at the beach house last night.
And I tell you she didn't. Surely you can take my word for it.
We'll let the test decide, Mr. Haynes.
Test?
Mm-hmm. We found some interesting things at the beach house, including a picture of your wife.
What's that got to do with it?
Mr. Lacey says it's quite a recent picture of her. Shows her as a brunette.
Well?
Mr. Lacey says your wife had her hair bleached blonde before she came back from New York yesterday.
Well, I still don't see what that proves.
It proves that your wife was at the beach house last night, Mr. Haynes. You see, we found a few strands of hair, bleached blonde hair, and several hairpins. You know, you did a pretty good job of cleaning up that beach house. But you forgot one little thing.
Forgot?
Uh-huh. You forgot the vacuum cleaner. That's where we found the bleached blonde hair and hairpins. Yeah, just like a man. When you got through using it, you didn't think to empty the dust bag.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. This month, throughout America, churchmen of all faiths are calling special attention to the part religion plays in building and preserving our American way of life. Religion is one of the freedoms our forefathers fought for, one which today more than ever needs not only our protection, but our active support. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, George Neese, Virginia Gregg, and John Daner. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at the same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. End of the road.
It was night on Fountain Avenue in Hollywood, but the darkness was pierced with shafts of light from police car spotlights, and there was a crowd pushing forward, babbling excitedly, turning the usually quiet residential section into a bedlam. A siren wailed as another police car swung around the corner and ground to a stop, and its uniformed occupants leaped out, ready for action. And it was about that time that Doris Chandler pushed her way to the front of the crowd.
Pardon me, please.
Close enough to hear the conversation of the officers, intent on the small white bungalow now bathed in the searchlights.
That's Yeager.
It was then, wasn't it, Doris, that
Yeager?
you heard the name
Sure.
of the criminal they'd
Yeah.
trapped inside? As an officer explained to one who had just arrived.
It's Yeager, Mac. Steve Yeager.
The cop killer?
Right. We got a telephone tip on him about half an hour ago.
You're sure he's inside, huh?
The boys in the first squad car got a look at him through the window. They put in the alarm when he started throwing slugs.
Armed, huh? This won't be easy.
We'll wait him out and then try tear gas. You got the loudspeaker ready, Dave?
All set. Go ahead.
Attention, Yeager. Steve Yeager. This is a warning. Come out on the front porch. Throw your gun away. You haven't a chance. The house and the entire block are surrounded. Yeager, this is a final warning. Come out and throw your gun away. We'll give you 1 minute. 1 minute, Yeager, to decide.
It's all you need to hear, isn't it, Doris? Then you ease back through the crowd, hurry from the scene to your own apartment only a few blocks away. It's all over for Steve Yeager, you're certain. And the money, Steve's money, hidden in your apartment, will belong to you now. Yes, a fitting reward for your cleverness in phoning in that anonymous tip to the police. Safely inside your apartment, you lower the shades and smile to yourself as you think of what's happening to Steve just a few short blocks away. And then...
Yes?
Hi, sis. It's me, Charlie.
Oh, Charlie. Glad you called.
Just wanted to make sure my little sister's okay.
Why wouldn't I be?
Haven't you heard? It's on the radio, Steve Yeager.
Steve? What about him?
Oh, it's all right. Nothing to worry about. Only I didn't even know the guy was in town. They got him trapped in a house someplace, the cops.
Steve Yeager? Trapped?
Uh-huh. Good thing he didn't get in touch with you in any way, Doris. You'd have been implicated. He, didn't contact you when he hit town?
Of course not. You know how I feel about him, Charlie?
Uh-huh. But it was different in Seattle. You were pretty fond of him.
Look, I don't like cop killers.
Or payroll thieves.
Now, look, Charlie, if you called me up to...
Easy, sis. I told you I just wanted to make sure you were okay. Not involved.
Well, I'm not.
And brother Charlie's happy. Nothing to worry about.
No, you can go back to sleep.
Wait a minute.
What?
Sis, listen. Keep your apartment dark. Don't answer the door for anybody.
What is it?
On the radio. They just announced that Steve Yeager gave the police the slip. He's on the loose again.
Your hand trembles as you hang up the phone, Doris. Your brother Charlie's warning seems unreal, doesn't it? Like something from a terrible nightmare. Steve Yeager, the man you double-crossed, told the police about, has escaped. And you know that he'll head straight to you. Yes, Doris. You lied when you told your brother you hadn't seen or heard from Steve Yeager, didn't you? Because every bit of the more than $50,000 he got from that payroll job he pulled in Seattle is in your apartment at this very moment. Because Steve thought it would be safe with you. You look out past the drawn window shades. The street outside appears quiet and empty. Then your heart seems to stop dead still. The kitchen. Someone there. And you recall that you left the back door unlocked.
Doris? Miss Chandler, are you home, dear?
Oh, Mrs. Fabian.
Yes, dear. I just had to come over, see if you'd heard. Goodness, there's been some shooting by the police, right in our neighborhood.
Shooting? They killed someone?
Oh, I don't think so, dear. It's a criminal. They said on the radio he gave the police the slip. A killer. He shot an officer in Seattle a few months ago.
I see.
It's on the radio. Don't you want to turn it on, dear?
No. I've got to go out. My brother called. He isn't well. I've got to go over there.
Oh, you're not going out, dear, alone.
I'm not afraid. I'll take the car. I just won't sleep until I see that Charles is all right.
Oh, of course, but do be careful, child. Goodness, a killer walking the streets.
You get on home, Mrs. Fabian. Keep the house locked.
Oh, don't worry, I will. Good night, dear.
Good night.
You see your neighbor out the back door. Lock it after her, and then quickly hurry to the bedroom and pack a small traveling case. And the last thing before closing the bag, you take the money Steve left, put it in the bag with your clothing. A moment later, you slip quietly out the back door, hurry to the garage, and lift the door.
Hello, Doris. Baby.
Steve.
I've been waiting for you. Didn't think you'd want to go anyplace without me.
One evening recently, while doubling in the role of babysitter, I was telling our neighbor's little son about Santa Claus, how Santa comes all the way down from the North Pole non-stop. Gosh, Marvin, the little fella exclaimed, Santa Claus must use that famous Go Farther gasoline like Daddy does. Well, reluctantly, I had to admit that Santa uses a sleigh powered by reindeer, but if Santa did use an automobile, you can bet he'd be interested in Signal's good mileage. And since Santa knows quality, he'd certainly appreciate Signal's quick cold weather starting, Signal's lively pickup, Signal's smooth as skating power. That's why you can put Marvin Miller on record as saying if Santa ever trades Prancer and Dancer and Under and Blitzen for a car, I predict Mr. Claus will power it with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
It was a terrible moment, wasn't it, Doris? When you opened the garage door and saw Steve Yeager, the killer who'd stolen $50,000 in Seattle. The criminal who turned the money he took over to you for safekeeping. The man you double-crossed by tipping the police off to his presence in the area. And now he stands there smiling coldly. And you're certain that it's all over, that he's going to kill you. And you're certain, too, that he's guessed it was you who called the police. Your mind struggles for an excuse, doesn't it, Doris? Something to say to Steve by way of explanation. But nothing comes from your lips. And then you realize that he's speaking and nodding toward the car.
Come on, I said, in the car. We're getting out of here.
Steve, you don't think that
Save it. Get in the car. You got the keys?
Right here.
Go ahead, start it. Hey, the dame next door, she came over. What'd you tell her?
I said I was going to visit my brother. I was, Steve. I heard about you on the radio, thought the police would tie me in with it. I thought if I took the money and hid out until I heard from you...
Sure.
It's the truth, Steve. Here. See, I have the money here in this bag.
Let's have a look. That part adds up, Doris. Nice of you to keep it for me.
Steve, you've got to believe me.
Maybe I will, Doris. Maybe I will. Right now, just keep quiet and drive. Go out Sunset towards Beverly Hills.
Sure, Steve. Don't worry. I'll help you.
I know you will, baby. I know you will.
His manner terrifies you, doesn't it, Doris? And you can't believe for a moment that he's satisfied with your explanation. Driving out Sunset Boulevard, you make up your mind. The police must get Steve Yeager before he gets you. At a stoplight at the corner of Sunset and Doheny, there's a slight grade. Just enough to make your car roll back when you stop for the red light. You notice, too, that parked on the opposite corner is a police car. Perfect. Carefully, you ease your foot off the brake pedal. Let the car roll back toward the one in the rear.
Hey, take it easy.
We've lost bumpers.
Oh, you little fool. I'll see what I can do.
It's a tense few moments, isn't it, Doris? Steve back trying to free the two cars. You wondering if you can reach the police, or if you dare call out to them. And then you notice that one of them has started across the street to see what's wrong.
Hey there!
He calls out suddenly as Steve gets back in your car. Hastily, Steve shoves you aside, slips behind the steering wheel himself.
Steve, an officer, he's yelling at us.
We're not waiting for him. But shut up, will you? We're getting out of here now. Hey! Stop!
rearview mirror, you can see the police officer running for his car across the street. He's going to make a chase out of it. And a glance at Steve Yeager tells you that he isn't going to quit easily, doesn't it, Doris? The cars race along Sunset at terrifying speeds, their tires screeching. You beg Steve to stop, to give up.
Steve, he's gaining. Stop it. We'll both be killed.
Hang on. We're not beat yet. Let him try that.
Steve, he didn't make it. He went on past.
Yeah, he'll be back. But it gives us time, baby. Time to swing in. Here.
You sit beside Steve Yeager in frightened silence. You're parked in the dark, winding driveway of a huge mansion, aren't you, Doris? With Steve taking a chance that the police car will miss you and race on past. And then, a moment later...
Yeah, there he goes. I told you, baby. We're not through.
You ride in silence for several miles and realize that Steve has pointed the car out toward the valley. And then you look over at him and notice the blood on his hand.
Steve, your hand.
Huh? Oh, it's from my shoulder. Those cops nicked me as I was going over a fence.
It ought to be attended to, Steve. A bullet wound.
Okay, so we have it taken care of. Lonely enough section out here. Yeah, a little ranch house looks deserted enough. Now we'll see if there's anybody inside. Oh, yeah.
There's a light.
Yeah. Come on, up on the porch. Somebody home, all right. And quite alone.
Steve is pleased, isn't he, Doris? You move up beside him until you can see through the window. There's a young man sitting at a desk inside. He's puffing slowly on a pipe, staring at the typewriter before him.
All right, baby. You know what to say.
He's coming.
Oh, good evening.
Hello. Our car is stalled out front. May we use your telephone?
Oh, why, of course. Come in. Come in.
Thanks.
Hey, now, look here, old man. What...
Shut the door, baby.
What do you think of your... Oh, a gun.
Yeah, one that says you're going to be a good boy.
Definitely a good boy. Look, if it's money you want...
It isn't.
Oh, thank heavens for that.
You alone?
Alone? Yes, quite alone.
That's fine. Do as I say and you won't get hurt. Doris, draw the blinds. Go on.
All right.
Where's the phone?
It's right behind you on the table.
Got an extension?
In a little place like this? That's absurd.
Yeah, I guess it is at that. I'll sit right here where I can keep my eye on that phone. You stay away from it, even if it rings, understand?
Perfectly.
Good. I suppose you get some hot water and something that'll do for bandages.
Bandages? Oh, a third member of the party, huh? Perhaps lying mortally wounded in the car outside. Yes, I see.
You don't see. Get moving.
Later, Doris, as you dress the wound in Steve's shoulder, you glance from time to time at the tall young man standing by quietly, watching you. There's the faint trace of a smile on his lips. He seems calm, unafraid. And you're certain that if he were given the opportunity, he could overpower Steve. He's your one hope, Doris.
What do you do, Junior?
Do? Oh, I write.
What do you write?
The crime doesn't pay sort of thing.
Any good?
Not very.
What's your name? Maybe I read some of your stuff.
Oh, I don't think you have, but my name is Anton Gray.
Sounds like something off a color chart.
It isn't phony, if that's what you mean.
Anton Gray, huh? Hey, you ever hear of him, baby?
No, I never have.
I guess we... Hey, take it easy.
Sorry?
You about through with that?
Yep, just about.
Hey, you got any beer, Anton?
No, but there's some sherry in the decanter there.
Get it.
Yes, of course.
You might see about getting something to eat.
Cold corned beef's all I have.
That'll do.
All right, Steve, how does that feel?
Oh, fine. Just fine, baby.
A glass of sherry, dear lady?
No, thank you.
Yeah. Here you are, old man.
Thanks. Now, the grub, huh?
Yes, right. Won't be a moment.
I'd better help him, Steve.
Yeah, sure, baby. You do that. But leave the kitchen door open, huh?
Steve, you don't think that
Just leave the door open.
Can I, help?
No, I can manage. It's a rather interesting chap, your friend,
My friend?
isn't he?
I never saw him before in my life.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just naturally
He
assumed...
jumped into my car, forced me to drive away.
I see. Bread's in the box there. Do you mind?
Anton,
Yeah?
he's badly wounded. Weak.
So?
We could overpower him. It'd be easy if you...
Forget it.
What?
Don't let this cool, calm exterior fool you. I'm not a very brave man, really.
You're afraid of him.
Hey, we haven't got all night, baby. Hurry it up.
Okay, Steve.
And you're not afraid of him, huh?
Neither of us has to be.
He has a gun. That automatically makes me a coward.
Listen to me. If I can draw his attention, you could slip up behind.
Sorry, I am not the type.
What are you two yakking about in there? Let's get going with the grub.
Hey, mustard or mayonnaise, old man?
Anton's not going to help you, is he, Doris? And your one last chance of getting away from Steve has vanished. But later in the living room, a surprising thing happens. Anton casually wanders over to a table near the front window, picks up a cigarette, and then slowly starts to edge toward the fireplace. And suddenly you realize what he's going for, the poker lying on the hearth. Quickly, you dig into your purse for a pack of cigarettes and offer one to Steve.
Thanks, baby.
As you extend your cigarette lighter, you see Anton pick up the poker, start to raise it over his head. In 3 short steps, he can reach Steve, can't he, Doris? You hold your breath, but Anton doesn't move. And then Steve leans back in his chair, blows a cloud of smoke toward the ceiling.
Anton.
Yes?
Got any coffee?
Coffee? Yes.
Hop to it.
Yes, of course.
Your heart sinks as you watch Anton replace the poker on the hearth, drag himself slowly back to the kitchen. A moment later, you follow him.
Why didn't you do it? Why?
I couldn't. I couldn't move.
His back was turned. You could have easily...
I know, but I kept thinking, suppose I miss. He'd have killed me.
He'll kill us anyway.
But he said...
You believe him? Look, Anton, he's a killer. What good are we to him now? All he wants to do is get away, and he won't leave anyone around to tip off the police, don't you see?
Perhaps he'll just go away.
Anton, listen to me. We've got to get him before he gets us.
No, I can't.
Not even for $50,000?
What?
He's got $50,000 on him, I know. If you were to knock him out, we could have the money. Share it.
$50,000?
Yes.
$50,000?
The two of us. And we'd share it. No one would ever know.
He stares at you for a moment, then throws a quick glance towards Steve sitting in the living room. And you're almost certain he'll do as you say now. Yes, that he'll be willing to take a chance for a share of the $50,000. Back in the other room with Steve, you watch Anton closely. Know he's struggling to make up his mind. Finally, you see him edge toward the fireplace again. You know you've won. To draw Steve's attention away from Anton, you reach over and accidentally upset the sugar bowl.
Oh,
Anton
sorry.
leaps across the room and brings the poker down hard.
You've done it, Anton. You've done it.
He's not...
Dead? No, you'd better hit him again.
What?
Hit him again.
No. I'm going to call the police.
The police? No, you've got to kill him. He'd tell them about the money.
Money? I don't want any part of it. I'm sorry if you thought I...
So that's it. An honest man.
Disappointed?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Well, now, wait a minute.
Get back. I have the gun now. You'll do as I say.
Yes. Yes, of course.
Tie him up, hands behind his back. Use his belt.
Whatever you say.
First, reach into his inside coat pocket. The money's there.
Oh, yes, so it is.
Give it to me.
$50,000. That's a lot of money, isn't it?
Give it to me, I said.
Here you are.
Now tie him up. His feet, too. That lamp cord will do fine.
Yes, of course.
And then I'll trouble you for your car keys.
I'm afraid you'll have to trouble the finance company.
What?
Well, you see, my financial status being what it is.
You're lying.
Look, the carport's right alongside the house. Look out of the window. You can see for yourself. Quite empty.
All right.
You drove up here in a car, though, didn't you?
So we did. But unfortunately, we had an accident, and the police have a description of my car. However, now that I think of it, I don't imagine it'll make much difference. It's night, foggy. And if I do get stopped, I can always tell them that Steve kidnapped me, forced me to help him make his getaway.
Oh, well, they're sure to believe it. I did. At first.
Hurry up with that, will you?
Well, his hands are tied securely. How his feet?
Oh, never mind. Where does that door lead to?
Closet.
Good. Drag him in there. Hurry up! All right. Now inside. Both of you.
Yes, as you say, dear lady. Oh, there we are.
I hope you'll be quite comfortable.
It'll be the first time I've ever spent an evening in a dark closet, but I imagine I'll manage. Let me see. Yes, I have enough cigarettes.
Good. I should kill you both, but this way I won't face a murder rap. Besides, all I need is a half-hour start. Nobody'll ever think of looking for me where I'm going.
Yes, I'm sure you're very clever. By the way, is there a reward for this chap?
There is. You might claim it.
I shall. Is there a reward for you, too?
No, not me. So long, sucker. Have fun with the reward they give you for the capture of Jaeger.
Want to make a bet? I'll bet that one of your most faithful friends has been completely left off your Christmas list. Your car. Christmas, you know, is really a swell excuse to give the faithful chariot some of those things it's been needing. Things that'll pay you back later in extra driving pleasure. What's more, your signal dealer has just what Santa ordered. For instance, rugged new tires by Lee of Conshohocken to replace your smooth, dangerous old tires. Powerful new Signal Deluxe batteries, guaranteed a full 30 months on a service basis. Or how about a set of new Champion or AC spark plugs for quicker cold weather starting and more pep? These are just a few accessories from your signal dealer's complete line, which includes windshield wipers, fan belts, radiator hose, light bulbs, polishes, and many other items. You see, signal service stations are much more than just headquarters for the famous Go Farther gasoline. In addition, each signal dealer carries a complete line of fine quality automotive accessories to help your car run better, look better, and last longer.
The fog that had settled over the Los Angeles area during the night had lifted now, and the morning sun was shining as Lieutenant Avery of the Los Angeles Police stepped out of the hospital room and walked down the quiet corridor. As he reached the elevator, a young man, a member of the local press, came forward to meet him.
Okay, Lieutenant. She must be pretty important for you to come all the way down here. Who is she?
Doris Chandler.
Chandler?
Uh-huh.
The woman Steve Jaeger kidnapped last night? Hey, what goes?
She was involved in a traffic accident, only she wasn't kidnapped.
Was she hurt bad?
She'll be around here for some time, the doc says. But she'll recover in time to stand trial as Jaeger's accomplishment. She had the $50,000 he stole with her in the car.
Well, how did you stop her?
We didn't. A truck smashed into the rear end of her car on Rosita Boulevard. It was a bad fog. Truck driver said he didn't see her in time to avoid the crash. No taillight on her car.
No taillight, huh? That's his story.
That checks all right. According to a report turned in by squad car officers, a Chandler woman's car was involved in a minor accident earlier last night. Witnesses said she deliberately backed into another car at Doheny and Sunset. That's when her taillight was smashed.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you, during this busy pre-holiday season, it's especially important to drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations, so that some avoidable accident doesn't mar your Merry Christmas. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman as the Whistler, Alice Reinhart, Jack Moyles, Ben Wright, Norma Varden, Herbert Litton, and Bob Bruce. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Steve Hampton, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at this same time next Sunday when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for our Miss Brooks starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Signal gasoline. Let every traffic signal remind you you do go farther with Signal. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood Signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, Danger is a beautiful blonde.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. Danger is our next-door neighbor through all the days of our lives. And sometimes we meet it in a most casual way. Take, for instance, Van Stevens, young, unmarried, an engineer with a construction company, temporarily employed on a defense job in a small coast city, and bored in his strange surroundings. It started casually that Saturday night after he came out of the movie. It was early, a beautiful night, and he had no desire to go back to the drab hotel room just yet. But there was no place else to go, so he just strolled down the main street of town, slowly, leisurely, pausing on a corner to light a cigarette and puff it slowly. He noticed the car because it was one of those big, slick-looking convertibles, the kind he wanted when the war ended. The second time it went by slowly, he saw her. She was very nice. Young, blonde, lovely. He waited. Back around the block she came, and this time she pulled up to the curb near him and stopped.
Hello?
Hello.
You've opened the door before, no doubt.
Oh. In other words, isn't it a beautiful night for a drive?
Well, isn't it?
Yes.
That's what I said.
You weren't going somewhere important?
No, not at the moment. In fact, I was faced with a rather gloomy prospect of going back to a lonely hotel room. And it is a beautiful night for a drive. I suppose it was on the golf course at Biarritz?
What?
Where we met.
That's as good a place as any.
Yeah, only I've never been there. But I have a good imagination. I remember so well those evenings at Monte Carlo when you'd say to me, Van, you must sit beside me at the casino tonight. You'll bring me luck. You called me Van in those days, remember? Never Mr. Stevens. And I used to call you... what was it I used to call you?
Well, it might have been darling, mightn't it?
Yes, might have been at that. Or maybe the mystery woman. Beautiful, fascinating, and unpredictable. Especially unpredictable.
That's not very flattering, Mr. Stevens. You might have said especially beautiful.
Yes, I might have. And meant it. Okay, you win. You're not only beautiful and fascinating and unpredictable, but you're too fast a worker for me. How come?
How come what?
All this.
You're not happy about taking a drive with me, Mr. Stevens?
I'm delirious, but why me?
Well, you're not unattractive, you know.
Yeah, but, baby, didn't your mother ever warn you about picking up strange men on the street?
My mother was rather unusual, Mr. Stevens. And she taught me that when I wanted something, there was only one thing to do. Go out and find it.
Okay. Who's kicking? Drive on, baby. Drive on.
Well, Van, you never know what's going to happen to you on a Saturday night in a strange town, do you? You relax on the upholstered seat of the convertible and watch this blonde young lady as she drives. It's just about too good to be true, especially when she pulls up in front of a beautiful home close to the sea, a regular mansion, and says...
Would you like a drink?
You're driving.
Come on. We'll go in.
This is the swankiest roadhouse I ever saw.
It's not a roadhouse. I live here. Come on.
Inside, it's even more unbelievable. This layout cost $100,000 anyway. There's probably twice that on the walls and art treasures. And as she helps you out of your topcoat, Van, you say...
Not a bad little place to hang a hat.
We like it.
Probably have 2 or 3 more scattered around the country?
No, just a cabin up at Anderson Lake.
I gather you're not worrying much about any wolves howling at your door.
Not that kind, anyway.
Touché. Hey, isn't that a Picasso?
Oh, you're interested in art, Mr. Stevens?
Oh, at times, yeah.
Well, then perhaps you'd like to take a look around. We have some very nice paintings scattered all over the house.
You think we can find our way without a guide?
There's no one else here, that's what you mean. We have only one servant left, and this is her night off.
Cozy, isn't it? Whole place to ourselves. All 50 rooms.
Oh, it's not that bad. We'll take a look as soon as we have that drink I promised you.
The tour starts. Room after room of rich furnishings. Only you're not thinking so much about the beauty on the walls, but more about the beauty walking beside you. Finally, you're standing in her room and she's saying...
I did this one all by myself. I studied interior decoration.
Very nice.
You're not looking at the room, Mr. Stevens.
I don't have to see a beautiful sight.
Thank you. May I excuse myself for just a minute?
Sure. Take your time.
So you relax on the satin-upholstered chaise longue. If this is a dream, you say to yourself, just let me go on dreaming forever. And then you open your eyes again, and there she is, but she's changed her clothes.
Sorry to take so long.
Okay. I see you changed into something more comfortable, as they say in the movies.
You like it?
What man wouldn't, baby? Nice perfume you wear, eh?
You like it?
I like everything about you.
I'm glad.
Come here. Oh, I like that, too.
You're not bad yourself, Mr. Stevens.
Don't go away, baby.
Well, you do something for me.
Anything you ask, baby.
Look under the bed over there.
Under the bed? Okay, I'll play games.
Just lift up the cover there.
Okay. Hey! I thought you said we were alone.
We are, Mr. Stevens. Because you see, the gentleman under the bed is quite dead.
With the prologue of tonight's story, Danger is a Beautiful Blonde, the Signal Oil Company brings you another of the strange tales of the Whistler. Now, before the story continues, a word about a boy who's mighty important to you. A boy in uniform. Maybe he's your kid brother, your son, your husband, or that friendly kid who lived down the street. Today, he's in a hospital in the Philippines, his shattered arm in a cast. But a Red Cross worker is writing the letter he wants to send home. Or he's been wounded on the battlefront and is receiving a life-saving transfusion of blood plasma secured by the Red Cross. Or he's a prisoner of war in a German camp and, oh, so grateful for the boxes of food furnished by the Red Cross. Yes, in 100 ways, our boys in uniform depend on the services of the Red Cross. And because the calls for those services are greater than ever today, the Red Cross needs your help more than ever. Give all you can now during the remaining Red Cross week. And when you do, remember, you're not giving to the Red Cross. You're giving to the most deserving guy you know, G.I. Joe. And by the way, there's another friendly way you can make life more pleasant for our G.I. Joes right here at home. When you're driving and you see a serviceman on leave waiting for a ride, pick him up. Remember, short lifts make longer leaves. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Van Stevens, you really got yourself into something, didn't you? And not exactly what you expected. A strange girl picks you up on the street, takes you to her swank home, leads you to expect something romantic, and then shows you a dead man hidden under her bed. And now she's saying to you...
All you have to do is help me hide him permanently.
You mean you want...
The place out in the garden with some newly turned earth wouldn't be noticed. But I'm not much good at digging graves.
Baby, you can count me out. I don't know how this guy happens to have a hole in his head, and I'm not asking any questions, but count me out on any part of it.
You said you'd do anything for me.
Yeah, but I don't go off the deep end for any woman. Oh, no, lady, pardon me, but I'll be seeing you.
I think you better wait, Mr. Stevens.
Oh. Yeah, I see what you mean. I didn't think there was enough to that outfit you're wearing to hide a gun.
I warn you, I know how to use it.
How can I doubt it with the evidence staring me in the face?
Good. And if you'll just pick up our late departed friend and come with me, I'll show you the place.
Yes, you really got yourself in for something, Van. And there's not much you can do about it now. Not with that gun in your back. So you pick up the corpse and carry it downstairs and out into the garden. She gives you the shovel and shows you where to start digging. There's just enough light from the deserted street to see her standing over there with a gun on you. You look around. There's no house within shouting distance. Only a gas station down the street, and it's closed. In the back of the garden, there's a drop-off, an arroyo running on down to the sea a few hundred yards away. You're stuck, Van. And then the awful thought comes to you. What will she do with you? She can't let you go to spill the story. There's only one answer, and you remember something she said. Make it plenty big. And you know she meant big enough for two. You'll be in there too, Van, yes. Unless you do something. And so you do it. A shovel full of dirt right in her face. Yes, a shovel full of dirt in her face knocked her off her feet, eh, Van? And at the same time you were rolling down the arroyo, through the brush and cactus, over the rocks until you landed at the bottom. Then you take off for the beach running. There are no shots, no footsteps following you, and you're away, free. Down the beach to town, catch your bus into the hotel and fix up your scratch face and hands. And now, decide what to do. Go to the police? Yes, probably you should. But you're not going to. Not just yet, are you, Van? Because you can't get that blonde face out of your mind. And you want to be sure before you do anything that will send her up to the gas chamber. That kind of thinking has gotten many a man in trouble, Van. But you go to bed and get a fitful night's sleep. Next morning, Sunday, you're up early, but there's nothing in the paper that you get with your breakfast. Nothing at all. You hadn't really expected anything. But when you get down to the desk, you find there's something in your box.
There's nothing written on the envelope. You say a young lady left it here last night?
Late last night. She told me to put it in your box.
Thanks.
That looks awfully green.
Yeah. One crisp $100 bill.
And no note? No nothing?
No.
I wish I knew your secret, Mr. Stevens.
Yes, Van. You wish you knew the secret, too, don't you? Now, more than ever. $100 to keep still, and it's pretty obvious there'll be more if you live up to the bargain. But play it smart, Van. Find out more about this girl. You don't even know her name. Catch a bus. Ride out along the beach to the last stop. Walk on from there till you spot the house sitting back from the beach. There's a police car sitting out in front of it. Better stop in at the gas station. Maybe you can find out something there.
Hi. What can I do for you? You run out of gas or something?
No, I was just walking. I saw there was some kind of excitement around here.
Oh, yeah. Lots of it. More than we've had in a long time. They found a body down on the beach this morning.
Oh, somebody drowned?
Maybe so. But he got a bullet hole through his forehead first.
Murder, huh?
Mm-hmm. Looks that way. Yeah, the cops been going through the neighborhood with a fine-tooth comb.
Well, they don't know who he was?
Oh, sure. Everybody knows him. Alfred Hamilton. Snooty young society guy. He lives not far from here.
Over in that house?
Where? Oh, Ridgely's? No. He used to be over there a lot, but he didn't live there.
Well, I noticed there was a police car out in front of that house.
Yeah, that's all part of the excitement. Not only is this friend of Ridgely's bumped off, but Doris is missing.
Doris?
Yeah, Doris Ridgely, old man Ridgely's daughter.
That's Ridgely, the art collector, isn't it?
Sure. You know, he's about the richest guy in town. Nice old duffer.
And Doris, his daughter. I remember I've seen her. Blonde. Isn't she good-looking?
That ain't the word for that, kid. Brother, she's a doll. She's beautiful.
Yeah, but rather hard, spoiled.
Doris? Nah, why, there ain't a nicer kid in town. Yeah, and she's missing, too. Lord, she might even be in the drink herself. Only her car's gone, too.
They think she murdered this guy, Hamilton?
Oh, how should I know what they think? Only, if you ask me, she couldn't have. She's too regular.
When was this guy murdered?
Oh, last night. And I can tell you exactly when. 10 minutes to 8 on the nose.
Well, how can you be so sure?
Because I heard the shot. 'Cause, you know, I didn't think anything of it at the time. But I did notice what time it was because I was just getting ready to close up.
Did you tell the police that?
Oh, sure.
Where'd the shot come from?
Oh, how should I know? It was just a noise. Maybe from the house over there. Maybe from the beach where they found him.
Tell me something. This is very important.
Yeah?
Was Doris in the house when you heard the shot?
That's funny. The cops asked me that, too. No, she wasn't there early in the evening. But she came by and went in sometime. I can't remember whether it was before or after I heard that shot. Like I said, I didn't pay too much attention. You see, it was about the same time.
Well, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Hey, who are you anyway?
Nobody important. So long.
Now, how do you like that? Who do you suppose he was?
Now you're onto something, Van. You think you've got something figured, don't you? Doris didn't murder Hamilton at all, did she? She was covering for somebody else. And you've got to find her and bring her back. Why you, Van? Why should you get mixed up? Love, maybe? But anyway, where could she be? The police don't know. How should you... But wait. What was it she said about a cabin in the mountains? Yes, at Anderson Lake. Okay, Van. The bus station can probably tell you how to get to Anderson Lake.
Anybody here?
Yes, sir, young fella. What can I do for you? Got everything your body needs here at Anderson Lake. Groceries, notions, drugs, fishing, tackle.
I'm looking for somebody, Pop. I thought you might give me directions.
I'm the person to come to. Can tell you about anybody in Anderson Lake. Who are you looking for?
Doris Ridgely. She's got a cabin up here, hasn't she?
Yep.
How do I get there?
You don't.
Huh? Why not?
Wouldn't do you no good.
Well, why not?
Nobody there.
But I'm sure Doris is up here, and I gotta find her.
Well, if you've got eyes in your head, you wouldn't have to go to no cabin.
What?
If you'll just look across the street over there, you'll see her car in front of Jake's Cafe. She's inside eating.
Okay, Pop. Thanks.
Yes, she's in Jake's Cafe, all right. And you wait and watch until she finishes eating and comes out. And as she gets into the convertible, you slip around the other side and open the door.
Hello, baby. Nice day for a drive, isn't it?
Stevens.
Don't reach for your bag. I'll take it instead. And I'll just take a look inside, too. Just as I thought. The gun, you still got it. Well, I'll just keep it this time if you don't mind.
Look, Mr. Stevens.
Just a minute, baby. I'll do the talking. First, I'll give you this $100 bill back. Even if I had a price for this sort of thing, it wouldn't be 100 fish.
That's all I had last night.
I said even if I had a price. I don't. I'll keep my mouth shut until I'm ready to talk, or you are.
Makes you think I have anything to talk about.
Look, baby, I don't know much about this, but I know a lot more than I did last night, and mostly I know a good kid when I see one. If you're really in trouble, I'm sorry, but I don't think you are. I don't think you killed this heel Hamilton. I think you're covering up for somebody who did.
No. I'm not. I killed him. He was threatening me. He was threatening to tell something about me, and I killed him. That's all there is to it.
I don't believe you. All you did was try to get me to help you cover up somebody else's work.
No, my own.
Okay. So you're not ready to talk yet, so let's go for a drive, like last night. I notice you got a bandage on the chin. I'm sorry I had to clip you. I didn't like the prospect of sharing that hole in the ground with that stiff.
Oh, you mean you thought I... Oh, no, I never intended to shoot you, no.
Well, how'd you think you'd get away with it then? Just let me walk away to tell the cops?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, keep your chin up. Of course you didn't know. You were mixed up in something you knew nothing about. You couldn't have killed this guy Hamilton any more than you could have killed me. So, come on, come clean.
I can't.
Look, whoever this is you're covering up for, they'll be found out eventually anyway. And probably they had good reason for what they did, from what I hear about Hamilton. And the jury will take that into consideration. But now you got to get yourself off the spot. And me, too. We're accessories to the murder now.
I know. Why are you doing this? Why did you come here?
Come here. Does that answer your question? No talking now. Come on, start driving. We'll be back in town in 2 hours, and we'll settle it all with the police.
Well, Van, feeling pretty proud of yourself, aren't you? The strong man of action coming to the rescue of the lovely lady. And she's grateful, you can see that. The way she smiles at you, weakly, wonderingly. But maybe later when it's all over. Stop dreaming, Van. You're almost there. You're back in town and driving down one of the main streets toward the police station when suddenly Doris puts on the brakes and you wheel up beside a squad car.
Hey, what's wrong, baby? Not a squad car. We want to go to the police station. What are you doing?
Officers! Officers!
Yes, ma'am?
Arrest this man. He's wanted for murder. Be careful. He's got a gun.
But that's not all of tonight's story. The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending of tonight's tale. Meantime, let me ask you a question that's mighty important to drivers today. How many miles per gallon of gas are you getting these days? If you're among the great majority of drivers who don't know the answer to that question, then here's a point well worth remembering. For years, more and more Western drivers who keep close track of their gasoline mileage have been switching to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. And what's more important, the switch to Signal has actually increased since gas rationing. And here's why. Although certain gasoline ingredients have gone to war, Signal's standard of quality still guarantees you the very finest gasoline that can be made today. And Signal still places the emphasis on mileage. Naturally, no company can promise you all the flashing performance you found in pre-war gasoline. And we can only hint at the brilliantly improved Signal gasoline you'll be able to buy after victory is won. But what you're interested in today is getting the most possible miles from every ration coupon. And for that job, you'll find Signal Go Farther gasoline your best buy today. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Van Stevens, that will teach you to trust a woman or to dream about love and such things. You have lovely young Doris figured for an innocent heroine, and now she's turned into a villainess and is trying to pin the murder on you. At the police station, you're both up in front of the chief of the Homicide Bureau, and you can hardly believe your ears.
Yes, they were both at my house last night. They left together. I heard a shot, and when I went looking, I found Mr. Stevens standing over Alfred's body down on the beach.
But I tell you, I didn't kill him. It's all a lie.
I know you didn't kill Hamilton, Mr. Stevens.
But I saw him.
And you are a pretty clumsy one at trying to frame an innocent man, Miss Ridgely.
But... Oh, I did it.
No, you didn't either. You might as well stop all this, because you see, we know who killed Alfred Hamilton.
Oh, no, he didn't do it. Oh, please, you've got to believe that...
Miss Ridgely, if you think it was your father who killed Hamilton, you're mistaken.
Mistaken?
Yes, because we have pretty conclusive proof that Hamilton's death was a suicide. And if you hadn't messed up the evidence by trying to destroy the body, it would have been much easier.
I don't understand.
I'll explain. When you came home last night, you found Hamilton on the floor of the study, shot through the head, with your father's gun on the floor beside him.
Yes, that's right.
You immediately thought your father had killed him.
But why?
Because Hamilton had been blackmailing Ridgely for years. That's how he lived. We needn't go into why, because the suicide closes the case, and it will never be made public.
Oh, thank heaven. But why did he commit suicide?
Because your father finally had evidence against him and was prepared to expose him. Mr. Ridgely told Hamilton that about 7 o'clock last night, then left him in the study and came down here to police headquarters to turn in the evidence. Hamilton feared exposure more than Ridgely did, and shot himself with your father's gun that he found in the desk. He was a pretty weak sister to try as tough a racket as blackmail.
And I thought...
You shouldn't have jumped to conclusions. We were called when your father got home, found blood on the floor, and you gone. It all began to make sense when we found the body, and the gas station attendant gave us the exact time of the shot. We knew where Mr. Ridgely was at that time. He was here. We checked back and found that you, Miss Ridgely, couldn't have arrived until shortly after the shot was fired. The condition of the wound almost proved suicide. And I have a report here that adds the last word. They've just found Hamilton's fingerprints on the gun that you and Mr. Stevens have been carrying around. So, the case is closed.
I can't believe it.
Technically, I could hold both you and Mr. Stevens on a charge of obstructing justice. But I suppose you've learned your lessons, and not much would be gained. So you're free to go.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
You will probably be called in for the coroner's inquest. But until then, Miss Ridgely, I've called your father. He's waiting for you at home.
Thank you very much.
Well, baby, it was nice.
Oh, Mr. Stevens, I owe you an apology. Maybe now we could have that drink together.
Look, baby, you're a nice kid. You're beautiful, fascinating, all those things, especially beautiful. But, baby, if you ever see me walking down the street, just go on by, please.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The curious story of Death Marks the Double Cross. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. This program, directed by George W. Allen, with story by John Dunkel and Hazel Lytle, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Bob Anderson speaking, and suggesting you let every traffic signal remind you, you do go farther with Signal gasoline. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who is guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invite you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Two Smart People.
The story of the two people sitting quietly together over their cocktails in a hotel suite in San Francisco began weeks before on a speeding transcontinental train. The two people were not sitting together. Corinne Sloane, as a matter of fact, was paying very little attention to the man sitting across the car. On the other hand, she was paying a great deal of attention to the things being said to her by one Mr. Kuvar, a stoutish gentleman who seemed anxious to impress his beauteous listener.
Importing is a highly fascinating business, Miss Sloane. It takes years to know your way around in it.
Exporting and importing. Why, the very words conjure excitement, Mr. Kuvar. And you must make a great deal of money.
Let me order you another drink, Miss Sloane.
Oh, no. I still haven't finished this one.
Been talking so much here, I've scarcely touched mine.
Oh, well, it's also very interesting. This is a business trip, too?
Yes. I would say that this little scrap of paper, this bill of lading, my dear, is an open sesame to quite a sum.
Bill of lading? I don't even know what one is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Too much talk about business anyway. Just a paper covering an import shipment, that's all.
And that's why you're going west?
To San Francisco, yes.
Oh.
Interesting place. Always enjoy visiting it. I remember a time when I arrived there on a trip.
You continue to look at him, don't you, Corinne? But you stop listening. Because Mr. Kuvar has said the magic words you've been waiting for. Since nearly a week ago, when you chanced to overhear him in a mysteriously furtive telephone conversation from a Chicago hotel room adjoining your own. Those words come back to you now exactly as they did through the open windows of the hotel room. At that time, while he didn't realize it, Mr. Kuvar was standing only the width of a wall away from you and saying,
My shipment is due to arrive in San Francisco Saturday. Huh? Yes, I understand. How will I make delivery? Huh? The Mid-City Hotel. What name? You'll be registered there? Good. I'll have what you want. And the payment to me, it will be in cash, 50,000, and I'll never be mentioned in connection with the transaction? Good. I'm leaving Friday to pick up the goods. I understand. Goodbye.
That short conversation you overheard is what brought you on this train, isn't it, Corinne? Caused your accidental meeting and conversations with Mr. Kuvar. And now you're well prepared for your next move. The tiny white tablet hidden in your glove. You glance around the car. There's only you, Kuvar, and the man sitting across the way. Your gloved hand darts out swiftly, passing over Kuvar's unfinished cocktail. And then you sit back, wait, and appear interested in his rambling story.
The captain himself said he'd never brought his ship through a worse fog, when suddenly we passed through the Golden Gate, and the fog parted, and there in all its splendor was this beautiful city in the hills. Magnificent, my dear. I'll never forget it. Never.
My, you tell it so graphically, I can almost see it in your words. Mr. Cooper, you still haven't finished your drink.
Huh? Oh, so I haven't.
That's what you need after all that storytelling.
No, I think I've had enough. If you'll excuse me, Miss Sloane, I'm going back and rest a bit before dinner.
Oh, but you can't do that.
What? Huh?
Oh, how dreadful of me after you've entertained me so. Perhaps I'll see you at dinner, Mr. Cooper.
Oh, indeed you will. My pleasure. And now you will excuse me until, say, 7 o'clock.
Of course.
He walks away without touching his drink. A moment later, the man across from you gets up and leaves the car, too. Sitting there alone, you wonder what your next step will be. Decide that you'll wait until after 7. Search Kuvar's compartment while he's waiting for you in the dining car. The time passes slowly. Then at 1:15, you try the door, look inside.
Mr. Kuvar! Mr. Kuvar, what's happened? Did you fall? What?
You stop, almost ready to step out, call the conductor. When you think of something else, quickly you search the unconscious man for the precious bill of lading. You look in his wallet, briefcase, search the room and his luggage. But it isn't anywhere to be found. Is it, Corinne?
Someone else. Someone else got it. I better get out of here.
Back in the club car, you sit down, dazed, wondering.
Excuse me.
Then realize that someone is speaking. The man who was sitting across from you and Kuvar earlier.
Excuse me, but are you all right, Miss Sloane?
Oh, certainly.
Well, you didn't seem to hear me when I spoke.
Well, it's nothing. So you know my name?
Oh, I heard the gentleman you were talking with a little while ago call you Miss Sloane. Did you by any chance lose something?
Lose something? Like what?
Like this glove. I saw it near the chair when you were sitting with the stout gentleman.
Oh, yes, it is mine, thank you.
Oh, not at all, Miss Sloane. Say, the train's slowing down. I didn't think we stopped here.
Where are we?
I'm sure I don't know. Oh, Porter.
Yes, sir?
Why are we stopping?
They're getting an ambulance, sir. A gentleman in car 79's injured.
Is it anything serious?
Oh, no, ma'am, but we'd never stop here ordinarily. They're going to take him to the nearest hospital.
Oh, I see.
Oh, the poor chap.
I think I'll go ask the conductor if there's anything I can do, even though I just met him.
Met who, Miss Sloan? I don't believe I heard the injured man's name mentioned.
Sorry, I'm confused. Excuse me.
Certainly. No, I'm going to offer to help, too.
It was a terrible slip of the tongue, wasn't it, Corinne? Indicating to the strange young man that you knew who was injured before anyone had even mentioned his name. Oddly, he didn't seem too surprised, but you feel that he believed your quick explanation, that you were confused. You hurry from the lounge car, and then, a moment or two later, you see him again in the small crowd that gathers near the steps as Mr. Kuvar's unconscious form is carried off the train.
Going to be all right?
Yes. Just give us room here, folks. Please, give us room. Let the doctor through. Now, lady,
Mother?
would you finish what you were just telling me?
I don't know if it'll be of much help, conductor, but it does seem as if this might be more than an accident.
Well, this chap you saw entering Mr. Kuvar's compartment, what part of the train did he come from?
The forward cars from the direction of the club car.
Mm-hmm. You mean he could have stepped in there, struck the gentleman?
You look up, Corinne, just in time to catch the expression on the face of the man who sat across from you, handed your glove back just a little while ago. You see him flinch slightly, and suddenly you're certain about him. So certain that you detach yourself from the crowd on the station platform and board the train unnoticed.
Porter?
Yes, ma'am?
That gentleman I was talking to a moment ago, he's in my car, isn't he?
No, ma'am. He's in car 52, bedroom C. But, ma'am, I think he's out there on the platform with the others.
I know, but I have a surprise for him. We're old friends, you see.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
You hurry through the cars to 52, room C, praying that he won't wonder about you and follow. Inside the room, you search swiftly, methodically. Find what you're looking for in the simplest of places, his briefcase. Quickly, you'll go back to your own room, call the porter for your luggage, and walk forward to explain to the conductor.
Oh, you're getting off here, miss?
Yes, I didn't realize who it was that was injured.
Mr. Kuvar's a friend of yours?
Well, we have mutual friends and interests. I'm going to stay here overnight, notify his friends, and visit him at the hospital in the morning. Would you fix up my ticket?
Hey, the agent in the station moved you into another train.
Well, what's this? You leaving us?
Well, the lady is a friend of the injured gentleman.
Oh, really? Well, now, I think you're doing a very nice thing.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you approve.
Oh, I do, really. Such genuine interest on such a short acquaintance. Mr. Kuvar must have something.
So thank you for returning my lost property, Mr.
Burton, Larry Burton. You mean your glove?
Yes, my glove.
Your baggage is off, ma'am.
Oh, thank you, Porter.
Well, goodbye, Miss Sloan.
Goodbye, Mr. Burton. I hope you have a very enjoyable trip. And again, thanks for everything.
The high-compression motors of many of today's newer cars are designed and built to perform best on a premium quality gasoline, such as Signal Ethyl. But if you're driving an older model, maybe you think you wouldn't notice any difference in Signal Ethyl. Well, you'd change your mind if you just see some of the vintage models that fill up at the Signal Ethyl pump and hear the enthusiasm of their drivers. For instance, a chap who lives up in a hilly section was telling me, "You should hear some cars clatter and struggle when they try to pull my hill. But with Signal Ethyl, my 41 model walks right up in high." Another driver of a 39 model remarked, "On cool mornings, I hear some of my friends complaining about hard starting. But with Signal Ethyl, my car starts quick as a rabbit." Yes, folks say mighty nice things about Signal Ethyl because this premium grade of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline is a real super fuel, scientifically engineered to bring out the best in any car of any age. For proof, just treat your car to a tank full of Signal Ethyl. Then see if you don't feel a difference, a wonderful difference, in Signal Ethyl.
It was almost amusing, wasn't it, Corinne? The swift exchange on the train with Kuvar and Larry Burton. First, Kuvar's failure to drink the cocktail into which you had dropped the sedative. Then Larry's bold attack, which may even yet prove fatal to Kuvar. Larry must have been very confident that you didn't suspect him to let you out of his sight without checking the contents of his briefcase. He'll be confused and angry when he discovers that the precious little slip of paper, which seems to be worth so much, is missing. It's safe in your purse, isn't it, Corinne, as you board the next airplane west. At San Francisco, you check into a hotel, hurry to the steamer docks and the freight offices of the American-Italian Steamship Company.
This shipment will arrive on the SS Allegretti, miss. Docks tomorrow, 4 p.m.
Tomorrow, 4 o'clock. Do you know what the delivery charges will be? I mean, from the dock to my hotel.
You staying in the city?
At the Bayview, yes.
Let's see. Charge won't be much.
Well, I wanted to pay now and have the shipment sent there.
All right, ma'am. I'll frig it for you. No trouble at all.
You take a taxi back to the center of town, spend a couple of hours window shopping, stroll through some of the stores, then return to your hotel suite, confident, pleased with the way things have turned out. But the moment you step inside your bedroom, you know something is wrong, don't you, Corinne? Your suitcase on the floor, open, your things scattered about. As you reach out for the phone on the bedside table, the closet door suddenly swings open.
Hello.
You.
Larry Burton is the name, sweetheart. Remember?
How did you...
I got off the train to stop after you did. Hopped the plane, and here I am.
But how did you know where...
Finding you was easy. Just a couple of phone calls. You shouldn't have registered under your own name. And now you better give me what I came for.
What are you talking about?
That little item you took from my briefcase on the train. I want it.
I don't know what you mean.
Sure you do, honey. Sure you do. Now, look, why don't you be a good girl and hand it over?
I told you to leave here. This is my room.
Now, look, sweetheart, I don't want any trouble.
Well, you'll have more than you can handle if you don't leave. A bellboy's on his way up. I asked him to bring me a paper.
Oh, sure.
Will you leave?
After you've given me that bill of lading, yeah.
And if I don't?
You better play it smarter.
Now, will you leave, Mr. Burton? Just a moment, please. Well?
Okay. Like I said, I don't want any trouble. But I'll be around, sweetheart. I think I'll just get myself a room right here in your hotel so I can be real close to you. See you later.
It was a shock, wasn't it, Corinne, finding Larry Burton in your hotel suite, when all the time you thought he was still on the train. Long after he's gone, you pace the floor, wondering what you must do, how you can outsmart him. Finally, you pick up the phone, call the steamship company, and ask them to have the shipment delivered to another hotel, the Carson House. Late that afternoon, you leave your rooms, and as you step out onto the street...
Hello again.
Why don't you leave me alone?
You mind if I walk with you?
I do mind, yes.
Well, I don't seem to be doing so well. Where are we heading? The Carson House?
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. But I just couldn't help overhearing your telephone conversation this afternoon. In fact, I'd been right outside for an hour hoping I would hear it. Open transom, you know. Should watch those things.
Thanks for the advice.
You're welcome. And I've got lots more advice for you, sweetheart.
I'm not interested.
Now, look. I've got a proposition for you.
Yes?
Mm-hmm. You know, Corinne, we'd make a great team, the two of us.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I knew it from the time I saw you on the train. When you dropped that tablet in Kuvar's cocktail. There I said to myself, there is a girl after my own heart.
Do go on, Mr. Burton.
You know, you could be accused of attempted murder.
What I put in Mr. Kuvar's drink was not poison, merely a sleeping tablet. But speaking of murder, have you read the afternoon paper?
Afraid not.
Mr. Kuvar is dead.
Well, that's too bad, isn't it?
I could tell the police what I know.
But you won't.
What makes you think so?
Oh, look, Corinne, you're fumbling around in the dark. You don't know what you're mixed up in. This shipment of Mr. Kuvar's, it's very unusual.
And worth a lot of money.
True, but when you get the stuff, where do you deliver it? Who makes the payoff? How?
I'll find out.
No, never. You couldn't, unless you followed Mr. Kuvar around for weeks the way I did.
You're suggesting, then...
That we work together on this. Well?
I'll have to think it over.
Well, all right. And while you're doing that, why don't we have dinner together?
All right, Mr. Burton. Why don't we?
It's the smart thing to do, isn't it, Corinne? Yes, to play along with Larry Burton, get the information you need, and then arrange to get him out of the way and collect the payoff money alone. Dinner with Larry at one of the big hotels is a most enjoyable affair, isn't it? He's properly amusing, very attentive, and finally, you have to admit to yourself, quite handsome. And then later, as the two of you are dancing...
Having fun, Corinne?
Of course I am. Dinner was superb. The music's just the way I like it. And you're an awfully good dancer.
Ooh. Thanks. You've been rather quiet all evening. I was just wondering if...
No, I'm sorry. Just that I have something on my mind. Remember?
You reached a decision yet?
Yes.
Well?
All right, Larry. We're a team.
You sure?
Of course.
You wouldn't be figuring on a double cross?
No, Larry. The way I feel, I couldn't double cross you.
Oh, that's what I've been waiting to hear, sweetheart. Come here.
Larry, please, not here on the dance floor.
Who cares, honey? Who cares?
All right. Who cares?
The soft lights, the music, Larry holding you close in his arms and then kissing you, Corinne. For a moment, you almost forgot all the plans you'd made, didn't you? Yes, but only for a moment. When you return to your hotel, you drop into Larry's room for a nightcap.
Now, just make yourself comfortable, sweetheart.
Thanks.
Now, what'll it be? Scotch or bourbon?
Scotch, darling.
All right, check.
One thing.
Huh?
Who are we dealing with, anyway?
You mean on the payoff?
That's all right. As your partner, shouldn't I know?
Well, I guess you should, sweetheart. Okay, it's a fellow named Arlington. J. Arlington.
Staying at the Mid-City Hotel, isn't he?
Yeah. Right again. Well, here's your drink.
To Mr. J. Arlington. Salute.
You have all the parts now, haven't you, Corinne? All the parts to the jigsaw puzzle for the highest stakes you've ever dreamed of. An hour or so later, that same night, back in your own suite, you put through a call to Mr. J. Arlington.
Hello?
Mr. Arlington?
Yes?
This is Corinne Sloane, a friend of Kuvar's.
He's dead.
And so I read in the papers. Shame. I was very fond of him.
That's all?
We worked together.
I see. What's on your mind?
Well, he was supposed to call you about the shipment.
That's right.
So I'm calling you instead.
Got the stuff?
I will have tomorrow afternoon.
All right. Have it delivered to me here at the hotel.
You'll have the money.
Yes?
Good. See you tomorrow, Mr. Arlington.
It's done, isn't it, Corinne? You've established contact with a man who is going to pay you $50,000. You should be pleased, shouldn't you? But something's troubling you. It's Larry, isn't it? The following afternoon, the shipment is delivered to your hotel suite. Heavy wooden box. You're puzzled, wonder what it is. Whether to call a bellboy to help you open it. Then, as you're fixing a drink, Larry arrives unexpectedly, and the two of you open the box and examine the contents.
Rugs. Just some Italian rugs. Larry, who'd want to pay $50,000 for these?
I told you this was a very unusual shipment.
What's this all about?
Here. Now, here. Take a look at this rug. This label here, sewed in the corner.
Oh? What about it?
Just gives the rug size, value, pattern number, materials used, date of manufacture. Well, just things like that.
Yeah, that's what you think.
I don't get you.
It's a code, sweetheart.
What?
Those value figures, pattern numbers, and dates are code words.
But what? Who?
You remember that $250,000 Pemberthy payroll robbery last year?
Oh, yes. The money was never recovered, was it?
No. But the words and numbers on this label tell somebody where to find that $250,000.
Arlington?
Right.
$250,000. Too bad we can't decipher this.
Well, I'll settle for the $50,000.
Oh, so will I. Do you know who sent these rugs and this code?
You've heard of a gent named Despagos, haven't you?
Chris Despagos, the racketeer? He was deported, wasn't he?
Yeah, sure. But now he wants some of that dough.
Oh, I see, but why didn't he
Uncle
just...
Sam watches people who get mail from certain countries, especially cables and code. So he sends his instructions this way.
Rather neat, I'd say.
Neat and worth $50,000.
And that's where we come in, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, sweetheart.
50-50.
50-50.
That calls for a toast, darling.
Sure, Corinne. I was going to make the same suggestion.
We'll drink a toast to the future, Larry. To us.
If you've ever tried to drive your car with even one spark plug missing, you know what a big difference some little things can make. That's why the quality accessories which signal dealers carry can be mighty important to your car's performance. For instance, if it has been 10,000 miles since your spark plugs were replaced, a new set installed by your signal dealer will not only increase pep and power, but save up to 10% on gasoline, too. Another item which should be checked periodically is your oil filter. If the filter cartridge is dangerously clogged, your signal dealer can install a new one. Likewise, if your windshield wiper is leaving blinding streaks across your vision, your signal dealer can install a new blade while you wait. And other quality accessories he carries include guaranteed signal batteries, fan belts, radiator hose, light bulbs, polishes, and nationally advertised Lee tires. So remember, in addition to being headquarters for the famous Go Farther gasoline, signal dealers carry most everything you need in the way of accessories to make your car run better, look better, and last longer.
The story of the two people sitting together quietly over cocktails came to an end there in Corinne Sloane's hotel suite in San Francisco. Homicide Lieutenant Davidson, still investigating this strange double tragedy, hours after its discovery, could fit only a few pieces of the puzzle together, answer but a few questions put to him by members of the local press.
Who found him, Lieutenant? The maid. Came in to fix the rooms, discovered the two of them sitting there, both dead.
I heard the name Arlington mentioned. How does he fit into the picture?
I wish I knew. According to papers found on both Larry Burton and the Sloan girl, they each had an appointment to meet Arlington at the Mid-City Hotel.
Both of them?
Yeah. And we checked with the Mid-City Hotel. Found out that Burton himself had checked in there as Arlington.
You mean Burton and Arlington were one and the same guy?
Mm-hmm. They said at the hotel he'd stayed there only long enough to get a phone call from some woman.
The late Corinne Sloane, here.
Could be.
Well, who do you figure poisoned the two cocktails? Corinne Sloane or Burton?
It's hard to say. Looks to me like each of them poisoned the other. Just two smart people who outsmarted each other.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at the same time. Meanwhile, Signal Oil Company and the friendly independent dealers who help you go farther with Signal gasoline hope you'll remember. Regardless of what gasoline you use, you'll enjoy more miles of happy driving if you drive at sensible speeds, obey traffic regulations, and avoid taking chances. You may even save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman as the Whistler, Betty Lou Gerson, Wally Mayer, Herb Butterfield, Herbert Litton, and Bill Boucher. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at the same time next Sunday when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for the Horace Height Show, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network. And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who is guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Murder over Burma.
Cliff Benton wore the oppressive heat of the Burmese night like a thick coat over his makeshift flying uniform of the Far East Importing Company. He walked slowly, deliberately through the streets of Dinjan, his face furrowed with anxiety, accented with fear. For Cliff knew what the summons from Burma Charlie meant, and he knew that there was no escape. Reluctantly, he directed his steps along the familiar narrow road that led to Burma Charlie's gambling casino. A few steps from Burma Charlie's office door, a man slid out of the shadows.
What do you want, Benton?
Oh, Charlie wants to see me.
Just a minute.
Oh.
Hey, boss, the guy Benton's out here wants to see you.
Send him in.
The boss.
I heard him.
Sit down, my boy.
Okay. Now, look, Charlie,
Do you know what these are, my friend?
Yes, I know what they are. They're my IOUs.
Exactly. They make a neat little stack, don't they? About $5,000 worth.
But I told you I'd pay you as soon as I got the money.
I have a record of that, too. You said that exactly 1 month ago. You will find I run a very efficient business, Cliff.
I'm sure you do. Now, look, Charlie, I've always paid you before. You know that. Now, all of a sudden, my credit's no good. Why don't you level with me?
My dear young friend, I am leveling with you.
I want the $5,000 you owe me.
But that's not the main thing, is it, Charlie? You want me to quit seeing Lila. That's why we're having this little chat, isn't it?
Lila? Have you really been seeing the featured vocalist at my little casino? I had no idea.
Oh, Chuck.
You see, Cliff, I am so busy with the business end that I...
Lila is your business, Charlie. Everyone in Dinjan knows that. I'm the only one who ever dared pay any attention to her. She liked it, Charlie, and you know it. That's why you're pulling the big foreclosing act.
That will be all, Cliff. $5,000 you owe me. I want it in 3 days.
3 days? You know I can't...
I want your $5,000 on my desk in 3 days, Cliff. If it is not here... Oh, but you will see that it is, I am sure. For tragedy to touch one so young would be, well, tragic.
You know I can't get that kind of money in 3 days.
All I know is that you had better.
Now, wait a minute, Charlie, wait a minute. Look, I got a proposition. I'm making a flight tomorrow to deliver a load of machinery.
That is a particularly uninspired bit of information.
Now, listen to me, listen. I got connections that have been trying to get me to fly contraband. They've promised me $5,000 a trip for every shipment I deliver. Now, give me a few extra days, and I'll guarantee you'll have your dough. If that's what you really want.
I really want to clear my books of you, Cliff. I want you to pay up and get out. From now on, Boma Charlie's casino is off limits for you.
Oh, Lila again, huh?
You persist in that delusion, Cliff, and I do not care to discuss it. Now, where did you say you are supposed to pick up this merchandise?
Right here in Dinjan. Then fly it to Hong Kong, and they pay me on delivery. I don't get back here for 5 days after I leave. Give me 5 days, Charlie. What do you say?
Guards, come in here.
Now, look, Charlie, all I'm asking...
me, boss? Yes, come in. I have a little job for you.
Okay.
Gus, take a good look at this man. He is going to fly a load of machinery out of here tomorrow. I want you to meet him at Hong Kong when he arrives and stay with him until he gives you $5,000 for me.
Gotcha, boss.
There is a commercial airliner leaving at 10 tonight. Be on it. If for any reason the money is not forthcoming, take care of him. Understand?
Right there, Charlie. I understand. Perfectly.
Does this arrangement meet with your approval, Cliff?
You're not taking any chances, are you?
No. Oh, one more thing. When you leave the casino, there will be a man assigned to follow you. He will not let you out of his sight until you take off in the morning. Good night.
One small request, Charlie?
Yes?
I'd like to have a farewell drink with Lila before I leave the building. I just have the feeling that I might not be seeing much more of her. And since our little arrangement has nothing at all to do with Lila, you couldn't really object. Could you now, Charlie?
10 minutes. Only 10 minutes. Gus will be there to remind you when your time is up.
The 5-day reprieve Burma Charlie has granted you doesn't mean much, does it, Cliff? Because there is no connection in Dinjan, is there? No $5,000 for flying contraband. And now, with 2 of Burma Charlie's men assigned to watch you, there's no chance of sneaking out of Burma without paying your debts. Lila has just finished her song as you walk into the dining room. You catch her eye, and she joins you in the bar. When you finish telling her about your meeting with Burma Charlie, her lovely face is drawn and scored with fear.
I've been afraid all along that something like this would happen.
Well, I guess Charlie figures he owns you, or at least has controlling interest. And maybe he does.
I think you know better than that, Cliff.
Maybe. But does Charlie know better?
Cliff, I don't know what to do. I've got to get away from here. Please help me.
I don't know what I can do, Lila.
You can take me with you tomorrow morning.
Yes, sure. But what about the hired hand Charlie's got following me? And suppose we could shake him. What about that killer he's got waiting for me in Hong Kong? No, honey. No, I'm afraid he's got us whipped.
There's got to be a way out of here.
Wait a minute. Maybe there is.
What is it?
Dave.
Who?
Dave Cummings, my co-pilot. I just thought of him. Listen, honey, in the 4 years since he came to work for Far East, he hasn't spent a dime he didn't have to. Why, that money belt of his is so loaded, I don't know how he gets off the ground with it. He must have at least $6 or $7 grand in it.
What's that got to do with us?
Just this. I'll borrow all I can, a few hundred more than 5,000 if I can get it. We'll pay Charlie off, and before Gus takes off for Hong Kong, that'll get the two thugs off my trail.
Oh, Cliff.
Then tomorrow morning you take off with Dave and me, and when we get to Hong Kong, we just leave the plane, Dave and Burma, and head for the States.
What about Dave? When do we pay him back?
We don't, honey. Maybe that'll teach him to trust banks. Now, look, don't forget, we take off at 7 in the morning.
All
and
right.
then...
Time's up, Benton. Do you go, or do I have to help you?
Well, Viola, it's been fun. Take care of yourself, honey. And who knows, maybe I'll be seeing you again one of these nice mornings.
Wish there was some way to help you, Cliff, but I just can't. Like I say, this is my last trip, and I'm not going to take a chance on losing all my dough.
But, Dave, I told you I'll mail it to you within a week.
Honest, Cliff, I'm sorry, but watching this little bundle grow is what's kept me from getting the Burma Jollies. I just can't loan it out, especially since tomorrow's my last trip. Now, look, be a good guy, Cliff, and hit the road, will you? I got a lot of packing to do. Look, Cliff, really, I'm sorry, but that's the way it is.
Okay.
No hard feelings.
No, of course not. Well, oh, look, Dave, look, you know I'm good for it. Are you sure you won't change your mind?
I know I won't, Cliff. I'm hanging on to this dough. And if anybody wants even a dime of it, he'll have to get it over my dead body.
Signal's new baby that was announced only last Sunday has already been adopted by thousands of motorists throughout Signal's 7 western states, from Canada to Mexico. I'm referring to the amazing new motor oil that reduces by 50% engine wear due to lubrication. New Signal Premium Motor Oil. And no wonder car owners are enthusiastic. After all, when you cut engine wear in half, you multiply performance and carefree driving pleasure. For instance, if your car is not already consuming oil, new Signal Premium will not only double the period during which you'll continue to enjoy low oil consumption, it will also keep that like-new pep and power in your car twice as long. Best of all, new Signal Premium Motor Oil gives you these and many other benefits at no increase in price. So why gamble with the most important, the most expensive part of your car? Your motor may be wearing out twice as fast as necessary if you haven't switched to the amazing new Signal Oil that cuts in half engine wear due to lubrication. New Signal Premium Motor Oil.
It's not going well, is it, Cliff? You still owe Burma Charlie $5,000. And Dave Cummings, your co-pilot, has refused to lend you the money. You know that Burma Charlie means business. If you don't deliver the $5,000, he'll kill you. Then you recall Dave's last words, that whoever wanted his money had to get it over his dead body. That gives you the idea, a plan to pay off Burma Charlie and perhaps have a little money left for yourself. You hurry to your car and drive out to the airfield. Go straight to your plane, climb aboard, and then go forward. You take a pair of pliers out of the toolkit, reach down behind the bulkhead, and put a crimp in the line to Dave's oxygen supply. You know that your plan would never work if it weren't for the fact that the two oxygen systems operate independently of each other. You know, too, that men have been known to do strange things when they couldn't get enough oxygen at high altitude. The job completed, you replace the pliers. Take a final look at Dave's oxygen line. You're sure no one would notice anything was wrong. You smile in satisfaction, then leave the plane. As you start for your car, a figure steps out of the shadows.
You go somewhere?
Who are you?
I am a friend of Burma Charlie. He informed you tonight that there was man assigned to follow you until tomorrow morning. This man are myself.
Oh? Well, you can go home now. I'm not going anywhere. And you can tell Charlie that he'll get his dough.
Forgive me for not delivering message, but I am forced to accompany you to ensure you against become lonesome and possible seeking company of midnight train. Where we go now? Home?
Yeah. We go home, Mr. Moto. As you drive towards your apartment, your heart slowly resumes its normal pace. That was too close, wasn't it? Then as you come within sight of your destination, a thought suddenly intrudes itself. Lila, you can't take her with you tomorrow, can you? There's too much of a risk involved. The man assigned to follow you takes up a position on your doorstep as you enter your apartment. Lila, what are you doing here? Don't you know that...
Cliff, I'm glad you're back. For a while, I was afraid you might have... Oh, Cliff, you don't know what it's been like these past few hours since you left Charlie's place.
What happened?
Charlie called me into his office after you left. He told me that from now on, I was his exclusive property. And that he'd kill any man I so much as looked at.
How did you get here?
He climbed out of the window in my dressing room. He'll kill me if he finds me. I can't go back. Oh, Cliff, let me stay here until the morning. And then we can go to the airport tomorrow.
No. No, Lila, it's too risky. It's no good. We can't take the chance. It might ruin everything.
Cliff, if I didn't know better, I'd think that maybe you didn't want me to go.
I can't help it. I've had to change my plans.
Then you don't want me to go.
That's right. I don't want you to go.
But...
Look, baby, I might as well tell it to you straight. I've changed my mind about taking you with me to the States.
Cliff, why? Why?
It's very simple, Lila. I'm playing this hand by myself. Now, don't worry. You won't have any trouble finding yourself another boy.
Another boy? Cliff, you said
Look, baby, I don't owe you a thing. If I promise to take you with me, that's my business. And if I've decided to break my promise, that's also my business. You were Burma Charlie's private property before I came around. Now, there's no reason why I should break up such a cozy little arrangement like that.
That's not true. Besides, you told me...
Sure, I told you a lot of things. But you don't go with me tomorrow. However, if you're real anxious for a change, there's the midnight train you can catch. Now, go on home.
I've met some pretty low people in my life, Cliff. But I don't think I ever have or ever will meet anyone quite as low as you.
This is the way out, honey. I'm sorry you have to leave so soon. Give Burma Charlie my love.
Did you say that train leaves at midnight?
Yeah. Oh, if you need a couple of
Never
dollars...
mind, I always pay my own way. And I always pay my debts. Here's the first installment. You're getting off easy.
Burma Charlie speaking.
Charlie, this is Cliff.
Oh, yes, Cliff. Did you suddenly find $5,000?
No. I just wanted to tell you that Lila left my apartment not more than 5 minutes ago.
Oh, but I know that, Cliff.
Huh?
Ling telephoned the information to me as soon as she left.
Oh.
Now tell me something I don't know. Why are you telling me this?
Well, I just wanted to make sure that you knew this meeting with Lila wasn't my idea. And that I'm sticking to the terms of our bargain.
I believe you, Cliff. I know you're that smart, at least.
Even the weather has worked out perfectly for your plan, hasn't it, Cliff? When you reach the airport, you find just enough turbulence in the ballet to enable you to convince the chief of operations that a flight over the mountains is the wiser course. Dave should be along soon, and you hope he doesn't decide to come in and check the weather. After last night, he might grow suspicious if you were to change your flight plan on such a flimsy pretext. You whirl as you hear the door open behind you.
Hiya, Cliff. Everything all set?
Yeah, I'm getting the route forecast now.
How does it look?
Oh, not bad, but there's some stuff in the valley that I'm not too sure of, so I'm routing over the mountains.
Oh, no, do we have to?
Why? What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. Only I'm not too eager about dragging on oxygen for 2-3 hours. Kind of hope my last ride might be an easy one. Let me see the report, huh?
Here.
Doesn't look too bad. I don't see what you're so worried about.
Wait a minute. Let me do the figuring, will you?
Okay. Don't get yourself in an uproar.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dave. I guess I'm a little upset about this being your last flight today.
Sure, Cliff. I'll wait for you out at the ship. See you in a little while.
You watch Dave as he leaves the operations office and goes out to the ship. You light a cigarette, drag deeply, and turn back to your paperwork. You wonder if he suspects anything. But then you're sure he can't, aren't you? When you've completed the paperwork, you relax a while to calm your nerves. Then go out to the flight line. Dave is in the cockpit, looking over an old Los Angeles newspaper. For a moment, you're tempted to ask him once more for the loan. But you're sure he hasn't changed his mind since last night. People like Dave never do. So you take off, certain that in a little while now it will all be taken care of. As you approach the mountains, you know it's time to put your plan into effect.
Dave? Yeah, what is it? The controls feel a little sloppy. Go on back and check the cargo, will you? I think it shifted when we hit that bump a while back.
Oh, I don't think so. Still flying straight and level.
Well, it feels a little left wing heavy. Be a good guy and check it for me, will you? It'll relieve my mind.
Okay. Only I think you're being overcautious.
No, Cliff, you're not being overcautious, are you? You've got to check that oxygen line again. As Dave closes the bulkhead door, you get out of your seat and check the crimp you made in his oxygen line last night. You make certain that it's not cut off entirely, because then Dave might notice that there wasn't any oxygen coming through the gauge on the instrument panel. It had to be crimped just so, just enough so that Dave wouldn't notice anything was wrong, until it was too late. You're sure this method is foolproof, that no one will ever be able to prove you had anything to do with Dave's death. You get back in your seat as Dave returns.
Told you it was okay back there. You couldn't shift that cargo if you did a barrel roll.
Well, I just wanted to make sure, that's all. You know how it is.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, let's start climbing, huh? The mountains are only about 50 miles away.
Right.
Check oxygen.
Oxygen check.
Increase the revolutions to 2,300. Manifold pressure to 39. Set turbos.
Roger.
The ship climbs slowly, doesn't it, Cliff? Seems like hours before you reach 10,000 feet. You both put on your oxygen masks. Then the altimeter inches up slowly to 15,000 feet. At 18,000 feet, you steal a glance at Dave. Little beads of sweat fleck his forehead, and his fingernails begin to turn blue. As his eyelids grow heavy, he fumbles for his gloves. As he fumbles, you know that he's on his way out. Anoxia, the Army called it. Nobody ever knew they were suffering from oxygen starvation until just before they passed out. Then it was too late. Well, Dave is on his way out now. He fumbles and fumbles, trying to get his gloves on. Then settles in his seat, his head slumped forward on his chest. You wait 5 minutes, and then call him on the intercom.
Dave. Dave.
I made it. He's dead.
I made it.
You have to work fast now. You turn the ship around, then put it into a dive. You must descend to 10,000 feet before you can take your oxygen mask off and finish the business at hand. At 10,000 feet, you level off and engage the automatic pilot. Then you unbuckle your safety belt and drag Dave to the rear of the cargo compartment. There, you rip open his shirt, transfer his money belt to your own waist, and open the hatch.
Sorry, Dave. You had your chance last night. While the radio warms up, you open the toolbox and very carefully remove the crimp in Dave's oxygen line. And then, Far East Flight 4, calling Dinjan Tower. Far East Flight 4, calling Dinjan Tower. Over.
Dinjan Tower to Far East 4. Go ahead.
This is Benton. Co-pilot Cummings, victim of anoxia. Bailed out. Tried to stop him. Couldn't do. Coming back to field. Over.
Are you all right?
A little groggy, but I think I can make it. Have everything ready for report.
Will do. I say, take it easy. Everything will be all right. Over and out.
Everything is all right, buddy. Burma Charlie, here I come. You're gonna get your dough.
Consider just 4 of the important extra ways new Signal Premium Motor Oil helps to keep your car young for additional tens of thousands of happy miles. 1, keeps oil rings clean and free. 2, controls and reduces such harmful engine deposits as carbon, gum, and varnish. 3, prevents sticking of hydraulic valve lifters. And 4, stops acid corrosion and rust. Result, maintenance costs are kept down, down, down. The average car should actually drive twice as far before needing an overhaul due to engine wear. So save money while you save your car. If you're still using lazy old-fashioned oil, ask your nearest Signal dealer to drain it out now and refill with the new hard-working Signal oil that reduces by 50% engine wear due to lubrication. New Signal Premium Motor Oil.
Well, Cliff, it's all over, isn't it? Your co-pilot, Dave Cummings, is dead. And you're sure that the treacherous heights of mountain range will be a safe guardian of your secret. You smile as you point the ship back in the direction of Dinjan. Dave's money belt, now strapped securely around your waist, contains enough money to pay off your IOUs to Burma Charlie. And you'll have some left over to enjoy. In the office of the chief of police, you have no trouble convincing them that Dave, apparently a victim of anoxia because of defective oxygen apparatus, had gone berserk. And despite your heroic efforts to control him, had broken away and leaked to his death.
I kept my eyes on him as long as I could, sir. I never did see his chute open. Then I started to get groggy, so I stumbled back to the cockpit and switched from portable to main oxygen supply.
Have you any idea as to why his oxygen supply was cut off?
No, sir. That is, I don't think so, sir. The only clue I could possibly give you is that I noticed ice crystals in the intake valve of my mask.
Mm-hmm.
That sometimes happens at extreme altitudes. Maybe Dave's mask accumulated too many crystals. Of course, that's only a guess, sir.
Yes, of course. Well, I don't see any reason why you should have to stick around here any longer. Oh, excuse me. Yes? Oh. Are you sure? Yes, he's here. Yes, by all means, right away. Thanks. Mr. Benton, I'm afraid I'll have to detain you a while after all.
What? Why? Well, what for, sir? Lila.
Yes, Cliff.
But the midnight train, you said...
Yes, I said I might take the midnight train. But when I left your place, I knew I'd been spotted by the man in front of your house. So I went out to the airport and hid in your plane.
In my plane?
This young lady claims to be a witness to your co-pilot's death, Mr. Benton.
Oh, Lila, you couldn't have... Dave checked the plane before the takeoff.
Checked the plane and found me, Cliff. He even set up an oxygen supply for me because he knew you were going over the mountain. I saw you throw Dave out of that plane.
Wait a minute, Captain. Wait a minute. It's her word against mine. Why, how do we even know she was on the plane? She can't prove it.
Oh, but I can, Cliff. Before you threw Dave out of the plane, I saw you take off his money belt.
What?
It's strapped around your waist right now. Go on, Cliff. Deny that.
What?
Well, Mr. Benton, can you deny it?
Lila.
Like I told you, Cliff, I always pay my debts.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you this about the amazing new Signal Premium Motor Oil, which reduces by 50% engine wear due to lubrication. It's available only at independent Signal service stations from the same friendly dealers who help you go farther with Signal gasoline. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Wally Mayer, Doris Singleton, Larry Dobkin, Marvin Miller, Ben Wright, and Jack Moyles.